Chapter 51. Miran. John. We are in the middle of the hall. Dany smiled a bit to her love, who couldn't take his hands off of her. He kissed her again. John, she moaned to his mouth while he was kissing her continuously. Do I disturb? Arya asked them, and they split in that minute. Dany adjusted her dress and she tried to be as serious as she could. John tried to speak, but the situation was quite embarrassing. Arya just stared them, and she looked serious. Dany noticed she was holding something in her hands. Some bag. She threw it to their feet and it opened. They can see the dyed raven. I am staying, but please be sure Sam do everything to save our brother. Because that is not him. Arya started. What? John was staring the dead bird on the floor. Drogon caught it. I saw his eyes. I saw his white eyes. It was not just a raven. Not a simple raven. I have to accept the fact, that you may write all in this. Even if I hate it. She continued. Thank you. Dany nodded. But. Arya took a deep breath. I won't let anyone hurt my sister. I hope you understand. No matter which side she is in. If you or your army hurt her. I am done. Sansa has no idea what is going on, and she is not responsible for this. She looked at Daenerys. She opened her mouth to answer, but John grabbed her arm and tried to hold her back. We don't want to hurt Sansa. She is innocent. John started, and he noticed how Daenerys looked up to him. He knew what she was thinking. Sansa was not even close that innocent as Arya thinks she is. She played her cards well, betrayed her own family, to get what she always wanted. The independent North. No matter what was the price. She is innocent in this. John corrected himself. It was not her fault. She did some reckless moves. She may tell the truth to the wrong people, but she did not want anything bad. She just wants to save the North and her people. You can't blame her for it. John glanced at Daenerys. She needed every control in her, to not answer to this. John almost begged her with his eyes. I should go, and check my daughter. She nodded, and left them there. Immediately. Almost in a hurry. You should pick your words more wisely, John stated after Daenerys left, and sighed. She is not my queen. I am not afraid of her. Arya answered confidentially. What Sansa did. She did it for the North. Arya was so definite. She did. Without thinking about the price of it. She did not betray just Daenerys, but she betrayed me when she told the truth to Tyrion. Despite she swore to me, she'll keep it in secret. She was one of the main reason, why things went in that way in King's Landing. Like it or not. She did not want just the North, but she wanted her to fail. No matter what kind of sacrifices she made to save our home. John answered. He had enough. He had enough of the fight between his two family. He had enough of defending everyone always. He was hard and straight. You talk like her. Arya did not like his words. I am an honest man, and no, Daenerys is not innocent. She did horrible things there. We all did horrible things in our life. All of us. And you have to accept no matter how much you love your sister, she is not innocent either. She learned from the best. She showed it even before you arrived back to Winterfell. She questioned me in front of everyone, many times, and she always did what she thinks the best. Just as now. No matter how it hurts the others, as long as it benefits her. John was almost rude, but finally, he told everything that he felt about Sansa. He never really forgive her. He couldn't. Not from his heart. Maybe she spent too much time in King's Landing. He took a deep breath and started to walk away. She is our sister. She is not a mythic creature. Just our sister. Arya lowered her head and told him before he could leave the hall. She is. And I would never do the same with her, what she did with me, he answered, without turning back to Arya. And we talked about it earlier. You are the only one, who can convince her, which side should she stand. John walked out of the hall and left his sister there. King's Landing. Why is that beautiful lady is so sad, on this bright day? The Dornish prince walked closer to Sansa, who was standing in the gardens at King's Landing. She was thinking about what happened to her since she was last there. She turned to the unknown man and looking at him from his feet to top. Do we know each other? She frowned. Not officially, but we met once. When we chose your brother as our new king. He gently took her hand and gave a kiss to it. Quentyn Martell, my lady. The Prince of Dorne. He smiled. I am not a lady. I am the Queen of the North. If you were there that day, you should have known. She was cold and prim. Just as usual. She learned one thing in King's Landing, next to Cersei, next to Littlefinger, through the years, to trust no one. I apologize, he bowed his head a bit. Does this glamorous queen has a name? You can't achieve anything with compliments. I grew out of them, she answered. What are you doing here, Prince Martel? Join your brother's war. To save the kingdom from the foreign threat. From the Dragon Queen. He answered so naturally. So, you believe in his goals. That is good to hear. Many turned their back at him, it seems. She turned back to the sea, and watching it. No matter what he did for them. My apologies, my lady. He started, but Sansa gave her an angry look. Your grace, but what he did for the people actually? Quentin asked her. Do you have doubts in your king? Never. He clasped his hands. I just wanted to know. Dorne is under his rule, but we don't need help from him. We are a rising, and shining empire, without the toxicity of the capital. I don't really know what has happened under his rule in Westeros. He kept his lands safe, Sansa answered after some hesitation. She had no idea. If she would be honest, she would say, he did nothing. Meanwhile, she was traveling there. She saw the poverty, the hunger, she really did, but she did not want to deal with it. She was more worried about her sister than the others. I am sure he did. He wants to do this now too, but does he care about his people? In Dorne. Quentin continued, but Sansa cut him. This is not Dorne. This is King's Landing. This is the capital. It is easy for you. Dorne had not been destroyed by a crazy woman. He has to build everything up. She answered ardently, and he does what he thinks is the best. She ended the conversation and started to walk away. If you forgive me, she added. The prince was looking after her. She was a rare beauty for his eyes, a real gem. A strong and independent woman. And she was a queen. What else could he want? Miriam. Jon entered into her daughter's room. Dany was there, he knew she'll be there. She always spends her time with her daughter, when she is upset about something. Miss Sandai always calms her down. Dany was rocking her in her arms. Smiling at her, her smile was the brightest when she is with her daughter. I knew you'll be here. Jon took a step closer. I told you I'll be here, Dany answered, while Jon stopped next to her. He caressed her daughter's cheek and she immediately grabbed his finger and she babbled something. Dany, He took a deep breath. Not now. Not here. I don't want any quarrel around here. No tension. She answered quietly. I don't want to argue. He placed his hand to her shoulder. No, neither of us want, but when it is about your family, your other family, we always end up in a debate. She sighed and turned to the cradle with Miss Sandai. Jon just placed his arms around her body from behind and placed his chin to her shoulder. Mommy always thinks she knows the things better. He was babbling to Miss Sandai and made a cute face towards her. The little girl started to laugh. You are not funny. She glanced at him. If you ask her. I am funny. He gave a kiss to her cheek, then took his daughter out from her hands and started to play with her. He raised her up and flying her in the air. She was laughing so loud, and Dany forgot her anger. They were laughing and playing together. Those moments were precious. Those moments were unforgettable. Those moments worth living for. Davos entered into the room, but he did not say a word. He tried to knock, but they did not hear that, so he entered cautiously. He was looking at them for a couple more minutes, with a smile on his face. He never saw Jon that way. He was born to be this. He was born to be a father. Jon grabbed Dany by her waist and pulled her closer, while he was holding Miss Sandai in his other arm. Watch out! Do not drop her off. Dany was worried, she always worried. Miss Sandai was her biggest treasure. You worries too much. Jon leaned closer and kissed his love. Not in front of her, Dany told him quietly, while he kissed her again. Why? We did nothing wrong. Right, my princess? Your daddy loves your mom so much, he can't let her go for a minute. He was laughing and gave a small kiss to Miss Sandai's nose. She laughed out loud. After some seconds later, Jon noticed Sir Davos, who was still standing at the doorway, with a smile on his face. Their eyes met, then Davos lowered his head. I did not want to disturb that precious moment, he told them. What happened? Dany frowned. Yara and Daario are back. They just arrived. Davos answered. Jon's smile disappeared a bit, he almost forgot Daario's existence. Those days without him were peaceful and quiet, even if they have some problems with Arya, or the news from Sam. But at least there were no assholes around, who try to separate them. I thought it will last longer. Jon couldn't hide his feelings, and he said out loud. Jon. They were fighting for me. For us. To keep us safe. Do not forget that. Dany turned to him and tried to calm him down. You know my opinion about it, about him, he answered while he was still holding Miss Sandai in his arms. I don't trust him less than your sister. At least he never tried to kill me. Dany answered without thinking, but at the moment she said it aloud, she regretted it. She did not mean that. She did not want to bring that day up when he stabbed her, she did not want to hurt him, she was just thinking about Arya, and how she attacked her when she arrived there. I did not mean that. Dany tried to save the situation. You better go, they are waiting for you. He turned back to the cradle with Miss Sandai. John. She tried again. Your Grace Grey Worm appeared next to Davos. He looked around and saw there is some tension between the people in the room. Anything wrong? No. Nothing wrong. I assume you came because of Daario Naharis and Lady Greyjoy. Dany took a deep breath. Grey Worm just nodded and turned. Dany followed her, but stopped for a minute at the door and glanced to her love and their daughter. Daario did not even step inside the pyramid and it started again. Davos was standing there quietly and watching the two of them. He just couldn't understand how their mood could change to the contrary in less than a minute. Chapter 52. Mirian. Compared to yourself you are very quiet, Yara stated and staring at Daario. I am waiting for our queen. I almost thought you are still shirty about my refusals, she answered with a satisfied smile. I am not. He started to answer, but that moment the door opened and Daenerys entered the hall with Grey Worm. Daario immediately forgot about Yara's existence and took a step forward, knelt down and gave a hand kiss to Daenerys. My queen. I am glad you're both back. Harmless. Dany smiled at them. Our losses. Nothing serious. Daario stood up. Those masters can't fight, they have nothing, just their money. Money is a huge power sometimes, Dany noticed and walked past Daario. We repelled them, Yara confirmed that Daario told earlier. And you were right. The Iron Bank tried to merge their power in Essos against you. Do we know that for sure? Dany raised her eyes to Yara. A little torture always helps to know the truth, my queen. Yara smiled. I left an army there. Daario stepped forward, it was clear he wanted to be in the center of this talk. Yara rolled her eyes, and Dany noticed it. To keep the Dragon's Bay under your rule and save. I always knew I can count on you, Daario Naharis. Daenerys nodded towards him. I would do anything for you. Anything. He was looking into her eyes. Dany lowered her head and avoided to look at him. It was more and more clear if she doesn't reject him in a firm way, he would never stop with those flirtatious comments. She has to do it, but not in front of others. You must be tired. You deserve some rest. Daenerys told them. Thank you for your service. We did not return empty-handed. Daario tried to hold her back. She turned to him and frowned. We brought the gold with us. Many golds. For you, my queen. He continued. Give from it to the poorest families around, Dany answered. No one will starve until I am the one who is sitting in that throne in Meereen, she ordered them. And I would like to have a word with Lady Greyjoy. Daario nodded and he nodded towards his soldiers with his head. They bowed and walked out of the room. He was still standing there and did not move. Alone. Daenerys looked at him prestigiously. He wanted to say something, but she frowned and staring him. He just bowed his head and walked away accompanied by Grey Worm. Yara was smiling at him. She would have laughed at him. Do I have any reason to worry about his loyalty? She looked at Yara and turned the topic seriously. I don't think so. He serves you with all his moves. And? Yara smiled under her nose. And I don't think he would be too hurt, if you refuse his feelings. Those are just words, but he is a man. Don't tell me, you. Dany almost giggled. No. He has his charm, I have to admit, but I am just not interested in him. If it depends on him, he would have shown me how perfect he is in bed. Or at least he believes he is. Yara laughed. I couldn't complain, Dany stated quietly with a smile on her face. Yara understood what she meant anyway. Thank you for the help and to keep your eyes open. I will continue. Now if you forgive me, my queen. She bowed a bit, and Dany nodded. She walked away and left Daenerys there. She knew a harder talk has waited for her. With Jon. She had no idea what she could do with his jealousy. It was just nonsense and pointless. She did not want anything from Daario. Not anymore. He was just made up for the shortage. She never had real feelings for him. She wished Jon could understand this. She loves no one else. She never loved anyone that much, as she loves Jon. No matter what he did. Dany started to walk back to Miss Sandai's room. She was immersed in her thoughts. She did not want to fight with Jon, but she knew she hurt him. Even if she did not want to. She did not mean her words, in the way he thinks. Will it ever be better? Will they ever get over that thing? She understood why he was hurt, but she can't understand his jealousy. Ahm. My queen. She ran into Gendry at the corridors. It is a bit late to walk around in the corridors. Insomnia. Dany smiled at him. I Don't worry, your secret is safe with me. But, you should tell him. I don't think he has any problem if he gets to know it. He likes you, and Arya couldn't choose a better man for herself. Dany told him kindly. To be honest, she sent me away. This is why I am here. She wanted to be alone. Gendry sighed and lowered his head. It seems this family is not easy to handle. Dany smiled a bit. She loves you. It is clear. You did not see her, when you arrived. She was happy. She was happy to see you again. I wanted to marry her. Gendry answered. After the Battle of Winterfell. I proposed her to be my wife, but she refused me. Arya is an independent soul. A warrior. Not a lady. Not an average woman. She trained to be an assassin. I am sure, she is confused and even she doesn't know what she should do. This is why I love her. Because she is not just an average woman. Gendry smiled at her. Daenerys was smiling at him. It was good to hear. She really liked Gendry, since he met him for the first time. He seemed like a very kind and reliable man. No matter who his father was. He was living proof, the child can be different than his parents. She did not know Robert Baratheon though, but she knew he wanted to kill her. Do you think she'll ever love me in the way I love her? I love a man who put a dagger to my heart. Despite the thing that he did. I love him with all my heart. We can't fight against love. I mean, we can, but not for so long. Sooner or later, this feeling defeats us and our hearts leads us, where we belong. Daenerys answered, from her heart. Jon is a very lucky man. Gendry nodded and they were smiling at each other. I am not sure he feels that way. Dany raised her eyebrow. He does. This is why he is jealous. Gendry glanced at Daenerys. She was looking at him, wondering. He doesn't want to lose you. She felt how her cheek went red. She never had such an honest conversation with Gendry. She had no idea why she was talking about her feelings. I should go. Good night. She nodded towards him and he returned, then she walked away. Daenerys entered into Miss Sandai's room. It was silence, the light of the moon dimly lit the cradle. She walked there and looked down to her daughter. She was sleeping. Dany smiled and whispered an I love you to her. She looked around in the room and saw how Jon was laying on the bed. He was sleeping, or at least he acted he was sleeping. He did not move, and Dany could only see his back. Jon, she whispered, but there was no reaction from him. She changed her dress as quiet as she could and slipped into the bed beside him. She wanted to caress his back, but then she just pulled her hand below her head and closed her eyes, keep the distance from him. She couldn't sleep. She was just tossing and turning next to him for minutes until he turned to her. His eyes were still closed, but Dany moved a bit closer to him. Placed her forehead to his chest. She felt how he took a deep breath. He was not sleeping. She knew him. She was snuggling even closer to him, and he finally placed his arms around her body. I love you, she whispered so quietly and closed her eyes. Jon opened his eyes and squeezed her by her waist. He vowed he won't let her that close until they made the situation clear, but she was his weakness. In the minute when she laid next to him, he knew he has to cuddle her close. He wanted it. He wanted to feel her close. Jon gave a kiss to the top of her head and then he finally could fall asleep. When Daenerys opened her eyes in the morning, she was alone in the bed. She hated it. She wanted to wake up next to him. She wanted to talk to him. Tell him how much she loves him, and no one else. She had nightmares. She searched Jon in her dreams, she searched him everywhere, but he was just disappeared and her heart was so broken. She got up from the bed and went to the cradle. Miss Sandai was not there. She frowned and looked around in the room, but she was alone. It was empty. She dressed up and walked down to the hall. She was searching for them. She had to admit she worried a bit. My queen. You are shining bright today. Daario stopped her. Have you seen Jon and Miss Sandai? Dany ignored his compliment. She wanted to know her daughter isn't safe. No. Are they missing? Daario frowned, but Dany just went forward, and he followed her. She went out to the garden and at that moment she spotted them. Jon was laying in the grass and their daughter was in his lap. He was playing with her. She never saw Jon laugh and smile that much, as when he was with his daughter. She was staring at them and smiled. I would not say he is a great warrior based on what I see now. Daario tried to joke. He is a great warrior, but above all, he is the greatest dad in the world. And this is one of the many reasons why I love him that much. Dany told him, while she did not take her eyes off of them. Daario wanted to answer something, but her words make him froze. Jon spotted them in the next moment. Daario and Daenerys. While standing there. Together. He looked at Dany for a second, then turned his attention to his daughter. If you forgive me. Daenerys left Dario there and walked closer. She crouched next to her family. Her family. Those words meant everything for her. The man who she loved with all her heart, and a child, what she never thought she can have. I was worried, she stated and took Miss Sandai's tiny hand. We did not want to wake you up. She was hungry and crying aloud. Right, princess? Jon smiled at her daughter. I hate to wake up, you, not being there. Dany answered and looked to his eyes. And you hate to let me sleep when you can't sleep, right? Jon asked her with a small smile. I love you, Jon. Just you. Not him. Not anyone else. You. And I am sorry. I really did not mean that, what I've told you yesterday. I just meant Dario is loyal to me, just as Arya is loyal to you, but we may question both of their loyalty and... Have you finished? Jon placed his hand to her cheek and his finger to her lips. She gave a small kiss to his finger and she closed her eyes while he caressed her face with his hand. You are not mad at me, she stated quietly. I am. But I love you and I won't let him. He looked up and saw Dario was still standing there, and watching them to make any conflicts between us. He looked back to her eyes. I think I've just told him, how much I love you. When I saw you with her. Laying here and playing. I just, loved you more. If it is even possible. She smiled to her daughter and she stretched her little hands. Dany took her off from her father's lap and held in her arms. I hope he understood that time, Jon stated while he pulled her closer to his arms. She and their daughter too. He placed his arms around them and continued. Because if he still wanna play his games. I will not be arguing with you, but show him where is his place. Even if you like it or not. He finished his sentence, and Dany felt he meant his words. She looked up to Dario, and in that minute he turned away and walked back to the pyramid. Chapter 53. Mirian. Have you seen Jon? Samwell asked Davos in the corridor. He wanted to talk to him. He found some things, but it was not enough. Davos was standing next to the gardens between the columns and nodded towards the happy family, who was still laying on the grass. Together. Oh. Samwell looked at them. Is it important? Davos asked him. Pretty important to be honest. He kept his eyes on them and he couldn't resist, just smile about them. He is happy. He was never been that happy. When did you see him smiling and laughing that much? Probably never, Sam sighed. Do you think? He loves her. Davos looked at him no matter what she did, or what we think she did. And who we are to question his decisions. He did everything for the realm. In his life. He resigned of his own life when he killed her. He thought Drogon will kill him, and despite that, he did what everyone wanted him to do. He killed the woman he loved. And miraculously they get another chance to be happy together. What is it if not true love? What guarantees that it will not happen again? That she doesn't kill innocents anymore? Sam still has doubts about her. Just look at them. Not enough guarantee. Davos smiled a bit. We should take her back to her bed. We've been here for hours now. Dany stated. I have nothing better to do, Jon answered. But she needs to sleep. Look at her sleepy eyes. She answered, then raised her eyes to Jon. Then, we should continue my training. I thought Arya is a better teacher. Jon raised his eyebrow. There is no one else, who is better than you, Jon Snow. She leaned closer and gave him a small kiss. Jon just smiled. She was never that direct, not outside their room. She always hid her feelings in front of the others, and now, she was just a woman. A woman in love, and the mother of a child. Not a queen. She wanted to stand up, but he pulled her back and gave another kiss to her lips. Miss Sandai was laughing aloud. My apologies, but... Samwell stepped to them. They both stood up and Jon was holding Miss Sandai in his arms. Have you found anything? Jon's eyes filled with hope. Since they mentioned. Samwell tries to find a way to save Bran. Jon has hopes. Even if there was not too much, but he had his trust in Sam. He knew if anyone is able to find a solution, he is the one. Not yet and this is why I wanted to talk with you. Just him or... Dany took a deep breath. Both of you. Sam looked at Daenerys. It belongs both of you. As I see you need some helping hands. Davos stepped closer to them. I take her back to her room if you agree. Thank you. Jon handed Miss Sandai to Sir Davos. He really treated her as his granddaughter. Dany knew she will be in good hands. Can we go into some private place? Sam asked them, while they were watching Davos and Miss Sandai entered into the pyramid. Sam, Daenerys and Jon went to Jon's private chamber. Jon and Daenerys did not understand what Sam wants. Maybe some new discovers, about their daughter. They did not want it. It was already too much to handle. Please tell me it is not something new about my daughter being the great savior. John started in the minute he entered into the room. He was different. He was more outspoken than before, he did not think before he talks, just told everyone that he felt. No. It is about Bran. Samuel answered. You find something, Dany stated. Maybe. He answered with some hesitation. Sam. John stepped closer. I don't know. Maybe there is a way but I don't have enough books here. I need more. I need to find more about it, before I tell you anything. You can't go back to Westeros, Daenerys mentioned quietly. He knew, you are here. He knew you are on our side. John sighed. Ahm. If you go back, he'll kill you immediately. I know. Sam nodded. The answers are in the Citadel, but there is no way I can go there. But what if we go together? What if I go with you? I can defend you and John came up with an idea, but Daenerys gave him a surprised and shocked look. The old John came out. The old John who wanted to keep his old family safe, instead of his child and his love. I mean. John realized Dany did not like the idea, and he understood, but he wanted to save everyone. It was his nature. Especially when it is about his family. No matter from which side. We can send some men with you. He corrected himself, but that was too late. He knew it. He saw it in Daenerys' eyes. Why not the whole army? Dany asked him sardonically. I want to save your brother, but that would be a suicide mission, not to mention a larger army brings more attention. And if you two go, tell me what should I say to your daughter if you won't return? She asked him ardently and spread her arms. Dany. She is right, Sam stated before John could answer to her. Maybe there is another way. As I heard there is a huge library in Braavos. Maybe it is enough for me. Maybe, let's just hope. Do you need anything? Dany asked him. There is something before I go, and what? She wondered. Gilly and my family. I was afraid to bring them here. Do we have any men who may go to Westeros in secret and Where is she? John asked him. I sent them to the north. I knew, your sister or the Wildings will keep them in safe. I am going to ask Daario and Grey Worm to send some men to the north. Anything else? Dany answered to him. No, I am going to leave as soon as I can. Sam answered and started to walk out of the room. John and Dany stayed there. Dany sighed, and she decided she just leave this thing now. She started to leave, but John grabbed her arm. She did not look at him. I did not think this through. I would never leave you here, until you are in danger. None of you. He started, but Daenerys was gazing the floor. You know that. You've told what came from your heart in that minute. Without thinking you might hurt me with your words, but at least you were honest. You know I love them. They are my family, I can't change this. John frowned. I know. I would never expect, from you to deny your family. I just thought, that by now, you are more a dragon than a wolf. She looked up to his face, but it seems I am wrong. They were staring at each other for long seconds. You are wrong. I am both. I don't have to choose, because I am a Stark and I am a Targaryen. I am a father and I am a brother. I am a lover and I am a swordsman. You are, but I am afraid, sooner or later the day will come when you have to choose between your families. Because we both know your sister will never accept me. And if there is no way to save Bran, who will you choose? Is this still a question, Dany? He held her face between his palms. I chose you. You asked me, to believe you, that you love me and no one else. Not Daario or anyone. Just me. Now. I ask you to believe me too, about I chose you and I will always choose you. Until the end of our days. If I don't believe it, I wouldn't be here anymore. She smiled a bit, but sometimes you should. Just me. John raised his eyebrow. It is not just me, who says thoughtless things. Right. True. Dany lowered her head. John placed his fingers to her chin and raised her head up. One day, you'll be the death of me, John stated, then leaned closer to her and kissed her. Deeply. Ardently. Passionately. John. Dany moaned to his mouth, but he did not even hear that. While he was kissing her, he was directed to the table. Dany felt when his hips collided to it. John raised her up a bit and placed her to the top of the table. John, she tried again, but he did not stop, he was kissing her more heavily and vehemently. His fingers found the buttons on her dress and he started to unbutton those, but he had no patience for it. He grabbed the edge of the dress and he wanted to rip it off from her. My queen, the sound came from the door. They were panting, and John stared her eyes. He did not want her to answer. I have to, Dany whispered to his mouth. He did not move away. He was standing between her tights and his hands were on his dress. John. You know I have to. She placed her hand to his face and kissed him. My queen. The voice tried again. Are you here? Yes, I am coming, she answered and adjusted her dress. John was the one who opened the door. He just knew. He had a feeling, who will be on the other side? His favorite asshole. What is that important? He asked Dario nervously. I did not want to interrupt, Dario answered and lowered his head. It is all right. What happened? Dany arrived next to John and he felt how she squeezes his hand. I can come back later if you... He continued. Dario. What happened? Daenerys sighed and asked him again. I have to show you something, Dario answered and took a deep breath. Let me guess. Just for her in private. John rolled his eyes. She is my queen. I was not talking to... Dario raised his eyes to John, and he thought Dany will support him, like last time. We should go alone. Fewer people know about it. He is coming with us, Daenerys told him. Anything that you want to show me, it belongs to him too. He is going to be my husband, that means he is going to be your king. Dario tried to find some funny response, but how Daenerys was talking about John since he came back, was worrying for him. He knew he should have never leave Mirren, not for weeks, but he also knew he won't give up on her. He loves to enjoy the women company, but Daenerys is something different. He would have given up any other woman if he can get her back. Samwell was walking out from the pyramid with his bag. He wanted to reach the closest city before sunset. Samwell Tarly Nisra walked closer to him. I don't really have time to talk, I have to. He started to explain himself. I know you are leaving. Your path should lead you to the Red Temple first. There you might find some answers to your questions. Nisra was talking so calmly. The Red Temple? Forgive me, but... There are no books there, only... Witches. Nisra smiled. Some know-nothing people from Westeros calls us in that way, but you are not that kind of man. Samwell Tarly. You have seen many things in your life, many miraculous, and unbelievable things. Maybe you should start to believe some greater god. Some greater power. Maybe in witches. She smiled at him. I believe in the old gods, he answered and tried to be as kind as he could. Not in Essos, Samwell Tarly. There are no gods woods in Essos, since human memory. Your gods can't reach this far. Nisra answered to him. Accept my advice, and go straight to Volantis. Find the Red Temple and there, you'll find your answers. She placed her hand to his shoulder and looked into his eyes. You are a brave man. You'll have a heroic death, not too far from the place what you call home. She stated, then walked away from him. Her last sentence was too much for Sam. He would rather not have heard it. He was standing there for a couple more minutes before he finally leaves the city to find a way, to stop the war. To save Bran. Chapter 54. Mirren. Where are we going? Daenerys asked Dario while she and Jon following him through the city. He insisted to bring some more soldiers with them. Grey Worm also joined the small group. He was continuously watching Jon. You won't like it. He stated and went forward. Would you please tell me what the hell is going on? Dany grabbed his arm and stopped him. Jon hated when she touches him. Even if that was not a gentle touch. He wanted Dario out of their lives. That was a command. Daenerys looked up to Dario's face. She was talking seriously. I can't. It is better if you see it with your own eyes. He answered, then he smiled a bit when he realized she was still squeezing his arm. Dany noticed and let it go immediately. She looked to Jon but he turned his head away. Dario walked forward and they followed him. Soon they arrived at a big mead but it was not green. No. It was burned down and everything was filled with ashes. Dany stepped forward and looked around. She couldn't breathe. She felt how her chest started to squeeze. What happened here? Jon was the one who asked it because Daenerys was clearly in shock. It was one of the biggest shieldings around until now. Dario sighed. No. Dany shook her head and her voice trembled. No. They saw it. Dario answered. No. It cannot be Drogon. She turned to Dario and she was clearly nervous. He is a dragon. Maybe he was hungry or something angered him. I am sorry but... Dario continued. I ordered the Dothrakis to feed him. I know they did. Drogon would never. He did before. Dario cut her. No. She shook her head and walked towards the field. There was nothing there, just ashes. She felt how her memories came back. Her memories when she destroyed the city, when she destroyed King's Landing. Dany. John went after her but she did not pay attention to him. She wanted to find proof. She just couldn't believe. We should go back. John stepped closer to her when he saw some people from the city coming closer to them. He looked to Dario and Grey Worm. The commanders were ready if they have to protect their queen. Dany was still looking around. John held her arm. Dany. I need to find something. It cannot be. She barely could breathe. Dany, please. He followed the citizens with his eyes and his other hand was on Long Claw. We should go back to the pyramid. No. She pulls her arm off from his hand and crouched. She clutched the ashes on the ground. She felt how tears filled her eyes but she swiped it away immediately. Only ashes left. A woman walked closer to them from the crowd. Nothing else. Have you seen it? John asked her. She was young. Probably around their age. She had brown eyes and long wavy brown hair. No one was brave enough to step to them, only that woman. The big black beast came from the air last night. Destroy everything that was in his way. He killed all our lambs, sheep. Everything. She crossed her fingers in front of her body. That is a lie. Daenerys stood up and looked to the woman. John tried to hold her back but he knew her. Drogon was her child. The only one who had left. She would do everything to protect him. We were wondering, were you on the beast back or not? The woman continued. Dany's eyes widened. How dare you? Her face went mad. Her eyes were on fire. It would not be the first time. We all heard about what happened on the other side of the sea. You came back and our peace was broken. Our fields burned down. Wasn't it enough in Westeros? She asked them. Choose your words. You are talking to your queen. Dario stepped forward and threatened her. A murderer is not my queen. Take her. Daenerys ordered Grey Worm but John turned to her. It won't help. She did nothing wrong. He looked into her eyes. Now you are defending a stranger? Instead of me. She was almost yelling with him. I am not defending her. He answered and held her between his hands. It wasn't you because you were with me last night. With us. He meant their daughter but he did not want to say it loud in front of strangers. This woman probably had no idea about it and now I am sure she wants to apologize. He looked to the woman, who was surrounded by the unsullied soldiers now. Perhaps I was wrong about you. But I saw the beast. She answered. Dany nodded with her head and the unsullied stood back behind Grey Worm. We need to find out what happened. Where are they, remains of the animals? John took a deep breath. Burned to ashes. It is nonsense. Dany was still upset. Maybe it is. Maybe not. John tried to control the situation. We need to know more before we judge. He tried to convince her. He tried to control her emotions, because those were really wild when it was about her children. No matter the dragon or the human one. Where is Drogon? He asked Dany. She shook her head. She had no idea. Drogon was free. He could fly everywhere he wants to. John sighed and turned to the woman. The damages will be compensated. He told her and he had no idea what to think. Daenerys was standing right next to him and frowned. She loved him but she was the queen, not John. She knew he wanted to help but she ruled Mirren for years without him. As soon as it becomes certain that you are not just imagined it. Dany corrected John then turned her back to the woman. He took a deep breath. How we can be sure it won't happen again? How we can be safe? The brown-haired woman continued. You go too far with your words. Daenerys turned back to her. Mirren isn't safe until I am here. But if you continue this, I will let the soldiers from Westeros to subjugate this city and whole Essos. She was on fire. If you lied about what happened, I will know. She meant it. She meant every word. She gave an angry look to John then walked forward towards the pyramid and the others followed her. I left some men there to look around and find out what happened, Dario told Dany at the map room. Almost everyone was there. They needed to see things clearly and they needed everyone's help. Thank you. She nodded. She was still confused about it. She had no idea what happened. She just couldn't believe Drogon did that. What if, John? Started. You are not going to like what I am going to say but what if, it was really Drogon? No. He would never. Dany, we have to consider every opportunity and John continued. It was not him. I don't want to hear any other word about it. She turned her back at him. You cannot hide from the truth. He yelled back. Dany surprised. Dario just smiled under his nose. Dany and John were standing there face to face. The passion and tension between them were undeniable. Maybe John was the only one who can guide her, who can change her impulsive mood but that was not easy. I know him. He is my child. Because you rode a dragon once you don't know them. Especially not him. She told to his face. But you do. He answered and he did not take his eyes off of her. I do. I think she is right. It was not Drogon. Arya stated and stood up. Everyone was surprised, especially Dany. She would never think Arya will ever choose her side over her brother. They were staring at her. I met with Drogon. Without you. He was tame. He could have been easily killed me, burn me, eat me. But he didn't. He only became wild when he saw the ravens. She sighed. She knew she was talking against Bran, but that was the truth. She did not want to hide the truth. She wanted to see things clearly even if it hurts them. At least your sister believes me, Dany told to Jon, but did not look at him. He took a deep breath to answer, but his eyes met with Arya's eyes and she shook her head. She was right, that debate makes no sense. Not in front of everyone. Maybe there were ravens on the field. Daario stated, and Drogon wanted to burn them. That would explain a lot of things. A possibility. Dany sighed. She still had doubts. I can be wrong, but Bran can warg into ravens. Gendry surprised everyone. He usually never talk in those meetings. Is there any chance he can warg into a dragon? He frowned. No. Dany shook her head. Why not? Jon asked her. Why are you so sure? Because you know them? Him. He corrected himself. There is only one dragon now, no matter how it hurt Dany. It can be possible. Right. Then explain to me why he did not do it earlier. She looked at him. Maybe he did. Jon sighed. He thought back to King's Landing. He still wanted to believe it was not Dany. Not the woman he loved. Maybe it was Bran somehow. He wanted to continue, but he had no idea how to tell her, them what he thinks. What he hoped, but Dany knew. She knew him. She knew what he was thinking. No. He didn't. Dany sighed. No matter how hard you want to believe it was not me, it was me. Or a part of me. Not him, not Drogon. I did that thing, and it will haunt me forever. She told him, then turned to the others. I will never able to forgive myself, what happened that day. And I have no right to ask you to forgive me, but somehow I am here, and I am here because we have to defeat some greater evil than myself. His power. Bran, he is powerful. More powerful than we ever imagined. That is sure, and I am also sure his hands were in this arson somehow. And it was not Drogon, no. For no reason, it was certainly not him. I don't know what happened in the fields, and we need to find out. She finished her speech. Before the people rebel and become their own enemy because they believe that woman, and what she might have seen. I am going to take care of it. Personally. Daario stretched himself and bowed a bit with his head. Thank you. Dany nodded, then raised her eyes to Jon. That was not the so in love look, no. More the disappointed look. She thought they are over, the things that happened in King's Landing, both of them. She accepted what he did, because he had to do it, but it seemed Jon still wanted to believe it was not her, no matter where are they now. That is all for today. She turned her back at them and walked out from the room. Alone. Unaccompanied. Jon waited there. He stayed there at the table and avoided to look anyone. Every damn time. He started, when he noticed only Sir Davos stayed in the room. When I want to be honest with her. We are in the same situation. He hit the table. It is hard enough for her. Can you imagine how hard it could be? Looking into our eyes, and tell us that thing. Davos tried to make him understand. She feels, you have doubts in her. I don't. But she thinks you do. She thinks she is a monster, because of what she did. And you are the only one who can prove her she is not. Now I believe it was not her. Not the queen we know. It was, some dark part of her, what died with her when you killed her. But she needs you to prove, you love her, despite the horrible things she did. You have to accept your past and her past too. I did. I wouldn't be here if I hadn't accepted it. Jon sighed. You would be here. Because you love her. But she needs more than your love. Chapter 55. Miraen. Jon entered into Miss Sandai's room. He immediately saw Nisra sitting there with a book in her hands. Miss Sandai was sleeping in her cradle. Quietly Nisra smiled at him. She just recently falls asleep. Jon walked closer and nodded. He looked into the cradle. Her beautiful daughter was sleeping soundly. Her little mouth was a bit open, and Jon could have sworn he saw a smile on her face. After a couple of minutes, he turned to Nisra. I thought Daenerys will be here. He frowned and told her quietly she always comes here when she is upset. He sighed. Another debate. She raised her eyes to him. I would not call it a debate, just, she is sometimes she is too strong, determined and confident. Even if she is not right. He told her. She is a queen. She has to be. Nisra lowered her head. And sometimes she has to listen to the other's opinion. I want the best for her. She was alone all in her life. Nisra stood up. She had to learn how to get along, alone. She listens to you. Maybe not always, but she does. Sometimes I don't feel that way. John sighed. I should talk with her. He took a deep breath and turned to leave. Nisra just smiled at him. Ice and fire. They really are. My lord. She stopped him. Fire can melt ice, but the melted ice can extinguish fire. What does that mean? John wondered. Both of you have to change. Both of you have to, one must feel the other's feelings. Ice and fire only can unite that way. She told him in the human language, I would call it, compromises. She searched for the right words. John nodded. She was right. They both have very bad nature, they were both leaders, and they could hardly accept when someone's opinion is different. They were generally convinced of their version of the truth. John walked out of the room and thinking. Daenerys brought the dragons back to life. Probably she knew what is she talking about when she says it was not Drogon. He should have accepted it, even if he doesn't understand that connection between her and the dragons. He also had some deep connection with Ghost, but it was different. A small little smile appeared on his face when he thought it Ghost. He missed him. That wolf was often for the best company for him. He could share his thoughts with him, and when he was talking to him loudly, things became clearer. Usually. In Westeros, many said, dire wolves are beasts and they belong to the other side of the wall. John never agreed. He stopped for a minute and realized, maybe Dany feels the same way towards Drogon. No matter what the people say. Drogon and Ghost were beasts for other people but meant family for them. John went straight to Daenerys' room. When he arrived there, Daario just stepped out from her bedroom. He felt how his blood started to boil in his veins. Came to apologize. Daario asked him with a smirk. Probably he was the only one who enjoyed the tension between them at the council. He loved how he failed again and again when he wanted to control her. What the hell are you doing here? John sighed. Not the same what you did. I would never question her feelings or her moves. He answered with a huge smile on his face. Sure, because you are a coward to do it, John answered. Just not an idiot as you. What will be next? If you don't like her moves, you'll just put a dagger to her heart again. That was the last sentence that he could say, and John grabbed him by his neck and pressed him to the wall. If you don't stop with your games, I promise you. I am going to kill you. Leave her alone. John was almost yelling with him. His eyes were black. Daario got scared for a moment. He wanted to get out from his hands, but somehow there was a huge power in John and he couldn't even move. Do you understand? John asked him while he was staring right to his face. Daario did not answer. Do you understand? John asked again and squeezed his neck. He tried to nod. John took his hands off from him and took a step back. Now just get out. He added, then entered into Dany's room. He was almost blown up because he was so nervous. He wanted to kill him. Wanted to close this once and for all. He looked around but the room was empty. He frowned and he did not understand. Daenerys was not even there. Daario was just playing with him and his emotions again. He leaned to the wall and took a deep breath. Somehow he had to stop this feeling inside him or it won't end in a good way. But right at that moment, he was more worried about Daenerys. Dany was walking in the streets towards the huge field that burned down. She was wearing a cape, covered her hair and face. She wanted to find something. She just couldn't believe Drogon did that. She saw him flying over the pyramid and she immediately leave in secret. She did not want any of them to join her. She just had enough of the men and their great ideas. Even John. He was so arrogant and he still denies what she did. He wants to believe it was not her and it scared her. She was afraid, sooner or later he'll realize, he can't love a monster. Because there in King's Landing she was a monster. Some demonic side of her came to the light and she couldn't control it. She did not want to control it. While she was walking she thought, what if that woman is right? What if she'll do this again? When she arrived at the barren field she saw the Second Son soldiers. They were just walking away. Laughing and talking. They did not recognize her. She waited while they disappeared then went forward. Now she was alone and she had a chance to find out the truth. Volantis. Samwell Tarly Kinvara opened the huge door of the temple and greeted him. He was surprised and just looking at the beautiful woman. Her light-colored eyes are lit. She could easily see deep into his soul. He felt that. He couldn't find the right words to answer. The great Grandmaster from Westeros, or now, something else. She smiled at him. Do we know each other? He stammered. We expected your arrival, she answered mysteriously. How? Sam frowned. He really doesn't understand. You have to learn and need to know many things, Samuel Tarly. The world is more complex and not everything can be explained, not everything is in your books. You have to look deeper. You have to learn how to believe. She was walking towards the middle of the big hall and Sam followed her while she was talking. You, misunderstood something He stepped closer to her, and she turned to him immediately. Looked deep into his eyes. You did not come here to find answers. Kinvara wondered. I want to go to Bravus, I just need a place where I can spend the night. He explained. There are no answers to your problem in Bravus. The Raven has already blurred this city. You have nothing to find there. She told him quietly while she seemed like somewhere else in her mind. There are books and Open your mind. That is the only way to find your answers. She placed her hand to his shoulder then leaned closer to his ear. That is the only way to survive. For you and for your family too. She whispered to his ear and then walked towards a door and entered another room. The mention of his family made him worried. He just hoped Jon and Daenerys already sent some soldiers to check them. He just hoped. Gilly and the children are all right. Somewhere in the north. Tormund and his company were traveling towards the wall. He did not want to be a part of that great big war. He did not want to wait until Bran the Big King, the Broken beheaded him. He knew he has to assure the safety of the Northerners and also, he has to keep a second line for Jon. And for his queen. Even if he had no idea what is the truth about the Dragon Queen, and her resurrection, but Jon was disappeared, now months ago. He had no idea what is going on with him. He had no idea where to search for him. Stop. He gestured to the riders behind him. They were in a forest, and he heard some noise from the trees. He rides a bit forward to look around. Ghost. For fuck's sake. He almost screamed when the big white wolf stepped out from the trees. He got off from his horse and caressed the huge dire wolf. What are you doing here? He asked him, then raised his head. Gilly and her children came out of the forest when they saw everything is all right. You. Tormund straightened. I know you. Gilly just nodded, and she was squeezing her children, both of them. What are you doing here? Where is Fatty? Sam. He asked her and he was clearly surprised. He left, Gilly looked around. She looked afraid, she took a step closer to Tormund and only whispered her answer. He went to Essos. To help Jon and the Queen. What? He did not tell me too much. I have no idea what is going on. She shook her head. Why are you here? Tormund asked her. Those children are too young to be here. Alone. We were not alone. Gilly smiled a bit and looked down to Ghost. He is some kind of guardian angel. He found an abandoned house for us, but today, in the morning, he acted weird. He wanted us to leave. Probably he smelled you. Gilly explained. You cannot stay here. No. No, I can't. We can't. She lowered her head. And you cannot go to Winterfell. Tormund rolled his eyes. So, we are going behind the wall. And then, somehow we figure out how to keep ourselves safe from the madness around Westeros, Tormund answered. Mirian. Dany was still on the field. She spotted Drogon above her head a couple of times, but he never landed. He was just circling around there. After an hour of searching, she spotted something black on the field. Something that not burned. She crouched and picked it up. It was a feather. A black feather. How it could be possible it did not burn? That moment she was sure, it was another attack from Bran, and someone must have helped him from there. From Mirian. Maybe, the woman. Her Majesty, personally. And alone. What a surprise. The same brown-hair woman walking towards her. Where are your heroic knights? The two who tried to keep you safe last time. She smiled. What happened here? Daenerys did not pay any attention to her words. I've already told you. She answered. That you've told me, was a lie. She lifted the feather. How interesting. I would choose my words in your place, your Majesty. She walked closer now. It is you who are alone. Alone, unprotected. While she was talking, some other villagers came closer to them. They surrounded Dany. Who are you? Dany tried to act calm and confident, while she was staring at the face of the young woman. Not that it is matters now, but my name is Vivienne, she answered. You are not from Essos, Dany stated. Sharp observation. She nodded towards the men behind Daenerys. They grabbed her by her arms. Dany raised her head, but Drogon was not there. You are going to regret if you don't let me go now, Dany told her. Tomorrow, you'll be in a boat. On the way to King's Landing, where you'll get your well-deserved punishment for killing thousands of innocent people. When she finished her sentence, someone stunned Dany. She became to feel dizzy and everything obscure around her. You've made it so much easier. That was the last sentence of Vivienne what she could hear. Jon. She whispered with her last breath before she became completely unconscious. Chapter 56. Miraen. Jon started to worry. Daenerys was not in her room, not with her daughter, not anywhere around the pyramid. He spotted Grey Worm at the hall. Grey Worm. For a word. He went to him. I don't think I can help you with anything. He answered with woodjaw and turned his back at him. Have you seen her? Jon did not give up. Seen who? Grey Worm took a deep breath. Dany, the queen. I can't find her anywhere. Jon was clearly worried. There was fear in his eyes, even the unsullied captain noticed it. Must be with her daughter. She is not. Not with her daughter, not in her room. Believe me, I tried to find her everywhere. Jon was trying to convince him. What happened? Daario stepped to them. Where is she? Jon turned to him, with fire in his eyes. I know she was not in her room, when you were there, so, where is she? Daario's face changed. He also tried to find Dany. He wanted to have some moments with her, without her new love, but he failed. He hesitated for some seconds. Daario? Jon asked him again. I don't know. He sighed. I was searching for her. She couldn't leave the pyramid without escort, right? Jon raised his eyes to Grey Worm, then turned to Daario. Right. Maybe you were the one who persecuted her, with your dumb words, Daario stated. Jon took a step closer to him. I have no time for this right now. Daenerys is missing. We have to find her. She must be there somewhere, I am sure she did not leave. Grey Worm answered. Find her. Call your men and find her. Now. He raised his voice then walked forward, towards the exit. Jon knew Dany went out several times. She often took a walk around Miraen but, back then her dragon did not burn down fields and animals. When they were there at the meadow it was clear, those people wanted her to fail. Maybe Daario was right, and his words were the main reason why she left. Drogon flew through his head. Jon followed him with his eyes. He just felt there is something wrong. He couldn't explain, but he just knew it. Jon. Arya looked at him. She has just arrived back to the pyramid. Where were you? Have you seen Dany? Was she with you? He asked one question by another without waiting for the answer. He grabbed his sister by her shoulders and staring at her face. Jon, what is going on? Arya shook her head. She really had no idea. She wasn't with you, Jon stated and sighed. No, I was alone. But, what happened? I don't find her. He answered, I looked everywhere and she is a grown-up woman. She can take care of herself. Arya frowned. She survived for years without you, do not forget that. Probably, she just needed some time alone, after that council meeting. I am sure she is okay, just. She tried to calm him down. You may right, Jon sighed, but he still had this weird feeling. Probably he worried too much, but of course, he did. He loved her, and he would never survive if something is happening with her. When Daenerys came to mind, she felt how her hands were tied together. She was in a very dark place. There was hardly any light. 1 or 2 candles gave some lighting in the room. She saw some shadows moving outside the room, through the gap under the door. She tried to focus, to hear some words. She was sure she is still in Miraen, somewhere hidden. We must take her with the child. She heard how a man was talking. We cannot catch the child. Not yet. It is even a miracle we could catch her. I would have never thought she is that reckless to come here alone. Without any guards. But it seems that strange king knows how to shape the threads. She knew that voice. That was Vivienne. So she was right. That was Bran's plan, but, she still had no idea, how he could control Drogon too. You awake? The woman entered the room and interrupted her thoughts. She closed the door behind herself, and Dany immediately spotted the small dagger fastened to her belt. I thought you'll be knocked out till the morning. It would have been easier, and better for you. She poured a glass of water for herself, and drank in front of Dany. She was thirsty. The temperature was even hotter in this hidden, small room. You are no longer so talkative and brave. She placed the glass to the table. Do not misunderstand me. It is not against you. I don't know you. I don't care what you did. She was talking continuously. Dany's face told everything that she felt at that moment. She was angry, filled with hate and feared. Not because of herself. She was worried about her daughter. You'll not get away with this. She finally formed some words and looked at her face. I've already got away with this. I mean, we've been watching you. You often disappeared from their eyes for hours. Walking around the city, being proud of what you did. We just needed to, coaxed you again. Alone. How did you, control him? Danny took a deep breath. That is my favorite part. Vivienne laughed loudly. To be honest, I was afraid, you can convince the others it was not Drogon. 'Cause it was not him. You were right, but the others. I saw doubts in their eyes. Especially your lover. That lower one is that, right? She frowned. Oh, those puppy eyes. I remember when a man looked at me in that way. Danny lowered her head and sighed. So you burnt down the field. Set on fire. Danny stated. Oh, it was not that easy. She had a smirk on her face. We needed some eyewitnesses. Not just me. It was dark. I had no idea that King has that huge power. He sent ravens, many ravens. They moved as one. Formed a huge beast and I just needed to set the fire in time. She shrugged her shoulders. You forgot I have a real dragon. Danny answered, and he'll find me. And set you fire. Danny answered and tried to act calm and firmly. Oh. She made a face. Bad news, but not for us. More for your dragon, because we got some pretty useful weapons from Westeros too. She leaned closer to her. Do you remember the scorpions? Fear came to Danny's eyes. She remembered. She remembered how those arrows went through Regal's chest, and wings. She saw what those arrows can do, and she knew Drogon is more clever than any of them was. Now she understood, why he left her there. Why he did not land next to her in the fields when they captured her. As I see, you remember. Vivienne smiled. They will find me. And you're gonna die, she told straight to her face. Yet, when they find out, that you probably in trouble, kidnapped, disappeared, everyone is going to look for you. All of the Unsullied, the Dothrakis, the Second Sons, and in this way, it will be so much easier to let us fulfill the king's other wish. She did not have to ask. Daenerys knew. She, and Bran wanted her daughter. Wanted the last Targaryen heir, because she meant danger for him. Probably he also knew the things they get to know. Probably he knew until Miss Sandai is alive, his life is in danger. Her father would never let you hurt her. The anger was growing on Daenerys. No matter what you expect. He would rather let me die than his child, she told her. Vivienne pulled out her dagger and pressed it to her throat. We'll see. To be honest, I'll get enough money and land for you. That little bastard, don't really matter. Well, it matters for the king, but not me. She explained while Danny felt how the dagger scratching her throat. Tick-tock. You don't have too much time. The ship is almost ready. We don't even have to wait the morning. And you can be the queen of the dead people. She straightened and started to walk away. You may miss it, but that is not so easy to kill me. Once I'm dead, yet I'm here. And I will take revenge on my enemies with fire and blood. You can take it as a promise. Daenerys added before she could leave the room. Vivienne was not a shy little girl, her words did not scare her, more the roar that came from the air. Drogon was still around, she knew it, but never enough close to being captivated, or to get killed. Maybe the ones who said dragons are intelligent creatures were right. Jon and the soldiers have literally turned the pyramid upside down, and he ordered the Unsullied to search Danny meanwhile doing the patrol in the streets. He couldn't calm down. Meanwhile, everyone tried to convince him there is nothing wrong. It was weird for him. He couldn't explain it was just because, they had some disagreement again, and he had no chance to talk about it with her, or it is because there is something wrong with her. He entered into Miss Sandai's room. At least he wanted to be sure, she is okay. The little girl was crying. Bitter and loud. Thank God you are here. Davos looked at him. Nisrid told me hours ago to stay here with her, but she disappeared since then. And she is continuously crying. I don't know what is going on. He was clearly worried. Why you did not call me? Jon frowned and went to his daughter. Raised her up to his arms, but she hacked and he almost dropped her accidentally. I did not want to leave the room without her, Davos told him, and now Jon understood. He placed her back to the cradle and caressed her small face. Darling, he whispered. There is something wrong, Jon stated. Those are not soothing words, Davos warned him, but Jon straightened up and looked at Davos. There is something wrong with Danny. I was just guessing, but now I am sure. The fear went through his veins. Why he let all the others keep him back? That not means. Davos saw how he is afraid. She never cried that loud. That long. That. Jon looked down at her daughter. We have to Daenerys. Now. He almost ordered Davos. Wait. The old man stopped him. Think with a clear mind. I know you worry about her, but she would never forgive you if you leave Miss Sandai here without any guard. Think about it. Maybe it is just a distraction. If there is, if something happened with her, you have to stay with your daughter. There is no one else, who can keep her as safe as you can. He placed his hand to his shoulder. I need to find her. John looked to Davos, deep into his eyes. You know I have to. Arya can. John. Davos was still not sure he made the right decision. My lord. Nisra was standing at the door. She was clearly knew something. She was scared. Where were you? Davos asked her, but John waved him to be in silence. What happened? Where is she? I don't know for sure, but I see darkness in the flames. I see wings. Black wings, chains, fire, and some sails. I think who captured her, wants to take her to Westeros. To your brother. How do you know she is captured? Davos took a step forward. I don't know. I just saw that. And a face, a woman. A woman. She tried to remember all the things she saw. I had a bad feeling, and I just felt I need to take a look at the flames. It is all right, John told her and nodded, then turned to Davos. Call Arya. I need her. Here. Do you know where to find her? Davos asked him. I am almost sure. He took a deep breath and went back to the cradle. Miss Sandai was still crying, and he knew, her daughter's safety is the first. No matter how he wanted to just go there and rip everyone heart out for Dany. Chapter 57. Mirian. Where were you? John asked his sister nervously when she finally entered into the map room. I asked you to come immediately. I am not your subject. I am your sister. And I am here to help. She answered confidentially, and they were staring at each other. John took a deep breath and sighed. Arya saw how much he worries. She walked closer to him and placed her hand to his shoulder. Everything will be fine. We'll find her, she told him quietly. Meanwhile, Gendry was standing right behind her in silence. No. John took a deep breath and turned to her. You have to stay here. I need someone who keeps my daughter in safe. I can do that. Gendry took a step forward, and both of the Starks raised their eyes at him. I mean, Arya is a great warrior, you need her there, if I want to help. I appreciate it, but John started. You can handle the hammer well, but that is not enough, Arya answered to him. Gendry gave him an angry look. He was disappointed. He considered himself a good warrior, but he felt in that moment, he'll never be good enough for the Starks. But he is right, Arya continued, you need me there. We don't know how many men they have, and we can't attack them with an army. One bad move and she'll die or Miss Sandai. I know you want to save them, but you have to think with a clear mind. We are going with you too. Daario took a step forward. John made a face, but he knew, he needs him, and the second sons, they knew the city the best. He was still mad at Daario. For many things, but now he had to put aside their differences. Daenerys would want the same. He raised his head and nodded towards Daario. And we also going with you. Grey Worm stepped ahead. No. We can't take an army there. Just 10 good men. Nothing else. John frowned. The Unsullied is one of the best trained armies in the whole world, I won't deny it, but not for this task. Grey Worm stepped ahead to say something, but Daario stopped him and grabbed his shoulder. He is right. Everyone was surprised in the room. That was a rare moment when these two men agreed on something. Even they were surprised, but now both of them wanted one thing. Save Daenerys. Your task. John started is to keep my daughter in safe. To keep her daughter in safe, he made a clarification because she would never forgive to any of us if something happens with Miss Sandai. He looked around. I would have a suggestion. Yara started. King's Landing. Where is the king? Tyrion asked Podrick. He sent me away. He has been locked in his room for hours now, he answered, and sighed. You spend a lot of time with him. Didn't you notice something strange? He is strange. Podrick leaned closer and almost whispered. I know. Tyrion rolled her eyes, but anything stranger than usual. Podrick did not answer. He just stood there in silence. He was a loyal soldier, no matter who he served. Not because he feared his life, just because he was that kind of man. A loyal and noble one. Podrick. Tyrion saw there is something wrong, and he tried again. You can tell me, I want to help. He looked at the door, then looked down at Tyrion. What did you see? Tyrion frowned. He really wanted to know. He was more sure day by day, he made the wrong decision when he offered to choose Bran, the Broken, to be their king. Pod. I did not see it. I just heard. He started. I heard he, shouting. Shouting what? Ahm. Podrick hesitated. Podrick. Tell me. Tyrion insisted. What did you hear? My lord. Sansa entered into the hall, where they were talking. She nodded towards them. Tyrion rolled his eyes. He wanted to know what is going on, and Sansa arrived in the worst minute. I have to go. I have to prepare lunch for the king. Podrick stuttered, then walked away from them. What are you doing here in silence? You wanted to convince him about your thoughts. Sansa took a step forward and crossed her fingers. You know that I am right. You feel it. Tyrion answered. I just know, soon my army arrives, and will protect the kingdom from the enemy. Before she burns everything to the ground. Sansa told him, then started to walk towards the door, to meet with her brother, but the guard stopped her. No one can enter. It is the king's command. One of them told her. I am the queen in the north. I am his sister. He said, no one. Leave. The guard told her without any respect. She turned to Tyrion and looked at him questioningly. He shrugged his shoulder, then turned to leave. He knew, he needed to find a way to escape. Like the others, did, but he knew. He made the greatest sin of all. He had nowhere to go. He had no friends and no family anymore. He never needed friends, but right at that moment, he felt he is on the wrong side. Not because of Daenerys. He was still mad at her, he still felt he made the right choice, but maybe her child is different. That child was innocent, so is Jon Snow. He should have found a way somehow to made Jon the king of the Six Kingdoms. He should have. Mirian. Jon and his company were walking towards the gate of the pyramid. Arya, Gendry, and Daario were with him. Are you sure it is the best way? Arya asked him. I have no other choice. He answered, and he placed his hand to the edge of his sword, just he wanted to make sure it is there. He left his precious daughter to Davos and Yara. He hoped he made the right decision. He was not sure in anything right at that moment. Nisra promised them she'll try to ask the help from the Lord, but they were not sure. What does that mean? Any Lord a Dothraki soldier stopped them. Jon frowned, he still had difficulties with the language. Jin Kairi Ajin looking higher, he continued. Jon looked to Arya, but she shook her head. A woman is looking for you, Daario translated for him, and smirked. He enjoyed when he was better in something than Jon Snow. Fin Ajin May. Daario turned to the Dothraki soldier. Anha Avos Teholat May, he answered. Jon hated he doesn't understand. He needed to learn that language, but right now, that was not important. What did he said? Jon asked. They don't know her. Daario answered, then turned to the soldier Fikat May. The soldier turned to leave, then Jon looked at Daario questioningly. I told them to bring her here, he told him. We don't have time for this, Jon almost yelled with him, but the next moment the soldiers returned with a woman. Jon couldn't breathe. It was the same woman, the brown-haired, brown-eyed one, who told them Drogon burned down the field. He stepped closer to her. Where is she? He yelled and caught her throat at that moment. He couldn't control himself. He knew it was her. He knew she did something with Daenerys. Jon. Arya almost jumped next to him. Jon, it won't help. The woman tried to talk, but Jon squeezed her throat too close. Where is she? He asked her again, and he did not even pay attention to his sister nor anyone else. Let her go. Nisra arrived at the hall. It is not the one who you think she is. She walked down in the stairs. Jon was still holding her by her throat and she tried to escape from his hand. My lord. Nisra arrived next to him. It is not her. What are you talking about? Jon shook his head, and let the woman go. He was staring at Nisra, then turned back to the woman. What are you doing here? Nisra looked at the stranger, who was clearly scared and tried to breathe normally. I thought you left. You know each other? Jon asked her. She is responsible for the disappearance of Daenerys. Jon was almost yelling, he was mad, and he felt how the anger filled his veins. No. Not she, Nisra answered with the usual calmness. Her sister. She looked back to the woman. I am here to help. The woman tried to form words. We did not meet. My name is Liliana. Vivienne, who you've already met, is my twin sister. Do you really think I believe it? Jon frowned. It is the truth, Nisra answered instead of her. They are twins. What the fuck? Daario asked. What are you doing here? Nisra ignored Daario's comment and turned back to Liliana. You should have left Essos when you left Volantis in the temple. We don't have time for this, you know that, she answered to Nisra and then turned to Jon. My sister, for her, money means more than anything. Not that it doesn't mean everything for you too, Nisra stated. I've made a mistake, and I tell you everything, but now, if we stand longer here and debating, it will be too late. Liliana tried to convince them. Why should we trust you? Arya raised her eyebrow. It's a good question. John agreed and stared at the woman. Why else would I come here alone? I just hoped you won't kill me, but we have no time for that. If you want to save the Dragon Queen, we have to go. Why are you helping us? John asked her. Because. She took a deep breath. She did not just murder sheep and cows. She killed the ones who did not agree with her, and she wanted help to kill an innocent child. She raised her eyes to Nisra the child, who can bring the dawn. I thought you are done believing, Nisra told her sarcastically. I did. But we cannot deny they both came back from death. Liliana looked at John. There must be a reason why they are here. There must be a reason why ice and fire are united. I know, you have no reason to, believe me, but I want to help. She looked at John. I know where she is. And we have to hurry to save her before they put her to that boat, because if it happens, you have no chance to save her. John took a deep breath and lowered his head. He took a step towards the woman. If you fool me. He started. If I fool you, I am gonna die. I betrayed my own sister, and she'll easily kill me for this. So I have nothing to lose. I have denied the Lord of Light, but he shows me the path again. If you let me take a step back to this path. She had fear in her eyes, but she looked honest. John couldn't trust her with all his heart. He betrayed too many times earlier. You have no better option than to trust me. She continued. John turned to his company. Arya just stared at the woman, Gendry nodded towards John. Dario just stood there and played with his dagger. John turned to Nisra. He opened his mouth to ask her, but she answered before he could. She was my sister once. Maybe she was the light I saw in the flames. The help what we all need. John was still confused and uncertain, but the woman was right. He had no better option than trust her. He would do everything to save his family, no matter the price, and it was more obvious every day. Bran cannot be saved. Not anymore. He was something darker than he ever thought. He was the great evil itself, the real darkness. The darkness that wants to destroy his life, and his happiness. He swore in that minute to himself, if he has to, he'll kill his own brother, with his own hands, for his family. For his loved ones. Chapter 58. King's Landing. He is still there? Locked in his room? Tyrion asked Podrick. They met at the corridors in King's Landing. Yes. Pod nodded. He was clearly confused and looked uncertain. You wanted to tell me something, before Lady Queen Sansa disturbed us. You were talking about, you heard something. Tyrion really wanted to know what is going on. Probably I did not hear anything at all. Pod hesitated and lowered his head. Podrick, you can tell me anything. Even if you think it is a bad thing. Tyrion took a step closer. What did you hear? Not here, he answered quietly and walked forward. Tyrion looked after him, then followed him. He was going straight to the catacombs. That was a quiet place. He also knew. Bran is able to see everything, and he did not want to get in trouble. They needed some hidden place, where the ravens cannot appear so easily. It is strange we think this place is so safe, Tyrion stated with a weird smile. He knew, they cannot be sure. They had no idea what is Bran capable of. They just hoped, he can't see them there. Hidden below the ground. I am afraid of him. Podrick took a deep breath. What do you mean? Tyrion frowned. I spend a lot of time with him. He is weirder every day. It's like he is starting to lose his mind. Tyrion saw he was afraid to say it loud. Podrick just nodded. Since when you saw those signs? On him. He was always different, and more silent than any other people who I know. Podrick told him, but he is not even with us. Most of his time, he is a raven. Walk into a raven. I don't know how to say it. Pod blurted it, he wanted to finish that talk as soon as it is possible. I know what you mean. He did not really care about his duty as a king. He missed the last few council meetings too. Tyrion agreed. It is not just that. What did you hear last time? Tyrion still wanted to know. He needed to know. He already knew, he was almost sure, they are on the wrong side, but he had nowhere to go. He cannot just go to Mirren. He cannot just show up and ask her forgiveness, because she would never forgive him. And she made a sin. A horrible sin. Daenerys was not even better than Bran. Jon was. But Jon Snow probably would kill him too in the first minute. He betrayed him. He used him and he made him kill the love of his life. Podrick. What was he shouting? Burn them all. Podrick looked straight to Tyrion's eyes, and that moment they both were afraid. Mirren. Where the hell were you? Vivienne asked her sister when she arrived back to the hidden cottage, where they held Daenerys. Liliana was not sure, they plan will work, but she needed to try something. She wanted to save that little girl, because, if the prophecies are true, and if the real darkness is still threatening them, she just can't help the darkness to win. She was a good woman in heart. She always was. Some teachings of the Lord was too much for her. She couldn't identify with those, especially when it was about sacrificing children. So she left them, but that was not easy. I asked you something. Vivienne went closer to her. I just had a feeling I have to go for a walk. Liliana answered, and there is someone who you should meet. She stepped to the door and opened it. Arya took a step inside and looked around. Who the hell are you? Vivienne frowned and staring at her. Arya did not answer, just walked around and took a closer look at everything. She was cold and confident. She was not scared. There were two tall and muscular men behind Vivienne. Arya knew she had to be careful. If she kills her now, which she could easily have done, it may cause Dany's death too. Everyone is deaf today? I asked who the hell are you? Vivienne was nervous. My name is Arya Stark. She raised her eyes to her. I am the king's sister. That is a lie. Is it? My name is Arya Stark from Winterfell and my brother, the king sent me here, to take care of the things which you failed to do. She continued. One of the men went to Vivienne and told something to her quietly. She looked at Arya and frowned. She started to walk closer to the desk. Arya immediately spotted the dagger there. I would not do it in your place. By the time you blink one, I would easily kill you. But none of us want that. Arya was sarcastic. Vivienne looked at her and stopped. They were looking into each other's eyes for seconds. My friend told me, you belong to them. You are living in the pyramid with them. If that is true, then you are a liar. Vivienne told her. That is true. Arya smiled. Be close to your friends, and closer to your enemies. I had to believe them. I am on their side. I had to find their weaknesses. And yet you did not hurt them, or killed them, Vivienne answered. Oh, may I miss something? Did the king order you to kill them? If you do, he won't be grateful, I can guarantee it. Arya did not take her eyes off of the woman. He needs them alive. Especially the little child. And yet you screw this too. As I saw a couple of hours ago, their daughter is still in the pyramid. We are working on it. Vivienne started to be uncertain. How? Arya asked and frowned, but there was no answer. As I see, you need me to get their daughter. I still don't believe you. I was there. I was there in King's Landing and I saw how the people and children burned. I want to take revenge on her. Arya's face changed. She was talking so serious and her eyes were showing how determined she is. Where is she? Vivienne looked at her sister. I will tell if you tell us how we can catch their daughter, she answered. You still don't understand the rules. It is me who make the rules. I want to see her. I want to tell it to her face, that she is going to die, in pain. Just as her daughter. Arya answered. Then when I see she is alive, maybe I can tell how to get that little bastard. What took that long? Jon and his company waited outside. Hidden. He did not want to wait. He did not want to agree on the plan. Now he was not just worrying about Dany, but Arya too. His sister took too much danger to walk there alone. I found the scorpions. Daario arrived back to them. There are two. We can easily destroy those if we are fast enough. We have to wait, Jon answered. We need to know where Dany is. We have to follow the plan. If we start to destroy those without thinking, they got to know we are here. It is a screwed up plan, Daario answered. Did you have any better plan? Jon straightened and stared at him. Kill them all. Daario shrugged his shoulder. I am good at two things. In killing and in women, he answered with a smirk and spun his dagger. We won't attack anyone until Arya doesn't give us the sign, Jon answered. If she is gonna die, it will be your fault. I hope you know that. Daario took a step closer. Do not threaten me, Jon answered to him. Hey! Gendry cut the debate. Look. He pointed towards the cottage. The door opened and Arya stepped out with the twins. They were walking to another house and opened the cellar's door. They were walking down there. She is here. Vivienne pointed to the door. Arya looked to Liliana, and she nodded. Wait me, here, Arya ordered them. No, Vivienne stepped right in front of her. You cannot think, I just let you go alone. You are not an easy case, Arya stated. Fine. She rolled her eyes. Vivienne went forward and opened the door. Because of the sudden light, Dany barely could see her visitors. That moment she was afraid. She thought it is the time, and they took her to Westeros. Here. The Great Queen. Vivienne said sarcastically. Arya stepped closer and Dany raised her eyes to her. After a couple of seconds, she could see her clearly. At the first moment, she had no idea what to think. Maybe Arya was against her? Maybe she never really forgive her? Maybe that was her plan all time along? You did not expect me, did you? Arya smiled at her, and Dany couldn't read anything from her face. She was walking around her, like a vulture. I waited for this moment. Arya continued. How could you? I've told you many times, you are not my queen. She made a face and looked down at her. My brother will be so happy. Arya, please. Think about Jon. Dany whispered to her. She was almost begging her. Jon betrayed his own family. He supports a murderer. This is his choice, but with that move, he signed his own death sentence. Arya was still walking around her. And your child, that disgusting little worm, will die in screaming. She almost laughed and then grabbed her hair from the back. Vivienne enjoyed the situation and laughed loudly. Just as you, Arya told her, then pushed her face forward, then walked back to Vivienne. Keep her here. I bring the child, she told her and left the room. Vivienne and Liliana both followed her. The door closed and there was dark again in the room. Thank you. Dany closed her eyes, and sighed. She held the dagger behind her back, in her hands. A dagger, that Arya placed there when she was standing right behind her. She tried to concentrate, to cut the ropes with this. Arya and the twins arrived back to the ground, and Arya looked to the direction where Jon should be. She pulled out needle and spun it. Two guards immediately stepped next to Vivienne, to protect her. Arya did not want to hurt her. She just wanted to give the sign to Jon and the others. She was staring her sword, and then raised her eyes to Vivienne. Do not sail her, until I back with the child. Believe me. The king will be more grateful for the two of them. Arya told them, then placed back needle to its place. How do you want to take her here? It is my task. Not yours. She frowned, then walked away. I don't trust her, Vivienne stated. You should. I think she really wants to take revenge. The Targaryens did many sins against her family. She has all the reasons to hate her. Liliana answered to her sister. How do you know it? She frowned. I read. You should too. Liliana smiled. That was the sign, Daario told Jon when they spotted Arya and her sword. Let's wait, until she is out, he answered, but by the time he finished the sentence, Daario was not there. He and some of the second sons left them there, to destroy one of the scorpions. Not a minute later, Jon heard the clashing of swords. Fuck that man. He rolled his eyes and jumped up to go after them. What is that noise? Vivienne looked around, but she did not see anything. She turned to Liliana. She did not expect that. She thought they wait more before they attack. You betrayed me. Vivienne started to shout. You betrayed me. She pushed her sister to the ground and then turned to the guards. No one can go close to that fucking queen. Understand? Take her to the ship, and leave with her as soon as you can. She ordered the guards, and they nodded. You are in huge trouble, my little sister, she told to Liliana, and she was ready to kill her at that moment. Without any hesitation. Chapter 59. Mirian. I am your sister, Vivienne told to Liliana, who was laying on the floor. You want to kill an innocent child? For our family. She shouted with her. I wanted to achieve everything, what our parents couldn't give us. For what price? Liliana's eyes were on tears. It doesn't matter. Vivienne took a step closer and threatened her sister with a dagger. She grabbed her by her dress and pulled her close to herself. Never betray family, she whispered to her, and she wanted to stab her, but in the last moment, she was stopped by someone. She felt how a sword touched her back. Let her go, Arya told her. Now. Meanwhile, Jon and Daario with the second sons killed some of their men and destroyed one of the scorpions. Go find the other. I have to find her, Jon ordered Daario, but he stopped him. I am coming with you. Do not play the great hero. Just destroy that big structure, and Drogon can come and help us. Drogon is not even here. Daario rolled his eyes, but in the next moment they heard the huge roar from above and suddenly Drogon flew through over their heads. He did not leave them too much time to react and at the next moment he just burned down the other scorpion to the ground. Jon gave a satisfied smile to Daario. What did you say? He frowned. Jon. Arya shouted for him, but he couldn't go there. Some others stopped them, and they started to fight. The guards entered into the cellar, where Daenerys should be, but when they entered her chair was empty. They looked at each other, then one of them screamed when he felt a dagger went through his ankle. After she stabbed him, she jumped up and closed the other to the room. She panted and leaned to the wall. She heard the clashes of the swords and the screams from above, and then she heard something else. Drogon, she stated, and almost run up in the stairs. When she opened the gate to the ground and looked around, she surprised. She saw Arya was standing face to face at Vivienne, and the other woman who looked the same as she was standing right next to them. I am glad you know how to use it. Arya smiled at her. Dany nodded with a smile. Thank you, she told her and then looked around. The two big assholes. Lock them there, Dany answered, then she spotted two other men coming towards to Arya. Watch out, she warned her, and Arya immediately turned to them and they started to fight. Vivienne wanted to run away at that moment, but Dany stood in her way. Holding the dagger in her hand, pointed towards the evil woman. I told you. It is not that easy to kill me, Dany stated, and she heard Drogon's roar again from the air. My queen, watch out! Liliana yelled to Daenerys and she turned. A man was attacking her, but before he could reach her, he has fallen to the floor. Blood came out from his mouth. It was Jon. He saved her. They smiled at each other and felt relieved. They forgot everything around them for a second, for a too long second. Vivienne used it, and she grabbed Daenerys from behind and placed a dagger to her throat. Dany. Jon stepped ahead. Stay there. Stay there or I am going to kill her. She was pulling Daenerys with herself towards the wall. Let her go, Jon told her. No. Vivienne was determined. Arya stepped next to Jon and they were facing Vivienne. You have no choice, Arya told her. But I swear I take her with me to the dead if you step closer, she answered. Her eyes went wild at the moment when Drogon landed right behind Jon and Arya. He roared loudly. Arya jolted a bit. Jon raised his eyes to the huge beast, then he looked back to Dany. He saw how Daario grabbed Liliana and dragged her out from there. You should give up, Jon told to Vivienne and stepped closer. Drogon kept his eyes on Daenerys and the woman, who captured her. She was pulling Dany with herself, backing more and more. Daenerys looked at Jon for a minute, deep into his eyes. He did not understand. He knew she is up to do something, but he had no idea, what is she going to do? She closed her eyes, and Jon's eyes widened. He felt Drogon's breath so close. He saw his huge face from the corner of his eyes. Dracarys, Dany whispered, and Drogon just breathed fire to her and to Vivienne and everything caught in flames. No. Jon almost jumps there, but Daario caught his arm and pulled him back. No. Let me go, but Daario did not let him go and Arya helped him to hold Jon back. Arya shook and her mouth fall open. She did not believe in her own eyes. Drogon burned Daenerys alive. The flames were huge, the houses were on fire in a minute. They did not see anything, they just heard the screams of Vivienne. How could you do? Jon turned to Drogon and his eyes were on tears. What the hell did you do? He was yelling loudly. The flames forced them to take some steps back. Jon still couldn't breathe. He was out of his mind. The others arrived there too. They were standing there and watching the flames. The flames that devoured everything and everyone. Arya placed her hand to Jon's arms. No. He whispered quietly and fell to his knees. Drogon spread his wings and flew up to the air. Jon followed him with his eyes, and he promised at that moment, he'll kill Drogon once, for what he did. Something is burning, Nisra stated. She was standing at the balcony in the pyramid and saw the smoke around. What? Davos stepped next to her and frowned. Yara just looked out in the window, but she did not step away from the baby. She promised to Jon. But the more important thing, she made an oath to her queen when she arrived there. She had to keep that oath. No other child in the world was so guarded. The Ironborns, the Dothrakis, the Unsullied. All the armies were around and they were waiting for a possible attack. I hope they are. Davos started. They are dragons. Nisra looked at him. Now, both of them are dragons. She turned back to the direction of the flames. Look. No. It cannot be possible. It is. The people started to whispering behind Jon and his company and he turned to the direction of the flames. He saw the shape of a woman. He tried to see it better and stepped closer. He took a deep breath, and he thought it is just his imagination. Daenerys walked out from the flames. She was naked. Totally naked, her hair barely covered her breasts, and she was walking out from the flames, as it was the most natural thing in the world. Daario smiled and knelt down, just like the second sons. Arya was amazed. She shocked. She looked to Gendry, who couldn't take his eyes off of Daenerys. Not just because she was naked, but because of what she did. After a couple of seconds later, Jon came to mind and jumped up, then walked, almost ran to her. Placed his arms around her to cover her from the others. He couldn't put anything to her, and he hated it, but she was alive. Dany snuggled to his chest, and she almost disappeared in his arms. She felt how fast his heart was beating. She smiled a bit and placed her palm there. Jon tried to breathe, he tried to talk, but he couldn't. Can we go home? Dany asked him quietly, and he nodded with tears in his eyes and gave a kiss to her forehead. Arya walked there and handed some kind of blanket to her, to cover her body. Dany smiled at her and Jon placed it around her, then raised her into his arms. The unburnt Liliana was looking at them and realized, it is not just a myth. Or a legend. It was the truth. She was, a miracle herself. She saw many things at the Red Temple but that thing amazed her and amazed everyone. She got her faith back, in the Lord. And she knew where she belongs if they accept her of course. King's Landing. No. No 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 no, Bran was shouted in his room loudly, nervously, evicted from himself. The guards entered immediately but he threw a cup from the desk towards them. Get out. He was yelling with them. Tyrion tried to go into the room between the two huge soldiers, and thanks to his stature it was not hard for him. He nodded towards the guards and then turned to Bran. He was staring at him and walking closer to him very cautiously. Your Grace. He started, but Bran did not even look at him. He took some deep breaths and squeezed the handrail of the wheelchair. Anything wrong? Can I help? Tyrion continued. The northern troops. Bran asked him. Arrived, they need some rest after the long road but... We don't have time to rest. He raised his eyes to Tyrion. Those eyes were so empty. So emotionless. I understand your nervousness but, we have to think with a clear mind. We can't hurry, run into a war. We have to be prepared. She still has one dragon, and... I saw how they are growing. He must be, bigger and stronger now. More than a year passed. Tyrion tried to bring him to mind. We have enough scorpions to defeat that beast, and wildfire. Wildfire. Tyrion eyes widen. Those are, exploded in the fire when she, burned down the city. Do you really think, I did not take care of the supply? Bran asked back. It is not a good solution. Tyrion started but he saw it doesn't matter what he says. Wildfire ended many lives in Westeros. Many families died because of it. Many more died because of the Targaryen slut, Bran answered. Now go. Call all the armies, I want to talk with them. He turned his back to Tyrion. He was still not over, his plan did not work. He saw with the ravens how Vivienne burned in the fire, how Daenerys walked out from the flames, he saw everything, and those things just brought even darker thoughts to his head. He wanted to see them dead. He wanted to see the weak and useless human beings to die. They are useless. The whole world is filled with them, and they are just useless. He was still squeezing the handrail. Volantis. Have you read the books that I gave you? Kinvara walked into the room where Sam was trying to find the solution. He spent most of his time there. You mean these? He lifted one of those. These are fairytale books. Children's tales. He throws it away. What do you think where are these tales comes from? Kinvara sat the edge of the table. She was so close to Sam. Disturbingly close. Sam suddenly forgot to talk and concentrate. He was not used to those things. He couldn't deny Kinvara was beautiful and special, but it did not matter. He is a man with family, and he wanted to go back to his family, as soon as he could. Where the tales come from what you hear in your childhood. About the long night? The children of the forest? The scary, cold people who bring the winter. She leaned closer. Children tales are the most truthful things, but the adults are afraid to believe in those. It is easier to think those are just tales and fictional stories, than facing them. But you faced those things. You fought those things. And yet, you still have doubts in fairy tales? I thought you are more clever than that, Samwell Tarly. She stood up and placed one of the books in front of him, then walked out from the room. You know where to find me if you need anything else. She gave a smile to him and closed the door. Chapter 60. Mirian. Dany was holding Miss Sandai in her arms. Close. The baby finally stopped crying, and she was giggling with her mother. Jon was staring at them, leaning towards the doorway, but he was still under the influence of the happenings. There were no traces of the fire in her body. Nothing. Dany noticed his confusion. It was not hard to notice. She knew, they have to talk about it, but they also have to talk about many other things, not just that, but not that night. She wanted one thing that night, be with her family, be with her love, but, seeing the face of Jon, she was not sure, he wanted the same. Did I scare you? She turned to him, and she was still holding Miss Sandai in her arms, and she was playing with her hair. Jon shook his head. No. She frowned. I scared because I thought I lose you. Again. He answered quietly. So not because I walked out of the flames, unburnt. She was staring at his face. I've always known, you are unique. Jon answered and finally, he looked to her eyes. Unique. She smiled a bit but John did not return her smile. It seems to me I did scare you. It is written in your face. She sighed and turned to the cradle. Placed Miss Sandai there and covered her. Thank you for saving me. Coming for me. And thank you, to keep her in safe too. She added. Why did you go there alone? John asked her after a deep breath. I wanted to prove I was right and it was not Drogon. You did not believe me. When I told you it was not him. I needed to find something to. You risked your life. John raised his voice. You. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He was happy that she is there, but it could have happened differently. I was right. It was not Drogon. She looked at him and she started to tell him everything. Arya was sitting at the hall. It was a hard day even for her. She saved Daenerys. Even if she did not want to pick a side, she made a decision when she helped them to save her. It was the right thing to do. Arya. Gendry stopped next to her. She raised her eyes at him and smiled. Are you okay? He asked her and she just nodded. Gendry sat next to her to the stairs. I did not think this plan is gonna work. I thought that woman will say. I thought. You thought it was not your brother plan. Gendry finished her sentence. I understand. It must be hard for you. Between them. But you did the right thing, Arya. I promised to myself I won't choose between them. But I wanted to know the truth. About Bran. Daenerys did a horrible thing but, it is not right. That Bran wants to do with her. It is just not right. She sighed. Maybe he is not Bran anymore. Maybe they are right about it. Gendry mentioned. If it is true then not just Jon and Daenerys are in danger but Sansa too. She looked at him. I don't think Bran has any reason to hurt her. Yet. Arya sighed. Now she was worried. She was worried about her sister, and she had no idea what to do. By now Bran knew, she is on the other side. And Bran knew, her weakness is Sansa. She loved her sister and Bran easily can make an advantage from it. We have to tell the others, Jon stated after Dany finished. Yes. But not now. Not tonight. Dany stepped closer to him. I am sorry to interrupt. Davos stepped into the room. I just wanted to offer my help. I am sure you have many things to discuss. I can stay with the little princess if you want me to. He smiled at them. Jon looked at Dany. It was her choice. He was not sure she want to leave their daughter alone that night or not. She looked at Miss Sandai once more. She was sleeping like an angel. The past few days must be hard for her too. Thank you Sir Davos. I appreciate it. She nodded then looked at Jon if you don't mind it either. No. Jon nodded. She'll be in good hands. He agreed. Have a good night. Davos told them and walked to the cradle and sat next to it. Jon opened the door for Dany and they left the room. Together. They were walking in the corridor in silence. There were many things in their minds. You. Dany grabbed his hand and turned to him. My queen. Daario disturbed them. Jon frowned and he knew what is coming. He wanted to let her hand go but she did not let him. What is it again? Dany turned to him but she was still holding her lover's hand. Daario noticed it even if he did not want to. He made a face. We should talk about Liliana. She is there and we have to decide her fate. Daario answered. Not now. Dany closed the topic so quickly. But you, just let her stay here at the pyramid? I mean, we don't even know her. Daario continued. Dany released Jon's hand and took a step closer to her ex-lover. Jon was staring them in silence. You have one task for tonight. Keep her somewhere safe. Keep your eye on her. Keep her away from my daughter. We'll talk about her fate in the morning. Now I have a more important thing to do. She was definite and confident. Do you understand? As you wish. He nodded and sighed. Great. Dany faked a smile then went back to Jon. Can we just go? I am tired. She asked him and he placed his arms around her shoulder. They started to walk away but Jon stopped. Dany raised her eyes at him and looked him questioningly. Daario. Jon turned to him. Thank you. I don't know why you did that today but you saved me. So I owe you a thank you. I paid off my debt. He answered. That minute he thought he should have let him die in that fire but, his morals did not let him do that. He saved the man who stole the love of his life but at least they were equal now. He saved him at the brothel. Now he returned it. Daario bowed with his head then walked away from them. It started to be clear to him. Daenerys Targaryen will never be with him again. I thought for a minute. Jon started after he closed his bedroom door behind them. You go with him. Do you want me to? Danny looked at him while she stepped closer. No. John smiled a bit. Of course not, I just thought you want to take care of that woman. But when you decide about her fate, do not forget that she helped us. Without her, our plan probably would have gone wrong. He explained to her. I don't want to talk about her right now, she answered and placed her hand to his chest, looked up to his face. I don't want to talk about anything right now. She leaned closer and kissed him. She needed him, like air. She just felt that. She was starving for him, and she couldn't explain why. In his hands, between his arms, life was just simple and she was happy. They kissed each other, while Danny started to unbutton his shirt and almost ripped it off from his chest. Danny. John groaned while she went down with her kisses. She was kissing his chest, his deep wound, and went lower and lower. She knelt in front of him and untied his belt. John was staring at her, and he was smiling. He loved that woman with all his heart. Not because of this, the sex was another thing. That worked between them from the first minute. They never got enough. When he felt her tiny, soft hands around his hard manhood, his heart started to beat faster. I want you to know how grateful I am, she whispered, then licked the tip of his cock. John placed his hand to the back of her head, and at the next moment, his dick was in her warm mouth. He felt how her lips encompass his sex and she started to move her head back and forth. He couldn't take his eyes off of her, and she started to moan. Danny. John took a deep breath, and she raised her eyes to him, while she was still sucking his cock. Do it. Deeper, he told her, and with a gentle little push, he thrust his sex more into her mouth. Yes. He groaned again and he wanted more. He sucked him only once, but he remembered that night vividly. She was not a queen at those moments, just his love. His love, who wanted to give everything to a man who she was in love with. Fuck. Do it. Suck it, he directed her head violently, faster, and not too much time passed when she felt how he spread his seeds in her mouth. He was leaning to the wall and caressed her head with his fingers. He heard how she giggled and looked down at her. The woman who just pleased him. The perfect woman of his life. John pulled her to his arms and kissed her again and searched the top of her dress to take it off. They were walking towards the bed, meanwhile their kisses were deeper and wilder. John pulled her dress off and gently placed her to the bed. Kissed her lips once more, then her neck, then he spent some time with her perfect breasts. John. I want you. She moaned and she wanted him to fuck her. Right now. Right at that moment. Patience, he whispered, then went down with his kisses. He reached the bottom of her belly while his fingers running up and down on her tights. First I wanna kiss you. He told her again, and when he finished the sentence he already pressed his lips to her sex and started to play with it. Oh my god. Danny moaned loudly and grabbed the blanket. She loved when he does this. And how he used his tongue. That was the pleasure. The pleasure that helps her to forget every mess around them. Yes. She almost screamed, and John raised his eyes at her and smiled. You should be quieter if you don't want everyone to know what we are doing right now. He gave kisses her inner tights. I don't care what they are thinking. She tried to breathe while John still just teased her. What would he think? He asked. He teased her. Do not start this. She answered nervously, but she couldn't finish her sentence. He pressed his lips against her pussy again and licked it. Wildly. John. She moaned. Continuously. She did not care about anything else. Just him and the thing he is doing with her right now. Yes. Yes. She almost screamed when she reached her climax. And John did not stop. He continued. His lips stuck on her sex, and Danny felt how her multiple orgasms are coming. John really knew how to do it. She tried to move away, but he grabbed her waist and squeezed her. She moaned more loudly, again and again. Screamed his name. And just some seconds later she climaxed again. John smirked and placed his finger to her pussy. He adored when it pulsates that hard. Danny felt how his finger is sliding towards her sex, and she looked at him. Gosh, how I missed this. He thrust one of his fingers into her. John, please. I want you to. Danny almost begged him, but he continued and added another finger. And thrust her more vehemently. Oh my god. She closed her eyes. And another finger. And meanwhile, he was fingering her, he just stared that beautiful woman. The only woman he ever really wanted. Chapter 61. Miran. She was riding on him. John was laying on the bed and tried to hold back his climax, but Danny did not make it easier. She was a wild dragon. She was riding on his dick so passionately. Her hips pressed to his groin so close, so tight. And her moans, her face. How her nails dug into his muscular chest. John. She moaned his name while her hips moving faster. He couldn't help himself. They were having sex for hours now and he wanted to come. He sat up and squeezed her by her waist. directed her moves, he wanted to give her another climax before he reaches it. Come for me, Dani. He kissed and licked her neck. Come on. Come for me. He groaned and just some seconds passed. John. Yes, yes, yes. They were coming at once. Loudly, and they were both panting. John gave another kiss to her neck and gently moved her to the bed. Next to him. I love you. She caressed his hair. I can't hold it back, he tried to breathe. You have no idea how hard it was. He smiled. Well. Dani bit her lower lip. I still can't count my orgasms so. She giggled and John leaned closer to her. Gave a small kiss to her lips, then laid down next to her. Dani snuggled to his chest and they were caressing each other. A couple of minutes passed in this way. Do not do it again. That is all I ask. He told her. Do not do what? She raised her head and looked into his eyes. Ride on your cock? Or, put that part of you into my mouth. She was teasing him. Oh, you definitely can do both. Anytime you want. He laughed a bit and placed his hand to her cheek. But you know what I am talking about. He raised his eyebrow. It could have gone wrong. What if they took you to Westeros? What if they kill you? Do you think I can survive if I lose you again? He tried to explain his feelings. You did not believe me. I knew you would, never agreed to go there. She sighed. And if I would have asked Dario to come with me, that would have just caused more disagreement between us. She answered. Even if he goes there with you it would have been better, John told her. Really? Dani frowned. Next time I'll try this and we'll see. He grabbed her and turned with her on the bed. Next time I want you to ask me. No matter how hard-headed I am. Okay? Just, do not risk your life. He was so serious. He was worried about her. She was his happiness, she and Miss Sandai. And he really would have done anything to protect them. I have to tell you something. She lowered her head. What? I was not sure I am going to survive. I regretted I went there alone. At the minute they found me. But you are stubborn and brave. Sometimes I wish you aren't. He was staring her eyes. I have to. I am a queen. That not means you have to do reckless things. He answered. Saying the man who went beyond the wall and almost died to save the others. And I can go on with your reckless moves. Dani told him with a smile. This is us. Nothing can change who we are. She shrugged her shoulders. Maybe. John nodded. And maybe together we can survive anything. Do you really believe this? John caressed her cheek with his finger. Can we talk about our survival tomorrow? Now I just want to sleep in my love arms. She asked him. Sure. He nodded and kissed her forehead. So you found another silly woman who believes your lies, Nisra told to Dario when he left Liliana's room in the morning. She saw it. And she hated it even if she would never admit that. Good morning to you too. He answered, but his mind was clearly somewhere else. He was always open for silly teasing debate like this, but not now. He was still thinking about the night. How Dani held that idiot's hand. How she refused him, it was hard to recognize he really lose her. And you really want to get the queen's heart back? I can say that will never happen. She found someone who loves her and he can be faithful. She was talking so sarcastically and Dario suddenly turned to her. Pressed her to the wall. Are you jealous? He smirked. I can understand. That night that we spent together was quite unforgettable. You are a bad little bitch, I have to admit that. He leaned closer to her. Let me go. She tried to resist him. You love it, baby. He groaned to her mouth. She asked you to let her go. Yara stepped next to them. No one has any better thing to do. Dario turned his face to her. Let her go before I free you from your most precious treasure. Yara stepped closer and glanced at his sex. Are you satisfied now? Dario stepped closer to Yara, and they were staring each other. There was some tension between them. Some inexplicable tension. The queen is waiting for you. And for the woman. Would you please? Yara frowned. Gendry. John surprised. He ran into him, right at the moment when he left Arya's room. Previous night, Mirren. You're gonna be okay? Gendry asked Arya. They've talked for hours. About the situation, about the problems, about her doubts. Even if she refused him, as her lover, he couldn't let her go. He wanted to be next to her, in a hard period. He knew her. He knew she is confused, and have many questions. Don't you? Arya looked at him but hesitated. I don't want to be alone. If you want me to. I stay. He smiled a bit. Arya stood up from the bed and walked to him. Hugged him and placed her head to his chest. You are the best friend I ever had, she told him quietly. Gendry frowned and tried to hold back his opinion. His feelings. That is exactly what he did not want to hear. Friend. For him, she was not just a friend. She was, more than that. Much more than that. She was the only woman he wanted to marry. Arya stepped back. I am sorry, I did not mean. She felt it. She felt how he tightened in his whole body. It doesn't matter. He smiled at her and swiped a hairpin from her face. I'd rather be your friend, than lose you. He lowered his head. Maybe someday I'll be ready, but... I am not ready to be with you, now. I know, some things happened between us, but... this is not for me. The relationship thing. Arya tried to explain it. Why are you afraid? Gendry needed to ask. He wanted to know. He wanted to understand. I am not afraid. It is just not me, she answered ardently. Because you don't want to accept love in your life. You are afraid. You afraid if you let yourself to feel the feelings that you started to feel for me, it will hurt you. I won't hurt you, Arya. I could never hurt you. Gendry leaned closer. I know, she answered quietly. Maybe, after we are over everything. We'll see things clear. I see the things clear right now. Gendry grabbed her hand. I love you. And I want to be next to you. As your friend or as your lover, it doesn't matter until you don't push me away. He pulled her close again and gave a kiss to the top of her head. You better have some rest now. That was a long day. What are you doing here? Jon was clearly confused and there were countless questions in his head. I just... Arya. Gendry stuttered she did not feel well yesterday. So. I just wanted to check her. But she feels better now. What happened? Jon started to worry. Nothing. Nothing, yesterday was hard for all of us. The recognition about Bran, for her. She tried to deny it but, now she, I should talk with her. Jon stepped closer. Jon. Daenerys appeared behind him. Gendry, good morning. She smiled at him, then turned back to her love. They are waiting for us. Sure. Jon nodded, then raised his eyes at Gendry again. He still had a weird feeling. Are you all right? Dany smiled at him, while they were walking towards the hall. Yet. I just... He looked back above his shoulder. You don't find it strange? What? Dany frowned. Gendry was in Arya's room. I saw him, when he was leaving. Do you think there is anything, between them? Jon, Arya is an adult woman. I know you worry about her, but... She wanted to tell him, but she promised to Arya. She did not want to betray her. Not even in this thing. Their friendship, was fragile. Maybe it always will be. She knows what is best for her. Maybe it is Gendry. She smiled wistfully. And you have nothing to do with it. You know something. He stopped Dany and turned to her. They were standing in the middle of the corridor, face to face. No, I am a woman too. That is all. She tried to close the topic. We should go. Daario and that woman already there probably. Liliana. Jon helped her out. The woman, her name is Liliana. I wasn't in a state to remember. Dany took a deep breath. She helped us, Jon answered. You've mentioned it at least 3 times already. I get it. She rolled her eyes. What? Jon noticed her face. He noticed immediately there is something wrong. You are the hero, the savior of every innocent, young, and beautiful woman. She lowered her head. And I hate when you do this. Jon smiled and took a step closer to Dany. Placed his palm to her cheek and raised her head up. And I only really care about one, who is the most beautiful of all. He told right to her face, and then gave a gentle kiss to her lips. But I like when you are jealous. I am not jealous. Dany poked his chest. Yes you are. He smirked, and opened the door to enter the hall. My queen, he showed the way with his arm, but they were still staring at each other, with a huge smile on their faces. They were happy. They were together. Maybe the lot debate and quarrel, just brought them close to each other. My Lady Yara entered into Miss Sandai's room. She knew she'll find Nizra there. After the morning conflict, she wanted to know she is all right. He is not as dangerous, as you think. Just has that big mouth. Nizra answered and they were smiling at each other. I am sure you can handle it. Yara stepped closer, and they were standing next to the cradle. Yara lowered her eyes to the small princess. She smiled at her. I've never been good with kids, she mentioned. Or you think you are not, maybe it just takes time. For some of us, it takes more time. You grew up under harsher conditions. Nizra stated, and she did not take her eyes off of Yera. Maybe this is why you are starving for gentle touches. She ran his fingers through her arm. Towards to her shoulder. Or am I wrong? Yera surprised, and she was staring the beautiful young woman. How, do you know about it? She asked Nisra. Me and my sisters know many things. But that is not science. She smiled. Your appearance is more powerful than many other men. You are strong and determined. Faithful. She was analyzing Yera's face. You would have taken the queen into your bed if she would have let you. She smiled, and Yera's eyes widened even more. I can understand. She is very unique, a special woman. You are weird, Yera stated. Maybe I am. Nisra leaned a bit closer then turned her back at Yera. Took Miss Sandai from the cradle, because she started to babbling, and started to rock her. Or maybe I just see through you. Chapter 62. Miran. So, do you want to serve us? Daenerys was sitting on her throne, Jon was standing right next to her. Liliana was standing at the stairs, between Dario and Grey Worm. She was clearly nervous. Yes, Your Grace. Liliana nodded. Why? Dany spread her arms, while Jon gave her a disapproving look. She did not notice it. We killed your sister. I killed your sister. She burned to ashes. Because she wanted to kill me and my child. Why do you want to serve us anyway? It is a bit hard to believe. Daenerys was prim, rigid, and calm. She came here to help us to defeat her own sister, Jon answered instead of her. Dany looked at him questioningly. Without her, we probably failed with our plan. Excuse me, my lord, but I was asking her. Not you. I know what she did for us. She frowned then turned back to Liliana. She tried to see the good in that woman, but she reminded her only Vivienne, and it makes things harder. Trust someone, who looks the same, like the one, who almost killed her. I just want to be sure, it is not just a part of some another plan. I am a bit distrustful, but maybe it is understandable these days. She continued. Dario and Grey Worm clearly agreed with her behavior, but Jon hated when she was that mean. It was not her. Not her real personality, and he can't understand why she acts in this way. I made a mistake when I left the Red Temple. They were talking about prophecies, but those never happened. I lost my faith in them, but, when I heard about your child, I knew I was wrong. I saw the signs. I saw the rare birds appeared on the horizon. I saw their eyes. That is some great evil. Some huge dark power, that we don't know. She took a deep breath. When I got to know, my sister wants to kidnap and kill your innocent child. I knew I had to do something. We cannot decide the fate of an innocent child. I just felt, what my sister wanna do, is wrong. She was blinded by money and power and promises. She wanted to take revenge on the world, because she felt, the world betrayed her. Liliana tried to express her feelings. Still doesn't explain why are you wanna help us? What do you expect in return? Dany asked her without any emotion on her face. Dany. Jon started, but not just Daenerys, but Dario and Grey Worm gave a killer look to him. He took a deep breath. My queen, he continued, but it was hard for him. Sometimes he just wanted to tell her she is wrong, or she made a mistake. He hated those formalities. She was his love, his, soon-to-be wife. And meanwhile, in those halls, in front of the people, she was just his queen. I think we should give her a chance, to prove, she is loyal to us. I have enough people around, to look out for. She can be our friend, but she can be also another risk factor for our child. Dany stated. I agree with the queen. Grey Worm answered immediately. We don't need more strangers around us. We never know who we can trust. He glanced at Jon. Jon just rolled his eyes and lowered his head. Grey Worm will never forgive him. No matter he is here. No matter what he did for her since then, he was not able to forget it. You should just move on, Jon added sardonically. I have no one. Liliana cut them. I understand your doubts, my queen, but I have nothing left. I sacrificed the last member of my family, for you, and for your child. For you to live. I accept if you abandon me, I accept if you condemn me, to die, but you have to know this. I gave up everything for you. Because I believe you and your child are the ones, who can bring the dawn. The ones who can make this world a better place. She knelt down in front of her. Daenerys was staring at her. She did not want to hurt her, she did not want to send her away. She just wanted to know, what kind of person she is. And sometimes she had to use her power to see through the people. You can stay here. She stood up and took some steps closer to her. She saw from the corner of her eye how both Grey Worm and Dario placed their hands to their weapons when she was too close to Liliana. They both would do everything to keep her in safe. She smiled a bit. But you cannot go close to my daughter's room. Keep yourself away from her. She continued. Dario, it will be your task to pay attention to that. Dario nodded. He was proud of himself. He had no idea why Dani asked him to do this. She wanted to keep him away from herself and from John. He needed some task, what needs his full attention, and in that way maybe sooner or later, he'll be able to forget her. Around a beautiful woman, because she was beautiful, she had to admit that. She was young, her skin was silky and flawless. She was thin, with feminine shapes. No wonder, she felt jealousy towards her, when John has defended her so ardently. Do we have anything else to talk about? She looked around. Thank you, my queen. Liliana bowed. Meanwhile Dario and Grey Worm shook their heads. Dani turned back to the direction of John. They looked into each other's eyes. If anyone needs me, I'll be with my daughter, she told to them and walked out from the hall. John hesitated for a minute, then followed her. Would you please tell me, why you acted like this? He grabbed her arm. She raised her eyebrow. Acted like what? Dani shrugged her shoulder. You can't. He started, but he needed to think through what he wanted to say. He did not want to hurt her, but he hated how she treated him in front of others. You agreed to be my wife. John lowered his voice. I don't understand why it matters now. Dani frowned. If we are going to marry each other. We should be equal in this relationship. He tried to explain her in a soft way. Maybe it should not bother me, how you talk with me in front of others, but it does. I hate it. I am not just your soldier. He raised his dark brown eyes to her. He was talking seriously. I don't know what are you talking about. You were standing right next to me. As my love. She frowned. You did not even notice what is my problem. Did you? John sighed. I am the queen. I need them to respect me. Sometimes I need to be tough. With me. He raised his eyebrow. Not with you. Why are you protecting her so much? Dani asked him. I just asked you to give her a chance. Because she helped you to save me. I get it. Still, I can't help but notice, you care about her. She answered. Do not start this again. You have no reason to be jealous. I've told you I am not jealous. I just don't understand, why you care about her that much. She rolled her eyes. I care about innocent people. Yes. Is it a sin? He raised his voice a bit. Especially when they are young and beautiful, she mentioned. You act ridiculous. He took a deep breath. Am I? Dani asked him while staring right to his face. I better go. Dani. He grabbed her arm again. Don't do this. I am not doing anything. I have a daughter. We have a daughter and I would like to spend some time with her. She took a deep breath and turned to leave. Can I go with you? John hesitated but he did not want to end this conversation in that way. I never forbid you to spend time with your daughter, she stated. I want to spend time with both of you. Not just with my daughter. He stopped next to her and pulled her close. Even sometimes her mother is unbearable. I am not. She turned to him to give him an answer, but John placed his palms to her cheek and pulled her to his lips and kissed her. I hate you. Dani smiled a bit. You've asked me to not be jealous at Dario. Even if I have more reason than you, to be jealous. I try. He placed his forehead to hers. I don't want to fight when it is unnecessary. I am sorry. I don't know what is going on with me. We both need some time. Quieter time. Without any war and problem around us. It will be easier. John smiled and caressed her cheek. When? Not until Bran is alive. He would never give us peace. He proved it. She snuggled closer to his chest. I hope Sam returns soon. With more information. He put his arms around his love and kissed her forehead again. It was hard. All of this. Their life was hard. They just wanted some peace. Some happiness. Daenerys would be the happiest if she can trust people around her easily again. But she lost her faith in people. Especially after the things that happened in King's Landing. Yes, she forgives to John. She forgives him. What he did with her. But that causes a huge fracture in her, even if she would never admit it loudly. She did not want to hurt him with that. They agreed to move on, and she knew from her heart, he would never do this again with her. Maybe this is why she sees the worst in people, or have doubts in them. Even in John. She trusts him. She really does, but she was afraid her love for him may blind her again, and she did not want to show anyone he is her weakness. He and their daughter. The two most important person for her. And she would do anything, she would kill anyone to keep them in safe. Dario did what Daenerys asked from him that day. He followed and guided Liliana around the pyramid. They spotted Jon and Daenerys when they left their child's room. Together. Giggling and holding hands. Like a real couple. They thought no one sees them. I saw how you looking at him, Dario stated, and smiled. I don't understand what you, women like about him that much. He is short and for fuck's sake, there is no masculinity in him. He was staring Jon then turned to Liliana. Her cheek went red, so he was right. He is very handsome, she answered quietly. And he, stood up for me. She was playing with her fingers. But, it doesn't really matter. He is, are they married? She asked timidly. Not yet. He is just her lover. I don't think she would ever marry to him. I mean, with that move she would also hand over her power to him. Daenerys is not that kind of woman. And it is a man's world. No matter how hard we try to deny it. So if you ask me, that happiness is transient. Sooner or later it will be over. He spoke a very convincing way. Since when you are in love with the queen? That is none of your business, Dario answered rudely. I did not want to be intrusive, but, that is quite obvious. You hate that man because she chose him. He is the one who is holding her hand. He is the one who spends his nights with her. He is the one who killed her once, he stated suddenly. What? Liliana frowned. I've already told too much. Dario answered, and walked forward but Liliana stepped in his way. She is the mother of the princess who was promised. Until she grows up she needs her mother. If she is in danger you have to tell me. What do you mean, he killed her? She was confused. She heard about the things that happened in King's Landing, but she never got to know how it ended. Chapter 63. Mirian. Days passed in peace. It was hard to believe. Nothing happened, no new attack, no new enemies, no soldiers, but that just makes Dany more nervous. She knew that peace is fragile and won't last long. She enjoyed it, but she also doubled the guards around her daughter. She had a bad feeling, that she couldn't explain. She just felt something bad is coming. Dany Jon caressed her cheek. They were laying on the bed in each other's arms. What is wrong? Nothing. She smiled at him. These days were just so perfect, and I don't want it to end. Maybe Bran gave up. Jon frowned and leaned over her, staring at her beautiful face. Wish I could believe it. She sighed. But we both know, if the things that Nisra, Kinvara, Samwell, everyone told us are true. He would never give up. Not until she is alive. She isn't safe. He tried to calm her. We have soldiers around the pyramid. Sentries around Mirren. They cannot attack us without knowing it. I hate living in this fear. I hate I have to worry about her safety all the time, she explained. What do you want to do? He swiped a hairpin away from her face. I don't know. Weeks passed since Samwell left. He should be back already. Maybe he has some information, and Jon kissed her. He wanted her to stop thinking. It did not help. Not in that minute, not at that night. You want to distract my attention. Dany smiled and giggled a bit. Maybe. Or I just want to get your attention, he whispered to her and licked her lips. You do it in a pretty good way. She giggled and kissed him. You should sleep more, Nisra told to Liliana who was sitting in the garden, staring at the sky. You feel it too, don't you? She asked her. Feel what? Nisra rolled her eyes. Something is coming. The darkness. Bad things are going to happen and you know it. She answered. You cannot know for sure. Nisra sighed. Things have changed since the baby is born. My visions, the premonitions, our premonitions are not accurate. She sat next to her. They rewrite the rules. She rewrote the rules. She is so small, but if you are close to her you feel her power. That child is some kind of miracle. In every way. She is the embodied benignity. She explained. You know it better. Her mother does not allow me to meet with the child. Weeks passed and she still treats me as her enemy. I just wanted to help. Liliana placed her chin to her knees. Maybe you should not look longingly to her love. Nisra answered. You think she did not notice? Even I noticed it. Okay, but he is so fine. He looks. Stop, before you start it. Nisra gave her the advice. Forget Jon Snow. He is in love with the queen. They are the ice and fire. Their love has been written a long time ago, and don't worry. I know my place. I just admit it. He is hot. Liliana glanced at Nisra, and she nodded with a smile. And I am sure he is so good in bed. They giggled. Jon. Dany moaned to his mouth, while he was thrusting her wildly. He placed her leg to his shoulder to make more place to himself, and he pressed his groin to her body so hard. John. She dug her nails to his back, while she was closer and closer to come. Danny. He groaned into her neck. Fuck me, John. Harder, she almost begged him, and he placed her another leg to his shoulder too. Oh my god. He noticed when he felt her so deep and her warm sex totally swallowed his hard manhood. They were moving in sync and the room filled with their gasps and moans. Yes. Danny almost screamed, and John placed his hand to her mouth while he was fucking her wildly and passionately. Danny closed her eyes, and her climax hit her body, like an explosion. She pressed her head to the pillow and grabbed his hand. That was still in her mouth. She tried to move it away to breathe. John was kissing her legs from her ankle to her knees. She needed a couple of seconds to get back to her mind. She raised her eyes at him and shook her head a bit. What is it? John frowned and continued kissing her calf. I love you. Danny couldn't say anything else. That was the only thing that she felt at that moment. John smiled a bit. It was an honest smile, and Danny adored it. He was even more handsome when he was smiling. He had some unique charm. Ahm. Yes. There was a smirk on John's face and his sex was still in her. He thrust her with a little move and she bit her lower lip while letting out a quiet moan. He put her legs back to the bed and leaned over her. Caressed her cheek. They were looking at each other's eyes, and John continued with the thrusts. Faster. Beyond the wall. The kids are all right. Tormund handed a mug of hot drink to Gilly. She smiled at him and took it. Shouldn't it be warmer here? She shuddered and looked around. Why the snow hasn't melted yet? The melting is a slow process. We got used to the cold. Just as you. Or you already have forgotten you lived here. Tormund sat opposite to her. Wish I could. She sighed and her fingers were knocking on the mug. My son, is not Samwell's son. Maybe you know. I've heard a lot about your father, and what he did with his children. His daughters. But he did not bother us, so we let him live in peace. Not to mention he supported the crows. Tormund leaned back to the tree behind him. Times change. I fell in love with one, meanwhile, you followed one of the crows. Gilly smiled a bit. Tormund drank into his mug and remained in silence. Do you think they are alive? She asked shyly. The fatty is a lucky dude, he answered, but Gilly gave her an angry look. He is fat, Tormund said again. But he is a good man. The best I have ever known. She told him, and she felt how her cheek went red. He is probably with John. But where? Gilly sighed. He went to the other side of the narrow sea, to help him, and leave us behind. And I know nothing about him. Is he alive, or not? Is he? Giantsbane. A man interrupted them. We found 2 soldiers. Whose soldiers? Tormund jumped up. I don't think they are from this continent, he answered, and without any answer, Tormund stormed out from the tent, and Gilly followed him. The 2 men were standing there surrounded by the wildings. The women are staring them. They were handsome. Tall. Manly. Good-looking, and looked tanned. They clearly did not belong there, not to the north. Even their clothes and armor were different. Tormund walked closer to them. What do you want? He asked them. You better go back to the south. There is no place for you here. We just looking for someone. One of them answered. Let us go and there will be no trouble. What king do you serve? Tormund was still hostile. We serve no king. The other man smirked, then they spotted Ghost next to Tormund. The white beast stepped closer to them. You better give straight answers. The wolf doesn't like strangers. Tormund mentioned and glanced to the white beast. We've seen a bigger monster than him. And if anything happens with us, she'll know. And burn you to ashes. We don't want to hurt. What did you just say? Tormund frowned. The 2 soldiers looked at each other, then after a minute one of them stepped forward. Queen Daenerys of House Targaryen sent us to find a woman and 2 children who belong to her friend. He answered, and Tormund noticed he kept his hand on his sword. Samwell. Gilly stepped closer. Is this her friend name? Samwell Tarly. She asked again. She became excited. Do you know him? The soldier frowned. I am his wife. So he is in Essos? He found them. He found Jon Snow and Daenerys, right? She wanted answers. Is he alive? Please tell me he is alive. Gilly eyes filled with tears. That was the best thing that could have happened. Miran. My lord. Liliana smiled to Jon at the corridor. He was alone. He couldn't not notice how that young and attractive woman forgot her eyes on him sometimes. He was embarrassed because of it, but he was well behaved. He would never mention that thing to a woman. Even if it is necessary. Lady Liliana. He nodded towards her then wanted to walk on, passed by her. I had no opportunity. She started and turned after him to thank you. What you did for me. That you, convinced the queen about my loyalty, and you are innocent. You are not your sister. Condemn you, because you look the same, is not right. John answered, and he just stared at the floor. Meanwhile, he was talking. You always know what's right. She took some steps closer. Right. Not always. He swallowed. If you forgive me. He apologized again and wanted to leave. Did I do something? Liliana asked shyly. I see, you avoid me, my lord, and I don't understand. I want to help, meanwhile you and the queen treat me as a traitor. If I did anything wrong, accept my apologies, please. It was not intentional. I am just alone, and I thought I can find a new home here. But maybe it is just a dream. She lowered her head. John was watching the young woman. She seemed lost, and a bit broken. And, above all, she was right. Danny decided to not trust her before she even got to know her, and he avoided her because, maybe he misunderstood her behavior. Nisra was also different. The Red Priestesses don't know any personal place. Nisra, Kinvara, Melisandre. They all did some equivocal moves towards him. Well, Melisandre's move was pretty clear, but, he raised his eyes to the woman, and she looked at him with her light brown almond eyes. You're right. I was disrespectful with you. John smiled a bit. What would you say, if you accompanied me where I go, and meanwhile you can tell me how do you feel, or what do you need? He offered. Willingly. She smiled. If you don't mind it. Davos and Gendry were talking at the hall. They were clearly forgot about the war in the past few days too. They seemed cheerful, and when John arrived there with Liliana, he hated he has to destroy their good times. Davos gave a questioningly look to John when he arrived there with that woman. Liliana, I am sure you've already met. John looked at Davos and Gendry. I wasn't that lucky enough yet. Gendry took her hand and gave a kiss to it. Gendry Baratheon. Lord Davos corrected him. Lord Gendry Baratheon, Lord of Storm's End. The old man standing next to him as a proud father. I am not sure he still is, John stated with an embarrassing smile. Well, if you conquer the Seven Kingdoms again, and stop your enemies, I am sure nothing can harm his title. Liliana smiled at Gendry, then turned to Jon Snow. He frowned and nodded. Everyone expected them to do this. Everyone came after them to support them when they get back the Seven Kingdoms, and they had no idea, that is the last thing that they want. Things have changed, he never wanted it, but now Daenerys doesn't care about in ruling either. She only cares about their daughter, and Jon was happy because of it. I wouldn't know a better king than him, Gendry answered, and Jon felt again, maybe they really can't run away from it. While they were standing there and talking, an unsullied soldier kept his eye on them. When they ended their conversation, the soldier left the hall and brought the news immediately to Grey Worm. So the queen wasn't there? Grey Worm asked in their language. The soldier just shook his head. Keep your eye on him, he ordered the unsullied man, then he was clearly started to think. He doesn't trust Jon Snow, and he never will. He was waited for the right moment to prove to the queen, he is not the man who she thinks he is. Chapter 64. Mirian. Daenerys was walking around the gardens with her daughter in her arms. They were giggling and babbling. Davos was speaking to Jon between the columns, but his attention was somewhere else. After he spotted his love and his daughter in the garden, between the bushes, he couldn't listen to any longer to his advisor's words. When Davos noticed it, he couldn't help but smile at him. The most amazing sight. I admit that, he mentioned. I remember when my son was born. I could stand at his door for hours, and watching my wife, and him together. You remind me of myself. Jon laughed a bit. Promise me, you take better care of them than I did with my family. Davos continued, and Jon's smile gone. He lost his son, and he almost never talked about his wife. He did say to him, he'll go back to her after the war ends in King's Landing, but Jon was sure he never did. Or, there was no place where he could go back. He nodded slowly. We don't want to rule. Jon felt he have to be honest. He can be honest. Davos would never hurt them. He raised his eyes to Dany and Miss Sandai again. We just want to live. I am afraid it is not that simple. You want us to get back Westeros. King's Landing. Conquer it again. But I don't want to go there ever again. That place is cursed. That place means the death for me. He turned to Davos. He was so serious. And her. That place means starvation, poverty, misery for thousands of people. Thousands of people, who have no other hope than you. If you don't go back, their suffering continues. Davos continued. John rolled his eyes and took a deep breath. And what about her? Daenerys and your daughter? Do you think they'll ever find peace? They won't, neither you. You always were a hero, and you'll always be. And you always destined to be the king of the Seven Kingdoms, even if you don't want to accept it. Davos was talking from his heart. With her by your side. She has everything that you miss. And inversely. That's what I had to realize over the past few months. Together, you really can change the world. I don't think she wants it anymore. John sighed, even though Davos's words had a profound effect on him, he doesn't want to risk his family. He doesn't want to risk. Daenerys. Maybe you don't want to. But the world needs you. She grows fast. Arya stepped next to Daenerys and her eyes laid on Miss Sandai in her arms. Sometimes you should make some noise. Dany looked at her, and she got scared for a second. Arya always moving like a shadow. I am sorry. Arya smiled at her, then she looked back to the baby. It is still inconceivable for me, how anyone can hurt an innocent child, like her, she stated. She is not even 1 year old, but she already has many enemies. Dany sighed. This is the scariest. And it is all because of me. If the things that they say about her is true, it is not just your fault. She would be in danger otherwise. It is my fault, that. She stopped for some seconds, then lowered her head. It is my fault, that the three-eyed raven has that much power. If I would have not do the things I've done. But you did. Past is already written. We cannot change that, but we can change our future. I sailed away from Westeros, and I had no idea what is going on there, but Gendry told me a lot of things. We should have never agreed to give power to Bran. Arya admitted, so it is not just your fault. Dany nodded, and she saw in Arya there is something wrong. She looked around, but they were alone. And? What is going on with you two? She asked quietly. There is nothing, Arya answered, but kept her eyes on Miss Sandai. The baby grabbed her finger and babbling something. You don't want it. Dany frowned. It is more complicated. Arya sighed. Love always is, but, if you love him. I don't. Arya raised her eyes at Daenerys and replied immediately. She was lying. Even Dany knew that, and she did not understand. She wanted to deny that she is still in love with Jon Snow, but sooner or later heart always wins. Or break. If you say so. Dany took a deep breath. They were continued talking about many other things. Jon was still looking at them. He was happy. He felt relieved, he never thought his sister and Daenerys someday can spend some time in that peace. My lord. Liliana greeted him, with Nisra on her side. Ladies. Jon smiled at them. I see you alone, too often lately. Liliana continued, while Nisra rolled her eyes. I had some things to discuss with Sir Davos, he answered politely. He just left. And we should go too. We still have some research to do. Nisra mentioned. Maybe you should join us. Liliana raised her eyes to Jon. I mean, it is about your daughter. Maybe you are interested in. Am I interrupt something? Dany appeared behind Jon. Alone. Jon turned to her immediately and surprised. He saw in her eyes she hated the situation. Miss Sandai? He asked her. With Arya, she answered, but she kept her eyes on the brown-haired woman. If you forgive us. Nisra tried to break the tenseness. Daenerys nodded, and the two women started to leave. Jon was staring at Daenerys, but she suddenly turned after the Red Priestesses. Liliana. They stopped, and Nisra gave an angry look to Liliana. She took a deep breath and turned back to the direction where Daenerys was standing. Yes, my queen. She tried to smile. When you finish, please find me. I'd like to talk with you. In private. She ordered her. As you wish, your grace. She bowed a bit, then they walked forward. Jon looked at her questioningly. She waited a bit more until they leave. What is wrong? She frowned to her love. You don't have any reason to. Jon was not sure what he wanted to say, he was not sure what Dany wanted from Liliana. I want to give her a chance. Want to know her better. She answered and sighed. Jon surprised and took her hands. She's been here for many days now, and she did nothing wrong. Believe me, I have my men to keep their eyes on her, she admitted. Maybe she is, not that bad. Maybe she deserves a chance, as you said. It was even hard for her to say this loud. Did I mention how much I love you? Jon asked her and leaned closer. Because I give a chance to her. She frowned. No. He placed his hand to her cheek. Because you have a good heart, and you are smart, and you are the most amazing mother in the world. He placed his other hand to her waist and pulled her closer. Not to mention. Not to mention what? She placed her arms around his neck and smiled. Do you think my sister can take care of our daughter for a couple of hours from now on? He whispered to her mouth. My king. Dany felt how her cheek went red. You're embarrassing me. They were smiling and their happiness was undeniable, but their life was not that easy. He leaned closer to kiss her, but Grey Worm stopped next to them. My queen, he began firmly. Jon and Dany looked at each other and he rolled his eyes. Dany looked to Jon with a small bitter smile and took a deep breath. What happened? She turned to Grey Worm. I would like to have a word with you. In private. He continued, and he changed the language. He did not want Jon to understand. I have no secrets from him, she answered in the common language and glanced at Jon. He straightened himself, and he was standing right next to his love in a very protective way. He placed his hand to her shoulder. Grey Worm nodded, but he did not want to give this up that easily. It doesn't belong to him, he answered. Everything that belongs to me, belongs to him too. Daenerys was confident, and Jon loved her even more because of it. He smiled a bit, barely noticeable. She trusted him. With all her heart. It is about that woman. Grey Worm added in Valyrian language. Dany's face changed, but Jon has not been able to see it. He was standing behind her. Jon. She turned to him. Would you please give us a minute alone? While I discuss this with him. Please. She tried to smile. Sure. He frowned, then raised his eyes to Grey Worm. He can't trust him. He doesn't want to leave them alone. Every time when Grey Worm or Daario was around her, it only causes misunderstandings and problems between them. Go and check Arya. That is a good idea. She smiled at him and caressed his arm. She looked after him, while he was walking away from them, then turned to Grey Worm nervously. What happened? Can we talk in private? He asked her and she started to worry. She had no idea what is going on. Arya was still giggling with Miss Sandai in the garden. Looks good in you. I mean. Gendry arrived next to her. The baby. Looks good in your arms. He was stuttering and his face went red. Where were you? Arya asked him. Just around the city. Liliana asked me to help to obtain some things, he answered. You spent quite a lot of time with her, Arya mentioned quietly. It disturbed her, but she doesn't want to admit it. But she can't hide it well either. Does it bother you? Gendry took a step closer. Why? You are a free man. You can do anything you want. Arya told him quickly. I am not saying she is not pretty, but if you ask me, she has no interest in me. And what if she has? Arya looked at Gendry, but he did not give an answer to him. They were staring at each other in silence for long seconds. Am I interrupt something? Jon arrived next to them and destroyed the honest moment. No. Arya shook her head and handed his daughter immediately to his arms. I have to go. She almost ran away from them. She is strange. Jon stated. She was never average, Gendry answered and sighed. Then he noticed he is talking with Jon. I mean, she was never acted like a lady and you know what I mean. He tried to joke about the situation. Yeah, Jon answered and he still wondered what is going on between Gendry and Arya, but right at that moment, his mind was somewhere else. He was worried. He spotted the Unsullied soldier that day, who followed him everywhere, in secret. He wanted to talk about it with Dany, but Grey Worm ahead of him and he had no idea what he wanted to say to her. Miss Sandai cried out in his arms. She must be hungry. Gendry smiled. We better go inside, Jon answered and placed his daughter to his chest and held her close. I think you misunderstood something. Dany took a deep breath. They were at the map room, and Grey Worm reported the events from the past few days. About Jon and Liliana time alone. She is living here now, and he is polite. Just polite. It did not seem to me. I saw it with my own eyes, he answered. I know you don't like him, but you have to. I don't let him hurt you ever again. He stepped closer to Daenerys, ardently. Jon is not my enemy. Dany tried to protect and defend him. That caused your death. Because you trusted him, because you believed in him. My queen, I understand that you have feelings for him, but do not let your feelings blind you. Grey Worm almost begged her. Not again. He was staring at her face and she swallowed one. She was confused. She knew. Grey Worm would protect her at the cost of his life. He proved it many times. But, she thought the same about Jon. But maybe Grey Worm was right. She placed her hand to her wound. Please, Grey Worm asked her again. Do not trust him blindly. Chapter 65. Mirian. When Daenerys finished the talk with Grey Worm, she walked out from the map room, and the first thing she saw when she arrived at the hall was Jon. With Liliana. They were talking, and there was a moment when she stepped closer to him and placed her hand to his chest, but he took a step back immediately. Dany was watching them carefully. She paid attention to every small movement. You are embarrassed when I am close, Liliana stated with a flirtatious smile. I'll be honest with you. I appreciate your kindness, but I am in love with someone, and I don't want you to get into any trouble. He answered, the queen would not appreciate it too much. Are you afraid of her? Liliana asked him. No, I am in love with her. That is a different thing. And I respect her and our love, our family. You misunderstood my interest in you, my lord. Liliana lowered her head and smiled. Maybe you still haven't got used to us. Me and my sisters, we believe in the power of touch. That shows us many things about people. The good and the bad things. She explained. I just wanted to know you more. Wanted to know, are you really that hero to whom they are told? Maybe I was a hero once. John sighed, but I don't want to be a hero. What do you want to be? She raised her eyes to him and stepped closer again, stared his eyes. A father and a husband. He swallowed, while she was standing right in front of him, too close. I am afraid that is not a choice that you can make, she told straight to his face, then took a step back. You visit often enough lately, Nisra told Tiara, who just stepped into Miss Sandai's room. Queen Daenerys asked me to keep my eye on her daughter, she answered. Sure. Nisra smiled at her. And you are a loyal servant of the queen. I am not her servant, Yara answered, and she sounded a bit offended. I am her ally. I did not want to hurt you. Nisra answered, I know you are true and loyal to the queen, that is all that I wanted to say. All of us are. Aren't we? Lady Greyjoy. Daenerys stepped into the room. I did not expect you here. I just... She stuttered. The things she told to Nisra about keeping her eye on the baby was a lie. She just wanted to talk with her, and she knew she can find here there. Lady Greyjoy just wanted to be sure, everything is fine with your daughter. Nisra helped her. That is very kind of you. Daenerys nodded. She tried to smile, but the things that happened in the hall, the things that Grey Worm told her, made her worried a bit. Made her confused. Anything wrong? Yara frowned. She noticed there is something strange in her behavior. Nothing. I am a bit too worried, in the past few days, Dany answered. Nisra glanced at Yara, then walked closer to Dany. Are you sure, you feel well? She asked her. Yes, of course, I am just. Daenerys tried to answer, but Nisra took her hand, then after a second she raised her eyes at Dany and smiled a bit. My queen, may I ask, when was your last period? It. Dany tried to answer, but she was shocked. The recognition shocked her. It cannot be possible. Maybe it can be, Nisra answered, then turned to Miss Sandai's cradle. No. Dany was not able to believe it. No, even her was a miracle, it is not possible that. He has the power to make life. Nisra turned back to her, and looked into her eyes. He did once. Maybe he did it again. Dany's mouth fell open. She felt strange. She was too emotional, she felt groggy in the morning, her appetite changed. She looked down to her belly and placed her hands to it. Is it possible? Her mind was racing, but with the things she got to know that day, she can't be happy from her heart. Do not tell him, she asked them quietly. Yara and Nisra looked at her questioningly. Until we are sure about it. Do not tell anyone. There was some fear in her eyes. That was not the right time. If it is true, that was not the right time for it. She cannot be pregnant. Not now. Not in the middle of the war. She already has a daughter, who she worried for all hours all day. She was not ready. Not in this mess, not in this danger. My ladies. John's voice came behind her. She looked worriedly to Nisra and Yara, then released her belly quickly. Lord Snow. Nisra smiled at him. I was looking for you. He placed his hands to her shoulder. She took a deep breath and turned to him. She tried to cover her emotions. I am here. I wanted to talk with you. In private, if it is possible. John sighed, then raised his eyes to the women in the room. We better go. If you don't need us. Nisra looked to Yara, then bowed a bit with her head. Dany nodded, and they waited while they walked out. She went closer to the cradle and checked her daughter. She was sleeping. She was still confused, and she still tried to deny it is true. Her pregnancy. She always thought she can't have children. And, then Miss Sandai was born, and now, maybe another child. Are you all right? John asked her and placed his arms around her from the back. Yes. She leaned to his chest and snuggled closer to him. He gave a kiss to her cheek. What did you want to talk about? She asked him after a couple of seconds later and turned to him. John caressed her cheek once more, then took her hand and guided her to the bed. He sat down and Danny sat next to her. He leaned forward and took a deep breath. I don't want to argue, but I need to ask. He started quietly. What is wrong? Danny surprised and she had no idea what is going on, or what happened. There was not any problem a couple of hours ago. It was you, who asked Grey Worm and the Unsullied to keep their eye on me. John turned his face to her and stared her face. She was not surprised. She didn't get upset, but she did not respond immediately. She looked a bit embarrassed. So that means yes, John stated while he was analyzing her reactions, and he was disappointed. No. Danny shook her head. I did not ask them, but I knew he keeps his eye on you. She sighed and lowered her head. John took her hand and caressed her thumb with his. And if I guess it right, he gives you reports about my day. What I was doing. Who I've talked with. He was staring at the floor while he was talking. He does. Danny's voice thinned. Right. John nodded and sighed. I did not ask him to do this. He feels responsibility for me. He failed once. He couldn't save me in King's Landing, when. She stopped. She did not want to bring this topic up, but it seemed that will haunt them forever. He just wants me to live. Wants to keep me safe. Danny tried to make him understand that Grey Worm is not a bad person. He is just different. He is just loyal, and no matter how many days, months, years passed, he is still broken. He lost everything in Westeros, and he failed. And the fall is not something he could ever accept. From me. John frowned. He asked me to not trust you with my whole heart. Danny wanted to be honest with him. Because, that caused my death earlier. I thought I proved you can trust me. He was still squeezing her hand. You did. And I trust you, because I love you. Even if it is a mistake, I. Do you think it is a mistake? John was a bit broken and her words hurt him. It depends on you, Danny answered quietly. John frowned. Danny was staring him, and she could have sworn she saw a tear in his eyes. I am not one of them. They will never accept me. Nor him, nor Dario. John stated. I thought you don't care about their forgiveness. Danny placed her other hand to his. No, I don't. But they have an influence on you. So I have to care about it. John answered and looked to her eyes. Danny was right. There was a tear in his deep brown eyes. They don't. She tried to deny it. What did he tell you? John cut her. About me. Because I am sure, he had some important news about my sins. So. John was staring right into her eyes. I've already told you. She lowered her head. Danny. He released her hands and placed his palm to her cheek. I am not mad. I don't argue. I just want to know. I want to know what I have to face to prove my love for you. He leaned closer. He saw you. With her, she answered. He told me, you were close to each other. Ambiguously. In a secluded place. And did you believe him? Grey Worm is not Dario. Dario maybe told lies to me about you, because he wanted to get me back, but Grey Worm is different. He does not inventing things to generate problems between us. Danny explained. John took a deep breath and stood up. He walked up and down for some seconds, then turned to Danny. He really doesn't invent things. John looked down at her. I did talk with her. Several times this week. It was never me. I've never been looking for her company. She wanted my help, to find a home again, between us. In this pyramid. Under your rule, under our rule. I also felt, she may, wants more from me. He wanted her to know. Even if she doesn't believe his words. Danny was paying attention in silence. I've made it clear for her. I love one. Only one. And it is you, and my daughter. No one and nothing can be between us. That's my sin. That is all I have done. John lowered his head and standing there. She called me a hero. He continued quietly. But I am not a hero. Not since I stabbed you. Danny stood up and walked to him. She stopped right in front of him, but she did not raise her eyes on him. I've killed many people in King's Landing. I am not a hero either. She whispered. We are fallen heroes. She tried to smile a bit. But for her, we'll always be heroes. She glanced towards the cradle. We made a promise to each other, to her. After she was born. We have sworn that we'll don't let anything to hurt her, and we'll raise her up in a loving family. That is all I want. That is what I still want. Can you trust me? Despite what I did. Despite what they say about me. John asked her quietly. I saw you. I saw you were talking to her. Not too long ago. In the hall. I saw how you stepped back in the minute she tried to touch you. I do not have to ask anyone to keep their eyes on you, because I know you. She raised her eyes at him finally, and I trust you. Even if it is hard sometimes. Even if, many don't like it. What happened with the self-willed and stubborn woman who you were? A couple of months ago, if someone have told you the things Grey Worm told you, or, if you've seen me with another woman, you would have scratched my eyes out. John wondered with a small smile on his face. No matter what I say or how I try to explain. A wise man once said, we learn from our mistakes. She placed her hand to his chest. That is sure, John answered and leaned closer to kiss her, and she kissed him back. She loved him, but that did not mean she forget everything that Grey Worm said to her. She trusted John. But she still doesn't trust in Liliana, at all. Chapter 66. Mirren. Your Grace. Grey Worm entered into her room. John? She asked. Left, with Sir Davos and Lord Baratheon, he answered. She nodded. She told him to spend some time with his friends. He deserved it. Lady Nisra is with Miss Sandai, right? She turned to Grey Worm. Yes, as you ordered. Great, she stated. Then I think we should go. She walked towards Grey Worm, and he followed her. They walked out from the pyramid, towards a field. Dany ordered the Unsullied to stay behind, and do not follow her but keep their eyes open. She spotted Liliana there. Your Grace. She bowed her head to the Queen. You're here. As you wished, Liliana answered. May I ask why you wanted to talk with me here, and not in the pyramid? Because there even the walls have ears, Dany answered calmly. And I wanted to talk with you in private. It is brave from you, to come out here, without any guards. Alone. After what happened? Who told you I am alone? Dany looked at her and raised her eyebrow. Liliana remained in silence. She looked around but she did not see anyone. A couple of seconds later a huge roar came from above, then Drogon landed next to Daenerys. She smiled at the huge beast and caressed his face. Should I have to worry? Liliana asked Dany, but she did not move. Just standing in one place and stared at the Queen and her son. It is you, who need to know that. Dany was still caressing Drogon's head. I did nothing against you, Your Grace. As I told you. What do you want from him? Dany did not let her finish her sentence, she looked at her. She still doesn't trust her. There was something strange in this woman, and after the things she saw with her own eyes, and the things John have told her, she has no reason to trust her. From whom? You exactly know who I am talking about, Daenerys answered. She was so calm. Majestic. Like a true queen. And I have time. But I'd like to go back to my daughter as soon as possible, so it would be better, if you were honest with me, and wouldn't play. Liliana nodded. You and he, you both misunderstood my approach for him, she started. I can tell when a woman wants something from a man, who I love. Dany rolled her eyes. Maybe for an outsider it looks like that, but you don't have to worry about that. I have no interest in Jon Snow, in the way you think. Though I must confess, he is a very handsome man. Liliana answered. Dany could kill her with her eyes at that moment. But even if I have, he made it clear he only has interest in one woman. She continued. It still doesn't explain your behavior with him. Daenerys was standing so proudly next to Drogon. She did not want to hurt Liliana, but Drogon gave her safety. She hoped their connection still working. She concentrated Drogon all day. She was thinking him, and she needed him to be next to her when this talk happens. I wanted to be sure, that you and the princess are in safe. From him. Dany frowned. He was the one who killed you, wasn't he? Liliana raised her eyes at Dany and walked closer. How do you know about it? Her eyes widen. You have friends in Mirren for whom your safety is important. Jon Snow is the father of my child. He would never hurt me. I am not sure of it yet, Liliana answered calmly. He is faithful to you and your family. That is sure, but are you sure he cannot be manipulated again? I wanted to test him. No one asked you to do this. Dany let Drogon go, and stepped closer to Liliana. You still don't understand. I do everything to keep you and the princess in safe. Because the world needs you. I apologize if my intentions seemed ambiguous. She tried to explain. I serve the Lord. As I heard your lord was not so important for you for a while. Dany still had doubts in her. I was, off the path. But then you came and showed the way. I don't ask too much, just your trust. That is more than I can give you, Daenerys answered, then turned her back at her. Forgive me, my queen, but you can trust in a man, who put a dagger to your heart, but you can't trust a woman who did nothing against you, just saved your life. Liliana asked her. Dani stopped and she was mad. She hated that she is right. You better go now, she told her above her shoulder. And I don't need your investigation, nor your help. Jon Snow is a good man. I don't need anyone who wanna stand between us. Do not let love blind you, Liliana added, then turned to leave. Dani sat to the rock, next to Drogon. She held her belly. Everyone always comes with the same thing. Grey Worm, Dario, and now Liliana. Jon would never do this again. She was sure. She has to believe in him. She has to trust him. He came after her, he proved his love. Maybe it was another trial for their love, another evil and cruel joke from the Lord of Lights. Or maybe they are right, and love blinded her again. Pregnancy did not explicitly help in her emotions. She had many doubts, she was weaker, more emotional, and now she should be more rational. Drogon placed his huge head next to her. Dani was staring the big beast and placed her hand to his head. I miss them too, she was caressing his head. I hate to think that, but maybe they were the price to have real children, she whispered. She knew she has to keep this in secret, as long as she can. Not even Jon can find out, not yet. Even if she did not want to, they made her feel uncertain. About him. And it scared her. Drogon raised his head, and Dani looked to the direction where he did. Arya was walking towards them. What are you doing here? Daenerys asked her. I could ask the same. She slowed her pace. He won't hurt you, Dani stated. I know. We've met before. Sometimes I come here and watching him. Arya started and sat next to Daenerys flying around. I envy his freedom. I envy his carelessness. Believe me, you don't envy him. Dani lowered her head. What kind of freedom is, when you are alone in the world from your kind? Sometimes I would be the only one of my kind, Arya answered. They both started to laugh. They both knew this feeling. Arya was watching Dani, how she easily caressed the dragon's head. It depends on him. If he wants you to touch him, he'll let you, Dani told her quietly. He won't hurt you until I am here. That is sure. Arya stood up and wiped her hands in her clothes. Those were sweaty. As she moved closer to Drogon, the dragon moved and she stopped for a second. Hesitated. Don't be afraid, Dani smiled. Arya raised her hand towards his face, and she felt how he was smelling her. He also heard a low growl. Or something like that, then he touched his nose to her hand. Arya looked to Dani, and she nodded. I never thought that I will once caress a dragon, Arya stated, and laughed a bit. Jon, Davos, and Gendry were sitting in a tavern. They were laughing. Jon felt free and happy. He knew his brother still poses a threat for them, but meanwhile here in Mirren everything was good. Daenerys trusted him, despite the things that Grey Worm or Dario told her. She loved him and they spent the last few days in peace and love. They were drinking. Maybe a bit too much, and drunk people are usually more honest without inhibitions. I love your sister. Gendry spits it out. They were talking some totally different things and suddenly he just said it. Davos looked to Jon then back to Gendry. All of them remained in silence while Jon and Gendry were staring each other with a serious face. I am sorry, maybe it was not the right time, but... Gendry looked to Davos, but he was still staring Jon. Seconds seemed hours for Gendry. Jon finally started to smile, and then he laughed and leaned back on his chair. Davos and Gendry looked at each other. Since when? Jon's face became a bit serious again. Since, Gendry tried to explain but he failed. Does she feel the same for you? Jon continued. I thought she does, but... What do you want? Do you want to marry her? Jon asked another question. I'd like to, but, she... Gendry stuttered. He still has no idea how Jon feels about that. Jon looked down to the table then leaned forward and raised his cup. I could not wish a better husband for her. If she wants this too. Jon smiled at him. You are a good man, Gendry, and Arya deserves someone like you. He continued and raised his cup for a toast. Davos did the same and they were both staring at Gendry. He finally could calm down and they toasted. I was so worried. What would you say about it? Daenerys was so kind and she supported me when... Gendry continued. Jon raised his eyebrow and frowned. She knew. Jon wondered. Gendry was embarrassed. He should have not to tell it. He was uncertain, he did not want to cause any trouble. She guessed it. She guessed it. Jon asked back, but that was more a recognition than a question. He surprised. He thought they had no secrets from each other. Do not blame her. Arya did not want you to know, and there is nothing between us. I mean she. Gendry wanted to explain. So you did not sleep with my sister? Jon looked into his eyes and a huge silence followed his question. You look worried. Arya stated while she and Daenerys were walking back to the pyramid. Is it because of him? No. Dany smiled. No. There is nothing wrong between us. She sighed. Or at least I hope so. Then what is going on? Arya frowned. She wanted to tell her, about her worries. About her pregnancy but, she was not sure, she can trust her. She was Jon's sister, half-sister, cousin. Doesn't matter what is she for Jon, he treated her as his sister, and Arya looked at him as her brother. She was not sure she'll keep this in secret. I just want Samwell to be back. It is too quiet. Everything is too quiet. Too peaceful. I just cannot stop thinking about what he'll find out about my daughter's role in this. She explained. It was a half-truth. She needed Samwell, because she needed to know is she pregnant or not. And she knew no one else who can confirm this for sure. My queen. Daario greeted them in front of the pyramid. He looked worried. What happened? Dany hurried up her steps. Your daughter. She ran up the stairs to her daughter's room. One soldier was leaning on the floor. He was dead. Dany's heart beat so fast. She ran to the cradle. Missandei was there. Smiling at her. She was unhurt. Dany looked around and her eyes stopped on Nizra and Yara. He attacked us, Yara started to explain. He told us Daario Naharis sent him to look out for Missandei, but Nizra did not want to leave. Yara looked at the blonde woman who was standing next to her. She clearly got scared. And then he tried to kill her. But I stopped him. Arya crouched next to the soldier and staring at his face, then with an easy move he removed his face. What did you say about quiet and peaceful days? She raised her eyes to Dany. That was a faceless man again. Dany turned to the cradle and raised Missandei to her arms. This is why she was not ready to be pregnant. There was too much danger around them. Chapter 67. Miraen. When Jon, Gendry and Davos arrived back to the pyramid, Jon immediately noticed there is something wrong. There were too many guards around. Stop. One of them held them back. He did not let them enter. Let me in, he ordered him, but the unsullied soldier did not move away. Are you deaf? Let me in. Jon told him again and raised his voice. Jon. Davos placed his hand to his shoulder and turned to the soldier. What happened? We can't let anyone in. It is the Queen's advice. Grey Worm stepped forward. Do not want me to force you. Jon was getting nervous, no matter how hard Davos tried to hold him back. Do you really think you can beat me? Grey Worm had a smirk on his face. Violence does not help. Davos interrupted them and looked to Grey Worm. What happened here? Someone attacked the princess. Grey Worm told them with an emotionless face. Jon immediately sobered and he became more nervous. If someone tried to attack my daughter, my place it there. Next to her, he told to the captain of the Unsullied. Where were you when that attack happened? Grey Worm still playing with his nerves. Let them in. Daario stepped out from the pyramid. We cannot be sure it is him, he answered in Valyrian language. The Stark girl is with the Queen. Yara too. They can take care of him if he is not who he says he is. Daario answered. Jon was just staring them, he did not understand what they were talking about, but at the next moment, Grey Worm nodded towards his soldiers and they stepped out from their way. Jon almost ran inside. Missandei. Davos raised his eyes to Daario. In save. He answered in a serious tone, then turned back to Grey Worm. No one else can enter. He left them there. Davos and Gendry looked at each other. They still had many questions. They did not understand what is going on. When they left, everything was fine. Nothing happened in the last couple of days. They go out once, and problems appear. They followed Daario. They thought seriously the reinforcement of the guards. Dothraki, Unsullied and the Second Sons patrols everywhere inside. Do not go out. It is not saved. Daario turned to them. Wait, why? Gendry frowned. Because it seems we cannot trust anyone, he answered, and walked away from them. Stop. Arya stopped Jon when he wanted to enter into her daughter's room. Are you kidding me? Jon rolled his eyes. Arya, let me in. What is the name of my sword? She asked him seriously. What? Jon did not believe in his own ears. You heard it. What is the name of my sword? She asked again. Needle. Jon shook his head, and in the next moment, Arya put his arms around him and hugged him. I was so worried, she told him. Arya, what is going on? Jon asked her, but she just opened the door for him. Daenerys was standing next to the cradle. Missandei was sleeping there, but her eyes were in tears. She was crying and she looked worried. Jon. Dany whispered his name when she saw him, and he immediately put his arms around her and squeezed her close. He still had no idea what happened while they were away. He saw in Arya's face there is something serious. Dany was shaking, and Yara was standing right next to them. John placed his palm to her cheek and tried to look into her eyes. He swiped a tear away from her face. "I'm sorry I wasn't here," John told her. "I wasn't here either." Dany shook and lowered her head. Who was it?" John asked. "A faceless assassin. One of who tried to kill Daenerys earlier. This is their method. If they fail, they wait. Then they try to attack again, but, 2 failures no longer fit. They won't give up. Not from now." Arya stepped closer and explained. "They used one of your soldier faces, but they did not count with a red priestess, neither a warrior." She looked at Yara. "It was luck. How can we stop them?" John was determined. "You cannot." Arya answered. "They serve the many-faced god. If they get the order, someone must die, they do their task. Show no mercy." She continued. "She is a child," Dany stated. "They did not care." Arya sighed. "Neither the one who hired them." She looked at John. "They all knew. They knew it was Bran. That was no question at all. Even if this hurts them. And from now on? We won't leave the pyramid anymore? Because if anyone does, maybe that one get killed, and those assassins use their faces." Dany stepped out from John's embrace and spread her arms. "I have an idea." Arya sighed. "But you won't like it." She raised her eyes to them. John looked at her questioningly, but she turned to Yara. "Yara, would you please send Nizra here? Maybe she can help. Or Liliana. Who you find sooner." "No." Dany cut in. "Nizra. I trust her. Only her." She continued. John frowned. He understood, but he thought after they discussed this topic, she'll be more open with her. Yara looked at Dany and she nodded. She walked out of the room. "I'll leave you alone until she gets here," Arya told them. "I am sure you'll be in safe with him." She tried to give them a smile, then she stepped out and closed the door. John stepped closer to Dany and placed his arms around her again. They were standing there in silence for a couple of minutes, staring their daughter. She has no idea what is going on around her. She has no idea how much danger she is in. Dany thought about her baby. The life that might be in her. She more and more felt, she is not ready. It is not the right time for another child, no matter how she wanted it. They almost killed her daughter. They can't take care of one child, how could they take care of 2? Maybe Nizra was wrong. Maybe she was mistaken. Maybe she is not pregnant at all. She tried to stay calm. "I will never leave you alone again," John whispered to her and kissed her forehead. "You cannot be here every second. It was not your fault. We knew, her life is in danger, we just, kinda forgot it. After those days in peace." She swallowed. "But Bran will never stop." "Neither do I." "What do you mean?" John frowned. Dany took a deep breath and turned her back at him, caressed her daughter's little head, then looked back to John. "I will not live in fear, and I won't let him terrify us. We are going to attack King's Landing." Daenerys told straight to his face, and that was the powerful, determined and wayward queen, whom he respected but feared at the same time. John knew that look, and he did not like it. When she was driven by her fear, is not good. "We should think this through." He stepped closer. "There is nothing to think. It is enough," she answered firmly. "Dany. I don't think." John tried again. "Don't think what? What do you expect me to do? Stay here? Wait for another attack? Until maybe they are successful and kidnap or kill our daughter? Well, I won't." She raised her voice a bit. Quietly. He nodded towards the cradle and tried to remain calm. Dany realized that she was yelling and lowered her head. "Let's listen that Arya wanna told us, and then we'll think through what we should do." "Okay." He held her hands. "But..." Dany started, but John did not let her continue. "I won't let anyone hurt her again. Neither you. I hate to admit, but, maybe you are right, and our only chance is to start that war. Even if we don't want it." He sighed. "I just want to think that through with clear mind and discuss our opportunities with our allies and advisors. That is all I ask." He was looking to her eyes. Dany was surprised. She did not expect him to support her. Not in this decision. John was more calmer than that. She opened her mouth to say something, but there was no sound came out from it. "But first," John continued. "Let's listen to what is my sister's plan." She just nodded slowly, then John leaned closer and gave a small kiss to her lips. "Everything will be fine." He kissed her again. Yara knocked on Nizra's door. She was sitting on her bed, still under the influence of the events. "Are you all right?" Yara asked her softly. Sure. She stood up, advised her dress and tried to smile. What can I do for you? You don't have to lie to me. Yara stepped forward and analyzed her face. The princess almost died. Nisra tried to remain calm and cover her real feelings. This is scary. I thought I can protect her, but without you, she would probably be dead already. She walked to her window. Yara went closer to her. She felt her closeness. She felt how she cares about her. And what else is wrong? She asked Nisra and placed her hand to her shoulder. I knew, when I said yes to the task. I knew. I felt it. I felt it is dangerous, but there is something in this child. I couldn't say no. Somehow the Lord chose me to protect her but... Nisra turned to Yara and there were tears in her eyes. But I don't want to die. I know it is my task, and I know we are in the hands of the Lord, but... I don't want to die, I am not ready. She stammered. She was a loyal servant of the Lord, but her human emotions took over the control that moment. Yara stepped closer and placed her hand to her face, raised her chin and looked into her eyes. I won't let you die, she told her quietly, and she was leaning closer. Slowly. Her eyes mesmerized her, and she couldn't resist anymore. She wanted to make her feel safe. She wanted to comfort her. Yara, Nisra whispered, but her lips met with her lips. She pressed her lips against hers and kissed her. She started gently but then she became more passionate and wild and pressed her against the wall while deepened the kiss. Miss Sandai woke up and John held her in his arms. Danny leaned to his shoulder and enjoyed the moment. The moment together. Arya opened the door. I'll go and see what happened with Yara. They should be back already. Right? John nodded. We're not going anywhere. He smiled then turned back to her daughter. Would you have thought that, a year ago? He turned to Danny. What? That her life will be in greater danger every damn day and she barely can walk. Danny raised her eyebrow. No. John frowned. It is not what I meant. Would you have thought we'll be here together? As a family. He tried to smile. No. She sighed and hugging his arm. That time. I was not sure I can trust you ever again. But our love survived, John answered. Yes. It did. And we're going to survive this. All three of us. He raised Miss Sandai a bit. Right, princess? He touched his nose to her nose and she started to giggle. Danny was smiling at them, then lowered her head and her eyes stopped on her belly. Do we know? She started anything about Samwell? No, why are you asking? He turned to her. All help is good, and I want to know finally what he finds out about her part in this, she explained. She needed Sam. More than ever. She needed to know, what is the truth about her pregnancy. We can send some soldiers after him if you want to, John answered, and while he was talking Miss Sandai trying to grab his beard. Hey! John grabbed her small, tiny hands and gave a kiss to it, and then he kissed Daenerys too. Chapter 68. Miraen. What a surprise, Dario stated when he saw Nisra and Yara leaving the Red Priestess room. What were you doing there? Together. There was a smirk on his face. We don't have time for this now, the queen is waiting for us, Nisra answered, and walked past Dario, but Yara did not want to miss this chance. You'd die to find out, wouldn't you? She smiled at him, and then she left him there too. Dario frowned. He has a great imagination, and Yara told him earlier she is interested in women also. Finally. Arya told them when she spotted them on the corridor. What took that long? Nisra was embarrassed. She did not experience anything with any woman before, but how Yara kissed her, it was some unique and enjoyable thing, and she wanted more. But first of all, their duty called them. I did not feel well, she answered. I needed some time too. We are here now. We can go to the queen. Yara stopped her with the explanation and walked forward. Nisra. Arya stopped her. For another minute. I wanna ask something. John and Daenerys were still with Miss Sandai. Those family moments are rare and important. For both of them. You look pale. John was staring at Dany's face. Must be the stress and the worry because of the attack. She answered. Or I need more sleep. I know, this is also my fault. John smiled a bit, while rolled his eyes. No. Dany placed her head to his shoulder and bit her lower lip. Yes, on the nights, mostly they did not sleep. Not too much. They enjoyed their time together. Alone. Pleased each other in many ways. To be honest, it would be surprising if she wasn't pregnant, but with her it was different. She still did not even understand how Miss Sandai can be real, after those things, that witch said to her many years ago, but it seemed John was right. She was not a reliable source of information. Dany felt a little dizzy, but she tried to act everything is right. John frowned. Are you sure, you are okay? He asked again while watching her walking back to the bed. She sat down to the edge of the bed. Yes. She raised her eyes at him and smiled. Mama's not feeling well but she would never admit it. John turned to Miss Sandai babbling at her. Mamma. Miss Sandai imitated John and they were both surprised. Their mouth fell open. John looked at Dani with a huge smile on his face, and she jumped up from the bed and went back to them. She took the baby's hand. What did you say? Dani was staring at her little face. Mama. Her eyes filled with tears of joy. She did say that, right baby? John lifted her slightly and laughed. It would have been better if Daddy or Papa had the first word but... He continued with laughter. Hey Dani poked him. I gave birth to her. And I made her. John continued to tease her. They were laughing together. They could have not imagined this moment more perfect. Both were there when their daughter said her first word. And maybe I make another. John continued and Dani's eyes stopped on his face. She was speechless. I'd like to. John took a deep breath and lowered his head with a smile on his face. I know it is not the right time to talk about another child, but... He sighed. Sorry for the late. Yara entered into the room. John and Dani stepped a bit further from each other. No problem at all. At least we had some time alone. Daenerys answered and tried to find Arya and Nisra behind Yara. The others. We are here. Arya stepped into the room with Nisra by her side. So. I am listening. What is that great plan? Dani took a deep breath. A few minutes. Arya raised her eyes to Nisra, and she went around the room. Lightened all the candles around and she stopped at the window. She started to murmur some kind of spell or something. They were all watching her. Just Miss Sandai's thin voice disturbed the silence in the room. What is she? John wondered. Trying to hide us. But it may not succeed, at least we try. Arya answered. From Bran. Less he knows about our plans is the better for us. She continued when she saw John and Dani did not really understand. So. She took a deep breath. What do you want to do? Dani asked her. King's Landing. I won't stay any longer, Quentyn Martell told to Tyrion. It is ridiculous. The king ordered us here, to win the war against the Dragon Queen who is already dead. She is not. Tyrion tried to answer, but somehow he agreed with him. They had no idea Daenerys is alive or not. Only Bran knows for sure. Time passed, but since he gave a reassuring speech to the soldiers, nothing happened. He receded back to his room, and they barely can see him. She died. Quentyn raises his voice. I don't have time for this. If we don't make a move in the following days, me and my army go back to Dorne. I am not interested in his petty games. Quieter please. Tyrion tried to calm him down. I am not afraid of your king. Quentyn stepped closer to Tyrion. You'd better be. Sansa walked out from the other side of the room. They did not see her earlier. They thought there is just the two of them. Probably he has a reason why he is waiting. My apologizes my lady, but I don't think so. As my opinion, your brother is just gone crazy. He rolled his eyes. Tyrion and Sansa looked at each other. They knew there is something wrong. They felt too but they did not want to say it loud. That would be too dangerous. I wouldn't call him crazy. He is just, different. Tyrion tried to save the situation. Sees the world in a different way. I don't care. Quentyn leaned closer to Tyrion. Tell your king, if he doesn't need us because there is no war at all, the Dornish army will go home. He raised his eyes to Sansa. You should do the same. He turned his back at them and walked out from the room. Sansa sat next to the table. She was trying to think. Placed her face to her palm. Could you, talk to him? Tyrion walked to the cabinet and raised the wine jug. Poured a glass of wine for both of them. He handed it to Sansa and she thanked with a smile. He is not willing to talk with anyone. Sansa sighed. He talked with a man. A foreigner. I did not recognize him. A week ago. He was the last one who was allowed to step into the room. Tyrion was thinking loudly. And Podrick? Yes. Podrick. This is why we knew, he is alive. But he does not tell him a word. Podrick said he is always in the Raven mood or how is it called? Tyrion drank all the wine at once. What if he really is? Sansa turned to him. I am afraid we have to consider this opportunity as well. Tyrion frowned. They both know, they both saw, he is on the verge of madness. Or at least he seemed. He doesn't care about Arya. He told me she is in danger. She is her prisoner and he does nothing. Sansa squeezed the glass while she was talking. I don't understand. Me neither. Tyrion placed his hand to her shoulder. Maybe he knows she is in safe. He wanted to calm her but he was not sure either. Or he doesn't care about it at all. Sansa raised her eyes to Tyrion and those eyes filled with tears. What is wrong with him? She was worried. I don't know. We all thought, he'll be a good king. The best of all. He is losing people. Sansa stated he has more and more enemies each day. His allies, turn against him, or, leave him alone. She told her worries loud. I know. Wish I can help. You are his advisor. Sansa frowned. He doesn't care and doesn't trust me at all. Tyrion lowered his head. Maybe he is right. I betrayed everyone, who I ever served. I've killed my own father. I wanted Joffrey's death. He started to explain. Who's not? Sansa smiled a bit. True. Tyrion laughed a bit but, the queen who I served burned down King's Landing. The king who I serve, seems, go mad. Maybe I am not fit for this job. Tyrion sighed. Do you believe it? Sansa leaned back on the chair and held the glass in front of her mouth. Believe what? That she is alive. And the other things that Bran told us. I don't know. Tyrion frowned. But Jon left. That is sure. Giantsbane confirmed it. He left, on Drogon's back. Maybe that is why I believe she really lives. Mirian. We've reinforced the guards. Everywhere around the pyramid. I keep my eye on them. Daario reported to Daenerys. She nodded. They were in the map room. Everyone, except Yara and Nisra who stayed to keep Miss Sandae safe. Daenerys and Jon wanted to stay with her too, but they knew, they have to discuss the attack with the others. They have to warn them and inform them about everything, except Arya's plan. Another thing, Daenerys stopped them before they can leave. Not even Jon knows what she wanted to say. She stepped forward and raised her eyes to them. You all want to keep me safe. I know, most of you would sacrifice your life for me. She was looking at Grey Worm, then to Daario. I appreciate it. She lowered her head, then searched Liliana with her eyes. She was standing next to the wall. Even if I don't always show it. Dany continued. They were staring at her in silence. I trust you. And she hesitated, then turned her head to Jon. And I trust him. She smiled a bit, and now Jon realized what is she doing. You don't have to. He whispered. I have to, Dany answered, then turned back to the others. Maybe you don't understand. I don't ask you to understand it. I ask you to accept it and trust me. He is the man I love. He is the father of my child. He made a mistake, just as I do. Just as all of us, we all made mistakes in the past. Yes, his mistake was. He killed you, Grey Worm stated. And yet he is here. Dany was looking at Grey Worm's eyes. He came to Essos and made an oath to me, and to his daughter. About a year ago. He would have let me put a dagger to his heart when he arrived. That is what I wanted to do. I almost did. I did not trust him. Many months had to pass, and he did many things to earn my trust again. That wound, that he caused will be there forever. Nothing and no one can completely heal it, but that belongs only to him and me. Dany was talking quietly but meanwhile, she radiated power somehow. He is my love. He is the father of my child, she repeated herself, and he'll be your king someday. Officially. She looked into Grey Worm and Daario again. If you can't accept him, I understand, but, in that case, you questioning your queen too in her decisions. She waited for them to say or react something. Daario nodded, Liliana blinked a long one and nodded with her head. Dany turned to Grey Worm. And you? She stepped closer to him. I would never leave you behind or alone, Grey Worm answered, but as you said. I don't understand why you trust him. I accept your decision, I've always does. He nodded. And you'll be my queen now and always. And I mean those words. He looked to Jon. I think we're done, Daenerys stated, and she turned her back at the others and went back to Jon. He grabbed her hand cautiously and caressed it with his finger. Thank you, he whispered to her. Dany smiled a bit. But I do not agree with everything that you said. Jon continued after everyone left. Dany frowned. That wound. There is someone who may heal it. The one who caused me. And I will do everything to do it. I love you, Jon. She looked into his eyes, and he pulled her close, and kissed her. Kissed her with all his heart. Chapter 69. Mirian. Daenerys woke up in the middle of the night. Her stomach cramped and she felt a huge stabbing pain. She wanted to get up from the bed, and when she removed the blanket from herself she saw everything was swimming in blood. Jon was sleeping next to her. He did not move. She tried to breathe and tried to stood up, but she couldn't. The pain was unbearable and huge. She looked at Jon and shook him. She had no other choice. She couldn't do this alone. Her eyes filled with tears. She was not ready for that baby, but she was not ready to lose it either. She screamed in pain. It grows. And the bloodstain beneath her grew bigger. John, she tried to talk, tried to ask his help, but he was still lying there, motionless. She shook him again, and with that move, she pushed him away. To his back. She just noticed his eyes were open, and that scared her. She removed the blanket from him with a quick move, and he was bleeding too. There was a dagger in his heart. No. She cried out. No. She felt destroyed and lost. She raised her eyes to the cradle and blood dripped from it too. No. Her voice thinned, then she saw a shadow in the room. She couldn't recognize it, but at the next moment, it stabbed her, and she fell to the floor. No. She screamed and sat up on the bed. Danny. John immediately placed his arms around her and hugged her close. Danny. She snuggled to his chest and she sobbed bitterly. John had no idea what happened. Is that dream again? King's Landing? He tried to ask her. He was worried. She did not have nightmares in the past few months. Danny, talk to me. He almost begged her. At that moment she almost pushed him away, escaped from his arms, pulled out the blanket from her body. She stopped for a minute when she saw there is nothing wrong. She was not bleeding. She placed her hand to her belly, then she stood up and almost ran to the cradle. Miss Sandai did not wake up. She was sleeping. Calmly. Danny tried to normalize her breathing. John slowly followed her and placed her hand to her shoulder. She shook when he touched her. Danny. She swallowed. That was just a bad dream. She whispered. Come here. He pulled her back to his arms. Squeezed her like his life depends on it. Everything is all right. He sighed and he wanted to do something. Wanted to end this. She was suffering. She worried all day all night, for everything. Maybe she was right. Maybe they really have to make the first step towards the war, even if they did not want to. She was still crying and John had no idea what to do. She did not tell him anything about her dream. He tried to calm her, but it was not easy. They were awake for hours and she did not talk. She was just laying in his arms. She was afraid to fall asleep again. She did not want to feel that, the feeling of loss. She lost enough in her life. She wanted this to end. She wanted peace and just live. Not as the Queen of Westeros, not even Queen of Mirren. She just wanted to live. With the ones she loved the most. With the one who has not yet been born. She felt nausea in the morning, and she was still dizzy. John couldn't find out. If he finds out, he would not let her start a war. She knew him. She knew he would never let her risk her life or their child life. She went out of the room. She needed space and air. She wanted to be alone. My Queen Liliana bowed. Forgive me, but you don't look too well. I have a hard night. Danny answered and tried to act strong. Can I help you in anything? She asked kindly. Danny was just staring her. She seemed kind and helpful. Maybe she was really just trying to find a new family. Maybe that was true, and she was just trying to help her, but somehow, she couldn't trust her. Maybe because of John. Or her sixth sense. Something was wrong with her. She just felt it. No. Danny shook her head. I just want to take a walk. Alone. She wanted to walk past by her. You cannot go out, Liliana answered. Especially not in your condition, she added quietly. Danny rolled her eyes. She turned to her, and there was anger in her face. How do you know? Nisra told you. She asked her immediately. She did not have to. Liliana smiled at her. I've just paid attention to. As I told. Believe it or not. I want to keep you safe. Yet, from the man I love. She was offensive. No. Not anymore. Liliana answered, and it surprised Danny. I accepted that you asked yesterday. If you trust him, I believe your intuitions. You are a woman. A man can only fool a woman once. Liliana stated. Danny couldn't help herself. She smiled a bit. Keep this information about my condition, confidential. I don't want anyone to know about it until we can be sure. Daenerys was staring at her face. You know it is true. You know it is real. The life that is growing in you, is real. Liliana stepped closer. What are you waiting for, then? She frowned. It was not requested. It was a command. Keep it in secret. Daenerys answered her with a serious face. If you really want to serve me, then do what I say. As you wish. Liliana bowed, then Danny left her there. She was looking after her. She did not understand. Maybe she did not trust John as much as she said. That was the only explanation for her. My lady. Gendry arrived there and smiled at her. My lord. She answered with a flirtatious smile on her face. As I heard, walking around even inside the pyramid is dangerous. After the attack yesterday. Where are your guards? I don't need any, Liliana answered. Gendry was quite handsome. Manly. A bit too young, a bit too nascent, but good looking. But if I think about it better, maybe you should join me and keep me in safe. Sure. Gendry nodded and they started to walk towards the corridor. And where is that girl? She turned to Gendry. That girl. He was embarrassed. The one, who you always follow. Sneaking around her, do you think I did not notice? I should be more careful. Gendry's face went a bit red. But, we are just friends. I presume, she wanted it that way. Liliana raised her eyes at him. She is, different. Not like any other girls. Gendry answered. Well. Liliana turned to him and placed her hand to his chest. Looked deeply into his eyes. If you ready to move on, just let me know. She was flirting with him, and Gendry did not find words for the situation. He was just staring at her and surprised. What? You had no idea I have some interest in you. Liliana stepped closer. No, I have to admit. I did not know. He stammered. Well, now you know. She leaned closer to him. And it depends on you what you do with that information. She was smiling. Arya spotted them. She just wanted to leave, but when she saw them, she stopped. It hurt her. She was the one who refused Gendry, but meanwhile, she hated to see him around any other woman. Especially when he is around those beautiful womans. She turned away and went towards the gates. Placed the hood to her head, and jumped to her horse. No one can. A guard tried to stop her, but she rode away. Who was that? Dario saw her only from the back. I don't know. It happened so fast and the guard answered. Where is the queen? Dario started to get nervous. I did not see her. Are you fit for anything? Dario told him with anger in his face and left him there. And as I said, he stopped for a second. No one can leave the pyramid. The guard nodded. He had no idea how that person just pops out next to him. He did not see anything. Dany. I was worried. Jon finally found her. He was walking around all the corridors. Missandei? Dany immediately asked. In good hands. Davos is there and guards. Don't worry. He smiled. Of course I worry. She sighed. Jon placed his arms around her. So don't you want to tell me what you dreamed of? He asked quietly, placed his head to her shoulder. It doesn't matter. She looked to the ground. It was just a dream. She squeezed his arms that embraced her. You scared me. Jon gave a kiss to her cheek. And you can tell me everything. You know that, right? Even if it hurts me. There is nothing. Dany turned to him really. I just hope. Arya succeeds. I hate she left alone. Jon took a deep breath. Maybe Gendry or Yara should have gone with her. Or you. Dany turned to him. I would not leave you here, neither Missandei. Not until you are in great danger. He smiled a bit and placed his hand to her cheek. She insisted to go alone. And maybe she is right. Less knows about it, is better. I know. Jon nodded. She'll be fine. She is, stronger than most of us, and she is even a better a warrior than you. Dany teased him a bit. She wanted to forget her horrible nightmare, and with Jon. She felt herself better. You really think so? Maybe I should give you more swordplay lessons. Jon raised his eyebrows and smiled at her. Dany was just smiling at him and he was smiling at her. Their love is the only thing that could make them happy. Without it, without each other, neither of them had any idea, how could they survive at all. Dario was standing a bit further from them. When she spotted Daenerys he calmed down, but he arrived too late, and Jon was already there with her. He started to accept, it is over and the Dragon Queen will never be his again, but meanwhile, he can't stop loving her. It was not an emotion that he could control. A soldier walked to him and told something to his ears. Right. He nodded and walked towards the royal couple. They were standing in an embrace in the middle of the gardens. My queen. He bowed a bit. Lord Snow. There was still some sarcasm in his voice, but neither Jon or Daenerys was in the mood to take any care of it. We have a visitor. The master who left the pyramid a couple of weeks ago is back. Dario continued. Samwell. Jon stepped forward. Yes. But given the situation, we cannot be sure it is him. Dario continued. The guards arrested him, until we find out. Are you kidding me? Jon frowned. Jon. Dany placed her hand to his chest. Dario is right in this. The one who tried to kill our daughter wore one of our guards' face. We can't trust anyone who comes from outside. Danny looked into his eyes. And how should we figure out? We don't know him. Dario answered. We don't. But John and Sir Davos. They know him. Danny nodded. If he is not who he says he is, they'll find out. Daenerys ordered them. If you let me, I would go with them. For questioning. Just to be sure. Not because I don't trust him. He raised his eyes to John, but more eyes sees more, and I am totally emotionless towards him. So I think I can help. Dario asked Daenerys, and he was right. Dany knew John doesn't like the idea, but they can't risk anything. She wanted more than anyone to get Samwell back. She needed him. Maybe she was sure in her pregnancy, but she needed his confirmation. Fine. Go with them. I'll be with my daughter. She stroked John's arm and walked away, without looking at him again. She just hoped he understands. Chapter 70. Miraen. My Queen. Davos smiled towards Daenerys when she entered into the room. His opinion changed about her in the past few months. She was the woman who he got to know at Dragonstone, not the one who burned down King's Landing. It was still an unsolvable mystery for him. He thought about a lot. What could have happened? What brought out that monster from that kind and smart woman? That woman who is a loving mother, and a devoted lover. He was watching how she was caressing her daughter, how she was rocking her, babbling with her. He felt warm and happy when he was around that family. He was happy to be a part of that family more or less. Samwell Tarly is back. John and Daario Naharis need you to be sure it is really him. Dany looked at him. I don't know him that well, but if you need my help there, I'll go. He nodded and started to leave. Sir Davos. Dany stopped him. Yes. Do you think, are we good parents? I mean, doubts are normal. Especially when we are raising a child. You are great parents, you don't have to worry about it. Davos smiled at her. I hope so. Dany lowered her head. I really hope so. She was thinking about the other child, the one who was growing in her. Just be sure that is Samwell, please. Then I want to talk to him. Immediately. Dany became serious again. Sure, Your Grace. John. Sam was happy when he spotted his friend. He surprised when the Unsullied grabbed him and placed him to a cell. That was unexpected. Sam. John started to walk closer, but two soldiers stood in his way. Step out, John ordered them, but they did not move. I said. Let him go closer. Daario gave the command from behind his back. He made a face. He hated how all the soldiers controlled by that man, and not him. As he said to Daenerys, they will never accept him. He was not sure they'll even accept him if he marries Daenerys. The soldiers split, and John walked closer to Samwell. What happened? Why did you put me in a cell? Sam was afraid a bit. Did I do something against you? Or? No. No. It is not that. John placed his hand to his shoulder. Many things happened since you left. We were attacked, my daughter attacked by. Is she okay? Sam was clearly worried. Is it really necessary? John turned to Daario. It is him. That is not a question. He rolled his eyes. Do you really want to risk your child life? Daario stepped closer. Because you don't want to hurt his feelings? He asked him. John just shook his head and turned back to Samwell. What did you want to be in your childhood? John asked him. You cannot be serious, Daario said sardonically. I know him. You don't. I don't even know why are you here. John frowned, and he was so hostile with Daario. Because the Queen told me to be here, Daario answered, and there was a small smile on his face. A wizard. Sam cut their argument before it goes worse. I've always wanted to be a wizard. Samwell was staring at them, and John started to laugh a bit. He placed his arms around him and hugged him. As I see, you don't need me any longer here. Davos arrived at the prison and saw how those two friends hugging each other. However, it will be not enough for certainty, Daario mentioned, and he kept his eyes on Sam and John. Fine. Then play question and answer session. John murmured under his nose, then looked to Sam. Lady Nysra Yera greeted her on the corridor with a huge smile. Lady Greyjoy. Nysra smiled at her, and she was clearly embarrassed. I have to go, the Queen is waiting for me. She wanted to go forward. You are avoiding me, Yera stated when she walked past by her. I am not. Nysra stopped. The Queen, as I said, she is waiting for me. She continued, and she felt how she took her hand. There is nothing to be ashamed of, Yera told her quietly, but she spotted a guard on the corridor and pulled out her hand from Yera's hands. I am not ashamed. Nisra lowered her head. It is not about that I thought you are different, Yara stated, then she just walked away. Nisra turned after her. It was something new to her. That attraction that she felt towards that woman. She always had a relationship with men. Never a woman. She never thought, there is this kind of interest in her. She did not want to hurt Yara. Her feelings seemed clear towards her, not like Dario, and meanwhile, she still wanted that captain more. She wanted to repeat that wild night, that they spent together, but she wanted, even more, his love. A thing that she may never get because he was not able to forget the queen. She walked towards Miss Sandai's room while she was thinking about her feelings. When she entered she got scared and for a minute she forgot to breathe. How long we have to do this? John was impatient. Samuel almost told his whole life and John knew it from the first minute, there is nothing to be afraid of. It was him. His friend. One of his best friends. May I ask something too? Sam took a deep breath. Sure. John sighed. What about Gilly and my family? Did you find them? Did you send soldiers after them? We did, but... John hesitated. They had no news about them. They did not know anything about them. John. Nisra rushed into the prison and her eyes were in tears. She was worried and she seemed to panic. She did not care about the formalities and how she calls him that moment. It was all important. What happened? John turned to her immediately. The queen. She could hardly say it. She did not have to say anything else. John stormed out from the prison. He did not even know where to search for her, but she told him she'll be in Miss Sandai's room. Stay with them, Dario ordered the soldiers and he followed John. What happened? Davos placed his hand to her arm. I don't know. She shook her head, then her eyes stopped on Samuel. We need him. John pulled out the door and entered into the room. Daenerys was lying in the bed. Grey Worm and 2 soldiers were standing next to her. She was barely in mind. Dany. He knelt next to the bed and took her hand. Gave a kiss to it. What happened? He raised his eyes to Grey Worm. We don't know. Lady Nisra screamed and she was laying on the floor. What is going on? Dario also entered into the room. Send Samuel here. John stood up and told him. It is not safe yet, Dario answered. Maybe I was misunderstandable. He turned to Dario. It was not a kind request. It was a command. Bring Samuel Tarly here. Now. He raised his voice. Dario and Grey Worm looked to each other. I said now. John repeated himself and Dario finally nodded and left the room. John looked towards the cradle and her daughter was there. Thank to the gods. He had no idea what happened but that was not normal. She looked pale and she did not feel well in the past few days, and now this. John. She came to mind and saw him in the room. She wanted to sit up on the bed, but she was still reeling. Dany. John almost jumped to the bed and took her hand again, meanwhile, he was caressing her hair with his other hand. What happened? I don't know. She tried to remember. It suddenly turned dark and I don't remember. She looked so weak and she was still pale. Her face was white as snow. John worried more and more. Here. He grabbed the glass of water from the cupboard. Drink it. He helped her. Thank you, she whispered and smiled a bit. You love to scare me, right? John tried to make joke about the situation. Miss Sandai. She took a deep breath. She is right and John. Samuel entered into the room, guided by Dario. What happened? That is your task to find out. He stood up and led him closer. It is good to see you back, Dany stated with a small smile on her face. How are you feeling? Sam asked her. Still little dizzy, she answered. Did you eat something today? Sam frowned. Dany just shook her head. The pale face, the loss of appetite, the dizziness. Since when? He started. Would you please go out? Dany looked to John and the others. Everyone. The soldiers immediately left the room. Dario followed them after some hesitation, but John did not move. Dany was looking into Samuel's eyes. She begged with her eyes, and Sam nodded. John, please. I need to examine her a bit more and you better go out. He placed his hand to John's shoulder. It isn't that bad? Right. John tried to act calm. As I said, I need to examine her. Then I know more. Maybe just stress. Sam answered with a small smile on his face and pointed towards the door with his arm. He accompanied John to the door, then he closed it, and turned back to Daenerys. He doesn't know, Sam stated. No, he doesn't. Dany sighed and sat a bit more on the bed. When did you notice it? He walked closer and placed his hand to her belly. A couple of days ago. But I was not sure. And I had nothing like this with Miss Sandai. I mean that dizziness and it is normal. Sam shrugged his shoulder. Gilly also, her second pregnancy was much harder. I sent soldiers after her. To find them. Danny swallowed but I am sure they are okay. She tried to calm him. Thank you. Sam nodded, while he was groping her belly. I think everything is fine, you should just rest more and worry less. That doing miracles. Sam smiled a bit. So it is true. Danny lowered her head. You don't look happy. Sam was staring at her face. I did not expect that. Baby. She glanced to the cradle. It is already so hard. With her. She is in great danger. And I understand. Sam nodded. But you should tell him. I will. Soon. What are you afraid of? Sam frowned. I am not sure we are ready. For this. For a second child. Please keep this in secret. Until I. Danny placed her hand to Samuel's arm. He is my friend. Sam looked into her eyes. I won't lie to him. Please. She squeezed his arm. Please. I am going to tell him, but he has many things to worry about now. I don't want him to worry about me. I promise I am going to tell him. Danny begged him. Samuel, please. I know. I don't have any right to ask this, but I need your help with this. Sam took a deep breath and stared at the floor. You can't hide it for a long time, he answered quietly. I know. Danny nodded. Just give me a few days. She sighed. I'm worried about her, Nisra told to Liliana in the corridor. That pregnancy really did not come at the best of times. Liliana raised her eyebrow. I was sure, you noticed. It was not hard to notice. But I don't understand why she did not want to tell him. It is her decision. Nisra looked at her. And neither you nor I have any word in this. I hope you understand and you won't do any hasty moves. Why everyone thinks I am the greatest danger for them. Liliana raised her voice. I know we have to keep them in safe. Now more than ever. Nisra nodded, and they were walking towards the corridor. Dario stepped out behind the column and he was surprised. He heard every word of them, and he wondered why she hides it from John. Maybe she did not trust him as much as she said to them. Chapter 71. Miran. And did you find out anything about my daughter's role in this great war? Daenerys asked Sam. Nothing for sure. The Red Priestess told me I have to open my eyes more, but everything is so nonsense and troublous. Sam answered, and they heard a knock on the door. Can I come in? It was John. He was standing at the door and he tried to smile. Sure. Danny smiled. And how? He wanted to know what is going on. He wanted answers. He was worried, he had the worst scripts in his mind. Samuel looked to Daenerys. She is fine. It seems, she worries too much. You should pay more attention to meals. Sam kept his eyes on Danny, while he was answering to John. Thank you. Danny smiled at him. She was grateful. She knew, their relationship with Samuel did not start well, but maybe there is a chance for them to build a good friendship or at least a trustful one. I better go. Leave you to rest. He added. I hope they won't put me back to prison. Davos is waiting outside. He'll take care of you. John patted his shoulder. And thank you, Samuel. I am glad you are back. He left them and John was standing and staring at his love. I am fine, Daenerys told him. Before he could answer anything, Miss Sandai cried out. John turned to her direction and raised her from the cradle, then sat down with her next to Daenerys to the bed. Maayama, Miss Sandai babbled again and Daenerys' heart melted. She took her tiny hands. Papa. I am you, Daddy. So say it. John was watching her daughter and tried to pull out the words from her. You never give up. Danny giggled. Are you sure you are? John started again. John, I am fine. There is nothing wrong. She leaned to his shoulder. We'll be fine. Did Samuel tell anything about? He knows nothing for sure. He asked more time to see it clearer. I am glad he is back. John sighed. Yeah. Me too. Danny answered and she looked down to her belly. John, that you said about Your Grace. Nisra entered into the room. I did not want to interrupt. She bowed a bit with her head. Anything happened? No, I just wanted to ask, do you need anything or? She smiled at her. Have some rest. John leaned to her forehead and gave a kiss to it. I took my daughter to a small walk. Some fresh air, no harm. Nisra stays here with you. John stood up with Miss Sandai in his arms. I don't need a babysitter, Danny mentioned. No, you don't. But it would reassure me. John stated with a small smile. Wave to your mom. He took Miss Sandai's small arm and waved with it. She started to giggle. Danny loved that sight. Her love and her daughter. Together. John was really good at this. That parenting thing. He was a way much better father than her as a mother. More patient and calmer. You haven't told him, right? Nisra asked Daenerys after he closed the door. No. She took a deep breath. What if I am not ready? Not ready for what? Nisra frowned. Another child. I mean. I feel I totally failed as a mother. I left her in Volantis for weeks, alone. Then, here. I left her here and went to risk my life just to find out the truth about Drogon. I was not here when someone tried to kill her. How can I take responsibility for another life? If I can't take responsibility for her? She asked despairingly. Your Grace. Nisra sat down to the bed. You did not fail as a mother. She smiled. Your love for her is more powerful than anything, and that other life. She looked down to her belly. Our God knows when is the right time to bless you with another gift. He did. After you thought you can never get any children, you have her and soon you'll have him. She looked into her eyes. Him. Danny smiled a bit. Just my intuition. Nisra smiled back at her. Not a prophecy. As I see, you find some entertainment after Arya Stark rejection, Davos mentioned to Gendry. He saw him and Liliana walking and laughing around the gardens. He kept his eyes on everything. He was not so noticeable, not too many people cared about his presence. Maybe that is why he was a great smuggler, back then. What? No. We just... Gendry's face went red immediately. If I can suggest, you should do it more private way, I mean you've just told Jon that you love his sister. Maybe you should have not told him anything at all. Davos suggested. I should have not drunk that much, Gendry admitted. Do you know where is she? You just left her there. In the garden. Not Liliana. Arya. He raised his eyes to Davos. Oh. Davos surprised now you mention. I did not see her for days now. Weird. I am afraid she is doing something stupid. Gendry took a deep breath. Because of you. Davos raised his eyebrow. No. Gendry shook his face. I am not that important. Not in her life. Not for her. She made it clear. I swear I don't understand the young people these days. You love her, but you spend most of your time with that Red Priestess. She loves you and watching you secretly, and you did not even notice. No. Because you are playing games. Just as the Queen and Jon. Thank God, they came to mind nowadays and started to act like parents and responsible adults. Honesty would make things so much easier. What? Gendry took his arm. What did you say about Arya? You still have to learn a lot about women, son. Davos shook his head and took a deep breath. Jon was walking around the garden with Miss Sandai. The little girl wondered about everything, her eyes widened and looked everything with amazement. Jon thought back, when he left Winterfell. When he took an oath to the Night Watch, that is what he gave up. That miracle. He had no idea that time. He just knew, he is a bastard, and he did not want to be a father. Because he always thought he won't be good at this role, he thought he doesn't deserve it. Even if he had a great father, he had no real family. Then it turned out, nothing in his life was true. Nothing. Except his love for Daenerys. That was the first real feeling in his life and yet, he let himself be manipulated. He believed Tyrion's words, meanwhile, that dwarf just wanted to save himself. Not Jon. Not the kingdom, just himself, and wanted to take revenge on his family. The Lannisters, who did everything to deserve their death. Miss Sandai pulled him back to reality, from his thoughts. She grabbed his beard again. Hey. Jon smiled at her and took her tiny hands. You really don't like it, but you will when you grow up, believe me, Jon told her daughter, and she grimaced. He just laughed out loud. You are so like your mother, he told her daughter. Jon Samwell walked towards him. Everything is fine? The soldiers no longer wanted to. No. No. They did not. Sam was clearly confused. Can we talk? You scare me. Jon stared at his face. Sam did not answer, just lowered his head. Jon was getting bothered. I did not want to tell her. Not now. I wanted to talk to you first. Sam continued. Sam? What is? In private. Please. Lady Nisra Dario met with her at the hall. How polite are you today, she stated. She was still a bit mad at him. Since they spent the night together, weeks ago, he did not even talk with her. I have to admit, that you are shining, maybe the time you spent with Lady Greyjoy good for you, he told her. What do you want? Nisra became a bit annoyed. I have to go back to the queen. She rolled her eyes. Sad news. I thought you may have some time for me. What game are you playing with me? Nisra sighed. I don't play games. Maybe I've missed you. He stepped closer. Nisra was embarrassed and she tried to avoid the eye contact with him. Well, I don't, she answered quickly and stepped away from him. Was it that much better with her? Dario made a face. I don't think so. You have no idea what are you talking about, Nisra told him but did not look at him. Lady Greyjoy is. So she did not try to pick you up. Why does it matter for you? What does she want from me? Why do you even care about it? She turned to him and raised her voice. Before he could answer, he spotted Jon and Sam walking, more straining on the corridor. Where are you going with the child? He raised his eyes to them and stepped closer. Not that you have anything to do with it but... I have. Because the princess is with you, he stated. She is not your daughter. So you better go and take care of the guards. Jon made a face. I don't think the queen would like if she gets to know you are up to something behind her back. Dario continued. As I remember she told you to leave me alone. You better follow her command. Jon tried to stay calm. His daughter was still in his arms. No matter what she told us, it is clear she doesn't trust you. Otherwise, she would have told you the great news. But no. She wants to keep it in a secret from you. Wonder why? Usually, lovers share that news with each other. Dario continued. Nisra's eyes widen. She had no idea how he knows about it. Dario. Nisra stepped closer to him and grabbed his arm. What are you talking about? Jon also made a step towards him. Dario just laughed a bit and turned his back at Jon. What are you talking about? Jon raised his voice and Miss Sandai suddenly started to cry. May I? Nisra stretched her arms for the baby. You have no patience for one, what would you do with? Never mind. Dario frowned, and there was a satisfied smile on his face. He knew he made trouble, and he loved it. He loved the fact, Daenerys has no trust in Jon. And he had to make some advantage from it. Give me your daughter, and you can continue, Nisra asked him again. But, please your grace. Dario walked away meanwhile Jon's mind was racing. He raised his eyes to Nisra. You wanted to stop him. He told Nisra, after a minute. You wanted to stop him, right at the moment, when he started. What is Daenerys hiding from me? Jon kept Miss Sandai in his arm. He did not want to give her to anyone. He started to doubt in everyone's loyalty. What is she hiding from me? He asked again. Nisra opened her mouth, but she did not want to tell him. She promised to the queen. She did not want to disappoint her. What is it? Jon raised his voice again, while Miss Sandai was crying louder in his arms. Do not scare the child. She asked him. She will be fine. I am his father. Jon stepped closer to her. And you're not going anywhere until you tell me the truth. I don't. You know it. Jon's eyes were on fire. He was enraged and nervous. Another lie, after he thought everything is going to be okay between them. Another secret. Why, he did not understand, why? He thought Dany trusts him. I cannot tell. She lowered her head, and her voice thinned. Sam also standing there in silence. Fine. Jon turned his back at her, and he stormed out with her daughter in his arms. Nisra wanted to stop him, but it was too late. She closed her eyes. It did not go well, Sam stated. This should have not happened in this way. Nisra shook her head. At least now she has to tell him. Sam took a deep breath. And he turned to Nisra. If you have a minute for me. You may, help me. Chapter 72. Mirian. What happened? Dany almost jumped up from the bed, even she was not in her best condition. Jon almost ripped out the door and entered into Dany's room. Miss Sandai was still crying. Jon handed her to Dany. She was looking at him worriedly and frowned. Shhhh, everything is all right. I am sure your dad has a good explanation. Dany tried to make her calm down. Jon was walking up and down. He forgot for a minute that she had that nausea. Sometimes when anger fills his body and mind, he can't control himself. He knew maybe he should have not stormed in, that way. Dany was rocking Miss Sandai, and slowly but she stopped crying. Dany was squeezing her clothes and staring Jon. She was angry with him. She did not understand why he scared their daughter in that way. No matter what happened, first of all, he was a dad, and he usually acted that way. Jon. Dany tried again, but he was standing in the middle of the room. In silence, Daenerys sat to the edge of the bed with Miss Sandai in her arms. She wanted to stand up but she was afraid. She did not want to drop her, she took a deep breath but hesitated. After some seconds Jon raised his eyes at her and finally, he noticed then walked there. Took Miss Sandai from her arms, and raised her up. Gave a small kiss to her cheek. I am sorry, baby. He whispered to her. I did not want to scare you. He hugged her close. Dany still did not understand what is going on. She had no idea, and Jon did not say a word. He walked to the cradle with Miss Sandai and placed her there. When you can stand up, and feeling better, we'll talk. He did not even look at her. He turned away and left the room. Daenerys was sitting on the edge of the bed. She was surprised, she felt a bit humiliated. She had no idea what was that. Many hours passed. She did not want to tell to anyone what happened. She was just laying on the bed and thinking. Waiting for him to come back. To say sorry. To explain to her what happened. Sometimes a soldier entered to check everything is all right or not. She usually just nodded towards them. Can I come in? Daario smiled at the door. Sure. Dany wiped a tear away from her eyes. How are you feeling? He sat to the bed. Next to her. I am sure, it will be better. In a day or two. You don't have to worry about me. Dany answered. Daario placed his hand to her hand. You are my queen. And, no matter how you feel for me, you know how I feel for you, and yes, I am worried. He lowered his head and smiled a bit. You can trust me. I understand if you can't trust others, with all your heart but... What happened? Dany pulled her hand away and looked to Daario. Nothing. He acted innocently. I just wanted you to know. You can tell me anything. I will always be your side. You better go, Daenerys told him calmly. She was sure something happened between Daario and Jon, and instead of asking her he just freaked out. Do you need anything? I want to be alone, she told him and turned her back at him. Daario stood up and walked out of the room. The moment when he left, Dany sat to the edge of the bed. She thought they are over those jealousy issues. She couldn't believe they are there again. She sighed, then stood up. She can't just lay there and do nothing. It was enough. It was not her. She was not that weak. No matter she is pregnant or not. Sam, that sounds ridiculous. They were sitting in a secluded room. Now you told me the Lord of Lights want to sacrifice my daughter. They were, the Red Priestesses brought her back to life. He was still mad at her because she is hiding something from him. He was honest with her. He told her everything, about Liliana, and he just has no secrets from her. And now, that news that Sam told him. That day is just getting worse and worse. I did not say that. It is just, you've told me they did child sacrifices in the past. They believe in the power of fire, and burning people alive, this gives them power. It is not sure of course, but, like, in my understanding, this is their plan. Sacrifice Miss Sandai against Bran at the right time. This is how she can defeat the three-eyed raven. Sam explained. Nisra and Liliana are here to help. Sam. Now there are two. He frowned. Two red priestesses in the castle? Isn't it weird for you? And Kinvara, when I started to ask her about the rituals and burnt victims, she avoided to answer me. She wanted me to leave because, she told me if I can't open my mind, she can't help me. I asked Nisra too. About those things. She did not want to answer. It was clear, there is something chaotic in this situation. Sam continued. Of course I am not sure. I still have many questions and doubts, but, keep your eyes open. Why you did not tell it to Daenerys? Jon looked at him. I wanted to. He stammered. I wanted to tell you, first. You are calmer and. Why the hell I have a feeling that everyone knows something that I don't know. He jumped up from the chair and hit to the table. Sam took a deep breath. He never saw Jon in that mood. He was always hot-headed, but it was worse now. He seethed and he did not even try to hold himself back. You should talk to her. Calmly. She doesn't want to hurt you, she is just unsure in herself. Not you. This has nothing against you. Sam needed to say something. So you just arrived back, and you already know it. Great. He said in a sarcastic tone. My apologies. Liliana entered into the room where they were hiding. How? Jon frowned. He did not understand how did she find them. Maybe she was eavesdropping at the door all time long? The queen is looking for you. Everywhere. She lowered her head. She gets up from the bed. Sam stood up. She should have not. Sam shook his head. It seems she did. Liliana nodded. She doesn't look good. Okay, now one of you tell me what the hell is going on. John's eyes were on fire. He had enough. He felt everyone looks him the stupid one. The idiot one, and he had enough. I don't think it is us, who? Sam tried. I don't care. John shouted. His dragon side was clearly jumped out that day. What is going on with Daenerys? He walked to his friend and looked straight to his eyes. What is she hiding from me? He pushed his friend to the wall. He lost control. He did not leave the pyramid. Did he? Daenerys asked Grey Worm. We haven't seen anyone around the gates. Just, earlier. But, not in the past few hours. He answered and kept his eyes on Daenerys. She was still weak and moved slowly. You did not. I have to ask, you two did not have a debate, right? She was still trying to figure out what pissed John that much. I barely spoke with him today. Did he hurt you? He immediately asked her back. No. No, of course not. But something happened and. Dany was thinking. Maybe there is nothing. And I just, combined things. She sighed and tried to smile. I better go back to Miss Sandai, she stated and turned to leave. That moment John entered the hall and he did not say any word. He just grabbed her, raised her up and kissed her. Kissed her with all his heart. With all his love. Everyone was surprised around them. They never did anything like this. Not in front of the others. Not in the middle of the hall, surrounded by soldiers. Liliana and Samwell arrived there too. They glanced at each other and smiled. John held her for minutes in this way, deep in their kiss. I think we did it right, Liliana whispered to Samwell with a huge grin on her face. John finally placed Dany back to the ground and their foreheads met. Why you did not tell me? John almost cried. How? Dany raised her eyes at him then turned to the side where Sam and Liliana standing. They've told you. Why you didn't? John took a deep breath. We should. She looked around, go to a more quieter place. She mentioned. John nodded and they walked to his chamber. In silence. He did not understand but he was happy from the bottom of his heart. Dany sighed and turned to him. They were staring at each other. So, now you know. Daenerys lowered her head. I am pregnant. She said it loud but her voice was so thin. Since when do you know about it? John asked after some hesitation. I was not sure. I knew it for a couple of days now but I couldn't believe it. I wanted to talk with Sam. I wanted to know if it is even possible. She tried to explain. But you still don't tell me. Not after you've talked with him. He answered. No. She nodded but avoided to look at him. Why? John shook his head and frowned. I. You still have doubts in me? Dany. This hurt him. He thought she meant her words. When she asked the others to trust him. She was standing there in silence. I love you. John continued and I have no idea what else should I do to prove it. To get your trust back. I try. You say you love me. You spend your nights with me. We are a family, or we used to be and still, you try to hide that pregnancy from me. From me who you share your life with. You have no idea how it feels. John lowered his head. Daenerys was still in silence. I know, now you wanna say I've stabbed you. I know. That will haunt me forever and. I am not even sure our love can. He stopped. I don't see we'll ever get over it. No matter how we try. He almost cried. I'll never get your trust back. There was a tear in his eye. He took a deep breath. You better have some rest. You know where you find me if you. He was hurt and honest. His worst fear was losing her. Losing them, his family, but he can't do anything else. He loved her from the bottom of his heart but it seemed it's still not enough. He turned to leave. It is not that. Dany finally started to answer. It is not because of it and. I meant my words. I trust you and I cannot imagine my life without you. I put my trust in you again, and I never want to talk about that day. She held her tears back. Then why you did not tell me? John asked above his shoulder. Because I am scared. Okay. She raised her voice. Because I have doubts in myself. Because we can't even keep Miss Sandai safe and. That is not a too good explanation. John raised his eyebrow. All parents have doubts. And hiding that thing from me is just makes things worse. And you know that. He was calm. I knew you want it. I knew you'll be happy about it. She started to cry. Of course I am. John spread his arms. You are my love. Who else should I want a family with? He shook his head. What if I won't survive? She looked at his face. The labor. What if I die? Maybe you forget how it happened with Miss Sandai, but I did not. There were so much worry in her eyes and John finally understand it. She tried to hide her weakness. Not just from him. From everyone. She was scared, and she was never scared, or at least she never showed it to anyone. He was staring at her beautiful face and stepped closer. Held her close in his arms. She was right, he did not think about that. The thought of losing her was not an option. Chapter 73. Miran. She fell asleep, John told Sam and sat opposite to him at the desk. He placed his face into his hand. How are you feeling? Sam looked at him. I will be a father. Again. John chuckled. He was happy. From the bottom of his heart, only one thing disturbed his happiness. Her fears. The most amazing role in the world. Sam smiled a bit. He missed his family. He just hoped everything is fine with them. He wanted to go home, but he knew John needs him, and he has to stay. John was always next to her when he needed him. He stood beside him. He saved him many times. He just can't leave him here, in need. It is. John nodded and sighed. But. There is a but. In her, and in you too. Sam frowned. I have not told you, but she almost died when she gave life to Miss Sandai. John lowered his head. It was not easy labor. And she is afraid. She, what does, her current condition? Can it make the labor harder? More unsafe? I mean. John tried to draft his question, but his mind was racing. I'll be here. Sam placed his hand to John's arm. And I'll do everything to save her. I promise. That is not an answer, John shook his head. I cannot tell. I know you want me to say, it won't cause any problem, but no one knows. Gilly easily gave birth no matter how hard was her pregnancy. Her life was not in danger. Maybe it will be easier for Daenerys too. The second one. But. I cannot be sure. No one can be sure. If she worries continuously, and stress about things, that makes things harder. Sam tried to calm him, but he did not want to lie. I can't lose her, Sam. John's eyes filled with tears. You won't. Trust me. While they were talking in the room, they heard some noises from the corridor. Nisra and Liliana walking there and talking. Sam surprised when John stood up and went to the door. Lady Nisra, Lady Liliana, if you have a minute, he asked them to get into the room. They looked at each other and wondered. Sir Davos told me, he took care of Miss Sandai, this is why I. Nisra started immediately. It is not about that, John answered, he looked very serious. He closed the door. What can we do for you, Jon Snow? Liliana asked him. Why are you here? When John asked the question, both women looked at each other. They did not understand it. Sam guessed what he is willing to do, but that question surprised him too. We promised to keep your daughter safe, Nisra answered without any hesitation. The Lord gave us this task. He made Liliana return to her patch. Because of your daughter. You want to keep her safe, or you want to destroy the three-eyed raven and save the world, because it is not the same thing. John was glum. I am afraid I don't understand. Nisra frowned. I do. Liliana stepped closer. He want to know that we could hurt his daughter. Or his unborn child, if our Lord wants us to do it. She was staring at John. Nisra was surprised. She had no idea why he asked this from them. I think it is my fault. Sam stood up. I read some things, and those things were not clear. Your Lord can give life, but also take away lives. Through you. I found only one way, to defeat the three-eyed raven, and it said, the princess or prince that was promised need to be sacrificed to save the world. If my understandings were correct. Samwell explained. It seems you forget our Lord brought you and the Queen back to life. He was the one who gave you a second chance for happiness. Nisra answered. She was clearly fidgety. Why? John asked them. What was his reason? To give birth to the one who can bring the dawn. I thought you understand that. Nisra frowned. How? To sacrifice my daughter when the time is right. John frowned. I would never. You did sacrifice children when your Lord ordered you. Is this your plan for my daughter too? Sacrifice her? When the time comes. He stepped closer to them. Not every priestess is the same. Nisra swallowed. So you would not do it? If your Lord commands it. John was so stern. She would. Liliana answered without any emotions. No. Nisra shook her head. She tried to breathe. John was staring at her, he was looking deep into her eyes. I would have done it. But, not anymore. Not with this child. Nisra's eyes burst into tears. Miss Sandai is a miracle. She really is. She has such a force in her, that we could never imagine. It is just a guess. We have no idea how to defeat the three-eyed raven, it is not necessary to sacrifice your daughter. She tried to explain. You misunderstood something. I am sure. She raised her eyes at Sam. I want to make one thing clear. John grabbed her arm. If you trying to hurt her. Or Daenerys. I don't care who you are, or who is your lord, I won't show you any mercy, and you'll die in pain. His eyes were so dark and he was kinda scary. This is why I left them. Because they believe blindly. Liliana cut him. The Lord is real, but, his teachings, sometimes are too cruel. I saw when they sacrificed children. Many times for the greater good and they were wrong. That never helped. If they wanna hurt her, I am on your side. She told to John. Miss Sandai. I know her almost since she was born. I was the one who took care of her when you had to left her behind. Nisra felt how he was squeezing her arm. I would never be able to hurt her. And Kinvara. She is our leader. Nisra lowered her head. But, what if we all wrong? It was clear something came to her mind. She looked down at her arm, where John's hand was. He slowly let her go. Fire can take lives but... She walked a bit away. Fire can give life too. I mean... Daenerys, you saw her how she was walking out of the fire. She cannot be harmed by the flames. I won't risk my daughter's life, John answered immediately. Before we cut each other's throats. Try to learn more about it. Sam tried to calm them down. I brought some books from the Red Temple, I continue my research. That is a good idea, John replied to Sam, but he kept his eyes on the Red Priestesses. Until then I don't want you to be alone with my daughter. You don't trust us, Liliana stated. Should I? John made a face. We are not your enemy. Distrust causes trouble. Troubles cause doubts. You experienced it. You should learn how to trust people around you. Just as the queen. Liliana was so straight. She was much more emotionless than Nisra. And you Liliana raised her eyes to Samuel learn how to read between the lines. You are a clever man, but you only see the facts. The world is much more complicated than that. The facts speak for themselves. The facts are clear. Sam answered. The facts? Liliana smiled a bit. Let's see. Daenerys killed thousands of innocent people. That is a fact. She burned them alive in King's Landing. You killed her. She looked at John. Also a fact. Meanwhile, now we are here. Miraculously after everything that happened, you are here, to save her and your family. You love her more than ever. She had to die, and she had to reborn. No explanation for this. Everything has a reason. There are more things behind the facts, that you think. Learn to see things, that are not that easy to be seen. I don't understand. John shook his head. You will. Sooner or later. You are a chosen one. Just like her. Just like your daughter. Maybe just like your unborn son. That is not a thing that you can change. Sooner or later we'll all understand, what the Lord wants from us. From you. And if he wants to sacrifice your daughter, we'll find another way. Liliana raised her eyebrow. King's Landing. Do you want to go home? Bran rolled closer to Quentyn Martell. He got scared, he did not hear he is coming. The king himself. If I want to be honest, I was not sure you are alive or not. He was sarcastic. You have doubts in me. There were no emotions on Bran's face. What I see is, you ordered all the Empire to come here. To fight in your war. I see no war here. I doubt that is not some scam, to occupy our lands, while we are here. Quentyn answered. It would be not a bad idea, Bran answered. No one can tell, what he is really thinking. He was so cold and strange. You were there in the council. He continued. When they, including you chose me as your king. Now you want to refuse your king's command. You know what it means. I was never afraid of Cersei Lannister. Neither from her father. Neither me or the other Martells. And I am not afraid of you, no matter how kind of abilities do you have. I will not follow a king, who fools us and create lies to keep us here. Maybe you should have. Afraid of them. In that way, maybe your family's still alive. Bran stated but now only you are left, you should have learned from the mistakes, that your family made. You want to kill me? Quentyn was staring at him. No. If you come to mind of course. Bran answered and there was a small smile on his face. Daenerys Targaryen is alive, and she is planning a war against us. She wants to take revenge, and when she is back, I need your army. Dorne is far away from King's Landing. If she returns, Quentin wanted to answer. If she returns she'll burn everything to the ground, including Dorn. Bran raised his voice. A huge silence followed his sentence, then he rolled a bit further from him. Towards to the balcony. He looked around. The city will never recover from her last attack. But I see you need something in return to stay. Bran lowered his voice. He spotted Sansa and Tyrion in the garden. They were talking. Maybe I can convince you, about my peaceful intentions. What do you mean? Quentin frowned. What if the Southern Mist and the Northern Kingdom unite? Bran asked. You think? Quentin stepped closer. My sister is going to marry you. In that way, you'll be the King of Winterfell and the King of Dorne. I give Dorne freedom if you stay now, and fight for me in this war. He answered, and he kept his eyes on Sansa. Why would she agree? The Northern Kingdom is independent, you cannot force her to marry me if she doesn't want to. Quentin shook his head. Leave my sister to me. I can convince her. She knew we need you to win this war. She will agree. Bran replied and they were both staring Sansa and Tyrion. She raised her head, and she spotted her brother. She raised her hand to wave to him. When Bran came out from his chamber, she asked Tyrion quietly. Tyrion also raised his head, and he saw Quentin and Bran on the balcony. I have a bad feeling about it, Tyrion answered. So, we have a deal. Bran turned to Quentin. Yes, my king. He bowed a bit, then he took a step backward and walked out of the room. Bran turned back and he smiled at Sansa. He raised his hand and waved to her. If he wants to be the ruler of the world, he needs to take actions, because it was clear by now, people around him are incompetent to help him to achieve his goal. King's Landing was only the first step, and after he defeats Daenerys Targaryen again, the world will open for him. Chapter 74. Mirian. As I see you don't waste any of your time while the queen is not in good condition, Daario stated when he spotted Jon in the company of Liliana and Nizra. What do you want? He took a deep breath. He tried to hold himself back. There were many other and more important things that he can handle, and Daario is not one of them. He knows Daario and Daenerys have a past, and that is never changing. That is the past. He trusts Daenerys, and she is carrying their second child under her heart. He has no reason to be jealous of Daario or get involved in his games. The people. They want to have a word with their queen. She avoided talking with them in the past few days. They have problems and... Daario answered while he was playing with his dagger. I talked to them, Jon answered and wanted to walk past by him, but he stopped Jon by his chest. Not so fast. Daario told him. You are no one for them. You are not their king. You have no right to go there. Get your hands off me. Jon hissed. As I said, I talked to them. You better mind your own business and keep my family safe. That is all you have to do. She is their queen. She has responsibilities. Daario answered, but Jon walked past by him. He did not care about his opinion. When did she authorize you to make decisions by her name? He continued. When she agreed to marry me, Jon answered above his shoulder and walked away. Nizra and Liliana looked at each other, with a grin on their faces. It would be better if you finally let the queen go. Liliana took a step towards him. She doesn't love you. She never loved you. You were good to make up for the shortage. She shrugged her shoulder. Finally you should accept it. Jon Snow is our king. Like it or not, he is the one she chose. And, may I give you small advice? Open your eyes. She is not the one for you, but maybe there is someone else. Not too far away. Liliana smirked and glanced at Nizra. She could kill her with her eyes, then she just walked away. Followed Jon. She wanted to see how he handled the situation. When Jon entered the hall, the three men who were there looked to each other. They did not understand, who is he, or what is he doing here? He took a deep breath and walked to the throne chair. He stopped in front of it and looked down the people. Grey Worm was there, next to them, with many unsullied, and some of the Dothrakis were standing in the stairs. They really take care of their safety. After that happened it was not surprising. Who are you? One man stepped forward and staring at him. I am here on behalf of the Queen. To help you. He lowered his head, then looked around again. He saw in Grey Worm's face, he hated the idea. It was clear, he thinks he doesn't deserve to stand there. If his life depends on Grey Worm, he would have been dead already. Why is she hiding from us? She is your queen. She has many other responsibilities. Jon answered. Her most important responsibility is her people. The man answered. As long as her governor was there he always has time for us. As I said, I am here on behalf of the queen. To help you. If you tell me what is your problem. Jon tried to seem determined and strong. It was a strange feeling for him. He understood more and more what Daenerys felt when she was in the north with him. When no one wanted to accept her. Their worlds were different and it was hard to unite those. We want to talk with Daario Naharis if the queen is not here. Not with a foreigner. The man was stubborn and hostile. Jon Snow is the hand of the queen. Liliana took a step into the hall. She was standing behind the three men and they turned to him. Two soldiers immediately stood right next to her, to keep her safe if it is necessary. He is your future king. Maybe he is a foreigner, but if you don't even give him a chance, you will never know what kind of man he is. We did not ask your opinion witch. One of them answered to her and made a face. I am a witch. So you better be careful about your words. She smiled a bit, and that moment the fire flared up around the hall. The three men looked at each other. They were confused. Jon was grateful. He has no idea what to think about Liliana, but she helped him in this situation. My lords, if you tell me what is your problem, I'll let the queen know about it. And we'll find a way to help you. Jon took a step down at the stairs then glanced to Liliana. Nodded towards her. Or you can leave, and wait what the queen will say about your behavior. Daenerys woke up in her room. She was alone but she felt relaxed and better. Maybe the truth lightened her soul. She smiled a bit. Jon was so kind and understanding. He stayed next to her until she falls asleep. She placed her hand to her belly then looked around. Miss Sandai was not there. She stood up from the bed and walked to her cradle. It was empty. Your Grace. Sir Davos entered the room after a knock. I did not want to wake you up. I am awake. She smiled at him, and she calmed down when she saw Miss Sandai in his arms. I just, looking for my daughter. I hope you don't mind but I took care of her. Davos smiled. No, of course not. She is in good hands, I know. Dany nodded and Davos stepped closer to her. Handed Miss Sandai to her hands. Hello princess, Dany told her and caressed her little belly. How are you feeling? Davos raised his eyebrow. I bit weak but I am fine. Everything will be fine. She tried to convince herself. Where is Jon? Last time I saw him in the hall. Fulfilling his royal duties. Davos laughed a bit. What? Dany frowned. Winter fell. We can't leave. We can't sail through the narrow sea. What about my people? Tormund and Gilly had an argument. The two soldiers told them everything that they know. If they really want to start a war, they need more people, Gilly answered. No, they need a second line here. In the north. It is unnecessary to cross the narrow sea. As I understand, if war comes, it will be here, in Westeros. Tormund looked at the soldiers. The queen doesn't want to start a war, but maybe she has no other choice. We only had one task to find Samwell Tarly's wife and children. And be sure they are safe. The soldier answered. We have to help them. Gilly stepped closer to Tormund. He took a deep breath and walked up and down in the tent. He heard noises from outside. People were loud and surprising. He looked to Gilly then he stepped out. He surprised. The snow was falling. It cannot be, he stated. It. He frowned. Gilly followed him, and she felt how her heart started to beat faster. I don't understand. Should spring not come? Gilly asked him. Those fucking dead people, Tormund replied to her then walked forward. He wanted to talk with his scouts. They need to know what is going on. That was not normal. The dead brings the long winters, but the deads are gone. At least they should have been gone. They saw how they became dust when that little girl stabbed the Night King. Tormund. Gilly tried to follow him, but it was hard for her. She was much smaller and slower than him. Miran. I have to thank you, Jon told to Liliana. Without you and your trick. It was not a trick. Liliana smiled. It was help from the Lord. You are a king, Jon Snow. And now you started to accept it. You are the king of the living people, and your future is already written. She explained. What if I don't want it? You never wanted it, and where did it lead you? You killed the only woman who ever matters for you. Instead of accepting your faith. Your choice, to deny your destiny has made a new path, but it did not change the thing, that you and she are meant to be together, to make a better world. It could have been easier, but we love to complicate our lives. Liliana smirked. I thought she had to die. Kinvara told me. She had to. Because of your choice. You have to accept the king in yourself, Jon Snow. The Dragon King. The Targaryen sighed. You feel how it grows in you, and this time you should not deny it, or it makes things even worse than before. How could it be more terrible, than that I did? Jon lowered his head. You don't want to know, Liliana answered, then she looked to the sideway. She spotted Daenerys with Miss Sandai in her arm. I better go now. She bowed then walked away from him. He was standing there, staring at the floor. He did not even see his love. She was taking steps closer to him. Have I told you I hate waking up alone? Danny asked him kindly. Danny. John smiled at her. Why did you get up? You should. He placed his hand to her cheek. I am not a dead patient. I am just pregnant, she answered. And I don't plan to spend the remaining time of my pregnancy in bed. I know. John nodded. How is our princess? He looked down at Miss Sandai. She was giggling and her eyes were shining more when she spotted her father. I think our daughter is in love with you, Danny mentioned. She is always smiling when you are around. Only her? And her mother? John raised his eyebrow and looked into her eyes. Danny did not answer, and she caught her eyes. How did it go? She asked him. What? John frowned. As I heard, you took over my role today and tried to be their king. How did it go? She did not seem mad or jittery. She looked very peaceful. I did not want you to be nervous about it. About other people's problems. I wanted to help. You know I don't want to take your role. I just wanted to spare you. He immediately started to explain. How did it go? Danny asked again and looked into his eyes. Not too well. John sighed. I thought. You thought the same that I thought, when we were at Winterfell. They don't know you, why would they trust you? Danny asked him. You are a soldier from Westeros in their eyes, nothing more. I should have thought. John nodded. No. You did the right thing, she answered, and John surprised. Just not at the right time. I trust you in your decisions. I don't mind if you wanna act as their king, but they only accept you as their king if. John frowned. Did you mean it? When you told me, you wanna marry me. It is not the right time, but if we want to assure our power, and our reign together I think we should. I don't wanna marry you because I want to show them our power. I don't want to prove anything to anyone. I wanna marry you because I love you. I don't care, they accept me or not. John shook his head. So you don't wanna marry me? Danny looked down at Miss Sandai. I did not say that. He stepped closer. There is nothing else that I want more. But are you sure you wanna marry me right now? In the middle of a war and my heart already belongs to you, Jon Snow. That marriage does not change anything in our feelings. It just makes you officially a king. In people's eyes. And I think we should do this. Danny answered. And what does the girl wants behind the queen mask? John looked into her eyes because, only that matters. The girl. Danny smiled wants to live her life with the man who she loves with all her heart. Nothing else. Chapter 75. Mirian. Thank you, everyone. Daenerys looked around. They informed everyone that they wanna announce something. I know it is a bit late, but we. She looked at John. He was standing right beside her and smiled. He nodded, indicating her to continue. We wanted you to know, we are going to marry. Now. Dario suddenly came to mind. What? Grey Worm frowned. Now. I need people to give respect to him. Be respected as I am respected. And for this, we need to make this step. Daenerys continued. She was so definite. That won't change a thing. Dario freaked out. People here in Essos will never accept him, no matter what is his status. He is just a foreign soldier, who even killed their queen. Luckily they have no idea about that. Daenerys raised her eyes to Dario, and she was mad at him. He seized every opportunity to remember her that horrible day. And if they find out, I will know who I have to blame for it. She stepped closer to him. My queen, I apologize. Grey Worm stepped forward. I think it is a hasty decision. You should not marry him, because people don't respect him. I mean, we accepted him by your side, you don't have to prove anything to anyone. I can't believe, but now I have to agree with you. John mentioned quietly. Danny frowned and looked at John. I think it is a good idea, Liliana mentioned. It should have happened years ago, but you denied your faith. I think it is the right decision. It is time to accept your destiny. What can a marriage change? Dario frowned. People's judgment, Nisra answered instead of Liliana. And no matter what you think, it is an important step. The reunion of House Targaryen. Their marriage is the strongest alliance. I don't want to tell people the truth about myself. John shook his head. You have to, Nisra answered. It is not important. I am the same man. No matter what is my name. Jon Snow or Aegon Targaryen. John frowned. You denied your faith once. Don't do it again. Liliana raised her eyebrow. You are the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. You are the one true king of the 7 kingdoms, and with her, by your side, no one will ever question it. You misunderstood something. We don't want to rule the 7 kingdoms. Not anymore. I want to save my daughter. I want to defeat the threat. That is all. Daenerys sighed. I think it is another topic. Jon stepped next to Daenerys and placed his hand to her shoulder. It is too late, you should go and have some rest. He looked around. Do you want me to take care of your daughter tonight? Nisra asked them. No, Jon answered so ardently. Dany was surprised. We'll spend the night together. The 3 of us. We don't need you. You can have some rest. Nisra nodded. So he meant his words when he told them, he doesn't want them around his daughter. She doesn't understand. She would never be able to harm her. She loved her like her own daughter, or as her sister. She nodded and walked away with the others. Jon caressed Dany's arm and took a deep breath. He just wanted to go to their room and hug her close. Sleep with her, in an embrace. Can I ask something? Gendry stepped to them. Of course. He nodded. Where is she? He was worried about Arya. She disappeared for days now, and no one talked about it. Everyone acted as nothing happened, but she was not there. Where is Arya? He asked again. Dany raised her eyes at Jon. They knew, they have to keep that in secret. They have to hide it from Bran, from his spying eyes. They still have no idea what he can hear and see for sure. She'll be back soon, Dany answered so kindly. Where is she? Gendry asked again in a catchy voice. You are my friend, but you forget you are talking with your queen. Jon straightened himself next to Daenerys. My sister had to leave, but she'll be back as soon as she can. We cannot say more about it. You better leave now, Lord Baratheon, Daenerys told him, then turned her back at him and walked to the desk. Gendry and Jon exchanged a look, then he bowed with his head towards Jon and walked out of the room. Sir Davos was the only one who was still there. With Miss Sandai in his arms. Jon went to him and took his daughter. Are you sure you don't want to spend the night alone? He raised his eyebrow. I mean, she needs to rest. No. It is fine. Our daughter stays with us. Jon answered. Dany was staring at the table and she did not really understand. Something has to happen. Jon was more protective and distressed than usual. Or, he does not want to spend the night with her and their daughter was the excuse. She has no idea what to think. Nisra and Liliana were walking towards to their chambers. Nisra spotted Yara while she gave orders to her men. She forgot her eyes on Yara. It was not hard to notice. The choice is yours. Liliana smiled a bit under her nose. What? You don't need to be ashamed. There is nothing wrong with that. She glanced at her. I have no idea what are you talking about. Nisra became embarrassed in a minute. Her cheek went rosy. She is a much better choice than that asshole jerk. Liliana continued, then took a deep breath. It seems it not only Jon Snow, who has to accept his other side. She added, then left Nisra behind. She was standing there alone, and she raised her eyes again to Yara. When she spotted Nisra she bowed with her head. My lady. Yara clearly wanted to avoid her. After those 2 little words, she just walked away. Nisra sighed. Even she has no idea what she wants. Daario or Yara. It was something new for her. She never had a relationship with any woman, but since Yara kissed her, there is this strange feeling in her. As she wants more. Meanwhile, the night she spent with Daario was the wildest and most satisfying night she ever had, but he was a jerk. He just used her. His heart belongs to Daenerys and nothing ever will change that. Not even Jon Snow. Before Liliana could enter into her room, she heard some noises from a bit further. She walked closer to see what is going on. Gendry was there. He threw a book, then a candlestick to the wall. Did they hurt you? Liliana asked him after some seconds. Gendry turned to her and his eyes told more than any words. He was mad, upset, disappointed, confused. Liliana crouched and picking up the book from the floor. She placed it to the desk next to Gendry. If you want, you can tell me what is going on. She raised her eyes at him. Their faces were so close. Or you can push me against the wall and you can bring down the tension and anger in some different way. She smiled, then she licked his lips. He looked into her eyes, and he did. He grabbed her by her waist and pressed her against the wall, while his tongue danced with her tongue, in her mouth. He grabbed her dress and pulled it up. Meanwhile, his kisses became deeper and more passionate. Liliana started to untie his pants, but that moment Gendry took a step back. He lowered his head and tried to breathe. I can't. He shook his head. Then. She stepped closer. I have to finish it, for myself. She teased him. Good night, Lord Baratheon. She made a step backward, then she turned her back at him and left him there. Idiot Gendry whispered to himself. That woman was desirable, beautiful, he wanted to have sex with her, but somehow, something deep from his heart stopped him. Even if he knew Arya doesn't want anything from him, he was not able to forget her. Not yet. Not now, when she disappeared. He wanted to remain loyal to her, but that temptation was strong. What would Jon say, if he got to know it? He just told him how he feels for his sister, and, he doesn't want to lose his trust. Not with a mistake like this. She fell asleep. Jon slipped into the bed, next to Dany. He insisted to put Miss Sandai to sleep that night. Daenerys was staring at them while he was rocking her and he even tried to sing something for her. When he got to the bed, he placed his arms around her and kissed her shoulder. We should wait for Arya to get back, Dany mentioned. What? Jon frowned. He did not understand what is she talking about at that moment. Dany turned to him. With the wedding I mean. I am sure you want her to be there, and if she succeeds. I mean our safety, our daughter's safety is important and. She explained, and she looked a bit nervous. What's wrong? Jon frowned. Nothing, she answered, but she did not look into his eyes. She was staring at the blanket. He placed his finger to her chin and raised her head a bit. So? Jon's face was serious. You've changed your mind about that? The wedding I mean. No. She placed her hand to his chest. Why you don't want to spend the night with me? Alone? What? You were pretty determined when Nisra and Davos offered their help. With Miss Sandai I mean, you were clearly against it. Is that a sin, if I want to spend my time with my family, including with my daughter? Jon raised his eyebrow. It is not, surprised. She was still avoiding looking into his eyes. Now, you worry about a thing, what doesn't even exist. Jon smiled at her. I want to spend as many nights with you as possible in our life. And yes, I am in love with another girl too, who is my daughter. And the same true for her. Yet in the end, I'll be jealous. Dany finally smiled a bit. I love you, Dany. Now and always. You know that right? I know. Just as I do. I am more sensitive than usual and. She tried to explain. I've talked with Sam. He promised me, he'll do everything to help you and keep you safe, you and him. He placed his hand to her belly. I mean during pregnancy and childbirth. You don't have to worry about anything. Him. Dany glanced at him. It doesn't matter. Jon shrugged his shoulder. I will love the baby the same way as if a boy or as if a girl. He was so soft and kind. He was a man in love. That could not be questioned. But if she's a girl, you have another reason to be jealous. He tried to joke with her. I think I can handle it. Dany snuggled closer to him and gave a kiss to his lips. He kissed her back, then he sighed. I told you. Now it's your turn, she stated quietly. I hate you know me that well. Jon raised his eyebrow. Is that about Miss Sandai? Dany frowned. Did Sam find something? Jon. Dany elbow on the bed. Jon sighed, he did not want to tell her. Not yet. Not until it is not sure, he wanted to trust in Nisra and Liliana, and he knew if he tells Dany, she won't give them a chance anymore. She was much more hard-headed than him. And in her condition. Jon. She asked again. No. It is not about that. It is just. I worry about Arya. And Gendry. Jon. Dany was staring deep into his eyes. Do not try to spare me from everything. You can't. I made a mistake when I did not tell you that I am pregnant. I should have told you because you were right in it. If I don't trust you. If I hide things from you, it makes things worse. So, just, please. Whatever it is, I want to know. Jon nodded and grabbed her hand. He swallowed and hoped it is the right decision. Chapter 76. Mirian. This is exactly why I did not want to tell you. Jon sat on the edge of the bed and held his forehead. He told her everything that Sam told him. About the Red Priestesses and her daughter's role. All the assumptions, and Dany reacted exactly in the way he expected. She got nervous and started to worry. She got up from the bed and walked up and down in the room. She glanced at Miss Sandai, who was sleeping in her cradle. She knew she can't raise her voice. She shook her head and walked out to the balcony. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Jon waited a couple of minutes, then went after her. She looked beautiful, how the wind blew her hair and as the moon illuminated her, making her dress transparent. She was really perfect in every way. He stepped closer and placed his arms around her body. She shuddered suddenly. She is safe. I trust them. Jon whispered to her. What if you are wrong? Dany was staring at the distance. Trust me, Dany. Please. She lowered her head, then turned to him. So this is why you did not let Nisra take care of our daughter tonight, right? She frowned. More or less. But I did not lie when I told you, I wanted to spend the night with you. With you and our daughter. But you don't trust them, Dany stated and walked to the railing. And meanwhile you expect me to trust them. This is a bit controversial, don't you think? She turned to him and there was so much fire in her eyes. I am confused too. I want to believe everything that Sam found out is wrong, and it is hard to believe for me too. I just don't want you to judge hastily. Maybe we are all wrong and I knew it from the beginning I can't trust in Liliana. I've told you several times. She hissed. To be honest, right now I trust her more than Nisra. John decided to be honest with her. She frowned and staring at his face. What? Dany couldn't believe what he just said. She was not sent by them. I don't think she is able to hurt a child. As I see you got to know each other pretty well. Dany made a face. Do not start this. John shook his head. See, this is why I did not want to tell you. Because you are intense and headlong and you don't even want to hear what I'm telling you. John spread his arms. I want to keep my daughter in safe. She stepped closer to him and if anyone poses a little danger to her, that person can't be near anymore, she told straight to his face. I want the same. He grabbed her arms but I don't think, sending them away is a good idea. Not now. Not yet. Not until we are sure. He sighed. Maybe you were right. Dany took a deep breath. There is no time for a wedding now. Not until we can't even trust those who are close to us. She frowned, then walked back to the room. John leaned against the railings. He did not want that. He did not want to lie to her, but she was not easy to handle. Not even usually, and now she was more intense, and more driven by her emotions, than her brain. King's Landing. In the morning Bran sent for Sansa. She had no idea what he wants but at least after days of silence, he wanted to talk with her. She was worried about him. There were no signs of Daenerys or her army. Nothing threatened the kingdom, only the hunger and dissatisfaction, and even the soldiers became more impatient. They have families who they left behind in the north. For nothing. Bran was waiting for her in the room where they usually held the council meetings. She knocked, then entered. Podrick, Brienne, and Bronn were there. They were sitting around the table. She walked inside but she was confused. She thought Bran wanted to talk with her as his sister, but it seemed she was wrong. Where is Tyrion? She asked quietly when she looked around. He has other things to do. And we don't need him on this topic. Bran answered so coldly, then shown to a chair with his hand. Sit down sister, please. Sansa noticed Brienne avoided to look at her. That was weird. What is going on? Is it about the war? Did it start? Did they attack us? No. The war is still coming and we want to secure our strength to repel the attack. Bran told her. And in this, I need your help. I am here. With more than half of the Northern Army. What else can I do for you? Sansa raised her voice a bit. If you remember, our father told us many times, we have to make sacrifices for our people, if we want to be great leaders of the North. It is true for the kingdom too. We have to be sure, we can keep our people safe and that is only possible in one way. Bran reported facts. I want you to marry Quentyn Martell. What? Sansa jumped up from the chair. She shocked. Sit back, please, Bran told her. No. No, I don't. She raised his voice. She looked around. Bronn clearly doesn't give a fuck about it. Podrick just stood behind Bran, meanwhile, Brienne was staring at the table and curled her fingers. And I don't marry him. Where the hell did the idea come from? Strongest alliance made by marriage. We need them, and their soldiers, and he wants you in return. So you'll marry him. Maybe you forget my dear brother, I am here because we are a family. Not because of the North. The North doesn't belong to your 6 kingdoms, so I don't owe you with anything. She explained to him. And you forget, I gave the freedom to the North and I can take it back. He raised his eyes at her. And if it is not a good reason. Think about Arya. She is still locked, somewhere in Essos. Tortured and if we lose she'll die. He rolled closer to Sansa. Is that good enough to accept the proposal? How do I know it is true? All things that you said to us. She made a face. She did not scare him anymore. That was too much, the thing he wanted to sell her to a southern man, and threatened her, she realized she doesn't even know him anymore. Everyone was staring at them by now. Even Bronn raised his head. I am starting to feel like you are turning against me, my dear sister, and I don't recommend it. You have one day to think about it. You can leave now. While he was looking into her eyes, Sansa spotted something evil in him. Something darker, she saw that earlier but never paid attention to it. She swallowed, then turned her back at them and slammed the door behind her. She did not want to cry in front of them, but when she entered her room, she burst into tears immediately. She had to find a way to know the truth, and Tyrion is the only one who she can trust. Miriam. Where is she? Daenerys bumped into Jon when she opened her bedroom door. It was difficult for her to fall asleep, then she was tossing and turning the whole night long, and now when she woke up, her daughter was not in her cradle. After the things Jon said to her yesterday night, she immediately thought the worst. I thought you are still sleeping, Jon answered so calmly. He held her hand and guided her back to the bedroom. Where is Miss Sandai? Daenerys asked him again. I gave her to the Red Priestesses to be prepared for the sacrifice, he answered and staring at her face. He tried to take a serious face, but his mouth smiled a second later. Do you think you are funny? Dany made a face. She is with Davos, and a dozen of Unsullied, including Grey Worm. So she is safe. Jon sighed and pulled her closer. After those things, I told you, I do not ask you to trust them. Just me. And you've told me several times, that you trust in me. If you really do, then do not do anything with this information. Not until we are sure. But... Dany took a deep breath, but Jon cut her. I've already questioned them. They knew we have doubts about them, and if they fail in any way, we get to know it. No, our daughter, cannot be alone with them anymore, but, meanwhile, I feel we need them to defeat Bran. Jon tried to make her understand Sam is still doing some research. Fine. Dany nodded. Be as you wish. What? Jon frowned. You did say. He wondered. Dany smiled a bit and lowered her head. Don't get used to it, she answered quietly and she placed her hand to his chest. How did I deserve it? Jon placed his hand around her waist and stepped closer to her. Leaned over her and their noses met. You can still surprise me. He smiled and gave a gentle kiss to her lips. What surprises you? That I am not as unbearable and stubborn as you think I am. She asked him. No, you are not. Not always. He teased her, between two kisses. Dany embraced him. I think I owe you some kisses, which I could not give you at night. Jon smiled a bit. I am glad to hear it, Lord Snow. Dany giggled and they were walked towards the bed, meanwhile, their lips were stuck together. He laid over the bed with her, but then he stopped and looking into her eyes longingly. Now, you are worried about me and the baby. Right. Dany sighed. Are you sure you want it? I mean, if you don't feel well and... Jon hesitated. Well, if you don't want to. She tried to sit up on the bed, but Jon pulled her back. You have no idea how much I want it. Jon was staring at her face, and she felt his breath on her lips. Then why are you still talking? Dany bit her lower lip and pierced his hair. Just kiss me. He pulled his face close, and they deepened their kiss. They both wanted each other, starving for each other, and they felt they can spend less and less time together in the past few days. Now it was time for them, to enjoy each other. If only for hours. Jon's hands were sliding up on her leg, under her dress and he almost reached her sex with his fingers. Daenerys was looking into his eyes, and even her eyes were smiling. She felt how his fingers pressed to her clit, and she squeezed his hair a bit. Jon adored her. And after many months together, it seemed they finally learned how to work together in everything. They were not just lovers anymore but real alliance in everything. Please, Dany moaned voluptuously to his ear, she wanted to feel him inside her. First his fingers, then his tongue, then his hard sex. She wanted to forget the world for some minutes, and Jon was the only one who able to do it. He watched her face at the moment when he thrusts two of his fingers into her wet and warm pussy. She closed her eyes, and her whole body was shaking. Yes. Quieter, he whispered to her, and added one more finger, and Dany not that would have been quieter, she screamed his name in pleasure. Loudly. He fastened his moves, but her next moan was suppressed by a howl. They both turned to the direction of the balcony, and it was not hard to spot Drogon in the air for a second. Jon did not understand, and he just frowned. Meanwhile Dany got up from the bed immediately, and adjusted her dress. She went to the balcony. She had never heard that sound from Drogon, and she just hoped that he is not injured. She can't lose him. Chapter 77. Somewhere in the north. Gilly was sitting in a tent with her children. She was still thinking about leaving. She wanted to go after Samwell. She missed him, and she has some kind of weird feeling. The air became colder in the past few hours, and it was snowing. She was worried because of it. The scouts went out. Tormund stepped into the tent. Do you think they are coming back? Gilly asked timidly. They are gone. We saw it. Tormund sat down and grabbed a cup, fill it with beer. There must be another explanation. We should leave. Gilly lowered her head and looking at her children. No wilding ever passed through the narrow sea. We have no idea what we can expect there. I won't risk all my people's life. We are not going anywhere. The two soldiers, I don't think they would have crossed the narrow sea any time before, but they did that now, she answered. You are a woman. You don't understand it. Tormund leaned back. Maybe I am a woman, but you forgot I am the wife of one of the most clever men in Westeros. I've learned many things from him, and I see if there is something wrong. Gilly was headstrong. If there will be a war, it will be here. If that Dragon Queen is alive, they will come back. What if we leave and they need us here? We can't just go there. Tormund raised his cup and drank all of the beer from it. Fine, stay if you want to, but I go. No. You are not going anywhere alone. Tormund shook his head. If you worry about my safety then come with me. In the meantime, entrust your people to someone else, and come with me. Enough. Tormund stood up. We are staying here and wait. What if the deads are still alive? Gilly stepped in front of him and staring at his face. Then you keep us to death. We cannot be sure, Tormund answered. No. We cannot. And I don't want to be sure. I want to go to my husband. And I will. Mirian. Where are you going? An unsullied guard stopped Daenerys when she wanted to leave the pyramid. Drogon made a few laps above the pyramid, then landed at the field, where he usually does. Dany felt there is something wrong, and she wanted to know, wanted to see with her own eyes. Drogon disappeared for days, and it was clear he wanted to show or tell them something. She immediately wanted to go after him, and Jon followed her. I am your queen. Let me out, she ordered him. I cannot do it. He answered, it is too dangerous. I keep her safe. Let us out. Jon stepped next to Daenerys. The Unsullied looked at him from toe to top. His eyes stopped on the sword in Jon's waist. Grey Worm told us no one can leave the pyramid. Including the queen. The soldier was hard and firm. You forgot to whom you owe loyalty. Daenerys made a step towards him. Let us go. Now. What is going on here? Daario arrived. Daenerys, what are you doing here? He stepped closer to her and placed his hand to her shoulder. Jon immediately stepped closer, and it was clear he wanted him to step back. I want to go out. Now Dany answered. I am afraid you can't. Daario shook his head. I can't what? Daenerys took a step towards him. I am your queen. I want to go out from the pyramid, and if you deny my command, you have been guilty of treason. So. I say one last time. Let us out. She was serious and convincing. I'd do what she commands, Jon stated, and he was standing so close to her. Daario did not answer anything, he just nodded towards the guards. But Grey Worm? The Unsullied soldier frowned. I'll go with them. Go and inform Grey Worm. Daario answered, then turned to Daenerys. It is not safe outside. You have to understand. We don't know how many men trying to kill you and in your condition. Daario looked down at her belly. Is there anyone here who doesn't know about it yet? She rolled her eyes. I have to find Drogon. Jon is coming with me, I don't need more man, I don't want to attract attention. She took a deep breath. He is right. Jon sighed. Even if he hated his presence, Daario was right, and he knew it. Dany turned to him and staring at him with surprise in her eyes. He should come with us. We better hurry. And put that on. He took a cloak from the table. The hood too, Daario added, then he turned to Jon and nodded. You too. Daario looked at Jon. Nisra was sitting in the hall. She was thinking about the things Liliana told her yesterday about Yara. Maybe she was right. Maybe she should just let her instincts guide her, but Daario, she simply couldn't get him out of her head. He was an amazing and passionate lover. He gave her many tempting orgasms that night. However, that kiss, how Yara kissed her. Her whole body wanted more. It was a strange feeling. She never felt any affection towards any woman before. She has joined the Red Priestesses because a man betrayed her. Left her in a need. She should have learned from her mistakes. She resisted to Daario for a while, but more time they spent together, it was harder, and in a weaker moment, she let him turn her head. What a fool I am. She sighed, and when she raised her head she spotted Sir Davos with the baby. She stood up and walked closer to them. Miss Sandai was crying. Can I help? She smiled kindly. No. No, there is nothing wrong. I can handle it. Davos kept the distance from her. So, he told you. Nisra lowered her head. I don't know what that man found out about us, but, how could I prove I would never harm her? She took a deep breath. Wish I could believe your words, but I saw how your kind easily sacrificed a child. An innocent girl, whom no one ever loved as much as she deserved. Not even her father or mother. She was innocent, kind-hearted, nice, she has never done anything wrong, and yet she died, because of your lord. Davos couldn't able to forget how they sacrificed Shireen. For nothing. She could still live. Maybe her father would still be dead, but she could still live. We are not all the same. Nisra sighed. Maybe not. Maybe you say what I want to hear. Davos answered. I served a king, who accepted your lords, and meanwhile that time. I saw too much cruelty and too many victims. And you forget all the good things, my lord did too, Nisra answered to him. Our queen also did horrible things before. Yet, you could forgive her. Support her. Taking care of her child. Maybe it is not just Daenerys, who deserves a second chance. Drogon. Daenerys left Daario and Jon behind when she spotted her son on the field. He was laying there. There were no wounds or injury on him. He roared loudly when Daenerys stepped closer and immediately stood up, but lowered his wing. Dany looked back over her shoulder to Jon. What, does he? Daario was staring at them. Jon knew. Drogon did the same when he wanted to take him here. Dany. He stepped closer. Don't. He tried. We don't know where he wants to take you. It is not safe. I have to, she answered quietly and turned back to the dragon. Their eyes met. There was no one else in the world whom she could trust more, than her son. Than her dragon. He was the one who saved her when she was killed in Westeros. He was the one, who brought Jon there when the time was right. If Drogon wants to show something to her, she has to go with him. Dany. Jon took another step towards them. Think about your daughter. He grabbed her shoulder. Dany turned to him, and slowly raised her eyes at him. She smiled a bit and caressed his beard. Please. It is too dangerous. Jon asked her again. Dany leaned closer and gave a kiss to his lips. Then he pushed him a bit away. He is my child too. She sighed and climbed up to the dragon's back and squeezed his spines. Drogon turned to Jon and looked into his eyes. As if he wanted to secure him, he'll take care of her, and in the next moment he opened his wings and flew up to the air. Dany. Jon shouted after her, even if he knew it is useless. Where are they going? Daario became nervous. How, you should have stopped her, he yelled with Jon. You think I don't know that? But you know her too. It's not that easy to stop her. Jon couldn't believe she left and they had no idea where did she go. What if he, controlled by your brother? Daario turned to Jon. He wanted to kill him at that moment. He couldn't believe he did not hold her back. No. Jon shook his head, and his mind was racing. I would have seen it in his eyes. He frowned. You would have seen it. Daario spread his arms. What are you? You rode once on him and you know him? See, this is why I will never trust you. You are nothing more, just a boastful Westeros man, who thinks he knows everything better than us. Daario continued. He did not think about his words. Jon turned to him, and he felt how his blood boiling. I am a Targaryen, in a case if you forget that. Drogon is not a threat to her. No matter are we happy or not because of her leaving, she left, and she is in safe with Drogon. End of story. We better go back. Jon made a face. No. Daario shook his head. We have to find her. And would you tell me how? Jon became mad. That dragon, he pointed to the sky with his finger, crossed the narrow sea with me in a few hours. How do you want to follow him or find him? He can be anywhere. He told him with one breath, but Daenerys isn't safe with Drogon. You keep telling that to yourself. But what if you are wrong? Daario still doesn't accept his words. They were facing each other, and there was so much tension between them. They both loved her, they both wanted to keep her safe. They both wanted to help, but only Jon knew what kind of connection she has with Drogon. He worried. Of course, he does. Daenerys is gone and he had no idea where, but meanwhile deep from his heart, he knew. There will be nothing wrong with her. Do what you want. I go back to my daughter. Jon turned his back at him. What will they say, if you go back without her? Daario smirked. I would be surprised if Grey Worm let you enter into the pyramid. But you'll be there and tell him what happened here. Right. Jon looked at him with a serious face. I know you hate me, I understand. We'll never be friends, but remember what she said to you. She made it clear, if you say or do anything against me, she will treat it as treason. Sure. Daario smiled. I would never do anything against her precious love. He made a face. Don't worry. Daario patted his shoulder. I don't trust you. Jon frowned and told it straight to his face. Daario just walked past by him, back towards the pyramid. Jon took a deep breath and followed him, but he kept his hand on his swords. He had a bad feeling about Dario and Daenerys was not there to stop them. He knew one thing. Until she is away, God knows where he has one task. To keep their daughter in safe. From everything. He looked up to the air. He hoped to see Drogon. He hoped they did not go too far away, but they were not there. Chapter 78. Mirian. What you did with her? Grey Worm asked Jon. He was so hostile and mad when he arrived back to the pyramid. What you did with her? He almost shouted with him. Nothing. Jon sighed and rolled his eyes. Drogon took her. Somewhere. We saw how they flew to the air. He turned to Dario. You did. I did not pay attention, what were you doing alone? Dario answered. Jon frowned. He really never gonna stop playing his games. Liar asshole. Jon took a step towards Dario, and he just smiled. You saw that? You saw what happened. The queen wants us to trust you. But you left with her and returned alone. Grey Worm continued. You killed her once. We trusted you back then, and you just killed her. How many times do I have to say how sorry I am? It was a mistake. She was able to forgive me, why don't you? She is blind. Grey Worm answered. Blind by love. Somehow she believes in you, and that caused her death. I will never able to understand, why she gave you a second chance, after what you did. They were standing face to face. Let me in, to my daughter. Now. If you don't do it, you broke the order of the queen. Jon was determined and upset. Let him in. Dario shrugged his shoulder. If I think about it better, I saw Daenerys on Drogon's back. But still, a question. Why did he let her go with Drogon? Dario stated, then he just walked past by them. Jon made a face. The fight with those two made his life harder, and he still had no idea what to do with them. Daenerys trusted them. They would die for her, and they would easily kill him when they have a chance. He knew it. Grey Worm holding him up for a couple more seconds, then he stepped out from his way. I hope someday, you'll understand, Jon mentioned, and he wanted to walk on. You did not love her enough to save her. You left her behind. When you love someone you can't leave her behind. You can't be able to kill her. But you did. No, I will never understand. I've always known you cannot be trusted. You proved I am right. And I respect her opinion. Her order, but I will never make the same mistake. I will never trust you again. Grey Worm answered, then he walked back to his army. Alone and speechless. Drowning in your thoughts. Liliana told Tiara when she spotted her in the stairs. What can I do for you, my lady? She stood up and bowed with her head. I was thinking about, we have no time yet to get to know each other better. Liliana smiled. I heard a lot of things about you, Lady Greyjoy. I am not a lady, Yara answered. Yeah, I heard that too. Liliana has a flirtatious smile on her face. Maybe this is what caught my attention. She placed her hand to her arm. Do you want to take a walk? She smiled. I have nothing better to do. Yara nodded, and she was looking at the Red Priestess from top to toe. She was clearly flirting with her, and that was weird. She did not even look at her since she was there. She had no idea what changed, and she wanted to find out. When they arrived in the hall, Liliana spotted Nisra and she seized the moment. She placed her hand again to her arm and leaned closer. A&D. Liliana almost whispered to her ears. Is it true what people say about you? Women couldn't be satisfied in the way you can satisfy them. She was almost moaning. Nisra was looking at them, and she felt how jealousy running through her veins. She couldn't believe. Liliana was never inhibited, but that was too much, even from her. Yara and Liliana were smiling at each other, but Yara kept the distance from her. Liliana felt that, but she did not stop with her actions. Can we talk? Nisra stopped next to them. Maybe later. I have more important things to do. Liliana answered, and she glanced at Yara. She tried to not look at Nisra. She was still hurt as she rejected her. No. Now. Nisra grabbed Liliana's arm and she pulled her with herself. I'll be back soon. Liliana gave a last smile to Yara. You can't be such a slut. Nisra slammed the room door behind her and immediately attacked Liliana. You're welcome. She sat down and crossed her legs. She looked satisfied. What? You want everyone for yourself. You can't stand when anyone is not interested in you. It even surprising, you did not go further with Jon Snow. He would never do that. Liliana frowned and giggled a bit. But what is your problem? She raised her eyes at her friend and she was still smiling. Your behavior. Why? Liliana shrugged her shoulders. What did I do? I just had a talk with her. No. You were flirting with her. Nisra freaked out. I saw that. Since when you are interested in women? She spread her arms. Liliana stood up and walked to her with a smile on her face. I can ask the same. She smirked. And as I said, you're welcome. I don't understand. You are jealous. A blind man also can see it. She giggled. I just helped to make your choice. She caressed her cheek with her hand. Do not deny yourself. Liliana walked past by her, and Nisra was standing there without any words. She couldn't believe. She did this to make her jealous. She just played with her. She wanted her to do exactly the same she did. Go and get the girl, Liliana teased her from the door. Before I change my mind. King's Landing. My lady. Brienne entered into Sansa's room without any knock. I am a queen, Lady Brienne. It doesn't matter now, she answered and pressed a cape into her arms. You have to leave. What? Sansa frowned. I organized to take you back to Winterfell. In save. But you have to leave now until your father takes care of something else. Brienne looked worried and confused. I really appreciate your kindness, Sansa started, but it is true I don't want to marry Quentyn Martell, but I won't run away. My brother can't force me into this marriage. There is nothing he could. There is. Brienne cut her. He is not your brother anymore. She raised her voice. You have to leave. He would never. He wants to imprison you if you won't agree to this marriage. I heard it with my own ears. Brienne stared her face. He gives you no choice. He lost his mind. He became a maniac. She looked around. You have to leave and be as far from him as possible. I am not going. Look, I made a promise to your mother, many years ago, and I swear my loyalty to you and your sister. Brienne grabbed her by her shoulder. If you stay, I cannot protect you. You have to leave. You know I am right. You saw it in his eyes. She tried to convince Sansa. He is not the same person. Open your eyes. I know he is your brother, but you can't trust him anymore. Brienne was worried about her. He'll find me. I cannot escape from him. Sansa tried to think reasonably. We just need to win some time. You'll go back to Winterfell, with guards. With your men. They won't let anyone harm you. Bran is more afraid of the upcoming war, and something. I am sure they have something in hand to defeat him. There must be something. I, and you. Sansa tried to understand Brienne. I have to figure out, what is the truth about, the Dragon Queen and Jon Snow. She lowered her voice. What? No. You cannot go there. No. Sansa told her. Right now I don't know who we can trust. Brienne frowned. But you have to leave the capital. Now. Miriam. So she just left. Davos asked Jon. He was sitting in the chair, with Miss Sandai in his arms, and nodded. She should not. In her condition, Samwell answered. She just. It was irresponsible. Do you think I don't know? Jon took a deep breath. I couldn't stop her. I don't understand. Davos sighed. Where did they go? I don't know. Jon shook his head. Wish I could. I hate when I am helpless. He was staring Miss Sandai. She was smiling and her eyes were shining. She stretched her tiny arms towards his face. You don't think that she... Samwell hesitated, but he had to mention his worries. That she went to King's Landing. Jon raised his head. It was not her who wanted to leave. Drogon wanted to take her somewhere. I have to believe he doesn't just fly to King's Landing with her. Jon grabbed Miss Sandai's hand. That would be nonsense. We can hope Drogon thinks that too. And Sam lowered his head, and also his voice. They don't let their beast side out. The city is still recovering from the last attack. Jon gave an angry look to his friend. He avoided to look at him, but he felt his look. I know you trust her, and you believe that won't happen again, but... Sam sighed. But we have to prepare the worst, and then we can be happy if it not happens. She is not that woman anymore, Jon answered with a serious face. Would you have thought about it before? That she is able to burn a whole city full of innocents? Sam asked back. It would be better if you finish this. Jon stood up. His daughter was still in his arms, but he was looking at Sam threateningly. Maybe she is resurrected. Maybe it changed her. But I still don't think she on a dragon's back is safe. For anyone. Sam swallowed. You better continue the research about my daughter. Jon turned his back at him. The truth is painful. But you are my friend, and I won't lie to you. No matter you like it or not. I am an honest man and I don't want you to be disappointed again. Sam told him. He wanted to believe Daenerys is different, but it was harder for him than for anyone. She was still the woman who killed his father and his brother, even though she had no other choice. He was not mad at her anymore, but he still can't trust her with whole his heart. Do you think? John wanted to ask Davos after he heard Sam closed the door. Do you think he is right? I don't think she is able to do such a terrible thing again. But... Davos did not want to hurt him, but he wanted to be honest too. But Samuel is right. We never thought she is able to do it, and she did. And she will suffer because of it, for the rest of her life. John glanced at Sir Davos. She is better than that. She just wanted to be loved and every one of us refused to love her. Even myself. He became a bit nervous and edgy. She saved the world, saved the living, and all we gave her return was distrust, questions and denial. She couldn't reach us to love her. So, she chose fear. Because she had nothing more to lose. John spoke from his heart. I never thought about it that way. But, you know. Davos took a deep breath. It is still not an excuse for killing innocents. I understand why you defend her, you love her. Despite what she did. Davos nodded. And she loves me, despite what I did. John turned to him and looked into his eyes. Davos had no right answer for this. He did not want to hurt John's feelings, neither Daenerys. But the thing she left with Drogon made him worried a bit. Drogon landed with Daenerys in Bear Land. Everything was dirty and foggy. Ruined buildings. Dany was looking around. Drogon was sitting next to her and roared, loudly. Into the air. Why did you bring me here? Dany turned to her dragon, and she worried. Strange noises came from everywhere, she wanted to leave. Immediately. Chapter 79. Somewhere in Essos. Where we are. Daenerys still tried to figure out where Drogon brought her. The place was extinct, frightening, the silence was too huge. Drogon turned and leaned closer to something. Take me home. Daenerys ordered him, but he did not react. Drogon. Take me home. She walked closer to his face but he was staring at one point. Near to them. A hidden point. He gave a little growl but kept his eyes on that place. Daenerys frowned and walked closer. Suddenly some bird flying out, but those were not ravens. Her heart stopped a beat at first. She looked to Drogon, and it seemed like he nodded towards her. She just took a deep breath, then walked forward. When she was able to see in the dark with her eyes, she was just standing there. And her mouth falls open. Oh my god, she whispered. She knelt down and she barely could believe in her own eyes. She hadn't seen this kind of thing for years. She glanced at Drogon, and he growls a bit again. Her eyes were in tears. She stretched her arms and took one of the colored eggs. She was smiling, and her heart was smiling too. Dragons are gone. Drogon is the last, but it seems they were wrong. How? Dany sighed and she was happy. She was caressing the huge egg with her hand. She felt how something, as if moving in it. Inside. So this is why you took me here, she stated and stretched her hand for the other egg. She had no idea how to take those with herself. On Drogon's back. You did not think that through. She glanced at Drogon again and giggled. We should find something to. She looked around and started to think. She needed a box or some canvas. Anything, into which she can wrap it. Miran. Nisra tried to find an opportunity to meet and talk with Yara. In private. Alone, but she was always surrounded by her men. She felt a bit lost and useless since John forbade her to be around at Miss Sandai. And she had too much free time to deal with her thoughts. She was walking around in the corridor, and she spotted Samuel in a room. She saw the tons of books on the table. He placed his face into his palms. He looked worried and careworn. Can I help? Nisra entered into the room and asked kindly. Sam jolted. He did not expect anyone to disturb him. I am sorry. Nisra sighed. I did not want to disturb, I am sure you have other, more interesting things to do. Sam smiled at her. I haven't. Not since you told Jon Snow. I am a danger to his daughter. Nisra lowered her head. It is not true. Sam leaned back on the chair. I know what you think of us. But, we never wanted to hurt the living. Our Lord's job is to overcome the darkness with light. She answered quietly. What if you have to hurt the living, currently a child, to defeat the darkness? We always have a choice. Nisra shrugged her shoulders. It depends on us mostly, how we interpret the signs. Your interpretations often gets into human lives. Children's lives. Sam was calm and reasonable. Nisra couldn't argue with him. She heard many stories about the Red Priestesses and their victims. Maybe if. Nisra sighed. If you let me help you I will understand it more, and maybe I can be useful. I harm no one if I help you with the research. And I want to know. Fine. Sam nodded and smiled. She did not seem a bad person. She did not seem an evil witch. He started to feel sorry for her, but he promised John to keep his daughter out of trouble, and right at that moment, everything pointed out, those red priestesses can be their enemy. Biggest enemy. John was standing at the balcony. Miss Sandai was sleeping in her cradle but he couldn't think anything else, just Daenerys. Those things that Sam and Davos told him, he couldn't get those out of his mind, but still, he believed in her. She has no reason to do the same again, and she would never attack King's Landing alone. But the question was, where did Drogon take her and why? While he was thinking, Gendry entered the room. John. May we have a word? He started. John turned to his direction, and he was happy to see him, but that moment he realized he should not just worry only about Daenerys, but about Arya too. Sure. What can I do for you? John tried to smile. I wanted to apologize. About my behavior last time. I should have not talked with you, and with the Queen that way, but, the confinement will make me go crazy. Gendry spread his arms. I wanted to go after her and find her. No matter how far I have to go, but, they did not let me out. Because it is dangerous. I cannot just sit here and wait. Gendry sighed. We have no other choice. John tried to be calm. He was in the same situation. Daenerys was out somewhere, and he just sits there, and waits. And he hated it. He should be with her. He should have not let her go alone. That is ridiculous. Gendry raised his voice again. John just glanced to Miss Sandai, and Gendry immediately realized, he should lower his voice. I am sorry, he told him. I know you worry about her. I worry about her and Daenerys too. They both are outside, somewhere and, we cannot do anything. If we go after them, we can get ourselves into trouble. Arya left, to guarantee our safety. She knew what she is doing. She is the only one, who can, solve this. John explained. But where did she go? Gendry wanted answers, but John remained in silence. Bravos. You succeeded. Jaqen H'ghar asked his assassin when he entered the House of Black and White. The man looked around. There was no one else in the hall, just the two of them. What does success mean? He asked him back. Jaqen was standing with his back at him, but for this question, he turned around. I haven't seen you in a while. There was a smile on his face. Not long enough, he answered. After all, you have become no one, he stated with satisfaction. No. He answered, and he removed the man mask from her face. Arya was staring into his face with her killer look. I am still Arya Stark and that will never change. I don't want it to change. Everyone has to be someone. I am not saying it is a pleasant surprise. He answered without any emotions. Why are you here? I wanted to warn you, she answered, and followed his moves with her eyes. It was irresponsible to come here, Jaqen answered to her. Don't even try. I've killed 3 of your men. You can find them in the Hall of Faces. She raised her eyebrow, and she held her hand in needle. Impressive. Jaqen nodded towards her. But you still don't understand, we are doing what the many-faced god orders us to do. No. Arya shook her head. You are doing murders, for money. You wanted to murder 3 people if I am not mistaken. The Dragon Queen, the child, and my brother. Just 2. The woman and the child. Then I gave an extra sacrifice for your god, Arya answered phlegmatically. It is not the same. It is the same. If you won't stop trying to hurt my family, there won't be any no one anymore. I'll take care of it. She was determined and strong. Despite her small size, she caused fear in people. Even Jaqen knew he has to fear at least a bit from her. She was his best disciple. He cannot deny it, she became a too good disciple. What do you want? He looked into her eyes. I've told you. To stay away from my family, she told him again. They paid for it. They want the victims. Jaqen sighed. It cannot be changed. The many-faced god chose his victims, and we have to give those people to him. You've picked the wrong side. The losing side. Arya frowned. What if, we'll pay more? Jaqen clearly stopped and started to think about the offer. They are the servants of the many-faced god, but money was their price. Maybe I am willing to listen to your offer. He turned to Arya, and she throws a bag of gold in front of him. The capital, Westeros, only have debts, Arya stated. The Dragon Queen has gold. Which sounds more impressive. She smiled. Somewhere in Essos. Dany walked around and Drogon followed her continuously. She smiled at how he took care of her, watch over her. She caressed his head a couple of times meanwhile searching for the best thing to wrap the eggs. At least an hour passed and she finally packed the eggs into a huge rag. She had a bad feeling about that place. More time she spent there, it depressed her more. She couldn't explain why. Her general well-being was getting worse. Her mind was dizzy, as she had some memories there, but it was impossible. She never spent any time in that place, meanwhile, she felt she knew it from deep in her heart. She blinked, and she saw pictures in front of her eyes. Pictures of that place, from the past, or from the future. She couldn't tell. It seemed some memories, but not her memories. She saw a prosperous empire, with many Targaryens around. Smiling, laughing, living their life. Then she saw a woman, very similar to her. Beautiful, young. Her silver hair wrapped around her body. She took some steps back and tried to not fall. Those pictures are getting stronger and faster in her mind. Destiny, the woman in her mind said that word, and the next picture was fire. Everywhere. She saw how the buildings burned down. How the dragons burned in the air. There was ash, smoke, and fire. Nothing else. Screams filled her head. Children, women, men. The clouds went red, and the smoke was so defensive when it met with the sea in the cleft. The kingdom fell apart, and nothing left. She was leaning to the wall and the memories went away. She tried to breathe. She never expected that kind of thing. It was weird and inexplicable. Valeria, she realized and looked around. This is old Valeria, she stated again to herself, and then she remembered the things that Sir Yora and her brother told her about this place. It is a damned place, their fall began here. Their people died here. She was still shaking and confused. She placed her hand to her belly. The mist grew around her. Drogon. She felt herself weak and disoriented. Drogon. She called her son again and she sat at the base of the wall. She squeezed the eggs in her hand. Drogon. She felt herself weak and her vision became blurred. She only saw his huge dark shadow above her and she heard growls, but it did not come from her son. She knew it. She saw how some huge figures walking towards them. She gathered all her strength and tried to stand up. She felt Drogon's skin under her palm. She tried to pull her up, meanwhile she was still stroking the eggs. The growls became louder each moment, and then she saw a huge flame above her head. Jon falls asleep next to her daughter in a chair, but at that moment his eyes popped, and he felt some tightness in his chest. He looked at Miss Sandai immediately, but she was still sleeping. Dany. He knew there is something wrong. He felt it. He knew it, and he still hated himself to let her leave alone. He could easily go with her on Drogon. He should have. He walked to the balcony and peered the air. He wished to spot Drogon. He had to believe everything is all right. Chapter 80. Mirian. Jon was walking up and down. He called Davos and Samwell. He needed to tell them his feelings, his worries. You were afraid of her, this is normal, Sam told him. No. It is not that. I feel there is something wrong. Jon turned to his friend. What do you want us to do? Davos tried to remain calm. He saw how upset Jon is. We have to find her. How? Davos questioned him. I don't know. Jon hit the table. Davos and Sam were staring at him in silence. They understood. Dany is out there somewhere, alone and pregnant. That was understandable. His behavior. We have no idea where she went. Sam took a step towards his friend. Find out. How? Sam was surprised. He asked him for an impossible thing. I mean, I know things from books and... Jon, I am not a wizard. You have no idea where they might be. Davos placed his hand on Jon's shoulder. If I knew I wouldn't be here. Jon sighed. He wanted to cry, wanted to shout, wanted to slap himself. How the hell he let her go alone? A moment later Miss Sandai cried out. Davos and Sam immediately looked at her, but it took some seconds for Jon. He walked there and raised her up in his arms. She feels you are worried, Sam mentioned. No. She feels there is something wrong with Daenerys. Jon looked at Sam and he was so different. He was not the old Jon. Something changed in him. He was fiercer, and wilder than he was before. He was always brave and single-minded, but, now. Send Grey Worm here. He ordered them. Why? Davos frowned. I need his help. He almost shouted. You can't send soldiers around Essos. It is too big and... What if they went to Westeros? Davos tried to be calm but he started to lose his patience too. I know they are not. They must be here somewhere near. I know it. Jon answered. Jon. Sam stepped closer. Do what I said. I need Grey Worm if you can't help, he told Sam again, and Miss Sandai was crying louder in his arm. He was rocking her, but it did not help. She felt his nervousness, and it scared her. Davos glanced at Sam and they left the room. What if? Sam sighed. Do not even think about that. She is fine. And alive. We have to have faith. Davos stopped and answered. They cannot think the worse. If it happens, he had no idea what is going to happen with John. He lost her once. If he loses her again, there will be consequences, and as Davos see, those consequences will be worse than what Daenerys did in King's Landing. He is not himself, Sam told him. It is him too. Davos sighed. It is his other side, what he tried to suppress for years. He was always intense and heady, but now he has more reason than ever. His family. I've never seen him like this. Me neither, my friend. Me neither, but John is just a father. And he would do everything for his family. Aren't we all? Davos asked Sam. He has no right answer to this question. He felt the same. He would do everything for Gilly and his family. No matter the price. But John also had power. And power sometimes dangerous. Since she left, you spend all your time alone. Liliana found Gendry in a secluded room. He was sitting on the table. I did not think anyone will find me here. Gendry sighed. I did not mean to disturb, she answered, and turned. Wait, Gendry told her before she could leave the room. He stood up and walked closer to her. He started, but avoided to look into her eyes. Do not afraid of me. I do not bite, unless if someone wants me to. Liliana smiled at him. A small smile appeared on his face. I wanted to apologize. About how you left me there. How you refused me. Liliana finished the sentence instead of him. To be honest, I knew you will. But I also hoped you won't miss the chance to kiss me. She bit her lower lip. It is good for a start. She was smiling at him. I love her. Gendry raised his eyes at Liliana. I know. It is obvious. Even if I don't understand why. She sighed, and smoothed the table while walked past by it. She must be very special. She is. She is not like other girls. You, men all say that. Then it just goes away after a time. She was talking so calmly. Her voice was so witching. She was an amazing woman, with a perfect body. Mesmerizing eyes, Gendry needed to control every inch of himself. He knew it is just physical affection towards her. Nothing else. His heart was Arya's, even if she doesn't want it. He still hoped, maybe someday she'll change her mind. Liliana walked around the table, then stopped in front of him. But I'll be here when the time is right. She placed her hand to his chest. Because it will. And I can wait. She was looking at his face and leaned closer to him. Because. She whispered to his mouth, I think you worth the wait. She licked his lower lip, then took a step back. I'll better go and let you sink in your thoughts. She bit her lip and walking backward, to the door. Gendry tried to hide his smile. Somehow it was a good feeling, that a woman like Liliana has some interest in him. John was still rocking Miss Sandai and tried to calm her, but she did not want to stop. He was too nervous and concerned. He knew it, and how Miss Sandai's cried it just made it worse. He heard a knock on the door. Come in. He thought it is Grey Worm, but when the door opened Nisra stepped in, slowly, with hesitation. What are you doing here? John asked her, slightly cold. You can hear her crying even in the hall, she stated timidly. I just wanted to know. I've told you until Samwell not confirms, I don't want you or Liliana around my daughter, John answered, but he started to lose his patience. No matter how hard he tried, Miss Sandai was just crying. You've told me to not stay alone with your daughter, but now you're here, and maybe I can calm her. Nisra did not give up. She wanted to help. It was painful for her too, hearing her crying that much. You can leave. John turned his back at her and closed his eyes for a moment. She feels your doubts and fears. She won't stop. Not in your arms. You, and her, and the Queen has some special bond. This has been proven several times. I want to help. I don't ask to leave her alone with me, but if she doesn't stop crying it. She tried to make him understand. She can even drown. Nisra sighed. Please. John turned to her and nodded. He handed Miss Sandai to Nisra and she started to sing for her. A couple of minutes passed, but she stopped. She falls asleep in her arms, with tears in her eyes. John just sat down to the chair. He buried his face to his palms. That was too much. Everything was too much for him. He wanted answers, he wanted to know where is Daenerys. He blamed himself. She is a dragon. A warrior. There is nothing wrong with her. Nisra told him quietly, just like you. She tried to smile at John, then turned to Miss Sandai, and you, little princess. A small smile appeared on John's face. That moment he felt, he knew, from deep in his heart, that woman means no danger to his daughter. You wanted to talk with me. Grey Worm entered into the room without hesitation. Without knocking or asking. He gave a detractive look towards Nisra then turned to John. Yes. I wanted. John straightened up. I would call your attention, that you are not my king. I am here, because you let Daenerys go alone, and maybe she is in trouble, or hurt somewhere. Grey Worm answered rudely. John tried to ignore his words. He was not in the mood for another fight or debate with him. He just wanted to find Daenerys. He sighed. I need your soldiers to go around in Slaver's Bay and the nearby cities. Why? Grey Worm shook his head. We have to find her. After you let her leave. Grey Worm stated. For fuck's sake, it is not about me. John raised his voice. I don't need your trust, I don't ask favors. I ask you to serve your queen and help her in need. Maybe she is in danger, and it doesn't matter it is about me or not, or what you are thinking about it. He spread his arms, and he was uptight. Nisra surprised. His vehement side really won those days. He did not know any no for an answer. They did not even notice when Miss Sandai stopped crying. Nisra was rocking her in her arms. Papa. John immediately turned to her direction. Nisra was smiling at the little girl. Emma Sandai stretched her tiny hands and she said those words again. Papa John smiled a bit in his surprise. He walked to his daughter, and raised her up, gave a kiss to her cheek. You really said Papa. He touched her forehead with his. Nisra was staring at Grey Worm's face. He was still gloomy but he kept his eyes on John and his daughter, and there was some strange gleam in his eyes. That moment seemed even warmed his heart. After a minute, John also came to mind, and he turned back to Grey Worm. I don't ask you to do this for me. But for Daenerys and for the princess. He glanced at Miss Sandai. She needs her mother as soon as possible. She is just a baby. John's tone changed. We'll do what is necessary. Grey Worm nodded. Before he could turn to leave, Yara entered the room ardently. Is it true? She asked them. The queen is in danger. She left. As you may know. And. John started to explain. Nisra was standing behind him. Yara avoided looking at her. She did not even notice she is there. Maybe you can go around the bay with ships and help to find her. How? She can be anywhere. She answered. I know. But, she is with Drogon. If we find Drogon, we'll find her too. We have to do something. John told her. I can go out with some ships. Yara nodded. Do you want to come with us? She was staring at John. He looked at her daughter, then Nisra. He had no idea what to do. He was not sure he can leave her there. Even if he leaves her for Sir Davos. Samwell's words were still in his mind. Those things that he said about the Red Priestesses. My lord. Yara frowned and staring at him questioningly. My lord. I can keep your daughter safe. Nisra stepped closer. You let her leave, and now you don't want to go after her. Why am I not surprised? Grey Worm stated and shook his head. He has a daughter, and he needs to think about her too. Nisra stepped next to him protectively. We don't have time for this. John looked at the two leaders in front of him. Leave, now. Sooner is better. He nodded. Grey Worm turned to leave, and Yara wanted to leave too, but before she could turn away, she saw a huge black shadow flew through the air. John. She walked towards the balcony and they followed her. It was Drogon. Roaring loudly, while flying above the pyramid. Stay here. John ordered Yara and gave his daughter into Nisra's arms. Do not move away from my child. He looked at Yara again, then he almost ran out of the room, and Grey Worm followed him. The two women kept their eyes on Drogon, who was still circling around the air, and after a few minutes later, he landed on the field, not too further from the pyramid. They looked at each other, but then, there was only silence in the room. Nothing else. Chapter 81. Mirian. Hurry. John ran much far ahead than the others. He felt there is something wrong. At least they were there. Or, Drogon surely is there, but he had a strange and weird feeling. He had that feeling for a couple of hours now. He barely can hear her voice in his head. How she asks help. Maybe it is just his imagination, but he cannot be sure. Some residents followed them, but they did not pay attention to them. Everyone stopped when they arrived at the field, keeping the distance from the huge beast, who was still roaring loudly, except John. He saw there is something in the ground under his wings, what he is trying to protect. He slowed his moves when Drogon raised his eyes on him, but a moment later, he raised his wing and stepped back. Daenerys was laying on the floor, squeezing something in her arms. She was conscious but she did not stand up. Dany. John realized it is his love, and he knelt next to her, raised her head with his hand. Dani, it is me. Dani. He caressed her face, and she opened her eyes slowly. I am back. She tried to smile a bit. I've told you, there will be, no problem. She was weak and tried to talk. Then she moved her hand a bit away from the package and John's eyes widened when he saw the dragon eggs. He had no idea what to think at that moment, but he had no time to think about anything at all. She fainted in that second in his arms. I think I should leave, and check if they need any help. Yara wanted to escape the room. She and Nisra were in silence all time long. They had no idea how and what to tell to each other. I wouldn't do it in your place, Nisra stated quietly. I cannot help with this. You can take care of her. Without me. Yara spacer, and wanted to leave the room. Jon Snow ordered you to stay here, for reason. Nisra turned to the cradle and placed Miss Sandai there. He doesn't trust me. He wants me to stay away from his daughter. He would have never left her here if he has any other choice. But he trusts you. Nisra explained quietly. I don't understand. It is bullshit. You were the one who was taking care of his daughter all the time long. Yara shook her head. Before his friend, Samuel Tarly told him, I mean danger to her. Nisra lowered her head and turned to Yara. Why? Because I am a red priestess, and people know about our methods, which were not always the best. Nisra sighed. Not just in this, Yara stated. Right. She nodded, but I would never be able to hurt Miss Sandai. He doesn't believe me this. Yet. So, he wants you to be here until he is back. It seems you are good at hurting people. Yara couldn't hold her opinion back anymore, and she told it right to her face. I wanted to talk to you about that. I wanted to say sorry. She stepped closer to Yara. I just did not find the right time for it. Look, I don't care anymore. I just don't like when someone is playing with me. You are not interested, I get it, you just pay attention to what signals you give to the others. Yara rolled her eyes. There were not any girls in her life, who she cared of. She was the first, and she had no idea how to handle this. These weird feelings in her. She cared about Nisra. She was attracted to her, like a magnet, that is why she can't be able to stay close to her. I wasn't playing with you. Nisra answered and she stepped closer. Jon stormed into the room at that moment, with Daenerys in his arms. Nisra and Yara frightened and they worried. Jon placed Dani to the bed and caressed her face. She was still not in mind. Find Samwell. Now. He ordered the two women. I go. Stay with the baby. Yara nodded and walked out. Nisra glanced at Miss Sandai. She was sleeping, so she went to bed. To see Daenerys. What happened? She asked under one's breath. I don't know. Jon shook his head and his hand was on Dani's cheek. She is so hot, he stated worriedly. Nisra stepped closer and placed her hand to Daenerys' forehead. Her forehead was warm. Almost burning. That is not good. She took a deep breath and placed her other hand to her neck. Her whole body was hot and boiling. Dani. Jon was caressing her head, but she was just laying there, without any answer. Her eyes were closed. What is going on? Jon asked, and his voice fell. I don't know. Nisra sighed, and she knew it is not normal. She knew something had to happen with her. And she also knew that temperature is not good for the baby either. The baby inside her. King's Landing. You wanted to talk to me, Your Grace. Tyrion entered into Bran's room. He was sitting next to the fireplace, which was weird. Not that he needed that, considering the fact, the weather was warm there, but he told once, he saw things in the flames. Tyrion remembered. His mind was still the old one. He remembered and knew things quite well. It was an ability for his survival. Can you explain to me why we lose people? Bran asked him. What do you mean? Tyrion frowned. My sister left the capital. And you know it, he answered angrily. I did not. I had no idea. Tyrion surprised. He and Sansa have a deep connection, but she did not tell him, she wanna leave. He did not understand. I swear Can you tell me, how can I win the war against our greatest enemy if I lose one of the biggest armies? He turned to him, and his eyes were dark. He looked scary and hipped. The old Bran was not there. Not a small part of him. That thing took over the control of him, totally. I am sure. She has some good explanation if you want me to. No. You are not going anywhere. Do not even try. He answered immediately. I keep my eyes on you, do not forget it, and if you trying to leave, I will be the last king who you served. I would never. Where is Lady Brienne? Bran asked the next question. If you want to talk to her, I'll send someone to. Tyrion tried to be calm, but it was harder day by day. She left too. And you have no idea about it. You've told me once, you know things. You know everything that happens in the kingdom, but time proves more and more how useless you are. Bran told him with a contemptuous look. Maybe, during preparations for the war, some things have escaped from my attention, but I promise I solve these things. Send an army to Winterfell. Take my sister back. He turned back to the fireplace. Are you sure she went there? You still questioning my order? I will lose my patience. Bran answered above his shoulder. I just wanted to say, maybe there is a more peaceful way to bring her back. Tyrion explained. Maybe I can convince her. About the marriage. About that too. Yes. Tyrion nodded. Send an army, take her back. And when she is in the capital, you can try. I am done. Bran cut him before he could say anything else. Tyrion nodded with his head, and took a step backward, towards the door. Tyrion. Bran stopped him. As I see, your assassins also failed, and our time is running out. Those no ones are useless, so you better think about a better plan to kill her and all the Targaryens before they trying to get back the kingdom. Do not disappoint me again. Maybe we should not wait for more. Maybe we should just start the attack against them. They are not prepared for it. If we hit them with our army. Tyrion explained. We are not leaving King's Landing. You can go now. Bran ordered him again. Right. Tyrion nodded and left him in the room. While he was walking back to his room, he was thinking. He was happy because Sansa left, and he needed some solution to keep her away from King's Landing. That place was not saved, but for her, Essos was not saved either. Daenerys would kill her in the first minute when she sees her again. He knew it. He wanted to save Sansa. Deep in his heart, he loved her. Mirian. So. Jon immediately questioned Sam, after he examined Dany. Did you touch her? Sam frowned. Of course I did. I brought her back to the pyramid. I was afraid, you're gonna say it. Sam lowered his head. Come. He nodded towards Jon and they walked back to Dany's bed. Sam took off the blanket from her leg and raised her dress a bit. She wore some pants too, but that was torn. Sam grabbed her leg, threw her clothes, and turned it a bit. The mark of the stone men was there. A small surface. Grayscale. Jon took a step back, and he couldn't breathe at that moment. Probably she was in Old Valyria. But I have no idea why Drogon took her there. Because of the eggs. Jon turned to the sideways. The eggs were still wrapped in canvas. They just placed it next to the door when she arrived back. Dragon eggs. Jon sighed. But, can you heal her? Sam. Jon turned to him and wanted to touch him, but he took a step back. Jon held his arms back. I can. Probably. Jon shook his head. I can save her. Sam glanced at Daenerys. It is in the early stages. It is much easier. He nodded. But. Jon was staring at his face. You better not touch anyone. Especially not your daughter. If you touch her, probably you were infected too. It will appear on your skin in a day. Sam was looking at his hand. Anyone else touched her since she is back? No. Jon shook his head. He tried to think. Nizra. He realized a minute later. Nizra too. She was there. In the room. And she checked her temperature. He tried to think. Did she touch Miss Sandai after that? Sam was worried. Clearly. He was worried about them. No, I don't remember. Jon shook his head. Jon, it is important. Sam raised his voice. I can heal you, but... Sam wanted to shook him by his shoulder, but he stopped himself and took another step back. I cannot heal Miss Sandai if she also infected. Do you hear me? Sam was staring at his face. It only works on adults. It is deadly for children. She left. After she touched her, I sent her away. I wanted to stay with her, alone. And Jon's mind was racing. We have to find her and warn her. She can't touch anyone, or it will be a disaster. Sam told him and wanted to leave immediately. Sam. Jon turned to him, and his eyes were on tears. What about the baby? Samwell wanted to avoid that question. First, we have to find Nizra, and keep her away from the others. Sam. Jon almost begged him. What about the baby? Jon's voice was shaking. I don't know. He lowered his head. It depends, how strong the fetus is. I I'm sorry John, but… It is not a fetus, it is my child. He took a step closer to his friend. And I can't do anything for that child, right now. Her body is fighting the disease, this is why she got feverish. If she and the baby are strong enough, I can't do anything else. Sam was honest. He had no idea what else he could do. He was not a god, only a master, and not even all the masters can cure grayscale. We have to find Nisra before there is more trouble. I can't leave my daughter here, alone, John stated. He tried to be calm, as much as he could. You can't touch her. Sam reminded him. I sent someone here, to help. He nodded, and he left John there. Chapter 82. Miran. Have you seen Nisra? Samuel asked the first person who he runs into. It was Dario. He started to laugh sardonically. Why? You want some fresh babe? He patted Samuel's shoulder. It is serious. Have you seen her or not? Sam remained serious. No. No, I haven't. His smile gone. What happened? If you find her, send her to Daenerys' room. Immediately. He told him, then walked forward but… He stopped and turned back to him. Do not touch her. I am not kidding. Dario frozen. He nodded, but he still did not understand. He was standing in one place and wondered what is going on. He knew Dany is back, and he knew she is not in good condition, but he couldn't go to check her, because John was there. And now this thing. Where is Nisra? Samuel stopped next to Gendry and Davos, but they just shook their heads. Sir Davos. John needs you. He'll tell you everything. Just go to the Queen's room. He told them, then he almost ran forward. He worried. He knew how this disease spreads, he knew what it can cause, and he was not sure John remembered well or not. If Nisra touched Daenerys and then Missandei, the consequences will be terrible. He had to find her. Sooner is better. John Davos entered their room. John was sitting next to Daenerys. His face was in his palms. He swiped a tear away from his eyes. What happened? Davos wanted to go closer but John raised his hand and showed him to stop. John. Take up Missandei. Please. And do not let anyone else touch her. John asked him. It is important. Davos was still looking at him questioningly. John did not say any word, he turned to Dany, and removed the blanket from her leg. Davos stepped closer and he forgot to breathe. That wound. That grayscale. He knew that moment, the problem is bigger than he ever thought. You've touched her, he stated. Of course I did. John nodded. I brought her here. When Drogon landed with her. She should have not. John tried to hold back his tears, but he couldn't stop thinking about the danger that she brought to the pyramid. To her daughter. Not to mention his unborn child was in danger too. He should have never let her go. He hated Drogon at that moment too. Because he took her there. And he looked hateful to the eggs too. Daenerys was still sleeping. Sam gave her some pyretic and tranquilizer. She was shaking, and she was clearly dreaming something. John took her hand. It helped to calm her down. Even if she has no idea he is there, his touch calmed her down. He loved her. He was mad at her, angry with her, but he was still in love with her, and his worst fear was losing her. Her Missandei. He placed his other hand on her belly. Hold on, please, he caressed it. Do you want me to take Missandei away from here? Davos sighed and standing next to the cradle. Probably, Sam starts your curing soon and I don't think it is good for her to stay here. Davos sighed. Yes, yes. Please, but Davos. Don't worry. I know. I won't let anyone else near her. I promise. He nodded. He knew that disease. He knew it can be deadly to the children. He wanted to ask about the other baby, but he thought it better not to. He raised Missandei up from the cradle and placed her to his chest. John was watching them until he walked out with his daughter from the room. Nisra was standing right in front of Yara's room. John sent her away, and meanwhile, she couldn't do more in that situation, she decided to solve her own life. Daenerys' status just proved everyone is brittle, no matter who she is. Their lives are breakable, and they can die at any minute. They were in danger, all day, every day. She almost died not too long ago, and she doesn't want to die, before she confesses her feelings to Yara. She knocked on her door. Nisra, what are you doing here? Yara opened the door. Can I come in? She asked while she was staring into her eyes. Yara stepped out from her way. Nisra. Sam caught her in the last moment before she could go inside. She took a deep breath and she can't believe. She just wanted some moments alone with Yara. Yes. She tried to smile at Sam. What can I do for you? Did you touch Miss Sandai after you touched Daenerys? Sam immediately came to the point. There was no time to waste. What? She frowned. There was fear in his eyes. Did you touch Miss Sandai after you touched Daenerys? It is important. Did you? He raised his voice. I don't know, Nisra shook her head. Think. This is not a game now. Did you? Sam raised his voice more. Stop. Yara stepped next to her. It won't help if you yell with her. She turned to Nisra and wanted to place her hands to her shoulder, but Sam grabbed her wrist. Do not touch her, Sam told her with a serious face. I do what I want. Yara frowned and reached out her hand from his. Daenerys has grayscale. Sam finally spit that out. And Nisra touched her. This is why it is important, that you touched Miss Sandai after that or not. Nisra's face paled. The information shocked her. Nisra. Sam tried again. I can cure the grayscale, don't worry. I can cure you, but I can't cure Miss Sandai. For a child it is deadly. Please. You have to remember. Did you touch her or not? No. She shook her head but stared at the floor. I did not. She was sleeping in her bed, I just walked out. I wanted to help but Jon Snow sent me out of the room. Asked me to leave to be precise. Stay away from everyone. The best if you come with me and I lock you into your room until the first signs not come out in your skin. Then I'll cure it. Sam tried to make her calm. Don't worry. If you don't touch anyone since then, everything will be fine. I did not. She took a deep breath, and tried to think. Jon falls asleep next to Daenerys. He was holding her in his arms. Her fever went down, and she was sleeping so calmly. Her breathing was steady. That day was too much for Jon, and how he was laying next to Dany, he falls asleep too. He was squeezing her hand even in his dream. Jon Samwell arrived back to the room. He was staring them for a second, then he turned out of the room. Until she is not in mind, he can't do anything. Miss Sandai was in save. That was the most he could do. He was tired, but he needed to prepare himself. The book was not there, he had to remember everything that he did when Sir Yora got this disease. He just hoped, he can fix it without any guidance. The night passed quietly. The happenings shocked everyone. Davos took care of Miss Sandai, but she was an angel, and sleep through the night. He missed being a grandfather of his own grandchildren, but Jon gave him a second chance to have a family. 'Cause they were a family for him. Even Daenerys. Since he came to Meereen, and he saw and knew her as a mother, his opinion clearly changed about her. He always supported her. She and Jon. He really thought they would be the perfect rulers of the Seven Kingdoms until that horrible day. He lost hope that day, but she proved anyone can change and deserve a second chance. He just hoped Jon won't lose her too soon. That would destroy him. And he deserves to be happy. He did many things for living people. He resigned for everything. All the time. All in his life. He died, because of what he believed in. Then he killed her love because he wanted to meet with everyone's expectations. Maybe Jon was right, and they should have just gave her a chance, and love her. Without doubts. Accept her as their queen, before things turned wrong. Jon woke up in the morning, and he was still holding her hand. He spotted the mark in his hand. It appeared, just as Sam told him. He stood up and bandaged it with a rag. Then he leaned back to his love. He elbows next to her in the bed and caressed her face. She slowly started to open her eyes. Dany. He hoped she finally awake. She needed to eat, drink, that fever surely dried her up. She tried to swallow and she raised her eyes at him. Swallowed once more. Jon immediately stood up and brought a glass of water for his love and helped her to drink it. What happened? She closed her eyes for some seconds and tried to remember. What is the last thing you know? I don't know. She looked a bit confused. I found those eggs and then something. I saw something. Dany frowned. It sounds ridiculous but I saw how that place burned down to the ground. Valeria. Jon sighed. How do you know? Dany surprised and staring at his face. I bring some more water. You need to drink. No. Dany held him back. What happened? How did I get home? She was weak. Drogon brought you back, but you were barely conscious when I found you at the field. Next to him. I brought you back to the pyramid and you fainted in my arms. I don't understand. What happened there? I saw flames, and heard some strange noises. As growls but that was not an animal. I did not see. It was like, would have scratched me. Dany tried to remember everything. No. Those were not animals. John lowered his head. John, what happened? Just tell me. Please. How did you know I was there? She tried to get her answers, but he was just squeezing her hand. Later, he answered a few seconds later and tried to smile. Now you have to need to get stronger. He raised her hand and gave a kiss to it. She swallowed and nodded. Her head hurts. Where is Miss Sandai? She sighed. In safe. I don't hear her crying and. She turned to the direction of the cradle. She is not here, John answered quietly. What? Danny started to worry. Miss Sandai is not here. It is not safe here, for her, right now. John sighed. But Sir Davos take care of her, don't worry. He gave his word. I would like to see my daughter. Danny tried to suppress herself in the bed, to sit up, but John placed her hand to her shoulder. You can't. John, what happened with Miss Sandai? She started to freak out. Nothing. Nothing happened with Miss Sandai. Don't worry. She is, fine. John. What are you hiding from me? She was staring at his face, then after some silence, she placed her hand to her belly. The baby. John tried to remain strong and held his tears back. No, he was not sure about the baby. Sam was not sure about the baby either, but he had no idea how to tell her. He was afraid to tell her because he had no idea how much damage it will cause. He knew her. He knew, she will blame herself, and, yes, it was her fault. She should have not gone, in her condition, should have not gone alone. But it was his fault too. He let her go. John, what is going on? Her eyes filled with tears. Will I lose him? Or? John. She was begging for his answer. A tear fell from his eye, rolled down on his face, and he pulled her into his arms. Hug her close, squeeze her to his body. I don't know yet, he whispered to her ear and gave a kiss to her neck. Sam, couldn't tell. I can't believe. She shook her head. It is not sure yet. Maybe he is right and there is nothing wrong. But if... He held her face between her palms. If you stress yourself and think the worst immediately, it won't help. He swiped away a tear from her eye. Danny nodded and tried exactly that he asked. She placed her hand immediately to her belly, she wanted to feel it, their child. She gave a kiss to his palm, and that moment she saw the bandage on it. What? She grabbed his hand and wanted to look at it more. There is something else. What I have to tell you. He lowered his head and took a deep breath. Chapter 83. Miran. John took a deep breath. He was sitting opposite to Daenerys and removed his hand from her hand. He slowly started to untie the bandage on his hand. She was watching him in silence, and when he removed the whole rag from his palm, she couldn't breathe and couldn't talk. Her lips started to trembling and her eyes filled with tears. She knew this disease, she almost loses Sir Yora because of it. John. She tried to form words. How, it appeared this morning. He sighed and placed the bandage to his hand. But... Sam can cure it, so, we don't have to worry. He told me he can cure us. Us? Danny frowned. You've touched me. Did you infect me? Danny did not understand. No. John shook his head, and he tried to be as calm as he can be in this situation. You infected me. He turned to her legs and removed the blanket from it. There was a bandage on her leg too. Her eyes stuck on that. Those were not animals. Probably. That you heard. The sounds. The growls. Those were stone men, and one of them scratched or touched you. He explained quietly. But Sam can heal you, he just needed you to wake up. Your body fought against. No, it cannot be. Danny turned to her leg and almost ripped off the bandage from it. Danny, don't. John tried to stop her, but she finally took it off and she couldn't believe her own eyes. What is going on with the baby? Danny asked him. Be honest with me. She kept her eyes on her wound. She was not crying. She was destroyed, and in a shook. John. Sam couldn't tell. He sighed. Leave, she told him and her voice was trembling. No. He placed his hand to her shoulder but she pulled herself off from it. I said leave. She was quite hysterical and heated. I won't leave you here. Danny. Everything is gonna be alright. Your fever is gone, so Sam can start your curing. He tried to remain calm. Leave now. She was yelling with him now. She raised her eyes at him. Those eyes were sad, frightened and hopeless. It is not your fault. He placed his hands to her cheek. Do you hear me? did not know where Drogon wanted to bring you. You. Dany, everything will be alright. Okay? Believe me. He was staring at her eyes. She sighed. I want to be alone now. She moved away from him and leaned back to the bed. She pulled the blanket to her whole body and turned her back at him. Jon was staring at her. He knew her. He knew the last thing she needs right now is to be alone. It was already too hard. If she starts blaming herself. Can I come in? Samwell entered into the room. He brought a huge bag with himself. Dany did not move, did not raise her head up. She was staring at nothing, and her eyes were empty. Jon frowned and raised his eyes at his friend. Sam stopped and placed his bag to the table. Jon walked to him and almost grabbed his shoulder but pulled his arms back at the last minute. He just nodded with his head towards Sam, then walked out of the room. Sam followed him. You've told her. Sam closed the door. Maybe I shouldn't have. Jon rolled his eyes. He was nervy and he worried. About her state. Her condition. About their child. Miss Sandai. With Sir Davos. I checked them in the morning. Everything is fine. Sam smiled. Thank you, Sam. Jon lowered his head. How she responded. Sam looked towards Dany's bedroom door and then turned back to Jon. Not good. As I expected. She blames herself and. Well, actually it was her fault. Sam agreed. Jon raised his eyes at him, and his eyes were dark and he clearly disagreed with him. Jon, you can defend her, but yes, it was her fault. She should have not gone. She is pregnant. She collapsed a day earlier, and then just climbs up a dragon's back and fly to a dangerous place? What did she expect? You better not tell her those things. It is already hard for her. And for you too. But you don't want to hurt her. For how long? I mean, sometimes we made mistakes, and we have to accept those mistakes, even if those are hurt. We have to learn from those mistakes. Sometimes our mistakes have horrible consequences. Sam was honest and straight. Too straight at that moment, but Jon knew he is right. Just, cure her okay? Jon nodded. Then cure us. We can deal with the other things later, but we have to stop this infection. Before it spreads somehow. Jon tried to think with his mind at that moment. Sam nodded and opened the door again. They stopped at the door and their mouth falls open. Daenerys was sitting on the floor next to the dragon eggs and she was crying loudly. Her hands were bloody. Jon whispered his name when he spotted the blood on the sheets, and on the floor. She lost her baby. She cried and raised up one of the eggs above her head, and wanted to throw it away, and broke it. She lost her mind at that moment. Dany, no. Jon jumped there and took the egg from her hand before she could have cut it to the ground. He bent next to her and hugged her while she was sobbing bitterly, and doubled over. Sam stepped closer slowly. Everything covered with blood as she climbed down from the bed. Dany Jon cried too but he tried to calm her, even if it was hard for him too. Let me go. Let me go. She yelled with him and hit him by his chest, while Jon still tried to hold her close. Dany please. Let me go. She almost screamed, but the next moment, she felt pain. An enormous pain burst into her. Let me die. Please, she begged Jon. She was lost and broken. Jon raised his eyes at Sam. He did not find the right word. He started to search for something in his bag. He put on a glove, then poured something to a bottle. Jon tried to hold Dany as much as he could. Sam. He turned to his friend again, while he felt how Dany tries to escape from his arms. I want to die. Let me die. She sobbed. Sam knelt next to them and gave the small bottle to Dany. Drink it. No, she wanted to knock out the bottle from his hand, but she barely could move. Dany please. Jon shook her. No. No. I killed him. I killed our child. I knew. She cried even louder. Grey Worm and Daario stormed into the room because of the loud yells. They froze and staring them. Get out. Sam turned to them, then turned back to Dany. She needs to drink it. It will help. Sam told to Jon. Daario and Grey Worm hesitated for a moment, but then Daario realized what might happen. He placed his hand to Grey Worm's shoulder and they left the room. Just let me die. I don't want to live. Dany just repeating that sentence. Continuously. Jon. Sam tried again. Dany listen to me. Dany. He leaned closer and shook her. You did nothing wrong. Dany, please. You have to drink that. It will help. He felt how his heart was beating so fast, but he needed to be sane. He needed to bring her back to her mind. He can't lose her. She did not raise her head, she did not want to pay attention to anything else. Just the pain. She really wanted to die at that moment. She felt, she doesn't deserve to live anymore. Think about Miss Sandai. Please. John tried his last chance. Your daughter needs you. More than anyone. If you die now, she won't survive. A tear appeared in his eyes. He knew if this will not work then, he has no more chances. She tried to breathe and finally, she raised her eyes at John. Her body was shaking, as she gasped. Drink it. For Miss Sandai. John stared her eyes and raised the small glass to her mouth. You should not be here. Nisra opened her door because someone knocked. It was Yera. Samuel told me I should not meet anyone. No. He told you to not touch anyone. Yera corrected her. So I came to finish our talk. I don't think it is the right time. Nisra sighed. Your eyes are cried out, Yera stated and stared her face. Nisra for an answer just raised her hand. The grayscale appeared on her palms. Can I come in? Why? Because I want to talk to you. Yera smiled a bit. Are you not afraid? Are you not disgusted? Nisra frowned and shook her head. She did not understand. I saw worse things than grayscale, she answered. Believe me. Many, much more disgusting things. When a man is rotten for months. Well, that is disgusting. This is a wound. She glanced at her hand. And that man, Samuel can heal it. As I heard he healed a man, who has much worse grayscale. It is just a small wound. Think about it in that way. I still don't think it is safe. Nisra smiled a bit. It felt good for her, she cared for her in that way. She would have never thought this. At least, we slow down, and don't make any hasty moves. Yera tried to make a joke. Like last time. They were staring at each other, and Nisra finally stepped away from the door. Let her enter into the room. The potion worked on Daenerys. She calmed down, and fall asleep. John placed her back to the bed. And caressed her cheek. Suddenly a tear from his eyes dropped on her face. He swiped it away. You should go out, Sam told him quietly. I want to stay, John answered and sighed. What did you give her? Poppy tea and, another seed, what helps to, clean her, uterus. Sam's voice lowered while he was talking. John nodded and stared at his love continuously. I have to start to remove the grayscale, before it grows bigger. I better start it while she is, in this, mood. What if she wakes up? Losing a child is a huge disaster. One of the most painful things in the world. Sam lowered his head. You cannot imagine how it feels, John answered, and tried to be strong. His concern and anger, those feelings mixed in him at that moment. No matter what happened he loved her, but he wished, she would have never gone. Actually I can. Sam raised his eyes at John, and there was a painful smile on his face. Sam. John frowned. Gilly lost one too. I do not wish this feeling to anyone, but... He wiped a tear away from his eyes. But, maybe, it should have been that way. But, we'll always miss that child. That unborn child. He swiped another tear and sniffed. You better go out. You can't be here. You have to be separated for a while, after the curing. Sam sighed and tried to focus on the most important topic right now. To save Daenerys' life, and stop the grayscale before anyone else got it in the pyramid. Then, he just hoped, she can process the lost. John too, he has nothing else left, just hope. Her eyes, the emptiness of her eyes, while she was sobbing in his arms, scared him. She did not care about anything. He was worried, what if she got up, and no one will be there next to her? What is she going to do? Sam. John stopped at the door and turned back. Don't worry. I won't leave her alone. When I am finished, I send someone here, to look after her. When I can come back. John swallowed. Just go, okay. Sam nodded. Sooner we start is better. Chapter 84. Miraen. Hours passed since John left Daenerys with Samuel in her room. He still couldn't believe that happened. He was sitting at the edge of the bed, and he felt some kind of emptiness. He lost him. His unborn son. There were signs, she handled that pregnancy quite bad, and she felt, she was not ready, but John hoped everything will be fine. Since Miss Sandai was born, he became a different man. He never thought to be a dad is gonna change him, to be honest, he never thought he'll ever be a dad. First because of the Night's Watch, then because he stabbed her, and lost her. He thought he'll never find love again. Between these two things, there was a period. A period when everything seemed normal. Years ago somewhere on the narrow sea, between Essos and Winterfell. John was caressing her chest. The blanket barely covered her beautiful, naked body. The top of her breast can be seen clearly. Her unfolded hair spread out on the pillow. She looked like an angel. An angel, who was sent for him. To give him the happiness in this miserable life. He was happy. The dead are coming, they are headed to the biggest war, but those days on that boat, meant the life for him. And the future. He never believed to those things that Daenerys told him about that witch, about she can't have children. While he was caressing her body he was thinking about, a son. A little brown-haired boy. He can imagine how he ran into the room and wake them up in the mornings. He sees in front of his eyes, how he teaches him to use a sword. And maybe a daughter. A princess likes her mother. He smiled. That was the first time when he really thought about those things. A family. He couldn't imagine it with anyone else. Just with her. With Daenerys Targaryen. She slowly opened her eyes and smiled at him a few seconds later. I did not want to wake you up, Jon whispered to her, then he leaned closer and kissed her soft lips. Dany did not say a word, just cuddled closer to him and he placed his arms around her. Can we just stay here? Forever. She sighed. They both know they only have a couple of days left before they reach the White Harbor. Till the end of our lives, Jon answered. I mean, if. He hesitated. That is all I want. She took a deep breath. If only. She continued. If only. Jon raised his eyebrow. Never mind. Anyway we, may not have any future at all. She sighed, but Jon grabbed her and turned on the bed with her. He was leaning over her and placed his palm to her cheek. If only, what? He asked again. I can never make you, really happy. I mean. She lowered her head and avoided to look at him. You mean, you still think you can't have children? Not just think, Dany answered. Well, we'll see. Jon smiled and kissed her. I still don't think that witch was a reliable source of information. He kissed her again and continued with those kisses towards her neck. What are you doing, Jon Snow? Dany giggled. Proving you, that you are wrong, he whispered to her ear and he wanted to make love with her. Again, and again. Sam entered into his room and brought him back to reality. Sam. Jon jumped up. How is she? He was worried. She'll be fine. As for the grayscale. Sam answered. I cured it. Is she awake? No, I asked Grey Worm to stay next to her, and do not leave her alone, because it is not safe, he answered. Are you ready? Sam raised his eyes to Jon's hand. Sure. Do it. He nodded. What is in the bag? Dario stopped Liliana in the corridor. Why do you care? She raised her eyebrow and walked on. Why do you hate me that much? Dario turned after her. Maybe I hate douchebags. He shrugged her shoulders. You don't even know me. Dario stepped closer to her. Look. Dario Naharis. Maybe you are the dream of every woman, but I am not one of them. Your charm does not have any effect on me. She told straight to his face. As I remember your friend, told the same to me when she arrived, he smirked. Nisra is naive. But, now, she doesn't need you anymore, and the queen either doesn't need you. Poor Dario. She was sarcastic. It seems you are losing every woman around you. He made a face and staring at Liliana. You know nothing about me. I know more than you can imagine, she answered mysteriously. You are not a lost case, but you need to grow up and let the past go. You can find your happiness only that way. Do not live in the past. The past is gone. Her eyes stopped on his lips, then a few seconds later she turned her back at him. What is in the bag? He asked again, but without any answer, she was walking forward on the corridor. Davos was still with Miss Sandai. Gendry helped him with her. He couldn't get out of his head, what if Miss Sandai infected? Not because of himself. It did not matter. He was old, and he lived a great life. But, because of her. He remembered how much Shireen suffered because of it. At least she survived it, but, the trace was there. Until she died. It was horrible for her. He doesn't wish that for that small baby. Miss Sandai is too young, too small, and he worried about her. From the bottom of his heart. A scream broke the silence. Davos caught his head up. It was Jon. Probably Samwell curing him now. Based on his shoutings, it could have been painful. What the hell is this? Gendry entered into the room. Grayscale is not something that easily can be cured, Davos answered. Do you think they will survive? All of them. Davos told him before he could ask the question. Sam is a master. He is the only one who can help them. Lord Baratheon. Sir Davos. Liliana also arrived there. Samwell Tarly asked me to bring these here. She handed the bag to them. Gendry took it and opened. What the hell are? He raised his eyes at Davos. He stepped closer and looked into the bag. Dragon eggs, he stated. Why he? He raised his eyes at Liliana. He did not understand. I don't know. She shook her head. He told me to bring those to you, and make a warm place for those. Why are those not in a good place in the queen's room? Davos wondered. Who knows? I never understood those sage men. Liliana smiled. Raw power is more attracting in a man. She smiled at Gendry. Bring some, candles. He nodded. He was clearly embarrassed, every time when she was around. He walked out of the room, and Liliana smiled under her nose. You are playing a dangerous game, Davos stated. Dangerous for who? For me, or for him? Liliana asked Davos and placed the eggs next to the wall. She walked closer and looked at Miss Sandai. She waited for Davos' answer for minutes, but he thought it is better if he remains silent. So small, and because of her name, she still has so many enemies. Liliana sighed. We'll keep you in safe, princess, she added, and she wanted to touch her but Davos grabbed her hand. Don't, he ordered her. I am not infected. You better leave, he told her and let her arm go. We'll take care of the eggs, as Sam asked. Jon was laying on the bed. His hand was burning, in the place where the grayscale appeared. His forehead was sweating. Sam removed the grayscale from his skin. He was sitting next to Jon and smiled, while he placed a bandage to his hand. It worked, he told to Jon. Now you need to sleep a couple of hours. No. I don't. Jon tried to talk, but Sam gave him some painkillers and seeds to make him sleep. He knew him, and he knew he would immediately run back to Daenerys' room, but that was not safe yet. Jon couldn't move, and not a minute passed when he falls into a deep sleep. Now only knees were left. He raised his head. He was tired. Those are just small wounds, but that work needed huge concentration. One bad move, and he'll be infected too. He did not sleep last night, he prepared himself for those treatments, and he felt he is tired, but he needed to stay awake, and cure the last one. For everyone's safety. Daenerys started to awake. She felt the pain on her leg, and she needed some minutes until she realizes what happened. She looked down at the bed, but it was not covered by her blood. She frowned and tried to sit up. Be careful. Grey Worm stepped next to her and helped her. What are you? She tried to form words. You should rather lie down. Grey Worm answered, and tried to hold her. She wanted to know. She needed to know it was just a bad dream or it really happened. She blinked many times, to see the floor clearer. The floor, with her blood on it. Her eyes stuck on the bloodstains. That master asked us to change the blanket. So Lady Liliana bought a new one. Grey Worm explained. This thing, touched him too. Touched his heart. He felt sorry and pain. Daenerys did not deserve this. She only deserved love and happiness. He wanted to take revenge on something. On someone, for her, but he can't do anything. It did not happen because of someone. Dany did not answer, just stared the blood on the floor. My queen. Please. Grey Worm was looking at her. Where is Jon? Dany asked quietly. I don't know. Probably in his room. He has to be away from you, until you healed totally. Or at least, that is what that man told me. I want to be alone. Daenerys sighed. I can't leave you alone. Grey Worm straightened. I said, I want to be alone, Dany repeated. My queen, Samwell Tarly told me. Is he your king? Or your commander? She raised her eyes at him. She was fighting with her tears. With her emotions. The loss. The loss of her child. She can't believe, she was not able to believe, it has really happened. She wanted to be alone, she hated herself, and she did not want anyone around to feel sorry for her. She did not deserve it. She killed her own child. It was her fault. No, none of those things. You are my queen. Glad to hear it. And again. Your queen commands you to leave, Dany told him again. I barely can move, I won't hurt myself, I just want to be alone. She kept his eyes on Grey Worm. I'm coming back in, soon. Just to be sure. You are fine, and, if you need anything. He bowed with his head. Thank you. Dany nodded and laid back to the bed. She was fighting with her emotions, but that moment when Grey Worm closed the door her tears filled her eyes, and she started to cry. I am so sorry. She murmured. To herself. To her dead son, to Jon. Her heart was broken. She doubled over, pulled her legs to her stomach and placed her arms around it. It was only her fault. How will she ever forgive herself? How will Jon ever forgive her? They were going through so many things together, but, she was not sure they can survive this too. He was so happy, when he got to know about the baby, and now, she lost it. She killed it. John would never forgive this to her. She has to accept this. I am so sorry. She murmured again, and she heard a huge roar from outside. She opened her eyes and felt only pain and anger. Why Drogon brought her there? Why? Chapter 85. Miran. Sam could have fallen asleep standing up. He was tired. He finished with the curing. He healed everyone, including Nisra. Her screams were the worst, but it was more secure to heal her while she is awake. He made a risk with Daenerys but he had no other choice. Not after she lost her baby. He was walking on the corridor like a sleepwalker. He wanted his room and his bed. Nothing else. He did not want to think about, what if he did not spot that infection on time? It could be a disaster. It could, kill many. Including Miss Sandai, they would have not survived it. Not after they lost their child. He thought back to the moment, when Gilly lost her son or daughter. Who knows, what gender would the baby has? It did not matter. Not anymore. Maybe they were not ready for this child. Maybe they get another chance, just like them. He just worried. Daenerys, he was not sure how she'll handle this loss. Grey Worm walked against him in the corridor. What? Sam stopped. She is awake and she sent me away. I've told you to not. Sam started to get worried. She is my queen. She sent me away, so I left her there. Grey Worm answered calmly. For fuck's sake. When did you leave her alone? Sam answered, and he wanted to go away, but that moment Jon appeared next to them. A couple of hours ago, but I made sure she is all right. She is sleeping. Grey Worm answered. What? Jon arrived there and he couldn't believe his own ears. You left her alone. She is the queen. She ordered me to. Grey Worm started to answer. I don't care. Jon almost yelled with him, and with a quick move, he pushed him away a bit and walked towards to Dany's room. He tried to hurry his steps as much as he could, but those seeds and tranquilizers still make him a bit dizzy. Sam took a deep breath and followed Jon. He really needed some sleep, but there are no quiet moments in that place. Jon's heart almost stopped when he opened the door but she was not there. He walked around in the room and his heart beating faster. When Sam also entered, he raised his eyes at him. I've asked you to. I needed to heal you and Nisra. I've left her for Grey Worm. Sam answered. He was tired of this talk, he knows Dany might do some crazy thing, but he can't watch out everyone every time. I can't believe. Jon felt how his heart was beating in his throat. He walked to the balcony, fearing the worst, but there were no signs of Daenerys there. He saw how Drogon was resting on the field. Maybe she went there. No. There is no chance she could leave the pyramid. That is not possible. Jon. Sam took a step closer. We need to find her. He turned his back at his friend and walked out of the room. You should. Sam started, but Jon just left him there. You should calm down. He spread his arms, and finished the sentence, though he was alone in the room. You've told in a couple of minutes ago, that she is sleeping. She is not even in her room. Jon grabbed Grey Worm in the corridor with a sudden and unseen move and pushed him to the wall. Where is she? Hold yourself back. Grey Worm told to his face, and Jon glanced at his back over his shoulder. Dozen of Unsullied was around them. Let me go. I am not afraid of you. And if anything happened with the queen, it is your fault. He pushed him once more, then walked away from them. While he was almost running towards in the corridors, he staggered for a moment and leaned to the wall. Dany, where are you? He took a deep breath and he knows he has to continue the search. She was unstable. She was broken, she was, the last time when she was broken, horrible things happened. He cannot let her shrink in this. He has to save her from herself. He knew it. He felt it. Have you seen Daenerys? He stopped Gendry. No. But. He tried to answer, but Jon did not wait any longer, he walked forward. He couldn't believe. The giggling of his daughter made him stop. He turned to the direction and opened the door. He stepped in and stopped next to Sir Davos. Davos was staring at the mother and the child. Sitting in the chair. She was holding her close to her chest. When did she? An hour ago, Davos answered. She did not say a word. Just walked inside, took Miss Sandai to her arms, and since then they were sitting there. Davos whispered to him. I did not want to leave them here, alone. Wise choice. Jon nodded, and he swallowed. Did Samwell cure all of you? Was it successful? He did, Jon answered. Then everything is fine now. Davos smiled, and he relaxed. He wanted to hear that. He wanted to be sure, no one infected by grayscale. Especially not the little princess. He was looking for marks, while he was taking care of her, but there were no signs of those, and now both John and Daenerys are fine, and that was the greatest news for that day. Almost. John lowered his head. Would you please leave us alone? He turned to Davos. Sure. He just nodded and patted his shoulder. John smiled a bit. Davos did not afraid to touch him. It was a good feeling. When he closed the door, he turned to his love. And his child. They were sitting with their back to him. He took some steps closer and when Missandei finally could see him she opened her mouth and giggled again. Papa she stretched her tiny hands towards him. Dany did not move, she did not take her eyes off of her daughter. Not even the moment, when John placed his hand to her shoulder. She said the word. She said Papa first when you were away, but I am glad she said it again. Now you can hear it. John tried to start a conversation but there was no answer. Now she knows 2 words. The 2 most important words. He crouched next to them and trying what do you think, what will be her next word? John placed his hand to Dany's hand, but the moment he touched her, she pulled her hand away. Dany, he whispered and tried to touch her face, but she turned away. Don't do this. He almost begged her. Please. She was in silence. A few seconds later she stood up and walked a bit further from him, with Missandei in her arms. She saw the eggs. Surrounded by candles. She was staring at them with a tear in her eyes. She felt how Missandei pulled a pin of her hair. She lowered her head and grabbed her tiny arm. Pulled her closer to her mouth, and gave a kiss to it. John was standing in one place and stared at them. His heart was broken. Seeing Dany in this way, again. But this time, it will be different. He'll be there. Next to her. No matter how hard it will be. He knew it will be hard, he knew her, and he also knew, she needs him. More than ever, even if she doesn't act like this way. He cannot be mad at her. Anger and rage would just destroy everything more. He just has. They just have to focus on the most important thing they still have. Their family. Their love. Their daughter. He sat to the edge of the bed and stayed with them. She'll talk to him. Sooner or later, but she will. Sooner or later, she'll forgive to herself, and they can move on. Nisra started to open her eyes. She still felt the pain, which she felt, while Samwell removed the grayscale from her skin. She never felt something like this. She felt the pain in her bones. It was horrible as if she had been flayed. She raised her hand and stared at it. Sam bandaged it, and when she raised her other hand too, to remove the rag from it, someone stopped her. Sam told to keep that in your hand. Yara smiled at her. What are doing here? Nisra placed her hands back to the bed. Take care of you, she answered and she was still holding her hand. You touched me, Nisra stated while her eyes stopped on their intertwined hands. And I am going to touch you many times in the following hours, Yara smirked. Just in the following hours. Nisra was staring at her face. Yara shook her head for an answer and leaned over her. It depends on you she whispered to her mouth, and then their lips touched, while Yara's hand were running through Nisra's body. They were heated, and they wanted it since they started the last time, they wanted to feel each other. Suddenly Yara stopped and she was almost panting. We should slow down. You should just have rest now. Yara told her. I am fine. I feel fine. Nisra wanted her. That was the first time when she was sure. When she knew she wants her and no one else. We'll have plenty of time for this in the future. Yara took her hand again. You never can be sure. Nisra bit her lip and staring straight into her eyes. John waited for hours there. Sitting on the bed, watching his 2 favorite women together. He waited for her. To say something. To tell him, how she feels. To cry on his shoulder. Anything. He tried to talk to her but found deaf ears and after some hours. She placed Missandei to the bed and walked out of the room. John checked his daughter in that minute. She was sleeping. He sat next to her and placed his head to his palms. That will be harder than he thought at first. He took a deep breath and tried to think. Tried to figure out what he should do. Daenerys that day, was more like a ghost, a shadow than herself. She did not talk to anyone. She walked back immediately to her own room. The blood was not on the floor anymore. It seemed they took care of it. The room was clean and there was no trace of what happened, but she knew. She remembered clearly. She remembered the pain that she felt when she started to bleeding. She remembered how her heart broke that moment. She remembered she wanted to die. She really wanted it. She remembered John's words. He hated her, and he is only there because he feels sorry for her. He did not say, he loves her. He said, she has to live for Missandei. Not for him. She lost him at the moment when she lost her child. When she killed her child. How could she blame him? She killed many innocent children at King's Landing, and now, she killed her own child. That is why she wanted to spend the day with Miss Sandai. Because she was sure, they'll take her daughter away from her, or they will kill her again. One of them. Because of what she did, and she deserved it. She heard the roar of Drogon from outside. She walked to the balcony. She searched the huge beast with her eyes in the dark sky. It was hard to spot him. Suddenly he landed behind her. At the top of the pyramid. Dany turned to his direction and they looked into each other's eyes. Drogon took a step closer, meanwhile, his huge paws demolished the stones a bit. He leaned closer to her, with his head, but she was just standing there. Watching him. Drogon's head almost touched her body, but she did not caress it. It was not just my fault, but yours too, she stated, then turned away from her son, and walked back to her chamber. Drogon let a big, almost painful roar out, then he ascended to the sky. Chapter 86. Miraen. Jon left Miss Sandai with Sir Davos for the night. One last try. He had to try it, but, that did not go well. What happened? Davos surprised when he came back to the room. Jon shook his head and stared at the floor. They did not let me in. He raised his eyes at Davos. I went to our common room, and they. Jon couldn't believe that really happened. What? Who? Davos frowned and trying to figure out what happened. Grey Worm and some unsullied soldiers. They've told me, she doesn't want me to be there. With her. Jon tried to process it. Tried to understand it. He sat down to the edge of the bed. Davos remained in silence for a minute, then he sat next to him. This is a huge loss for her. A terrible loss. It must be hard for her to process it. Give her time and. Davos placed his hand to his shoulder. It is a huge loss for me too. It was my child too. Jon looked at Davos, and he started to cry. Davos placed his arms around Jon. He never saw him crying. Not in that way. He was scared and lost. And at one's wit's end. Maybe she is afraid of facing you. Davos tried to think. Because maybe she thinks, you think it is her fault, and she is not ready to face you. Jon took a deep breath and wiped the tears away from his face. I would never tell her that. She should have known. Jon answered. One thing you would never say that to her, but the other thing is what do you think from your heart? Davos sighed. It was an unfortunate accident. Jon tried to answer. And from your heart? He asked him again. Jon turned his face to him, but he couldn't answer. See, that is why she is afraid of you. Not because she doesn't love you. Just because she is scared. She is, not completely herself. Jon was thinking. Neither of us would. Daenerys is, not, blunt. She knows and she feels, even if we want to say it loud or not, that was her fault. Of course, I have no idea what is going on her mind right now, but I am sure time will heal that wound. Just give her time. Davos explained his thoughts. I don't want to blame her. She did, that she thought was right. He raised his eyes at the eggs. Drogon took her there for those. For those eggs that may have never hatch. There was sarcasm in his voice. I should have gone with her. He sighed. Then I could have protected her. Or the stone men would have taken you to pieces, Davos stated. You and her survived many things. You have to have faith. In your love. I am afraid my faith is not enough. Jon sighed and walked to the balcony. I love you, baby. Forever, she whispered to Miss Sandai's ears. Then she heard steps from the back. She knew it is time. She gave a kiss to her small cheek and placed her back to the bed. Are you ready? Davos standing there with a serious and calm face. I am. Dany nodded and followed him. They were walking outside and the people around just staring at her in silence. Those were dark glances. There was no happiness around. Just anger and fear. When she looked down she saw her hands are linked. She tried to spread it but she couldn't. When she glanced at her back, Gendry and Yara accompanied her towards a big stage. She started to see blurred and the words of the people around became louder. Child killer. Mad Queen. Witch. Whore. Child killer. Mad Queen. The words mixed in her head, and when she finally could open her eyes she saw a raven flying towards her, then it disappeared. She tried to talk, tried to scream, but no voice came out from her mouth. She couldn't even command her feet. No matter how much she wanted to stop, she just followed Davos. When they arrived at the stage, Jon was there. He spread his arms and walked closer to her, then hugged her. Gave a kiss to her cheek, and somehow her hands were free again. She placed her arms to his neck and hugged him. It should not have been in this way, Jon whispered to her. She took a step back to look into his eyes. There was something strange in his voice, but it was too late. At that moment that dagger was already on her stomach, and then she felt another from the back. She falls to the floor, and John leaned over her. We should have been a family, but you killed our child. Dani tried to answer, tried to open her mouth, she wanted to yell, shout, but she couldn't say a damn word. She blinked, and the next moment John was not there anymore. Just the darkness, and the darkness had eyes. Dark eyes. You don't deserve to live. No. Dani screamed and jumped up on her bed. She had enough of those nightmares. First because of King's Landing, then Bran, now, because of her lost child. 2 days passed in silence. Dani did not talk with anyone, just Miss Sandai. When she was with her daughter, John was sitting there too. Staring them. Trying to figure out what to do. Every time when he wanted to talk with her she just, leave him behind. The third morning when she woke up screaming. What happened? Dario stormed into the room. Nothing. Dani raised her eyes at him. Just a bad dream. She shook her head and pierced her hair. She will really go crazy in the end. She has to do something against those before it is too late. Before she loses her mind. If you need. Dario took a step closer. No. Just go. She pulled the blanket more to her body, but before Dario could leave the room she stopped him. If I think about it, there would be something. I could get used to it. Nisra was shining. She had the craziest nights in her life. Really? Yara was still kissing her body. You have an amazing body, every inch of you. I am glad you think that. And I am glad you stayed last night too. Nisra smiled. It was not me at the first time who did not know what she wants. She played with her fingers on Nisra's breasts. She started to draw circles around her nipples. Nisra followed her finger with her eyes and she bit her lower lip. That heats you up. Yara smirked and started to play with her nipple. Nisra felt how her pussy started to pulsate. Or, that? Yara asked again and bit her nipple. Yes, Nisra answered and she moaned. And this? Yara raised her eyebrow and slid her finger into her pussy. Yes. Nisra moaned louder, and they started from the beginning again. John's first thing in the morning to find Daenerys. He can't do another night in this way. He doesn't care they allow him to enter or not, he is going to talk with her even if she doesn't want to. He gave her time, but that just makes things worse. For his biggest surprise, her door was open and many soldiers were around. Dothraki, Unsullied, and the Second Sons. When he entered the room, he spotted immediately Dario and Grey Worm. Right next to Daenerys. What they? He walked closer to them. Have you seen Yara? That was Dany's answer. Just that, after days of silence, meanwhile he even forgot to breathe in his surprise. What is going on? John frowned. What it seems like? Dany shook her head. We are preparing ourselves for the war. What? John freaked out. The war against Westeros. If they don't make a move, then we will. We have to stop him before more tragedy happens with us or our friends. She turned her back at him, and continued to explain something to Grey Worm and Dario. Don't you think? John stepped closer and started a bit ardently. Think about what? Dany sighed. I waited enough. Can we talk? John stepped closer and tried to catch her eyes. Not now. Now we have many important things to do. If you find Yara, tell her that her queen is waiting for her. She almost ordered him and turned back to Dario and Grey Worm. Dany. He tried again, but she did not pay any attention to him. He had no idea what is going on. He started to lose control and he started to lose his patience. He grabbed her arm and she raised her eyes at him. You better let her go. Dario stepped closer to John. I want to talk to her, John answered, he doesn't scared about them. Dario. Dany placed her hand to his arm, to make him stop, then she turned to John. As I said, we'll talk later. Now I have to prepare for the war. You don't think you should inform me about this decision? John sighed. You better go, and take care of our daughter. I'll be there in a couple of hours. Dany lowered her head. That is all. She turned her back at him, and John was speechless. That was nonsense and, unbelievable. It must be a surreal dream. He took a deep breath and walked out of the room before he does any scene, that he would repent. I've told you he is not gonna like the idea, Dario told her quietly. To be honest, we are going to fight against his family. Or, part of it. He shrugged his shoulder. He knows, it is necessary, Dany told him calmly. I still don't think in this situation, it is a good idea to, stay with him alone. Together, alone. Grey Worm added. Dario is right, maybe that war thing is too much for him. They were talking continuously, but Dani did not even pay any attention to them. Her mind was racing, she tried to forget what happened, and focus all her pain, all her doubts, all her feelings to that war. She has nothing left, just one thing. Missandei. And she wanted to make a better world for her, where she doesn't have to fear anything. John was storming on the corridor. He knew he should go back to Missandei, but he was not in that condition. He did not want to be around his daughter until he doesn't calm down. He heard voices from the entrance of the pyramid. Familiar voices. Send someone for my brother. Now. Arya was yelling with the guard. The command is clear, we cannot let enter anyone. You have to wait until our commander arrive. What is going on? John fought himself through the guards. Arya. When he spotted her, he hugged her close. I worried so much. He gave a kiss to her forehead. At least something good happened these days. He got his sister back. These assholes don't want to let me inside. They just take care of our safety. Our daughter's safety. John sighed and kept his hand on her shoulder. He was so happy to see her again. How? We should talk about it in a quieter place. Not here. Arya stopped him. You. John turned to one of the soldiers. Go and send Dario or Grey Worm here. Now. The soldier hesitated, then looked to his companion. He nodded, and he finally made a move. You don't look good. Arya frowned and kept her eyes on her brother. Many things happened since you left. John tried to smile. Just please tell me, you were successful in our plan. He was scanning her face. Those men, they are not a threat for us anymore. Arya smiled in satisfaction. I guarantee it. That is the best news in the past few days. John recognized. John, what is going on? Arya was staring at his face. Dani is planning to start the war. She wants to attack King's Landing immediately. He took a deep breath. What? Chapter 87. Miran. That is horrible, Arya answered after John told her everything that happened since she was away. How are you? She sat next to him and placed her hand to his shoulder. It is not easy, John admitted. Especially not in this way. Now, for some reason, I am the one who she wants the further from herself. Maybe she blames me, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what to think. I've tried everything. I am clueless. I think she is afraid to talk to you about this. Based on what you said. Arya sighed. And how long is she going to avoiding me? That just makes things worse. In the past few days, she acts with me as a stranger. And today, when she finally had a word with me, she just wanted to know where is Yara, because she is planning a war. John explained. I don't even want to think about what she can feel right now. Arya shook her head. Losing a child, because of her fault. That must be direful. She doesn't look shattered or mourning. She just moved on. John still trying to process things. Or she is mourning in this way. But Arya tried to find the words if you let her go into a war with these feelings. John. Arya was looking at her brother's eyes. It won't happen again. John knew what she was thinking. It will. It is even worse than the last time. You cannot let it happen. Can you imagine how much pain is in her? You are the only one who can stop her before she does some terrible mistake again. How? John shrugged his shoulders. I don't know, she admitted. But you have to try. You cannot let her go into this war. Our sister is there. Arya reminded him. I accept that Bran is not Bran anymore, but I've told you many times, I won't let you or she hurt my sister. I don't want to hurt Sansa. John frowned. I never wanted. She was just blind, and she did not even want to see the good in Daenerys. She decided it at the first moment when she heard about her. He lowered his head. But I know she is not a bad person. And she? What does Daenerys think about this? Arya was looking into his eyes. Now she was worried. Your Grace Nisra was smiling at Daenerys when she entered into Missandei's room. Nisra? John is not here. Dani looked around. I haven't seen him today, my queen. If you let me, you look good. It is good to see. Nisra was kind and sweet with her, as always. Since when you can be alone with my daughter? Dani frowned. She is not alone. Yara walked inside from the balcony. I just looked around. My queen. She bowed with her head. So this is where you were hiding. I needed you earlier in our tactical discussion. Dani crossed her fingers in front of her body. Tactical discussion. Yara did not understand. We are going to Westeros. Start the war. I waited long enough, and I don't spend more time in fear. I destroy my and my daughter's enemies, once and for all. Daenerys told them and walked to her daughter. smiling at her. Go and find Dario. He'll tell you everything that you need to know. She glanced at her. B. Yara wanted to ask questions, but she caught Nisra's eyes and she shook her head barely noticeable. Yes, my queen. She just bowed with her head again, then walked out from the room. Nisra was standing behind them. A bit further. In silence. A couple of minutes passed. I don't need your help right now. You can go. Dani ordered Nisra, but she kept her eyes on her daughter. But I want you to stay. John's voice was firm. He entered into the room when Yara left. None of them noticed him. I am here with my daughter, so I don't think she needs to stay, Dani stated. Nisra, please. Stay. I need to have a word with the queen. John was staring at her. She felt his look on her back. I thought she cannot be alone with our daughter. Dani turned to John. I changed my mind. John was facing her. That was the last chance, and he decided to not accept any no for an answer. That was ridiculous. Everything in the past few days. He can't be just sitting there longer and watching how she's slowly totally out of her mind. And Sir Davos is on his way here. So. I just arrived. Dani fought with him in her words. I want to spend some time with my daughter. Later John did not tolerate contradiction at that moment. He opened the door and waited. They were staring at each other for some seconds and Nisra felt herself uncomfortable between them. Do you mind if I join? Liliana found Gendry with a book in a room. How do you do it? Gendry can't help himself, he started to laugh a bit. How do I do what? She asked and sat opposite him at the table. You always find me. Gendry raised his eyebrow. Woman intuition. It seems my intuition's always leading me to you. She leaned forward but Gendry catches his eyes from hers. What are you reading? She changed the topic suddenly. Sam. I have nothing else to do, so I offered my help. To be honest, I needed something that distracts my attention. He sighed. From her. And you? Gendry leaned back on the chair. Is it interesting? Liliana was trying to read the text in the book upside down. Yeah, it is kinda. Gendry scrolled a few pages in the book. Boring, Liliana stated with a smile before he could finish his sentence. Admit it. Okay. You won. Gendry closed it. It is horrible. Boring descriptions of some old events. He sighed and laughed. I don't understand how Samwell can read these all day long. Well, not everyone was born for this. She took his hand and turned his palm up. She caressed his palm lines with her finger. Some were born to rule. Some were born to read those tiring books. Some were born to be heroes and warriors. She raised her eyes at him. Which one I am? He leaned forward. Definitely not the bookworm. She bit her lower lip and smiled. More of a loving hero. Prince Charming. I am not a prince. Gendry shook his head. Maybe for someone you are, she whispered and their eyes stuck. As I see I came at the wrong time. Arya was standing at the door, with crossed arms. Arya. Gendry immediately let Liliana's hands go and jumped up. He hugged Arya, but she did not return it. Where were you? I was so worried. As I see you have not worried too much, she stated and glanced at Liliana. Lady Stark. Welcome back. She stepped closer to them. I hope your mission was successful. It was, Arya answered without any emotions. Where were you? Gendry felt happiness. I wanted to go after you. Really? Arya wondered. But you seem to have a good company. You had a good company even when I left. She raised her eyes at him. What? Gendry frowned. If you forgive me, Liliana bowed with her head, and walked past by them. She was the only one who was not truly happy with Arya returning. At least you should say goodbye or anything. Before you left. I was so worried. Gendry placed his hand to her cheek, but she took it and removed it. I couldn't and you would have not let me leave. So. She walked to the table, to see what they were reading. She was curious. Her woman's side won that time. Of course not. He turned after her. I am back. In one piece. If you would have come with me, you would have just disturbed me, you would have made the mission more difficult. Arya told him so naturally. I just want to protect you. You can't. You are not enough to protect me. She sighed. I am a better warrior than you, so I don't need you to protect me, she answered and Gendry was in shock. She was almost rude, her words hurt him. I better go. Those days were hard. I need some sleep. She lowered her head and walked past by him. Her words broke his heart. He thought when she'll arrive back, maybe they can start it again, or continue, or she changes her mind. Maybe he really should move on, but then why she acts like this way with Liliana if she is not interested in him? Danny kept the distance from John when they entered his room. John was standing there in silence. He had no idea how to start it. What to tell her? They did not even talk about the loss of their child. He had many things in his mind and her behavior was killing him. So. She turned to him, but she was on the other side of the room. John walked to her, and leaned closer to kiss her, but before their lips could have met, Danny escaped from his arms, took a step back. Why are you doing this? John froze in one place. I am not doing anything, I don't want you to touch me. Not right now. I am not ready. I thought you wanna talk. She was stuttered a bit, and she kept her eyes on his hands. John noticed it. Are you afraid of me? He stepped closer and she was backing at that moment. Danny. He surprised. No. No, of course not, She lowered her head. I think we should talk about the war plans and. For fuck's sake, Danny, what the hell is wrong? What did I do? He raised his voice. Why are you act like this? I am a queen. I have to think about my daughter's future. I have enough to live in fear, and I decided to attack King's Landing. She answered, but avoided to look at him. I don't need your help, I understand if you want to stay out of it. She added, if you forgive me. Something occurred to me. I have to talk with Grey Worm. She wanted to walk past by him, but he grabbed her arms and pulled her back. Into his arms. I love you. And whatever I did against you. I am so sorry. He whispered to her. He felt how she was shaking in his arms. Danny. Please, John almost begged her. Talk about it. We need to talk about it. The war won't help. The war won't solve our problem. She shook her head and wanted to escape, but he did not let her go. The war won't bring our child back. Let me go. She swallowed. Why? He removed his arms from her body. What do you want to do? Burn it to the ground again, because you lose your child, you want to kill the remaining children and mother in the capital? To take revenge. He did not want to tell those things to her face, but at least it brought out some reaction from her. What if I want to do this? Then you have more reason to place a dagger to my heart again. She made a face. What? John thought he just dreaming. You think I don't know? That you are blaming me? That you hate me because I killed our child? I know it. I feel it. I know you want to stab me again, more than ever, because of what I did. But I won't let you do this before I change the world, for my daughter. Because she deserves much more. She spoke fiercely with tears in her eyes. I deserve to die, but give me time, to give her that she deserves. She is your daughter too. That moment John's heart broke into pieces. Seeing Daenerys in this way, hearing those words from her mouth. Get to know, her worst fear is him, to stab her because she lost their child. I don't want to hurt you. John started to cry. You did not want to hurt me last time either, but you did. And now, you have more reason for it than ever. And I understand. Just, give me a bit more time. She still kept the distance and walked past by him, leaving him in the room. Destroyed. Hopeless. Alone. Chapter 88. Miriam. Can we talk? Dario found John in the garden. He was trying to think. What to do? How he can save Daenerys from herself. He thought at least she's going to listen to him, but the thing she is afraid of him, it scared him too. That is exactly not the way it should have been. No. She should be honest with him. Cry on his shoulder. He knew he had to figure out something before it is too late. Dario surprised him, and he turned at him with doubts. What do you want? John spread his arms. There is something wrong, he stated and lowered his head. Really? John frowned. My love is not willing to talk with me. She thinks I want to kill her, stab her again. She is planning a war against Westeros, without even talk with me, and you want to tell me there is something wrong. John raised his voice. And you support her in this insane thing. He took a step towards to Dario. I did. He nodded. I wanted that war. I thought it is the time, and I thought she really want to go and win it for herself. For her daughter. But. Dario was strange. He was not that pompous as usual. He looked really worried, and John did not understand. What happened? John lowered his voice and stared at his face. An hour earlier. Drogon is not coming with us, Daenerys told Dario and Grey Worm when they explained their battle plan. What? Dario frowned. You heard it. She crossed her fingers in front of her body. We are attacking Westeros without Drogon. Why? Dario asked. Because I want it that way. She raised her eyes at him. But, he he is our greatest chance. He is huge, enormous, and dangerous. He is the key to our victory. Dario answered. He is the greatest danger for us. For me. For our future. Not the key to our victory, I won't bring that beast again to Westeros. Dany answered, and Dario could have sworn there is disgust in her face when she was talking about the dragon. He never saw it earlier. Drogon was her child. Her son. She always put him first, in front of everyone. He started to worry. We can't win without him. You. Dario tried to convince her, then turned to Grey Worm. Say something for fuck's sake. I follow the queen and her commands. Grey Worm nodded and stared the map. As you should, Daenerys stated and gave an angry look to Dario. My queen. You. Enough. If you can't win this war for me, without the dragon, then you can leave, she told him, then turned her back at him. Dario was standing there and his mouth fall open. That moment he realized. Daenerys probably had no idea what is she doing. She is not herself. Jon shook her head. She doesn't want this war. She just wants to run away from this pain. I saw her with those empty eyes once. Jon sighed and thought back. The moment, when she burned down the whole capital. It was not her. She was not herself. And she is not herself now either. If she does this, in this way she is going to die, Dario answered. I would never turn to you if I didn't think the problem is huge. You know it. I still don't think you deserve her, but you are the only chance to hold her back from this. Even if I hate to say it. I thought you knew everything better. Jon rolled his eyes. I won't let her go into that war. Even if I have to withhold her by force. He continued. But if you want me to help, I need your help too. He stretched his hand towards him. He still had doubts in Dario. In his words, but that was the first time when he seemed honest and worried. He took Jon's hand and shook it. I would anything for her, Dario answered. I know. Just as I do. King's Landing. My dear sister. You cause a huge disappointment. Bran welcomed Sansa in the capital. His soldiers took her back. She couldn't reach Winterfell, and her men couldn't protect her. She tried to catch Tyrion's eyes, but he was staring at the floor. She started to fear her own brother. I wanted to go home. The North needs me. She tried to act calm. For what? A Stark always needs to be at Winterfell. She answered. Or did you already forget what our father always used to say? He also said winter is coming. But winter is gone. Rules are changed. He was staring at her. And our father is dead, he stated emotionless. So his rules and sayings are gone too. How can you say this? Sansa surprised. You are going to lose Winterfell. And everything if you let her win the war. And if you leave, you let her win the war. She is coming. I saw it. And she wants everything. Do you think she won't take revenge on you for your betrayal? You cannot hide from her. Bran kept his eyes on her. She'll find you and burn you alive. Unless you accept this marriage, and let me strengthen our defenses. He clasped his hands. You are a clever girl, Sansa. Do I have a choice? Yes, of course. I can lock you up, but I don't want to, he answered so naturally. Tyrion raised his eyes to Sansa and tried to warn her, there is no point of opposing. Not anymore. Bran became blind and power-hungry, and he lost his mind a bit. He changed. And it did not matter anymore she is his family or not. I won't marry to Quentyn Martell. She took a step towards Bran. And you cannot convince me. You are selfish. You always were. I thought your sister's life means more to you. But as I see you don't care about her. You never cared. Right. I am the selfish one. Sansa frowned. You want to rule on everyone. Everything. Because I am the rightful king of the 7 kingdoms. 6. She hissed. If you continue this resistance, then it will be 7 again. I am a Stark, the Northerners accept me easily. Do not forget that. He rolled closer to her and spread his arms. I ask one more time. Are you willing to serve the kingdom? Mirian. When that evening Jon walked to Dany's door, only Dario was there. Standing in front of her door to keep out the uninvited guests. Like Jon. He sent every other soldier away. He took a step aside when Jon arrived and nodded towards him. Jon took a deep breath, and Dario placed his hand to his shoulder. Good luck, he told him. That was the first time when they worked together. In a real way. Without betrayal. Or at least Jon hoped that. He hoped Dario's intentions are real and it is not another game. He looked honest this time, and it was clear he loved Daenerys. Jon hated he feels in that way towards her, but at least in this way, he understood Dany needs help. Not like Grey Worm. He still supported her. Because she is his queen. No matter how bad her decisions are. John opened the door. Daenerys was standing at the balcony. She did not even turn to his direction. I've told you, I don't want anyone to disturb me. She stated. Especially not me. I know, he answered and stepped closer. Dany suddenly turned to him and the words stuck in her throat. I am unarmed. You have nothing to worry about. He spread his arms. He only wore a thin white shirt, and pants. It was clear, he doesn't wear any weapon on his body. What are you doing here? She tried to talk, while she was staring at him. Sit down, he told her and walked closer to the bed. Please. Why? 'Cause I need you to listen to me. And decide what you want. He continued and stood in one place. I've told you what I want. I want to protect my daughter. I want to. Not about that. He was serious. What do you want from me? With me? I don't understand. Dany shook her head. I tried everything. In the past few days. I wanted to be next to you. I wanted to make you sure, that I love you, but you don't let me. No matter what I've told you, no matter how much I love you. He sighed. If you don't need me, I accept it. But at least, tell me. Tell me, what do you want? Dany searched the words. I would die for you, Daenerys. Knowing that, you don't know that. Knowing that, you still think I can kill you, and you are afraid of me. It proved to me, there is no future for us, no matter what I do. If you can't let me love you, I cannot do anything else. I just don't understand. He lowered his head. I don't understand what makes you think that I would be able to hurt you. You are my life. You and Miss Sandai. If you... He sighed and his eyes were in tears. If you want me to disappear from your life, I accept it. Even if it kills me. But, being here next to you in this way. Every day, it kills me too. He looked into her eyes. I did nothing since I came here, than proving my love for you. I thought it is enough. He frowned. But it seems I was wrong. Do you want to be alone? Are you afraid of me? He asked the questions, but he did not wait for her answer. That means you don't need me. Maybe you never loved me for real. Or you never could forgive me what I did. I don't know which one, but I know if I stay here, it won't help. He took a step to her but hesitated to go closer. He waited at least a minute. She was crying. She was sitting on the bed and crying. John knelt in front of her and took her hand. Or there is another way. He was so serious. I can stay and we can go through this. Together. He held her hand and gave a kiss to it. She couldn't talk. She was crying grievously. Dany, John whispered to her and he was squeezing her hand. I don't want to leave, but I only can stay if you talk to me. Do not afraid. Please. He placed his hand to her cheek. I love you. I would kill myself first than hurt you ever again. He tried to find the words. Dany. He swallowed. We both lost that child. Not just you, the both of us. It hurts, but we can get through this. Together. I am here for you. I am here and I want to help. Just let me help you, he almost begged her. Talk to me. Trust me. Let me be your love. Let me love you. Do not push me away. Please. He was talking continuously and staring at her face. I. She tried to form a sentence. John listened to her quietly. Caressed her cheek. You can't love me. She shook her head. I don't deserve to be loved. She answered. It was my fault. I know you can't forgive me. I understand. You can't love me. Not after that. She barely could breathe. Her tears blurred her eyes. Now listen to me. John held her face between his palms. I love you. You deserve to be loved and I love you. I know it hurts. It hurts me too. I cannot tell in words how much, but if you push me away, it just hurts even more. We can solve this. We can go through this. You are not a bad person, Daenerys. You never were. He placed his forehead to hers. You are my life and there is nothing that I have to forgive you. You did nothing wrong. We still have a daughter and we have to go on with our life. He explained and he meant it. He did not blame her. He can't, his heart was broken for her. He couldn't even imagine how she feels. He suffered too. He wanted that child, but maybe it was not how it meant to be. Come here. He sat next to her in the bed and pulled her into his arms while she was still crying. You don't have to act strong. Not with me. He whispered. Just cry. Just let it out. I am here. He gave a kiss to her forehead. I will always be here. Chapter 89. Mirian. So. Liliana stepped closer to Dario, who was still standing in front of Daenerys's door. What are you doing here? You have no better thing to do than hanging out here? Sneaking around? Dario frowned. Sadly I don't, Liliana answered with a smile. So, you find a way to work together. I don't know what are you talking about. Dario took a deep breath. Oh, I am sure you know. I saw how you let him inside. I thought you'll be the one, who will keep him away from Daenerys. It surprised me. Liliana leaned to the wall next to him. Maybe you are not that hopeless, as I first thought, she stated. You have nothing to do with the things, what happens here, Dario answered. No. And neither you do. She raised her eyes at him. The queen is in good hands, and you know it. So why are you still standing here? Maybe I don't have any better thing to do either, he answered with a smirk on his face and leaned closer to her. Wow, that did not take long. Liliana turned to him. Sorry, I don't want to hurt your little heart. She placed her hand to his chest, but I still have no interest in you. She had. But, you screwed it. I won't stand in the line of the girls who want you desperately. She smiled a bit, then turned away from him and walked away. Who? What? Liliana turned back. Who were you talking about? Who had an interest in me? Dario asked her. You really have to ask this. Liliana giggled. But anyway, it does not matter anymore. She moved on, just like the queen. You should do the same. Jon was laying in the bed, with Daenerys in his arms. Hardly but she finally fell asleep in his arms. Crying until she fell asleep, but he couldn't. He was awake whole night long, caressing her back and keeping her close. His mind was racing, and he knew. That is not the end. No. They have to deal with this pain. They have to go through this, but not alone. Not pushing each other away. He wanted to be mad at her. At first, there were some moments, some hours when he was angry with her. When she arrived back, with grayscale, he wanted to tell her how irresponsible she is. He wanted to ask her, how could she risk their child's life, but then that terrible thing happened, and no matter what he felt at first, he knew. He can't let her deal with it alone. He saw it once. He saw those eyes. He saw that pain once. In Dragonstone. After Miss Sandai got killed. After she lost Sir Yura. After she lost Regal. Last time, when she lost everything she ever cared about, he left her alone, and there were horrible consequences. He can't let it happen again. She was not perfect. Not even close to perfect, but she was the only woman who ever mattered for him. She was the woman he loved, with all his heart, even if she was hard to handle sometimes. Even if she was hot-headed and unbearable sometimes. She was his other half. Maybe he knew it from the beginning. Since he saw her for the first time. They had hard fights. And he was sure they'll have many in the future. They were ice and fire. Even in their behaviors, but despite that, they were perfectly complemented each other, and after the things happened with them, he believed they really can be able to make miracles happen. He was still thinking, how it would have happened if he would have gone with her. When she left with Drogon. He still thought, he should have gone with her. Maybe that way, he could have saved her in time. Before she got infected. Maybe that way their child, would be still alive. He felt how she was shaking in his arms. She probably had some bad dream, but he leaned closer to her, gave a kiss to her forehead and pulled her closer, and it seemed it can calm her down. He had to take that step. He had no better idea. He just hoped, she loves him enough, to not let him go. And he was right. He trusted in their love for each other. It scared her. The thought of losing him. Even if she wanted to push him away, he knew she did not mean it. He never really wanted to go. He just wanted to act like he leaving her. And when the time comes, he wanted to stop her. As he said to Dario, even if he has to force to stop her if it is necessary before she makes another irresponsible step. He was still not sure how their life goes on when the sun is up in the morning. He had no idea how much he could clear her mind, but at least now they were there together. He knew, a hard talk is waiting for them. Talk about their child. The child who they lost, a child who will always be missing from their lives, but maybe she felt it right from the beginning it was not the right time. No matter how he wanted it. He believed they go through this. He believed they're going to have many children in the future. He had to believe in these things, or he knew, hell go mad too. And if both of them lose their minds, he couldn't even imagine what would happen. His dragon side wants to blow up in the past few months. He was more impatient, fiercer than before. He felt how the pain digests him from inside, but one thing he learned from Ned Stark is, they have to live with the pain. They have to process it and deal with it. He went through many things in the past few years. Since he left Winterfell. He fought in great wars, tried to deal with many things. He killed the woman he loved. And he is still alive, and after all horrible things, he found happiness next to this woman. Even if they went through an impossible things, he knew one thing at that moment. After everything, he wanted his family to be happy. Wanted to live with them. And maybe if they win this war, they have a chance. There was no other way, sooner or later they have to accept this. But they can't go into a war as Dany wanted. No. Bran was more dangerous. They still had no idea about their daughter's role in this war. Sam promised he'll find something, but the days passed, and they were still clueless. He heard how Drogon roared in the middle of the night. It was not the usual sound from him. It was something sad. Bitter. Maybe he feels her pain too. Jon knew he should not be angry with Drogon, but he was the one who took Dany there, and for what? For 2 eggs. What do they do with 2 eggs? He did not want to take Drogon to Westeros again. Somehow he would be happy about Dany's decision, but he knew her. He knew she is just angry, and hurt. She would never leave Drogon behind, no matter how dangerous animal he is. He was afraid to start that war. He was afraid to go back there, and tear her wounds. He lowered his head and staring at her calm face. She was sleeping. He was not sure she ever can handle the power she has. The rage and the pain caused by the past few years. He saw in his worst nightmares her face. When the bells rang. She was fighting with herself, and Jon thought she could defeat that pain, but then she just burned down the whole city. He pulled her closer in the next moment and gave a kiss to the top of her head. I love you, he whispered and tried to close his eyes finally, and sleep at least a bit. You should not have to stay whole night long, Sir Davos. Nizra entered into Miss Sandai's room in the morning. Why didn't you send someone for me? She smiled. I like being with the little princess. She is probably the most trouble-free company inside these walls, he stated, while Miss Sandai was giggling with him. That is true. She walked next to him. I hope her mother, she looked confused yesterday. Nizra lowered her head. I know it is none of my business, but I worried about them. Me too, Davos nodded, but he kept his eyes on the baby. But they're gonna be okay. He took a deep breath. Are you sure about that? Yes. There was a small smile on his face. I don't know. Nizra walked a bit further from him. I have a bad feeling. She shook her head. The darkness is just coming. I feel it. I just hope they are strong enough to face it. She explained. We have no other choice. Davos turned to her. We fought many times. We lost some battles in our lives and won other ones. I believe we have a path in life, and that ends somewhere. I believe the light and them have to win in this, but we have nothing else, just hopes, right? He raised his eyebrows. You are clever man, Sir Davos. I am glad I could meet you. Nizra smiled at him. And the light always defeat the darkness. In one way or another. Hope you are right. Davos nodded. If you forgive me, I have to check her parents. Hopefully, they both survived the night. He tried to make a joke about the situation, but he worried a bit. He hoped Jon or Daenerys did not return to their daughter, after their talk, because they found a solution. Of course, he cannot be sure about it. None of them were themselves in the past few days. He knew how it feels to lose a child, even if he lost his son when he was an adult. It is the same feeling. No son or daughter should have died before their parents. That is one of the cruelest things in life. Davos stopped at the door. He hesitated for a minute. I was alone with her yesterday too, but if it reassures you, send someone here. She smiled. She did not annoy herself anymore about their doubts in her. She was happy. The past few days with Yara were something she never experienced. It was some kinda dream. No man treated her like in this way before, and she just did not care about other things. She wanted to enjoy it until it lasts. Who knows how much time they have left? She learned it. She has to enjoy every moment in life. Davos did not say a word, he just walked out of the room. When he arrived at Daenerys' room there was no one in front of it, and it surprised him. So far, she has been kept as if someone in the pyramid wanna kill her. He looked around, but no Unsullied, no second sons, not even a Dothraki soldier. Maybe Jon was successful last night, or they were not even there. He tried to listen through the door, but the silence was huge. Not even a faint word could be heard. What are you doing here? Where is Daario? Grey Worm stepped next to him. I don't know. I was searching for Jon. Davos answered kindly. One thing is sure, he is not here. The Queen doesn't want him to be around. The Queen, or it was your suggestion? Davos looked into his eyes. I know you don't like him, but I've heard it with my own ears when the Queen told you to respect him and treat him as your king. Daenerys doesn't trust in him. Doesn't she? Are you sure? Davos did not let him win this word fight. He killed her. She burnt down a city, and slaughtered many innocent people, with your help. I don't see any of this better than the other. Davos was talking in a serious tone. Yet, they forgive each other. You should let the past go too. Every one of us has to let go of the past, and look ahead into our future. That is how we can be alive. That is how we can survive. Davos finished his sentence and walked past by Grey Worm. He frowned, then straightened himself and continued the guarding at the door. Chapter 90. Miran. Hai John caressed her face when she started to open her eyes in the morning. Dany squeezed him even more and she did not want to let him go. You are still here, she whispered to his chest, barely audible. Where else would I be? He asked her quietly and kissed the top of her head. She did not look at him. She avoided the look into his eyes. Dany. He placed his finger to her chin and raised her head. You. She was still looking at his chest, his neck, the pillow. Anything else, just not his eyes. You wanted to leave. Her voice fell. No. He frowned and he was still staring at her. I never wanted to leave, but I thought I have no other choice. I don't want you to leave. She finally raised her eyes at him, looked into his eyes. She felt how her heart was beating in her throat. I am so sorry. A tear rolled down in her face. I am so sorry. She took a deep breath. I did not want to. She bit her lip and her eyes filled with tears again. Shhhh. John pulled her more close. I know. She buried her face to his neck, and John held her in his arms, while a tear poured out from his eyes too. I know. I am not angry at you, he whispered. Can you forgive me? She took a deep breath, while she barely could breathe. Ever. I already did. He was squeezing her, while he was crying too. Will you stay with me? She asked so shyly. She was lost and broken. She always tried to hide this side of her, even from him. But now, she was just that little girl. The girl who needed to be loved. It depends on you, John whispered. If you let me and accept me and my help. If you talk to me. If you'll be honest with me. I'll stay. It was even hard for him to say those words, but he tried to be strong. I need you. Her voice was trembling. I am so sorry. Dany was snuggled closer to him, and she did not want to say another word. She just wanted silence and peace. And after days, that was the first moment when she felt herself the closest to these feelings. So you are here. Dario entered into Miss Sandai's room, and he found Nisra there. Why do you care? She raised her eyebrows while rocking the baby in her arms. Just. He hesitated. Sir Davos sent you. What? No. Dario shook his head. You do not come here too often, she stated. You prefer to spend your time with her mother. She turned her back at him. Are you jealous? He tried to tease her. You'd like. But I am not. That ship is gone. She placed Miss Sandai back to her cradle and gave her a small toy. Are you sure it is totally gone? He stepped closer. What do you want? Nisra turned to him and shook her head. You did not even pay any attention to me since you had sex with me, and now suddenly you come here and want to know how I feel myself? You are a little late with this. She was so passionate. I love when you are mad at me. It turns me on, he smirked and stepped closer to her. I am over you. You better leave, and do your daily task, she answered. Dario leaned his hand towards her and took her chin. I am sorry. I did not want to hurt you. I had no idea what I want. He looked into her eyes. He was sexy, charming, yes, she still attracted to him, but she knew, he is an asshole, and his love for Daenerys does not go away. No matter how she wanted him. Now she has someone else in her life, and it was her best choice. Well, now it is too late. If you forgive me, I have to take care of Miss Sandai. You better go. John was caressing Dany's back, they were lying there in silence. It was a good feeling. Being close to her, but they cannot stay there the whole day long. They both knew it, or at least John knew it. He took a deep breath. No. Please. She tried to hold him back. Tried to keep him next to her. John took her and laid over her in the bed. Caressed her cheek. We have to. We have to get up and try to move on. He sighed. Even if it is hard. Even if we don't want to. That is the only way. I don't want to move on. I don't want anything. I want to. You wanted to start a war. John sighed and watching her face. Waiting for her reaction. Do you really want it? Dany. I don't know what I want. Not anymore. She blurted. I don't even understand why I am alive. I don't deserve to be. Stop. He was so confident or trying to be confident. You are alive because you have to be alive. You gave birth to a wonderful girl and in the future you'll. No. Do not continue please. She escaped from his arms and sat to the edge of the bed. Danny. We have to talk about it. You know it. You told me you need me, and I need you to talk about it. If you suppress the feeling in yourself it won't help. It is me. You can be honest with me. He sat next to her. Then why are you not honest with me? She looked at him. What? John frowned and stared at her eyes. I know it was my fault. You've told me to not to leave. You told me it is dangerous, but I did not care about it and I go. I know you. I know you don't want to hurt me, but I also know you, blame me. I know you are angry and mad at me. You would never say it to me, but I know it, it is written on your face. Her lips were trembling and John saw it. Why do you want to be next to me after that? After what I've done? She shook her head. I was mad at you. John took her hand. I was. He nodded and he says it loud finally. I did not understand, how could you go, not caring about your condition? He sighed. But I understand why you had to go. He raised his eyes at her. I don't. She shook her head and let his hands go. She stood up and walked to the balcony. John followed her after some seconds later. He stood right behind her and placed his arms around her body. She placed her arms to his arms. I would have never thought. Drogon would take me to a place, which is dangerous for me. But he did. A tear rolled down in her face. I chose to go with him, but he took me to that place. I've heard stories about old Valeria. About the story of my family. I've also heard about stories the stone men. I saw Grayscale before. I saw it on Ser Yora, and, meanwhile when we arrived there, I forgot everything. When I saw the dragon eggs I forgot the more important things. She was so depressed and sad. Even her voice was different. She swiped a tear away from her eyes. I was so happy. When I saw those eggs. Drogon lost his brothers because of me. He was alone in this world and I was happy because, those eggs meant a family for him. And maybe a new century of dragons. I would have never thought he'll let me injured there. Maybe he wanted it. She shrugged her shoulders. Maybe he wanted me to lost an important thing too. John frowned and stopped caressing her arms. He also thought Drogon had a huge part in this, but hearing Daenerys talking about Drogon this way, is something that is not okay. It was wrong. It was. Drogon was her son too. Only grief speaks from you. John sighed and turned her to his direction. I don't know dragons too well but I know that he would never hurt you, just as Ghost would never hurt me. He shook his head. He did not do it intentionally. I am sure about it. Maybe he really just wanted to show you, he has a family too. And took mine. Dany raised her eyes at him. He is one of the main reasons why you have a family now. John trying to form his thoughts into words. He took you to Kinvara. Without him, you'd have burned your body. He lowered his voice. He wanted to erase that day from his memory, but that was the truth. He took me here. He came for me to Westeros. He found me and brought me here. He unites us, again. And now he took me to a place, where my child died. Dany was determined in her opinion. No matter what John told her, it did not change. He hoped this will change over time. He caressed her cheek. Maybe it was not the right time. You felt it. You felt it from the beginning. He held his tears back. I did not want to kill him. She started to cry again and John pulled her to his chest. I know. He sniffled and tried to calm her down. It will be a long process. A long healing process. It was not the first time she lost a child, and he had no idea how she felt herself the last time, but he wanted to make her sure, this thing changes nothing between them. His love has not passed away because of this. We should. He placed his palms to her cheek. We should visit our daughter. Together. What do you say? He asked quietly. King's Landing. Sansa was sitting in her room. She had no other choice. Bran literally locked her in her room. She agreed to marry Quentyn Martell, just for one reason. To save her sister. Arya was the only family she left. Her parents died. Robb and Rickon died. John left her, betrayed her and the family who raised him up, to be with a woman, who wanna kill them, who is insane. Who wanna destroy all King's Landing. Bran became something different. He became the king of the Six Kingdoms, and his evil side also came to the light. Sansa would have never thought he is that much power-hungry, and evil. Can I come in? Tyrion knocked on her door and walked inside. I can't decide anything anymore, so of course. Do what you want to do. She turned her back at him. I am sorry about it. Tyrion sighed. I thought. I was happy when you left. I mean, you should have never come here. You could have given this advice earlier. She made a face. I did not know. I always wanted to protect you, Sansa. You have to know that. He stepped closer. But I failed, he admitted. As in everything she did not spare him. She was mad, puzzled, she hated to be there, as her brother's toy. He literally sold her. Sold her to the Martells to win the war. He had no right to do it. You should leave. You are right. Tyrion nodded. I failed. I always chose the wrong ruler. I admit it, but you have to know, I still want to do everything to save you. We'll figure something out. Would you tell me how? Sansa spread her arms. He looked around. I cannot talk about it. I only ask you, to trust me. As you trusted me all time long. He was looking into her eyes. I am still your friend. Maybe your only friend in King's Landing. Chapter 91. Mirian. Your Grace. Nisra greeted her when she and Jon entered into Miss Sandai's room. I missed you just as your daughter. She smiled at them, and instead of Dany, Jon was the one who stretched his arms towards his daughter. He held her close to his chest, then turned to Daenerys. Look who's here. Jon smiled. Mommy and Daddy together. He tried to make her feel better. Dany grabbed Miss Sandai's tiny hand and gave a kiss to it. If you don't need me, then I would leave. Nisra smiled at them. Sure. You can go. We'll spend the rest of our day with our daughter. Jon nodded towards Nisra, then turned back to Daenerys. She walked further from them. She was standing in front of the dragon eggs. Who did this? She asked quietly. Did what? Jon asked her, and Nisra stopped at the door. She felt some strange thing. Something bad. Who placed the eggs in my daughter's room? With all the candles. She kept her eyes on the eggs. The eggs should be kept warm. If we want those to hatch. Nisra took a step closer. Samwell sent those here and we take care of those. Just as we took care of Miss Sandai. Miss Sandai is my daughter. Dany turned to her. Those eggs must be removed. Tell Grey Worm and Daario to take care of it, she ordered her, then turned back. There was hate in her eyes when she looked at the eggs. Hate and pain. Nisra looked at Jon, and he shook his head. He knew she did not mean it, it is just the grief. They made the first step. At least now she let him be around, and it may take a longer time, but she'll forgive Drogon. Mama, Miss Sandai's voice broke the silence. Dany turned to her direction, and her daughter was smiling. Jon took a step closer and handed her to Daenerys. I love you, princess. I love you more than anything. She pressed her to her chest. Just as I do. Jon stepped closer and placed his arms around them. And everything will be fine, he whispered to them. Arya was practicing with her sword at the hall. She wanted to release the tension, and there was no better option to do it. She was worried for Sansa, she did not trust Daenerys's common sense after the things Jon told her. There were many things in her mind. She was practicing violently and ardently. There is a better way to calm down. Liliana stepped closer to her, but Arya acted as she did not even hear her and continued. We haven't had time to talk, yet. She stopped right in front of Arya. You better go away. In the end, you'll get hurt. Arya made a face. You won't hurt me. You have no reason to do it. Yet. Liliana smiled. Look, I don't want to talk. Go and do whatever you used to do every day. Arya sighed and frowned. I could be angry with you. Liliana continued and did not move away. There is that man. That kind, handsome and decent man, who is in love with you. But you do nothing else, just play with his feelings. Instead of letting him be happy. If you can't give him the happiness that he deserves. She was staring at Arya's face. You know nothing about it. I know more than you think. And I know more than you. Liliana gave her a scornful look. And it doesn't matter what you know. He doesn't want you. Arya smiled. It is not about me or him. It is about you. Liliana continued. She was so calm, prim and stringent. You are afraid. You are afraid to let anyone love you and you rather let him suffer, than let him love you. I just don't understand why. What are you afraid of? She stepped closer. You lost too much. Too many people around you. Your brothers. Your parents. You don't want love to weaken you. As if she was reading in her mind, and this is why you'll never be happy. Not until you can't be able to understand, love not to weaken us, it makes us stronger. It helps you to reach inaccessible things. Of course, there are exceptions. She shrugged her shoulder. You think you are very smart, don't you? Arya frowned. No, I just have some abilities to read in people. Liliana smiled. Decide what you want before it is too late. He won't wait for you forever. She turned her back at Arya, and you better count with me. There is no man who can resist me for too long. She stated, then walked out from the hall. My beautiful Dario greeted Nisra in the corridor. What do you want? She rolled her eyes. I just wanted to tell you how beautiful you are today. Dario continued. We've met today. And you've already told this to me. She spread her arms. What the hell happened? Do you want to have sex that much? Then go to a brothel for fuck's sake. Nisra shook her head. And forget me. Anything wrong? Yara stepped next to them. Nothing. Dario just wanted to know where is the queen. Nisra made a face. Do not tell me that you and her. Dario realized what is going on there. And Nisra lied to Yara. Before he could continue, Grey Worm appeared there. Dario. He seemed nervous. What happened? He sighed. How the hell did Jon Snow could enter into the queen's room? It was your responsibility to keep him away from her. He almost shouted with him. My responsibility is to serve the queen as my best judgment. She needed help, and no matter how I wanted to keep that man away from her, he was the only one who could help, he answered. She made it clear, she did not want him to be around. No. You made it clear. Dario answered. There is some serious problem with Daenerys, and I heard what happened last time when she felt grief. I won't let her sink in it. Even if I have to make an alliance with that dribbler monkey. He leaned closer to Grey Worm. He killed her last time. For fuck's sake, let it go already, Yara interrupted. In her place, I would have sent you away months ago. Both of you are unbearable. She sighed. Jon did what he did, just as Daenerys. We all have past. She rolled her eyes. But you cannot decide what the queen wants. She raised her eyes at Grey Worm. Dario is right. Nisra also joined the conversation. He looked at her, and his eyes widened. Jon Snow is the only one who can keep our queen on the right patch. And you better leave them alone. You don't see how dangerous he is. Grey Worm answered with so much rage in him. Nisra was looking into his eyes and placed her hand to his shoulder. You have to let her go. It was not Jon's fault. You lost someone, the most important person in your life, but that was not his fault. If you want to blame someone, you only can blame the queen. It was her decision to go there. Let the past go. Or it will kill you. Grey Worm stepped away from her, and he surprised. You deny believing in love because you lost it. So you decided that the queen doesn't need him. But you are wrong. They can win only together. The universe created them for one another. And you are not enough to break their bond. Jon was lying on the ground and raised Miss Sandai up. She was giggling so loudly. Cooed and laughed. Jon played as she was flying in the air, and his daughter enjoyed it so much. Dany was sitting right next to them, and watching them with a smile on her face. Jon turned to her and smiled a bit. It is good to see your smile again, he stated and sat up. He placed Miss Sandai to his lap and started to rock her. Thank you. Dany swallowed. It is the truth. Jon nodded. Not that. Dany smiled a bit and lowered her head. Thank you for being next to me. Take care of me. Us. She stretched her hand towards Miss Sandai and Jon placed her to the ground. She started to crawl towards her mother. Dany raised her up and giggled with her. Jon also sat closer to them. I'll always be here, he whispered to Dany and kissed her cheek. I felt the same that I felt after. Her voice fell. I wanted to destroy everything around me. I wanted to take revenge. I felt destroyed. Lost. She started to explain her feelings. Jon waited in silence. He waited for this. He did not want to ask her, but he wanted her to tell him how she feels. He knew she will when the time is right, and he hoped to spend some time together as a family will help her to open up about her emotions. There is a huge difference between the two situations. Last time, I was not next to you. He frowned. I had no idea what to do with your grief and I left you alone. We all made mistakes in our past, and I know one thing. I will never make this mistake again. No matter how you want to push me away. I wanted to push you away because I love you. She raised her eyes at him. Jon was staring at her, but he did not understand. Miss Sandai pulled Dany's hair. Ouch! Dany looked at her. Mommy, she said with a huge smile on her face. She doesn't like being out of focus, Jon stated and laughed about them. We'll. He adjusted her hair behind her ear. We can talk about it later. If you want to. Jon sighed. Anytime. He smiled a bit. Of course, when the princess let us have a talk. He smiled at Miss Sandai and took her out from her mother's arms, and raised her up in the air again. They were a family and John's plan worked. He pulled her out from the depression at least a bit. There were still many questions. About the war, about the dragons, but they have to move on with small steps. She was staring at them while they were playing again, then her eyes turned to the eggs. Her heart started to beat faster, and those reminded her, the loss of her child. She shook her head and closed her eyes. She tried to distract her attention. Arya. Gendry greeted her. I haven't seen you today. You probably had better things to do, Arya stated. I don't know what you mean, but I wanted to ask. If you would like to have a walk with me. Now, you averted the danger, we can go out again, and I swear I am going crazy slowly here. Inside. He blurted. When will you finally give up? Arya rolled her eyes. Gendry frowned. I don't want to be with you. I thought it was clear. I don't want to take romantic walks or anything. That thing between us, won't work. It never will. Just let it go. We had some nights together. 2, more precisely, and just let this be enough. She was embarrassed. Even she had no idea why she is pushing away Gendry. She was attracted to him, but somehow her heart did not let her be with him. Or it was her mind. She couldn't explain. I just wanted to take a walk with my friend. I thought, we are friends. Gendry frowned and sighed, then without any more words, he turned his back at her and walked away. I am sorry. She tried, but that was too late, Gendry did not hear it. He turned to the right in the corridor and left her there alone. Idiot. Gendry punished himself. Arya made it clear, why did he even try again and again? Why he let her broke his heart again and again? He did not understand himself. He raised his head up, and that moment he saw Liliana facing the hallway and his eyes stuck on her. Chapter 92. Miraen. Wonder when Nisra or Sir Davos will say us, to take care of our own daughter at nights, John stated with a quiet laugh when they walked back to Dany's room, and Dany smiled back at him. She still felt confused, and it still hurts. The loss of her child, but spending that day with her family, with John and Miss Sandai gave her strength. Gave her hope, maybe John was right and there are still many reasons to live. Even for her. My Queen Grey Worm stopped them. It is not the right time, John answered immediately. We want to go back to her room and sleep. He straightened himself. You did not come to the tactical meeting, that you ordered for today. I wanted to know everything is alright or can I do something for you? Dany shook her head and walked forward. John followed her, and she heard how Grey Worm followed them too. She stopped and turned to him. Go and have some rest. I don't need your service tonight. And no one else. She told him quietly. But, your safety. He frowned. He can take care of it. She took John's hand and nodded towards Grey Worm, then turned to leave. John smiled a bit and followed Dany. His best decision was to go there, and shake her up. He got back the woman he loved, the woman who trusted him. And Grey Worm. She stopped again. I gave an order today, to disappear those eggs from my daughter's room, but those are still there. Instead of worrying about me, and Jon Snow, you rather fulfill my command. I did not get the command, it was not given. Grey Worm shook his head. Where, to take those? Out from the pyramid. I don't care, she answered without any emotion. But away from my daughter. You should not rush this decision. Jon looked into her eyes and placed his hand to her shoulder. We'll take care of those eggs tomorrow. Those are just eggs, those cannot hurt Miss Sandai and Davos is there. Jon tried to make rational reasons. Let's sleep one, before you make this decision. Please. He stared her eyes. You don't have the right to question her decisions. Grey Worm took a step forward. I understand your command and I will disappear those eggs from the room. He turned his back and started to leave. Dany, you're gonna regret it. Jon tried again. He knew her. He knew if she does this, now, it will be another huge mistake. You know I am right. Deep in your heart you know. Wait. She sighed and stopped Grey Worm. Jon is right. Tomorrow we'll handle the egg issue. She swallowed. As you wish. Grey Worm bowed with his head, then glanced at Jon. Good night. Jon nodded towards him and they left him there. Gendry kissed her fiercely. Pressed her to the wall and almost ripped her clothes off. Too much nervousness, too much rejection, he had to forget the woman he loved. She will never love him back, and meanwhile, she was there. Her kissable lips, her glamorous deep brown eyes. She was sexy, beautiful, and she cared about him. She was looking for his company, and no matter how many times he rejected her, at the moment he kissed her, she kissed him back. He knew, maybe they should not go further, but that was a good feeling. That woman was on fire, and he wanted to taste her. He wanted more at the moment he shoved his tongue to her mouth. She was moaning while they were kissing, and he did not wait for any longer. There was nothing to wait for. He almost throws her to the bed and raised her legs up, placed those to his shoulder, and he thrust her. Thrust her with his hard sex, and he felt how his blood was boiling in his veins. Yes, Liliana dug her nails to his back and scratched it. He felt the pain and hissed, but continued to fuck her. He did not care about Arya. Not at that moment. He hated her because of how she acted with him. He wanted to forget her, and maybe that was not the best way, but he needed someone. Even if it was not right. Even if he just used her, when he saw her in the corridor, he took her hand and guided her to his room. He closed the door and kissed her. She knew him. She knew how he feels, and she did not care. She just wanted him. Even if it is just for one night. Fuck me, baby. Liliana moaned into his mouth and grabbed his butt. I want it. Are you okay? Jon hugged Daenerys. I just don't understand. She shook her head and stepped away from him. She clearly had something in her mind. What? Jon frowned. Why? She started then turned to him. Why are those eggs so important for you? Those eggs belong to Drogon, and he is responsible for the situation we are in and. She explained. Because I know you, he answered immediately. He realized he had to be stronger than ever. Dany's personality is strong, and she usually does what she wants. Now he has to be her break. Before she does things that she will regret later. Even if it is a hard role to play. She opened her mouth but then remained in silence. She wanted to answer, but she needed to realize, he may right. Even if she did not want to accept it that moment. You hate the world right now. He stepped closer. Even dragons, even Drogon, you blame them and I understand, but I know you. You can never hurt him. He smiled a bit and swiped away a lock from her face. You even hated me yesterday, he added. I've never hated you. She raised her eyes at him. I am clueless. I have no idea what to do with that feeling. It kills me from inside. The grief, the pain. I want to. She was fighting with herself. You want to burn down everything everywhere. Jon's face became serious. But you know it won't help, and I won't let you do that. Now I am here. He took her hands. And if you want to cry, just cry. If you want to shout with someone, shout with me. I am your support and your partner. Your love. No matter what happened. He hugged her. I think I am going to lose my mind. Dany's voice thinned and placed her head to his shoulder, while she was squeezing him close. You won't. Time will heal the wounds. Every wound. Jon took a deep breath. Maybe now, we need more time, but you'll be okay. He kissed her head. We'll be okay. They were standing there in an embrace for a couple of seconds. I have an idea. Jon looked at her face. I make you a bath and you can relax a bit. Okay. He was staring at her, and she just nodded. Just a few minutes. He gave a kiss to her forehead and left to the bath area. Dany walked to the balcony. Silence and darkness. That is all she saw. She did not even see the stars in the sky, and that was weird. Deep in her heart, she felt, something dark, something evil is around them. Around everywhere. Jon and Missandei were the best things in her life, but will she be able to save them from this darkness? Even from herself. What if she really loses her mind again? What if she does something horrible? There were many questions in her mind. She lost a baby once, now another one. The gods are very cruel with her, at least she has Missandei. A beautiful daughter. She knew it is more than she could ever imagine. Several minutes passed, while she was standing there, drowning in her thoughts. Jon's voice brought her back to reality. Come, he whispered to her and took her hand. He guided her to the bath and started to untie her dress. Dany just followed his moves. He was so gentle, tender-hearted, his moves were slow. She let the dress fall to the floor, and Jon smiled a bit. She was beautiful. As always. She had the most perfect body in the whole world. I'll be. He lowered his head. I'll be in the room. He tried to not staring at her. I thought you might stay, Dany answered quietly. I did not think you want me to. I am not ready for. I mean. She explained. I did not think about that either. Jon smiled a bit. But. I'd like you to stay. Here. With me. If you want to. I feel safe. When you are around. Do you need me, or are you afraid to be alone? Jon stepped closer. I cannot answer that right now. Dany shook her head. It's okay. Jon caressed her cheek and he started to unbutton his shirt. After he removed all his clothes, he sat into the bath and Dany was sitting in front of him. He placed his arms around her and they enjoyed the peace. The silence. No matter how he wanted and addicted to her, that was not that moment. He couldn't even think about having sex with her. Now, her soul needed to heal, and he was sure he can do it. Missandei was climbing on the floor. She escaped from her cradle somehow. She was crawling in the room. Meanwhile, Davos fall asleep in the bed. He was snoring. The baby went straight towards the dragon eggs and she grabbed the edge of the tablecloth and started to pull it. The eggs moved and she continued to pull the cloth. Some things fell over the table, and Davos started to wake up. Missandei scrambled one more on the cloth, and 2 of the candles were fallen to the floor right next to her. That moment Davos woke up and he got shocked. He immediately jumped there and extinguished the flame which blew up right next to the baby, but she just smiled and giggled, even tried to touch the fire. Davos's heart stopped for a minute, but he can put out the fire quite quickly, thank God he woke up. I think the difficult part is coming. He looked down at Missandei and she was still giggling and cooed something. Davos grabbed her and raised her up, but she was still holding the cloth, and with that move one of the eggs fall to the floor. And it started to move. By itself. Davos kept his eyes on it and crouched. With Missandei in his arms. The eggshell broke and a small little monster putting out his head from it. Davos's mouth fall open. Meanwhile, Missandei wanted to touch it. They heard another crack and Davos stood up. The egg, that was still on the table, hatched too. As if Missandei had felt it. Dagon, she babbled, and she was still trying to touch those animals, but Davos did not let him. Dagon, she babbled again, but Davos walked to the door immediately and opened it. Call the Queen and Jon Snow here. He told nervously to the guard. Now he almost yelled with him. He looked into the room, and after a second of realization he left, almost ran towards the Queen's chamber. My heaven! Davos was staring at the small, tiny animals. A green and a reddish one. They were so small. So weak. So tiny, and they will become gorgeous beasts in some years. He couldn't imagine Drogon was that small someday. It was inconceivable. I've heard. Arya stopped next to Davos, at the door too. Noises. Her mouth fell open. Dragons. More dragons. Here, she frowned and took some steps closer. Cautiously Davos warned her. They can't even breathe fire yet. Arya smiled at him above her shoulder. How do you know? Davos shook her head. I've read about them a lot. When I was a child. Arya answered and knelt down next to the reddish one on the floor and stretched her hand. Dagon, Missandei said it again and she was smiling so happily. Yes. Dragons. Davos stated, and he was still not sure, how will Daenerys react to those creatures? After the things that happened. Chapter 93. Mirian. How long have we been here? Dany asked Jon quietly. They were still laying on the bath, together. In silence. Peace. In love, he was caressing her and wrapped his arms around her. She felt calm and still. She needed that. She needed that man to love her. To stand beside her, and save her from herself. I don't know. Jon smiled. Does it matter? No. She gently caressed his arm. No, it doesn't. Can I ask something? Jon continued. Yes. Dany nodded and stared at how his fingers kettle her palm. When you told me, you wanted to push me away because you love me. I don't understand. Ha frowned. You are a good man, Jon. Dany took a deep breath. You always want good for everyone. Even. She stopped. She knew when he did that, he wanted to save everyone else, even if he had to sacrifice his love, her. You deserve someone who can give you happiness. And, not me who destroy everything around herself. Her voice was trembling. That is not true. Jon squeezed her even more. It is true. Dany leaned forward a bit, to escape from his arms. When everything is perfect around me, I've always, destroy it, in a way or another. Maybe I am doomed, as much as my family was. I am your family too. Jon leaned closer and placed his hands to her arms. Maybe we are all doomed in a way, but I don't want to live that doomed life with anyone else. Just with you. Dany smiled a bit, and glanced at him, above her shoulder. Jon placed his palm on her face. They were staring at the eyes of each other, and he leaned a bit closer. He wanted to kiss her, but that moment someone knocked on the door. My queen! Someone shouted. Jon Snow? My queen? Are you here? Jon and Dany frowned and looked at each other, then Jon almost jumped out from the bath and pulled his pants on. The water was dropping to the floor from his body. He walked out from the bathroom and walked towards the door, while the knocking became louder. What happened? Jon opened it finally. The queen. The soldier asked, and he looked worried. She is having a rest, what is going on? Your daughter. He started, and that moment Dani came out from the bathroom too, and heard it. She was wearing a thin silk sheath, and she did not wait until he says any other word. She almost ran past by them towards to Miss Sandai's room, and they followed her in a hurry. I don't think it is a good idea to touch them. Davos was still standing at the door with Miss Sandai in his arms, while Arya was crouching next to the little dragon on the floor. She wanted to touch it. That creature amazes her, just as Drogon earlier. Don't worry. Arya smiled and she took a small move towards the dragon. What happened? Daenerys arrived there and immediately removed Miss Sandai from Davos' arms, and held her to her chest. Are you okay, honey? What happened? She frowned and worried. She couldn't even imagine if anything happens with her daughter. Not after she killed her own son with her irresponsibility. Dagon. Miss Sandai pointed to the room with her tiny hand, and Dani took a step closer to see. Davos. Jon arrived there too and he relaxed a bit when he saw Miss Sandai in Dani's arms, but she was staring at something and took some steps inside the room. What? Davos did not answer, just stepped away from his way, and let him follow Daenerys. Look, Arya smiled at them, while she was still crouching next to the little creature. The eggs hatched. Jon immediately watched Daenerys' reaction. Her mouth falls open and froze. She was standing in one place and couldn't take her eyes off of the baby dragons. They are so small. Drogon was that small too? Or? Arya was excited and keep asking questions. Was he bigger? Their scales are so beautiful. She continued. Arya. Jon tried to warn her it is not the right moment. He was afraid of Dany's reaction. He had no idea it is a good thing or a bad. Dagon. Miss Sandai said again and Jon kept his eyes on them. Arya saw there is something wrong, and she stood up. Took a step backward from the dragons and watching Dany. She handed Miss Sandai to Jon and walked closer finally. Dany. Jon was ready to defend the dragons if it is necessary. He couldn't tell she wanna hurt them, or just want to touch them. He followed her. She crouched to the baby dragon and the little beast immediately jumped a bit closer to her. When she stretched her hand towards it, the dragon sniffed it and stepped more close. Placed his wings around her arm. She was speechless, and her eyes were in tears. Dany. Jon tried again, but she did not pay any attention to him at all. She took the baby dragon and placed it next to his sibling on the table. They huddled together and staring at Daenerys. They opened their mouths, as they were asking for food. Like babies from their mother. The silence was huge in the room. No one dared to talk or ask anything. Even Miss Sandai was staring at the little creatures with admiration in her eyes. She was a real Targaryen. She probably felt the bond too. The dragons keep opening their mouths, but Dany did not touch them again. She was confused and she had no idea what to do with them at that moment. Look for Grey Worm. Bring them some food. He knows what they need. She turned her back at the dragons and took Miss Sandai from Jon's arms. And we need a cage too. She continued while holding Miss Sandai in her chest. And my daughter spending the night with us. She finished and just walked out from the room, while the two dragons sounded as if they were crying after their mother, who just left them there alone. What is wrong with her? Arya stepped next to Jon. Sir Davos. Do what she asked. Please. Jon sighed, then turned back to the dragons. I thought, it is a good thing. Arya frowned. It is. Jon smiled a bit. She just, have no idea right now. He stepped closer and he placed his hand to the head of the small creature, while the other one snuggled closer. She is blaming them because, she lost her son. Arya started to understand. Before Jon could answer, a huge roar came from outside and the pyramid was almost shaking. How Drogon landed on it. Another huge roar came from his mouth, and the babies also made some noises. Jon turned to the balcony, and he saw the huge face of Drogon. He was trying to see them. It is so unbelievable, they will become that huge. Arya turned to Drogon then back. Only if they are not in a capture, Jon answered, then lifted the two dragons up and started to walk towards Drogon. Somehow he also felt the bond. Somehow, he felt responsible for them. He felt that bond since he rode on Rhaegal. When he arrived at the balcony, Drogon made a face, but then he leaned closer and sniffed the two dragon babies, then gave a deep look to Jon. As if he wanted to thank you. A minute later he spread his wings and flew up to the air. I should go back and check Dany. Jon placed the two animals back to their places. Can I ask something? I can stay with them. Arya smiled. You're not gonna stay alone, but, thank you. He placed his hand to her shoulder. Everything is okay. He frowned. What do you mean? Arya shook her head. I don't know. You look a bit strange, that is all. I am fine. Just worry about Sansa. I wish I knew something about her. She lowered her head. Yeah, Me too. John nodded. King's Landing. Can I come in? Quentin knocked then entered into Sansa's room. It is a bit later for a visit. She turned her back at him and sat down next to the table. We did not have a chance to talk since your brother gave his blessings to our marriage. He started. You mean since he ordered me to marry you? She glanced at him, and there was disgust in her face. I did nothing against you, my lady. I've told him I want to leave, then he offered me something that I couldn't resist. You. He spread his arms, and he was honest. Maybe someday you're gonna understand, and this alliance can be good for both of us. There are many things which are lacking in the north, and I am sure we can help each other, we can develop our empires. You think that, hey? Sansa stood up and walked closer to him. I have to believe this. You are a powerful leader, despite the fact that you are a woman. The Northerners look up at you and they respect you. Yes, I really do believe we can teach each other many things, and give the people what they need. Quentin nodded. I can promise you one thing. Sansa stepped closer with a scornful look. I survived the worst worms. I should have married the cruelest king, Joffrey Baratheon, then I married another cruel and evil man, who murdered my family, Ramsay Bolton. Yet, they both are dead. And I survived. You have no idea what I went through in my life, and I promise, you find no happiness in this marriage. Not even for a minute, she hissed. Why do you hate me that much, without even get to know me? Quentin was serious. You are all the same. Men who want to control everything, who think you are better than any one of us because you have a cock between your legs. You don't deserve the north. Neither me. She turned away from him. Now you should leave. I never thought I am better than any woman. I respect them. I respect all women who achieve to lead an empire. A country. It doesn't matter how we call it. That is why I also have to respect the Dragon Queen. She built her empire, her power from nothing, and now she recovered from her ashes. Like a phoenix. Quentin explained, and Sansa gave him an angry look. Well, if you respect her that much, maybe you should marry her and not me. We don't dorn to win this war. You need it. More than you think. He smiled a bit. And I always preferred redheads more than blonde ones, he added. Leave. Sansa wanted to be alone, she hated him to be around. Think about the things that I've told you about. We can be so happy, if you put your selfishness away, and start to think about your people instead of yourself. Quentin answered, then he walked out of the room. Sansa waited until he closes the door, and then a tear fall from her eye. Miriam. I did not expect you here. Nisra entered into Miss Sandai's room in the morning and spotted Arya. Where is? She started, but the dragons kinda tweeted and disturbed her words. Her eyes widen. When? Last night, Arya smiled. Jon and Daenerys took Emma Sandai out, she did not want to leave her here. So she knew about the dragon eggs hatched, Nisra stated. I would not say she was happy about it. Arya raised her eyebrow. Now we have more reason to not start that war right now. Those dragons are tiny. Vulnerable. They need care. She was staring the creatures in the cage. I don't think she cares, Arya answered, and she would be the happiest if they can convince her to not go into a war, but there was no chance. And how the days passed, she worried about her sister more and more. If they start this war, Sansa's life in danger, and she did not want to risk her life for a minute. While they were standing there, some sounds came inside from the corridor, and then Arya spotted Gendry and Liliana walking there. Laughing. Together. She was clinging on his arms. Her face told immediately how she hated it. Nisra. I was looking for you. Liliana stepped inside with a huge smile on her face, and Gendry followed her, but when he spotted Arya he wanted to disappear immediately. Chapter 94. Miriam. Daenerys woke up alone in their room. She immediately started to search for Miss Sandai and Jon, and that was not too hard to find them. They were in the hall, and it was filled with laughter. Miss Sandai was laughing so loudly, selflessly, and happily. She had no idea what happening around her, and somehow Dany envied her. She could watch for days how Jon is playing with his daughter. That was the best thing, and the only thing she cared about. She did not want to go and wage another war. She did not want to rule Westeros, she just wanted this family, but she knew that is not that easy, and Bran won't let them live. Nor the ones who serve him. She heard how the baby dragons are whining. Slowly she turned to that direction, then walked inside. They were on the cage, and 2 unsullied soldiers were taking care of them. You can leave. Wait inside, she ordered them, and walked closer to the dragons. Sam Jon greeted his friend. He looked more worriedly than usual. What happened? He asked him, while he raising up Miss Sandai. Good to see you are all healthy and well, Sam stated. Almost. Jon raised his eyes at the top of the stairs, referring to Daenerys and her mental health. Is it still that bad? Sam frowned. Slightly better. But, she is still blaming herself and Drogon. He sighed. Time will help. Sam clearly wanted to say something to him, but he hesitated. What is going on? Jon was scanning his face. Can we talk in private? Sure. He nodded, and he turned to Nizra and Yara. They were at the other side of the hall. Talking. Giggling. Nizra. Please. Sure. She immediately jumped there and took Miss Sandai out from his arms. Daddy will be back soon. He caressed her small cheek then turned back to Sam. So. They started walking around in the corridors, and when Sam saw there is no one around he took a deep breath. I've continued my research about the link between the Night King, the Three-Eyed Raven, and your daughter. Just as you asked. He started. Jon grabbed his arm and stopped him. Staring at his face. And? You won't like the thing I am going to say, but, everything leads to that, her blood is the key. If she is really the one who we think, she is. Sam trying to find the right words. If she is the princess who was promised. But. Jon, that is a myth. Jon was speechless and he just shook his head. The eye that can see everything only can be destroyed by the blood of the prince who was promised. Or in this case by the princess's blood. Sam continued, quoted that he read on his old books. A weapon must be dug in her blood and. Enough. Jon stopped him and raised his hand. I tried to find something, which refuses this, but. I said enough. Jon raised his voice and stared at his face. I won't sacrifice my daughter. What if it is the only way? For protecting humanity. Sam frowned. Then I would beat the Night King and Bran again and again if it necessary in another way, Jon answered, and he walked on, and Sam followed him. No one can find out. This. Not even Daenerys, do you understand? He told him, while they were walking forward in the corridor. Sam did not answer, just nodded, but Jon stopped him, turned him to himself, and looked into his eyes. Do you understand? Yes. He nodded again. Jon tried to think. If Daenerys gets to know this, she will break even more. That was not an option. He won't let her daughter be sacrificed for anyone, not even for humanity. Not even for the living. He suddenly spotted the guards in front of Miss Sandai's room and he frowned. What are you doing here? You shouldn't be inside. He stepped closer. The Queen sent us out. The Queen is there. His eyes widened, and he immediately entered into the room. For his biggest surprise, Daenerys was standing there, and she was holding the dragons in her arms. Caressing them. Feeding them. She looked to Jon, then she turned back to the babies. He stepped closer and the words stuck in his mouth. They were crying loudly, Dany stated. Jon caressed her shoulder and kissed her head. A couple of days passed, and Daenerys spent more and more time with the dragons. She also returned to her normal days. She welcomed the people who wanted to speak with the Queen, she continued the training with Arya, and Jon was there next to her. Supported and loved her. He kept in a secret what Sam told him. It was not the right time to tell it, she was just recovering from their loss. She became stronger and stronger day by day, but that strength was fragile. He knew it. She was still not able to meet with Drogon. Most of the time she acted herself stronger than she really was. Her real self only came to the light, when they were together alone, or with just Miss Sandai. At least, she was not afraid anymore to show her weakness to him. They spent the nights in the arms of each other, and he felt more and more the desire for her. The lust, love. He wanted to show her how much he loves her in another way too, but he also knew, he cannot hurry her. They were kissing and cuddling at the bed, and that night his hands were sliding down on her body towards her sex, but she stopped him. Don't worry. Jon smiled a bit. I understand. It is not because I don't want you. She lowered her head. I know. Jon nodded and kissed her forehead. No, you don't. Dany sighed and sat up on the bed. I am not ready to, if there is a chance I'll get pregnant and I am not ready. She tried to explain. Right now I don't think I'll ever be ready to. Jon sat next to her and kissed her shoulder. If you want to we can ask Sam to make something. I've read about there are methods and herbs that can prevent. He took a deep breath. Prevent pregnancy. He tried to act that this thing is okay for him. And you would hate yourself if we ask him, and you would hate if I take something. Dany glanced at him. I know that. Just give me some time. She placed her hand to his face. I love you, Jon. And I want to be with you. She whispered to him and kissed his lips. I want to make you happy. You are my happiness. Don't worry about that. He smiled and kissed her again, and laid back to the bed with her. It is just hard to, not touch you. To not, be with you. But I understand. He was caressing her chest, above her breasts. I love you so much, she whispered to him, and they kissed each other again. Bravos. I still don't understand what the hell we are doing here. We should stay in the north. Probably they are not even here anymore. Tormund huffed, while he, Gilly and her children were passing through the city, following the two members of the Second Sons. I am sure they are still here. We would have known if they are already in Westeros. Fucking hot here. Tormund continued. Is that far away? He asked the two men. We need horses. One of them answered, and walked on. Mom, I am hungry. Little Sam pulled Gilly's skirt. I know, honey, we'll find something to eat. Don't worry. She tried to calm him down. The route was long, and she also had doubts. She knew Sam wanted her to stay in Westeros, but something really worried her. The winter was still there, the weather cooled and the snow more and more falling. She persuaded Tormund for a long time to send their people to the southern side of the wall, and he finally did it before they left. This is so unnecessary and idiotic. Tormund kept talking and he was loud. Quieter. You already make an impression. You are so different than the people here. Gilly tried to calm him down. And what is the plan? If we even find them, which I doubt. What if those are just little shits, who tried to cheat us out from there? Tormund was nervous. He hated that place, he was a northerner, and he has nothing to do there here in Essos, in the south. The weather was too warm, the people were so different. He felt everyone was staring at him. I swear if those two little shits lied, I kill them with my bare hands, he added. Wait here. One of the soldiers turned to them and entered into a house. I don't trust them. Tormund looked around. Mirian. Improving. Your skills are improving. Arya stated after they finished practicing with Daenerys. I have a good teacher. She answered kindly and smiled a bit. Ahm. May I ask something? Arya hesitated, but then she took a deep breath. Sure. Dany frowned. Do not misunderstand me, but I have to ask this. She took a step closer. What are your plans for Sansa? She looked at her. Dany opened her mouth to answer, but stopped, then she lowered her head. It depends on her. She sighed. Do not make me choose between you. Arya's face became serious. I never wanted to hurt her, you know that. Not even when she betrayed me. I wanted to give her a chance to accept me as her queen. But she never able to do that. If you can convince her, then do it. I am not her enemy, but she never wanted to accept this. She answered. Would you just let me go to do this? Arya frowned. Since when you are asking my consent? Dany smiled a bit. You are the queen. Arya smiled back at her. And you free woman. You can go wherever you want to. Although I am not sure, Jon would let you go back to Westeros alone. She admitted. Mentioning Jon. Arya cut her. He is waiting for you outside in the garden, he asked me to tell you when we are done. She bowed a bit with her head and walked out from the hall. Dany was standing there and she was surprised. She thought Jon is with Miss Sandai, he told her he is going to spend the evening with her. She walked outside and she hardly could believe in her own eyes. The dragons were there, with Jon and with Miss Sandai, and Drogon was there too. Laying next to them. She froze and staring at them. Jon did not even notice her at first. He was paying attention to his daughter, who was playing with the two baby dragons. He just felt it is normal. He started to feel so natural and normal to be around those beasts, and seeing Miss Sandai smiling around them, just made him feel more confident. They are just waiting for you, Your Grace. Sir Davos stopped next to her. I would have never thought that boy from the north once will sit around those creatures with his daughter. Without any fear and doubts. Then Davos turned to her. After all, they all belong to the family, he stated. Dany did not say a word, just staring them. Jon finally spotted them and smiled. He wanted her to take a step towards Drogon. That is why he brought Miss Sandai there. He thought, maybe seeing them together will change her mind. Dany raised her eyes at Drogon and he raised his head. They were staring at each other for a couple of seconds. I can't. She shook her head and took a step back, placed her hand to her belly. Dany, Jon whispered. He knows she can't hear that he just wished, though his plan would have worked. Daenerys almost ran away, and Jon stood up, while Davos walked closer. That moment Drogon flew up to the air as if he had known, the plan did not work. Chapter 95. Mirian. It was irresponsible and immature. Dany shouted with Jon in their room. He asked Sir Davos to take care of Miss Sandai, and he prepared himself, she'll be mad at him. He knew it, but he had to try it. Until she is not able to forgive Drogon, she is not able to forgive herself either. You don't know them. You don't know the nature of them. You've told me this before, but that time you have defended the dragons. John tried to be calm. Things have changed. Dany swallowed. No. Nothing changed. You know deep in your heart Drogon would never hurt Miss Sandai. Neither you. Neither myself. He did not even burn me alive that day when he had every reason to do it. He hated to bring that thing up again, but that proved more than anything that it's his nature. To keep them safe. All of them. All of the Targaryens. Even, you shouldn't take my daughter there, without asking me. Dany insisted. She is my daughter too. He frowned. He could have said other things, but he did not want to hurt her, but she knew him. She knew it by his glance, what he was thinking. He wanted to bring up, she also left alone. When he begged her not to go. If you expecting me to make decisions with you. She stepped closer and staring at his eyes. Then I expect that from you too. Drogon is not your enemy. You have to let this go. John placed his hands to her shoulder. It happened and we can't do anything about it. No matter how it hurts me too. You have to move on and forgive yourself. Forgive Drogon. That is the only way to move on. John stared at her face. She lowered her head a couple of minutes later. We should name them. She tried to change the topic. There was no word that John could convince her, and she just wanted to think about something else. She was not ready to forgive herself. She had no idea when she'll be ready. Every time when she saw Drogon it just reminded her of the failures in her life, even if it was not his fault. Reminded her the moment when she became a monster on his back, reminded her of the loss of her child. What? John frowned. The dragons. We should give them names. I leave that to you. John smiled a bit and caressed her face. How's the research going? Liliana entered the room, where Sam was sitting. He had at least 5 books open in front of him, and he was holding his forehead. What? He surprised. I just wanted to know, how is your research going? About the baby. She stepped closer. Everything is fine. Sam closed the book that he was reading at that moment. You have found out, how dangerous we are for the baby. I made a mistake when I came to that conclusion. Sam sighed. You did. She pulled the chair out. We are with the livings, and the princess is our chance for a better life without darkness and shadow. Why would we want to hurt her? Because maybe her death brings the dawn, that you always talking about. Sam leaned back on the chair and waiting for her reaction. She answered with a smile. Blood and death and not the same thing. She raised her eyebrow. How do you know that? Sam surprised. I see things. In my dreams. Our God gave me this ability. She answered with so much calm. Then if you see things, what is the solution? Sam spread his arms. It does not work in this way. She placed her hand to his hand on the book. Sam immediately pulled his hand away and Liliana just smiled. Arya. Sam jumped up when he spotted Arya at the door. Liliana stood up quite slowly. I let you continue your research, she stated, then turned to leave. I wonder how long my brother let insincere sluts to be around. Arya made a face when she was passing by her. You can't blame me because you pushed him away, Liliana whispered to her. Not to mention I can give him things that you could never imagine. She continued, then walked out from the room. Slut. John joined Sir Davos and her daughter after Dany told him she wants to be alone a bit. And have some rest, but after he left her, she did not take a nap. She walked down and she wanted to take a walk. Your Grace, an unsullied soldier bowed his head. I would like to go out. It is safe now. So. She stated. I informed Grey Worm and Dario about your wish, and I am sure they'd welcome to accompany you, my queen. The soldier told her. I would like to take that walk without them. You too, she raised her eyes to another soldier then turned to the other two. And you too. You're coming with me. We must inform. The Unsullied tried to explain her but she raised her hand and stopped her. I am your queen, not Grey Worm or Dario. You swore me to serve me. I am sure 4 of you can keep me safe if it is necessary. Or you don't trust your skills. She raised her eyebrow. She needed some space, some air. Outside the pyramid, away from anxious glances. She knew she can't go alone, but she did not want anyone who is close to her to be next to her. She needed her thoughts, her feelings, she doesn't want any good advice. She got enough already. The Unsullied soldiers followed her while she was walking on the street. She looked around and everyone seemed happy. The city was buzzing. No matter the war is close or not, they enjoyed their lives. It was good to see families around together. She gave some gold to the poorer beggars, then walked on without a word. She wore a cape and a hood. No one recognizes her. The Unsullied soldiers also wore a cap, so they did not bring attention to themselves that much. Only the ones who paid too much attention can recognize them. While she was walking, she was trying to think. First about the dragon names. Somehow she felt them as her own children again. They belonged to them. She was responsible for them. Lionel. Wriggle. Agar. The names circled in her head. Jonar. Jaehaerys. Dagon. She remembers her daughter's words. Dagon. That would even be a quite good name, even if it was just how a baby called them because she can't say the R. She smiled in herself. Jorah. Jorahul. There were many who she lost since she lost her brothers. She lowered her head and placed her hand to her belly. Aegon. That would be her son's name. She did not tell it to Jon, but she wanted to name him after his father. His father's real name. Maybe she'll never have a chance to do it. Aegon robbed Targaryen. She lost him. She raised her eyes to the air. It was clear and the sun was shining. She knew she has to avoid her attention. She has to find good things again in her life. The small good things. She has to notice those if she wants to move on. But the war was there. Close. And Bran won't stop until he kills them. Especially she and Miss Sandai. The war. That brought Arya's word back to her mind. She did not want to hurt Sansa. She was just trying to protect her family and her land. Maybe she would do the same in her place. She still had no idea why she hates her that much but guesses she'll never know. She still had that weird thought, maybe Sansa has feelings for Jon and that is why she hates her that much. Why else? The next moment she heard a thud, and when she turned back 2 of her soldiers were laying on the ground. Dead. Jon Dario entered into Miss Sandai's room. What is going on? He frowned. Dario changed since Dany lost her child. Maybe he finally really realized he will never get her back. At least now he only had to do his daily fights with Grey Worm. He was also in huge silence since Daenerys put him in his place a few days earlier. Maybe things will turn in a good way. Daenerys left. He just spits it to his face. No. She is in our room. She wanted to. The soldiers warned me she went out with some Unsullied. To take a walk. Dario shook his head. Are you sure? Jon felt a pressure on his chest. I am afraid I am. Maybe there is nothing wrong, but we should go after her. The assassins are not around anymore but she is in danger, all day every day. She is the queen. I'll take care of your child. Just go. Davos added and Jon just nodded towards him, then left the room and Dario followed him. Dany was watching how the other 2 Unsullied fightings with the huge unknown person, but some minutes later they both fall to the ground. They were not breathing anymore. She crouched and picked one of the swords and she was ready to defend herself. The tall warrior removed the hood from the head and Daenerys barely could breathe. I did not think I'd be that lucky. Sir Brienne was standing right in front of her. Holding her sword pointing towards her. What are you doing here? What do you think? Brienne did not move. She was staring at her, how her tiny arms holding that huge sword. Look, I know I made horrible things but we should talk about it in a calm way. Dany tried to convince her. I am not that woman anymore. Yeah, I heard about that. Now you keep prisoners. Why the hell are you alive? I am looking for an answer to this question as well, Dany admitted. I don't know what Bran told you but... I don't care about Bran, but I won't let you hurt the Stark sisters. I swore an oath to their mother, to save them from every danger until my last breath, she answered ardently. I don't want to hurt them. Why should I believe this? You keep one of them as your prisoner, here. He almost yelled. What? Dany shook her head, but the next moment Brienne took a step back. Drogon landed right behind Daenerys and roared. Wildly and loud. Dany raised her eyes at him, and he glanced at her. Dany. Jon and Dario arrived there in a hurry. Brienne turned to them and Jon surprised about her presence. Don't. Dany shook her head then turned to Drogon. Don't, she ordered him to and placed her hand to his face. Caressed it. She should have been grateful to Brienne. She attacked her, and Drogon immediately showed up to save her. When Jon noticed her hand on the face of Drogon he smiled a bit too. Arya Stark. Dany sighed and turned back to Brienne is not my prisoner. She is here, by her own will. She stepped closer to Brienne, and Drogon was still standing behind her, ready to attack. Sir Brienne. Jon stepped closer too from the other side. We did not want to hurt you or fight with you. We are on the same side. If you don't believe it, just come with us. And you can see with your own eyes, Arya Stark is not a prisoner, and everything that Bran told you about us is a lie. Dany continued. Brienne was confused and she was still pointing towards Dany with her sword. Where is Sansa? The question came from Jon. She turned to him. Daenerys too. She still had issues with this topic. If you show me Arya is alive and fine, and she tells me with her own mouth that she is not your prisoner, I'll let you know about Sansa, she answered aggressively. Fine. Dany nodded. Accompany her back to the pyramid, and there we can talk about everything in calm conditions. Daenerys nodded, and first in a while she was that woman again. That strong and divine woman, better than any Westeros could ever find. The Queen. Chapter 96. Mirian. Let her go. Daenerys was sitting on the top of the stairs, on her throne. Jon was standing on her side. His hand was on her shoulder, meanwhile his other hand was on his sword. Daario and 3 of his men were around Brienne, and it was clear they were amazed by her huge sizes. Dany glanced towards the entrance and Grey Worm was there with some of his men if things turn wrong. Our daughter. She turned to Jon and asked quietly. With Sir Davos he leaned closer to her. And in the cage. Don't worry. He caressed her shoulder. Brienne noticed how close they are, and she did not understand. She is alive. That was even impossible, and they were together, so Bran did not lie about it. She shook her head. Traitor. She murmured barely audible. They did not hear clearly that she said, but everyone turned to her. Dany also saw Nyzra and Yara on the other side of the room. Lady Nyzra, please go and find Jon's sister. She must be here somewhere. Inside. She ordered her, and she nodded then turned to leave. That moment Brienne spotted Yara too. She was more confused. You. She sighed. Lady Brienne. Sir, as I know. Daenerys corrected Yara then turned back to Brienne. Daario, I told you to let her go. She tried to kill you, Daario mentioned. There are quite a few who have tried, she answered and raised her eyebrow. One succeeded. Grey Worm stepped closer to Brienne and Daario and he raised his eyes at Jon. Daenerys decided to ignore his words at that moment. She stood up and clasped her hands. Even Arya Stark tried to kill me when she arrived. She started and took a step down on the stairs towards Sir Brienne. You know her, and her skills. What do you think she would have not done it if I was really her enemy? She asked Brienne. Jon followed her down the stairs. Brienne remained in silence. I asked a question. Daenerys continued. You can easily talk when there are so many soldiers around you. She made a face. There were many soldiers around me in Westeros too. Yet I died because I made a horrible mistake. She was talking so confidently. Jon felt himself uncomfortable because she was talking about it. He wanted to forget that day, and everyone reminded him day by day. Now I am here, for a reason. I am not your enemy. Bran Stark is our common enemy. Mine, yours and every living in the world. Dany continued and she kept her eyes on Brienne. He did not kill many innocent people like you. Yet. Dany added. As I said, I made a horrible mistake that day, and I know that. Forgiveness is a hard thing. One of the most complex and most hard things in the world. Not everyone is able to do it. I still ask your forgiveness, for the crimes that I made against the people. I paid the price. The man who I loved with all my heart, killed me because he had to put a knife to my heart to save the others. To save his sisters and all the innocent people who survived that horrible day. He could forgive me, and I could forgive him. If you look around, you see Yara Greyjoy also could forgive me, and Arya Stark too. She is here, because of her own will. Because she decided to fight for me, and for her brother. She decided to fight in the right side against the darkness. She was standing right in front of Brienne, and Jon was there next to her. Everyone was ready if the big woman made any step towards Daenerys. How could you turn against your brother and your sister, Sansa? Bran is not my brother anymore. My brother would have never tried to kill my daughter. Jon answered in a very serious tone. Brienne's mouth falls open. Yes, it is true. Bran sent assassins several times to kill my love and my daughter. That man is not my brother. He became something different. You really think Sir Davos or Samwell Tarly would be here if it weren't so? Jon asked her. After some seconds of silence, Brienne finally answered. And Sansa? Sansa betrayed me and betrayed the Queen, Jon answered. Yet, we forgive her, Daenerys added and glanced to Jon above her shoulder. I don't want to hurt her. I don't want to hurt anyone. I don't even want to rule Westeros anymore, but Bran Stark doesn't give us any other option, than start a war. And we have to fight if we want to live. Or our lives will be in danger forever. Dany was looking into her eyes. You don't know me well, sir, but you can see with your own eyes, that I am not lying to you. Why else these people would be here? She spread her arms and looked around. Fear, Brienne answered. Dany rolled her eyes and took a deep breath. And stupidity, she looked at Jon. The man in love is a fool. I see I can't convince you. Daenerys tried to remain as calm as she could. I've told you. I want to see Arya Stark and hear it from her. She is telling the truth. Yara stepped closer to Brienne. You are a traitor. You left in the first minute when she asked you to betray your king. You Greyjoys never knew morality and loyalty. Watch your mouth, Sir. Brienne Yara made a face. You are, just like him. She turned back to Jon. He should have stayed at the wall, where his brother sent him. For a crime, for which he is responsible. Jon hissed. He knew all along, what is going to happen, and he did not do anything to warn us. He raised his voice. He sacrificed those innocents, he sacrificed his own brother to reach his goal. To rule the world. It was not him who killed all those people, it was not him to set fire all King's Landing. Brienne raised her voice too. It was her. Brienne Arya stepped into the hall and she was smiling. Brienne couldn't believe her own eyes. It was Arya Stark. In her living breath. Standing there. Healthy and strong with a sword on her side. They are telling the truth. Arya smiled a bit and looking at her, then stepped closer to her. The soldiers went away from her way. Why are you here? Where is Sansa? She asked immediately. Brienne still did not understand what is going on. He looked to Daenerys, then Arya, then Jon, then back to Arya. Gendry and Liliana also entered the hall at that moment, and that completely confused her. Brienne, where is Sansa? Arya asked again. King's Landing. Sansa was standing in front of the mirror, and some maids have clothed her. She wore a beautiful white dress. It was a masterpiece. Expensive silk with fine stitches. She wiped a tear away from her eyes. You should be happy, Your Grace. Quentyn Martell is quite a handsome man. And he is from a good family. The maid stated, while she was adjusted the dress on her chest. Many ladies would trade with you right now. Don't talk if you only can say stupid things, Sansa stated contemptuously. Forgive me, Your Grace. She apologized and continued to prepare her for the event. The door opened and Podrick pushed Bran inside. My beautiful sister. He admired her. You can leave. He looked around. My king. They bowed and left the room in a hurry with Podrick. Bran went closer to Sansa and stood behind her. He stared her through the mirror. I promise it will be so much nicer than that snowy night years ago. He smiled at her. Sansa could kill him with her eyes. And I sure he'll be more soft than your last husband was. Why are you doing this with me? Sansa started to cry. I want you to be happy, Bran answered. You'll be happy. Who else would you believe this than me? And with his army, we can save our sister. Miriam. It went quite well, despite the initial difficulties, Jon stated when they were finally alone in their room. They checked Miss Sandai and the little dragons after they finished with the talk with Sir Brienne. Arya undertook to explain everything to her. It was the best option, she only believes her words. Dany nodded quietly. She went straight to the balcony. Jon frowned and followed her, but he did not step outside, because he saw and felt how Drogon landed on the top of the pyramid. He was watching them from inside. Dany raised her head to the dragon and he leaned closer to her. She raised her hand and after some hesitation, she placed her hand to his huge nose. Caressed it. Drogon sounded as he was purring. As he was asking for her forgiveness in this way. Dany stepped closer and placed her head to his huge face. I am so sorry, she whispered and her eyes were in tears. They were standing there for a couple of minutes in this way. Jon finally decided to go out and he also caressed the dragon's huge face, and he placed his other hand on Dany's shoulder. How can you trust her? Brienne still doesn't understand. Arya told her everything. Everything that happened since she is there, in Meereen. She told her about the assassins, the ravens, the crazy woman who kidnapped Daenerys, and how those things related to Bran. Jon trust her. And we should have trusted her when she saved us. Things should have happened in a different way. Arya admitted. Your brother. He is something else now. I know. I had to accept this, and now, all I want is to save Sansa from him. Arya answered. I hope she got home. I tried everything to escape her before I left. Brienne was sitting on the chair and she felt a bit lost. She had no idea what to think anymore. Of anything. Things are turned upside down. We have to go back, Arya stated. With or without Jon and Daenerys and their army. We have to go back. Sooner is better. She was definite. Bran sees everything. He knows everything. We cannot go back without him knowing it. It is dangerous. I was not even sure I can reach the shores of Meereen before he finds me. Brienne shook her head. Then we have to convince the Queen. To start the war. Arya sat opposite to her. The Queen? So you accepted her as your queen. Daenerys is a mother now, and she is not the same woman who destroyed King's Landing. She left that side of her on the other side. Or I don't know how to say it. She is good. She wants the best for the people, and she doesn't even want to start this war. I still can't trust her. Brienne shook her head. I needed time too. It took a lot of time, but now I see who she really is. After Drogon left them there, they walked back to the room. Jon grabbed her hand and pulled her to his arms. Can I ask you to not do this again? He frowned. I just went for a walk. She sighed. I wanted to spend some time alone. Until Bran is alive, it is dangerous. What if we did not arrive there on time? What if Drogon did not arrive there on time? But you did. Dany raised her eyes at him. All of you. She smiled a bit. Jon shook his head and placed his hand to her cheek. But you are right. Until Bran is alive, none of us is safe. Not here, not anywhere in the world. She took a deep breath. Jon was scanning her face, without a word. He was not sure what she wanted to say. We should ask Sir Brienne Dragonstone is still deserted or not. Or who owns this castle right now. Because we have to take it back. She explained her idea. Dany, are you? Jon wanted to be sure is this really what she wants, but the door opened. I apologize, but... Daario stormed in. We have some guests. Chapter 97. Mirian. Jon and Daenerys went to the hall. When they stepped in, Jon's mouth falls open and his eyes widen. He did not even come to mind when Tormund grabbed him and hugged him, while raised him up to the air. No one had time to react. Step back. Daario tried to step in the situation but Dany raised her hand. It is okay. They are friends. She nodded with a smile on her face. What are you doing here? Jon shook his head. He spotted Gilly behind him, with her 2 children. Send someone for her, Samwell. He glanced to the side to one of the Unsullied. To his surprise, he fulfilled his order immediately and left the room. So you are alive. Tormund looked at Daenerys. I can't believe how lucky bastard you are. I thought that fucking dragon ate you. He laughed at Jon and patted his shoulder. What? How? What are you doing here? Jon still couldn't believe his own eyes. I couldn't keep listening to her hysteria. She insisted to come here, and I couldn't let her leave alone. Tormund spread his huge arms. I hate those 2 idiots, who you sent for us, he stated and glanced at the second sons. Welcome to Mirian. Dany clasped her hands. She was happy in some way. She knew. Tormund is a true friend of Jon. He never left him behind, and Jon trusted him with all his heart. I immediately prepare a room, 2 rooms for you, she added. But why? What is going on in Westeros? In the north. Same old shit. Tormund rolled his eyes. I would not say that. Gilly took a step closer. Mom. Little Sam pulled her dress. I am hungry. Daario, please. Dany asked him take care of the children and give them everything that they need. Nizra can help. She is probably in her room. Gilly hesitated, but then she crouched and told her son to go with the stranger, but before they could leave Samwell entered the room. They did not say a word, just stared at each other, then Sam almost ran to her and hugged all of them. Dany and Jon looked at each other and smiled. After the many things Sam did for them, he deserved that family reunion, more than anyone. It was good to see him, being happy. Samwell, your son is hungry. Dany stated, would you please show them where they can find some food? She was smiling at them. Thank you. Sam nodded and he walked out with his family. I assume you have many things to talk about. So. I let you. Dany told to Jon, but before she could leave them there, Jon took her hand and looked into her eyes. I'll be in our room. Don't worry. She smiled at him. She was a bit afraid. She just hoped, nothing will change between us because of Tormund. She had no idea what is his opinion about Jon's heritage. She remembered Jon said he was the one who put her brain to the right place. Still, she worried a bit, but the next moment Jon leaned closer and kissed her lips. I won't stay long, he told her, and let her hands go. It is a fucking miracle, Tormund stated after Daenerys left the room, and all the soldiers went out. Or you did not even kill her. Tormund continued. I did. Believe me. I did. Jon lowered his head. I still can't believe she could forgive me. He smiled a bit. She is a rare woman, I have to admit it, he answered. And what is going on here? How are you doing? This place is fucking warm and too dry. Yeah, it is kinda different than the north. Jon laughed a bit. Tormund. What is going on in Westeros? We have some pieces of information, but there is no one I trust more than you. Jon frowned. If I would say. The fucking deads are might not dead, what would you say? Tormund sighed. That you might be right. Things are more complicated than we first thought. Daenerys woke up next to Jon in the morning. She had no idea when he came to bed last night. She finally could fall asleep quite easily. Somehow she felt better, but she still thought a lot about her lost child. She turned to Jon, but he was still sleeping. She was just staring at his face. She loved him. She loved him so much, and she doesn't want to lose him. That was sure. He was the first, and the only man who for she could feel that way. Maybe they were really bonded. Maybe that was their destiny. No matter what the explanation is. He was the one. He proved it, many times. And he proved it even more, in the past few days. He was standing next to her, in the hardest period. He did not leave her, he did not afraid to show his feelings in front of others. Not anymore. She snuggled closer to him and he opened his eyes. Anything wrong? John was scared for a moment. I just love you, she whispered barely audible. Can we come in? Arya entered into Miss Sandai's room with Brienne. Sir Davos was there and nodded towards them with a smile. Miss Sandai was on the floor, playing. Arya crouched next to her while Brienne was standing at the door. Sir Brienne, it is good to see you here and alive. Davos walked to her. I am not sure I am happy about it too. It is, betrayal. You, all of you being here and support a woman who set fire King's Landing and a bastard who did not keep his oath and left his place. Bran. King Bran is not the best king but I have always respected your loyalty. But this time you have to choose. You can't be on all sides. And I am not talking about the queen. You swore an oath to Arya and Sansa Stark's mother and even to them, and now, their biggest enemy is their own brother, your king. And not the Dragon Queen. How could you forgive her? Brienne was still confused. Did you all forget? No, we did not. She neither. Davos smiled a bit. Our biggest mistake was, we never tried to understand or know her. We decided what she deserves, and turned our back at her when she needed support. It does not absolve her of her sins, but, maybe everyone deserves a second chance. Sir Davos Nisra entered into the room. Sorry to bother you, but the Queen wants you to go to the map room. She wants to discuss some important things with all of you. Are you sure you want to do this? Jon asked Dany before the others arrived. You don't agree with me? She asked him calmly. I do. I just worry about you. I hope you are ready for this. I hope we all are ready for this and My Queen Dario entered into the room, and Grey Worm followed him. Then not a minute passed and everyone else arrived except Brienne and Arya. What is this big meeting about? Tormund asked them. Sorry for the late. Arya entered and Brienne followed her. Tormund's eyes were wide open. I can't believe. What is he doing here? That was her first reaction when she spotted the huge wilding. Probably, the same as you. He wants to save his people. Daenerys stated. If everyone is here, I'd like to start. Or anyone has anything that you want to say. She looked around. Everyone remained in silence. Good. She took a deep breath. Sir Brienne, I'd like to know anyone owns the castle at Dragonstone by now. I don't think so. She took a deep breath. When we came here, it was uninhabited. Sir Davos added. Good. At least one less enemy is on our way. Though the king may be waiting for us by the time we get there. We need to approach from several angles. She looked down to the map. You want to go back? Arya surprised. We can't do anything from here. We are far from the pieces of information, far from the war. Longer we stay here, stronger the king will be. Daenerys answered. We have to go back and make the first step. I won't attack King's Landing, I won't attack innocent people. Not again. But we can't wait for him to have more power than he already has. Dany glanced at Arya, and she whispered a thank you. Yes, that was also one of her reasons, even she did not admit it in front of the others, but she wanted to help Arya to save her sister. She saved her life, twice and she, belonged to her family. Even Sansa belonged to her family, no matter how much they hated each other. How many differences they had. She is the sister of Jon. Yara, you and the Unsullied will go straight there. You will siege the castle if it is necessary. Dany continued. Grey Worm knows every corner of the island. She raised her eyes to the Unsullied captain and he just nodded. My Queen Dario raised his eyes at her. I need you here. Dany knew he wanted to help, but she needed someone who keeps Mirren safe. Someone who can protect Dragon's Bay and Dario did it well the last time. Do not ask me to stay here again. Please. There is no one else who can do that. She stepped closer to him. I trust you. I don't know a better man for this. I swore to your defense. Dario tried to convince her. And you can defense me if you stay here and keep the peace that we earned. As you did for years, while I was away. Dany smiled a bit. We'll think about it. Jon stepped next to Daenerys. I would be calmer if more people could look after you in Westeros. And Dario is a great warrior. He would protect you at the cost of his life. He had to admit it. Dany nodded towards him but she knew, there is no other option. She needed everyone else in Westeros. If I have a word. Samuel took a step to them. Gilly, told me some worrisome things about the north. John immediately looked to Tormund. They were talking about those things last night but John did not have time to tell those things to Daenerys. What do you mean? Dany looked at him. The weather, if it is true, is still snowing and the winter is not gone. We just delayed it, but the Night King will return. That is, the spring should have come already but the weather is colder day by day. I am afraid I was right. In everything. Sam tried to remember her wife's words. I've killed him, Arya answered. The three-eyed raven and the Night King, connected in until the raven alive, the Night King won't go forever. They, the deads have a task to destroy humans and create a better world, meanwhile, the raven wants to occupy the world and rule over it. Sam tried to explain it to everyone, and he raised his eyes at John. He shook his head, barely noticeable. So we have to defeat the raven if we want to destroy the dead. Yara tried to draw a conclusion. But we have no idea how to defeat him. Dany spread her arms. Or do we? She looked to Sam. Did you find something about my daughter's role? The air froze. John was speechless and they were looking at each other with Sam. Dany just stared Samuel, then she noticed they acted weird. What are you hiding from me? She turned to John. John. He did not answer, just lowered his head. Her blood is the key. Liliana stepped forward and answered instead of them. Her blood is the only thing that can stop the king. John closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Daenerys clearly shocked and she tried to breathe. John placed his hand to her shoulder, but she shook it off and tried to hold her tears back. That is enough for today. She swallowed after a minute. Yara, please let me know when you are ready to leave. She acted strong, meanwhile she broke into pieces inside. She walked out of the room and John hit the table. She deserves to know the truth, Liliana told them without any repentance. Get out! John raised his eyes at her. Those eyes were on fire and he could kill her with his bare hands. Chapter 98. Mirian. Tormund was smiling weirdly at Brienne. She was still embarrassed by his affection towards her. John sent everyone out of the room. He lost his patience. He asked Samuel to not tell anyone, he begged him, and yet he told one of the Red Priestess. He understood he may need some help in his research, but that was what he afraid of. Daenerys did not even heal yet, and another trauma was there. When John saw at the corner of his eyes that Sam almost walked out with Gilly, he stopped him. I've asked you to not tell anyone. I did not. Sam indicated Gilly to leave with his eyes and turned to John. She figured it out somehow. I did not tell her. But she has to know. Daenerys has to know this. I wanted to decide when she is ready to find this out. He raised his voice. There is no good time to get to know these things. Sam shook his head. No matter how hard she is, or how many days passed. He lowered his head. Liliana told something else too. She told me, maybe she doesn't have to die. Maybe. John raised his eyes at Sam. You are talking about my daughter. Do you understand that at all? I do. Sam almost stammered. I do everything to help her, to find another way, but you have to be prepared. What is there is no other way. Maybe she doesn't need to die, to save the living and all the world, maybe her blood is enough, but I did not figure out yet, what does that mean? Sam tried to explain. You still don't understand. John's eyes were on fire and he took a step towards Sam. She is my daughter. She won't be sacrificed even for the living, not for the world. I will protect her at all costs. What if? Sam tried to continue but John hit the table. Enough. There are no ifs. I lost a child. Recently, if you may forget. I won't sacrifice my only daughter. Not now, not ever. He hissed and stormed out from the room. He was mad and uptight. He couldn't believe they were talking about that thing. That was not a possibility. He meant it when he said, if he has to stop or kill Bran or the Night King, again and again, to keep the peace, if he has to fight against them in all his life, he will do it, but he won't sacrifice his daughter for a higher purpose. He always put the others first, he always acted in the interest of people, but this time it was different. Miss Sandai was his daughter. He would never give up on her. Dany entered into her daughter's room. She needed to see her, hug her. Hold her close. Leave. She looked to Nisra. Now she was clearly concerned. She just falls asleep. She stated quietly. Thank you. Dany tried to be patient. Nisra walked towards the door, but before she could leave Dany turned to her. Do you know about it too? She asked her. Know about what, Your Grace? Nisra frowned. Ahm. Dany hesitated. Never mind. She turned her back at her and walked to the cradle. Nisra opened the door and she literally ran into John. My lord. She bowed with her head and walked past by him. She felt the tension between them at the moment he entered the room. She saw in his face something is not okay. She glanced back above her shoulder but she only saw how John closed the door. Danny's heart was beating so heavily. She took a deep breath and turned to him. Staring at his face, while she was fighting with her feelings. With her tears, but she remained in silence. John opened his mouth but then he decided to stay in silence. She has every right to be mad at him, even if he just wanted to spare her. So. Danny finally said a word. Literally a word and she was still scanning his face. What is the plan? She continued after a huge swallow. What? John was confused. I don't know since when you know about it, but longer than me. So. I assume you were thinking about a plan. A plan to save our daughter. Her voice was trembling. You don't want to sacrifice her, do you? Danny was standing right in front of the cradle. Protectively. She knew him. She knew his heart. She knew how many things he sacrificed for the people already. Even her. When he thought she meant danger for the humans, he sacrificed her too. He always wanted to serve the greater good, but if she has to protect her daughter at the cost of her life, she would do it. I would never let anyone hurt her. You know that. John answered calmly. Danny nodded and he started to walk closer to her. I appreciate you want to spare me, but you don't have to. I have a right to know if my daughter is in danger. I did not want to make you feel. John was searching for the right words. Cursed? 'Cause I am. I've just lost a child, and now you want to tell me, I have to sacrifice my other child to save humans? I won't. She shook her head, and she was so strong, determined. A fighter. A warrior. Nobody expects this from you. Especially not me. John answered. And the others? Danny sighed. They know we would never. John started, but Danny did not let him finish. They know. Right. But can we trust them? They won't do it either. She clasped her fingers in front of her body and raised her eyebrow. What do you mean? John frowned. What do you think, who will Samuel choose when he has to choose? His family or your daughter? And Brienne when it is about to save your sisters? Or even your sisters? Do you think they also spare our child's life when death is coming for all of us? We have to trust the people around us. They are our allies, our friends. Some of them are our family. Yours, not mine. I only have her. And you. And I won't give up either of you. Never. Danny added and turned to the cradle. Neither do I. John stepped closer and hugged her from behind. We'll find a way. I promise. What? Nisra was close to crying. Yared told her what the queen commanded. She told her she has to leave soon. She has to go to war. No. Nisra shook her head. We knew this time will come. Yara walked closer to her and took her hands. Tell her to send someone else. You know it does not work in that way. Yara shook her head. But you'll be there too, I am sure the queen counts your help in Westeros too. So this is not the end. She tried to smile. What if? The word stuck on her throat. They can't kill me that easily. She leaned closer and touched her lips with hers. Let's just enjoy the time, what we have, she whispered to her mouth, and kissed her so passionately and wild. So you were with my brother all the time long when he was exiled to the wall, Arya asked Tormund. She saw Gendry and Liliana talking in the corridor and she kept touching him, and Arya just couldn't watch it. She needed to avoid her attention and she spotted Tormund alone. He just discovered the pyramid. Beyond the wall. What? Arya frowned. He never stayed at the wall. He left. With us. With the Wildings. He wanted to start a new life but he couldn't. He is an idiot. A very honest and reputable idiot. Tormund stated. But now it seems he found his ultimate goal next to her. If his family let him down. He was an honest man too, and he doesn't want to hide his opinion. We did not let him down. We did not want to send him at the wall, exiled but he have no other choice. They expected us to punish him, for what he did. Arya frowned. She did not like Tormund's opinion. That is the problem with you, southern people. You always care about the opinions of others first. He shook his head. After all, you did the best with him. He found the woman who he loves again. Your all-seeing brother didn't see that, hey? Tormund laughed. None of us see this coming. We thought she is dead. She was. She was dead, and your brother killed her. You did not see Jon, you were not there. Neither of you. He was suffering. Punished himself. He wanted to end his life. Many times. He couldn't even sleep for months. You, all of you expected him to do the right thing, but that was the right thing? Persuading him to kill the one who he loves? He was in love once. I saw that too. It was a Wilding girl, but he never looked at her in the way he looks to this woman. Tormund explained. And you, his family not even noticed it? No, because you were too stubborn and selfish to care about him. His feelings. You were just worried about yourself. Especially your sister. He was staring at Arya's face. She did not answer anything. He was right in a way, they saw Daenerys as a southern conqueror who wants to take away the north from them. Even after she sacrificed many things to save them. Arya knew, she had a great part in Jon's final decision. She would have done it if Jon did not. That day, that was the right choice, but maybe before that, they could have changed it. Especially Bran. It was still hard to believe, her brother, their brother, stands behind everything. He easily could stop the events. Warn them, but he did not do anything, just waited because he wanted nothing else, just the crown. The 6 kingdoms. Tormund. Gendry disrupted them. He was happy to see Tormund alive. They did not meet since he left Winterfell after the battle. He became the Lord of Storm's Lands, and, he did not really want to go back to the north after that. Oh, the Lord Tormund patted his back. Your face is still bleak but there is hope. He joked with him. Gendry laughed, then his eyes met with Arya's eyes. He was still in love with her. Liliana is just, someone who he used to forget Arya, but he was not sure he'll ever be able to forget her. She had already fascinated him when she was just a little girl. Not as a woman of course, but her strength, and courage, her big mouth. He smiled at her at that moment, and she almost smiled back. Almost. She turned her head away. I go and find Brienne. I am sure she still has many questions, she stated and left them without any more words. Gendry followed her with his eyes. Another idiot in love. This place has such a bad effect on you. Tormund rolled his eyes. You speak? Gendry raised his eyebrow. I saw how you were looking at Sir Brienne. Once she'll give me wonderful children. Huge children. Just like their father. And does she knows about it? Gendry laughed a bit. Faith. Tormund placed his arms around his shoulder. Faith brought us together again, in a horrible place, but we won't stay long, and then, believe me, this time she can't resist. I'm rooting for ya. Gendry was still laughing. And what about you and that fierce Stark girl? Tormund wanted to change the topic. It is a long story. Gendry took a deep breath. Are there any drinkable thing here? Wine? Beer? Anything. You'll be surprised but they have the best beer in the world. Gendry smiled. And they left towards the dining hall. Arya stepped out behind the column. She wanted to hear his words even if it was not right. Now you are spying on him? How adorable. Liliana shook her head and rolled her eyes. What do you want? Arya frowned. Just good advice. Tell him. She smiled. I don't need your advice. Oh, you definitely do. You already screwed up very hard, but that bastard is still in love with you, you think I don't know? It just depends on you and your ridiculous fears. She shook her head, and walked away. Chapter 99. Mirian. Dany and Arya were training. She had more reason than ever to learn how to defend herself and her daughter. She was so determined and resolved. They spent the last night with Miss Sandai. After that news, she did not want to leave her for anyone. She knew she can trust some of the people around them, but she still has doubts. Human nature is computable, and everyone always puts him or herself in the first place when death is around. Except him. She raised her eyes at Jon. He always fought for others. He was too good for this world. She smiled a bit, and that moment, Arya smoothly pushed her away and held her training sword to her throat. Got ya, she stated. You can never lose focus in a fight. There are many things in my mind right now. Dany stood up from the floor and raised her sword again. In combat, those must be forgotten. Brienne stepped closer to them. You do it pretty well even though you still have many things to learn. We've been practicing for a couple of months. Arya swung the sword in her hand. Why? Brienne shook her head because she did not understand. You have the soldiers to protect you. And I have a daughter who I have to protect if the soldiers failed. Dany looked at Brienne. Or if someone wants to hurt her. Maybe you should teach something to her too. Arya raised her eyebrow and held out the practicing sword towards her. Jon was sitting at the top of the stairs, with Miss Sandai. She was trying to climb to the throne. He was watching Dany with one of his eyes, and he kept his other eyes on his daughter. She wants to be a queen already, Tormund stated when he arrived there. Well, she is a princess in a way or another. Jon smiled and grabbed his daughter. Papa, she giggled. I don't understand how you could make such a beautiful little kid. Tormund laughed and sat next to him. Miss Sandai looked at the big and disheveled man with huge eyes. Her mouth even fell open. Do not be fooled by his appearance, he does not hurt you, Jon whispered to her with a smile. You are good at this. Tormund was staring at him. As if you were born for this. I love her. I love both of them. Jon caressed her tiny hand then raised his eyes at Daenerys. No matter what is the price. Even if I want nothing else just a good fuck in a furry bed, after an abundant dinner and lots of beer, you know kid, you can count on me. He nodded. You saved us many times. She saved us too. Even if she murdered many others, she saved the world. Without her, we would have died there. Without her and her army, and those beasts. Tormund explained. Those are not beasts. Jon somehow felt he has to say it. Jon Sam disturbed their talk. What? Jon almost jumped up with Missandei in his arms, and Dany noticed Sam's arrival too. She immediately raised her eyes at him, and that moment Brienne disarmed her, but that minute she did not care about it. Your attention. Brienne raised her eyebrow. Brienne. Arya placed her hand to her arm, and Brienne lowered her sword. Dany almost jumped up and left them there. She stopped next to Jon. Please tell me you found something. Daenerys almost begged him. Maybe. He nodded. We should talk somewhere, private. He continued. Sure, Jon answered and he looked around. Arya. He wanted to ask her to take care of Missandei. No. Sam stopped him before he could walk down at the stairs. Bring her too. Dany frowned and they looked at each other. They did not understand. Sam started to leave the hall and they followed him. It must be hard for them, Brienne stated quietly. In the end, you'll support them. Arya smiled a bit under her nose. I did not say that, but that is an innocent child, and I don't really understand those prophecies and myths but, if those things are true, what that woman said. I don't envy them. We will protect the child. Arya turned to her. With or without you. It is your decision. Brienne was just looking Arya's face. She really trusted in Daenerys and in Jon. That was clear. Wish she could trust them in the same way, but Daenerys was still the reason why, the only man who she ever loved died. My beauty Tormund arrived at them. Maybe you should show some fight moves for me too. This is not the best moment. She answered and rolled her eyes. Mama Missandei stretched her hand towards Daenerys, and she took her daughter out from Jon's hand. Held her in her chest and kissed her forehead. They went to Sam's room, and there were books everywhere. He really did everything to find something useful. Jon was scanning his face, and he looked very tired. Did you sleep at all? Jon asked him and placed his hand on Sam's shoulder. You've told me to find something. Sam raised his eyes at Jon. So. I did what I can. He turned to his books and placed one of those to the edge of the table. The prince who was promised, he started, in our case the princess, has to be special. Has to be the product of ice and fire. Has to own both qualities characters. That is why she is special, because she is a product of two opposites. When two things became one. Only the children who have those abilities can defeat the darkness because she is the light. Fire and ice make light. He tried to translate the words. It still sounds, we have to sacrifice our daughter to save the world. Dany remained so serious and she was holding Missandei so close. She wanted to protect her. No. No. It is just her blood. Sam started to turn the pages. The prophecies say she'll bring the dawn, the light to the world, but not with her death. If this child ever born, she'll be the greatest king of history. Queen. She'll make the peace that the human need. Not just humans but all the world. Every creature. She is the solution, Sam tried to explain to them the Night King created to end the war, to defeat the human who were against the children of the forest, but it went wrong. He became evil and evil in our eyes, but the gods, or who knows how, created another way. Your daughter. The goodness above all. Everything fits. The ice from the north. He looked at Jon. The fire from the west. He turned to Daenerys. And you became one. That was your destiny. To meet. To fall in love. To make life. Missandei has to be the one, and she doesn't have to die. Somehow we just have to use her blood to end this. To end the realm of the three-eyed raven. It doesn't make sense. Jon shook his head. I know it sounds crazy, but you both were dead and you are here. You resurrected because you had a task to do. Your life should have not ended that way. Neither of yours. That is why that God brought you back, let the priestesses to brought you back. You and your daughter, the hope of humanity. He took a deep breath. I wanted her to have a normal life. Far from prophecies and myths. Far from obligations. Dany sighed. She is so small, just a child. Mama Missandei placed her tiny hand to her cheek. Dany kissed it and tried to not cry. And there is another thing. Sam frowned. A good thing if true. He tried to smile a bit. Jon and Dany looked at each other. They were not sure, they are ready for another good thing about their daughter. She is the light, the hope for the future, and that means she is in great danger. Not everyone wants the good for the world. Her role makes her the most dangerous enemy for Bran, and for the Night King too. That means they'll come for her. Sooner or later. Bran already tried to kill her several times. Even the day she was born. What is it? Jon sighed resignedly. I think she has some ability to hide herself and some people from the eyes that can see everything. How? Dany rolled her eyes. There are no explanations for those miraculous things, but... He turned to the books again, grabbed another and put to the top. The light can overshine the eye, the light can hide things from the dark glances. Because in the end, the light always wins over the darkness. If not, another light gathers. He read. The light is the princess. She. If Bran would have known and seen everything that happened here, he could have been defeated you a long time ago. I mean, think about it. He sees things, but he can't see everything. And he can't see everything because of her. Sam pointed to Miss Sandai. I am sure her power is growing with her. Maybe now she can only hide things that around her, you, or the ones in the same place, same room, but... I am sure she is able to do it. That is why I wanted you to bring her here too. I did not want to disturb. Gendry arrived in the garden and found Arya there. Alone. How surprising, she stated immediately, but she regretted it at the moment she said it loud. I thought we may talk. He took a deep breath. I know. I understand that you don't want anything from me, but I don't think we should ruin our friendship and avoid each other all the time. Gendry tried. Yeah, I noticed that you moved on quite easily. Arya faked a smile. Does it bother you? No. Should it bother me? She tried to hide her feelings, but it was not that easy. No. No, it shouldn't. Gendry shook his head. You've made it clear, no matter how I felt for you, you don't want anything from me. And you took the first opportunity right after that. I understand. She avoided to look at him. Liliana and I, are not. You've made a great couple. Really? Arya cut him. Now if you forgive me, I have to check if Jon needs me or not. Arya. He tried to stop her, but she quickly passed at him. He wanted to tell her, that is not a serious thing between them. Even Liliana made it clear after their first night together. That was just, the lust. The anger, that he felt towards Arya at that moment. It leads him to her arms. It was the worst choice, but, he did not think. He was just gone with his desires. While Arya was almost running away from him, she ran into Liliana. You look confused, she stated. Get out of my way, before I make you disappear. You still did not tell him. She shook her head. You have nothing to do with it. You have no idea about my feelings, and you better stay away from me. She hissed and wanted to walk away. He loves you. In the case, if you interested. Liliana turned after her. And yet you slept with him. Knowing that. Arya made a face. Oh, yeah I did. Several times in the past few days. She nodded. I gave him what you couldn't. Because you are a slut. She was staring at her face. Call me whatever you want. Liliana frowned. I love sex. I do not despite psychical things. I love to be satisfied. I never denied it. I always seized opportunities. That is not about emotions. The world would be so much easier if people would accept this. We have to let our bodies direct us sometimes. Just as he did. He needed me, he needed some affection. Attention. That you did not give him. You refused him again and again, and you blame him? It was a typical man's reaction, and I will enjoy it until it lasts. Liliana smiled then left Arya there. She could have blown up. She wanted to choke that woman with her bare hands. Chapter 100. Mirian. So what do you think? Dany asked Jon after they walked back to their room. Gilly will take care of her. She is a mother too and she is among other children. So she'll be in good hands. Jon answered. They left Miss Sandai with Gilly. She insisted to spend some time with her. She enjoyed being a nanny. She does this 24 hours a day, so it was not hard for her. Not about that. Dany smiled at him. I mean what do you think about the things that Sam told us? I don't know, he answered honestly. After all, that sounds better than sacrificing our daughter for a higher purpose, he admitted. Dany nodded and they stared at each other. For long seconds. We better go to sleep. Jon cut the moment, and he started to walk to the balcony. He loved her with all his heart, but he suffered she can't let him be with her. In that way. Holding her in his arms every night, so close, it was harder, day by day. He wanted her, and he couldn't hide his desires too well. His body betrayed him every time when she was close. There were visible and perceptible signs of his affection, every morning. Even during the nights. Before he could leave the room, he felt her touch on his arm. She stopped him and without a word, she placed her hand to his face and pulled him close. She leaned closer and gently kissed his lips, while she was looking straight to his eyes. And she kissed him again, and again, but the third time her tongue found a way to his mouth and started to dance with his. Danny, he whispered to her mouth, but she did not stop with the kiss. She went deeper, wilder. She was clinging on his neck and he could feel how her heart was beating faster. Danny. He stopped her. Don't. Please. You have no idea how hard it already is. He explained and he felt how his sex hardened in his pants. She did not answer, just took his hand and guided him to the bed. Danny. He frowned and scanning her face. I love you, she whispered to him and kissed him again, with so much love and passion. She missed him too. Missed his touches, she longed for his tenderness and care, and after those days and weeks behind them, she wanted to show him how grateful she is. She wanted to show him how much she loves him. He was the only man in her life. The one who loves her the most. The one who would do everything for her. Now she was sure. After everything they went through, John proved how much he loves her. She knew. He would never be able to do the same thing again. She just knew from deep in her heart. She took a step back and she was still looking into his eyes while she was untying his pants. She moaned to his mouth and John felt how she gripped his hard manhood with her silky, soft, and warm hands. Let me show you how much. She bit her lower lip and gave a kiss to his lips again, then she fell to her knees and pulled down his pants. Danny, even her closeness turned him on. He only felt her breath on his sex, and then she licked the top of it. Barely, while she was smiling and kept her eyes on his face. John always amazed by her beauty. She was the most beautiful woman on the earth and that woman is, his love. Now and forever. She was moving her hand in his hard cock, up and down. Teasing him. Playing with him, and John just watched her and he even forgot to breathe. She stroked with her tongue his whole sex, from his testicles to the top, and then she took it into her mouth. Danny John groaned and he placed his hand to the back of her head. Squeezed her hair, and she closed her eyes. Closed her eyes and sucked his dick. Deeply. Wildly. Full with desire. God, I love you, he groaned again and he enjoyed it. The warmth of her mouth, the tongue game, the moans while she was doing it. John felt her hand on the base of his manhood, and he took it and moved it away. He wanted to feel just her mouth. Her amazing and beautiful lips around his cock. He accelerated her moves, directed her with his hand and he lost control. Her moans became louder and she felt how the top of his cock touches her throat. She raised her eyes at him, meanwhile she did not stop sucking his dick. He has clearly enjoyed it so much, and she wanted nothing else, just give him pleasure. Their eyes met, and the sight of her eyes while his dick was in her mouth just brought him even close to his climax. Suck it. He groaned and he thrust his dick even more to her mouth. Up to the hilt. Danny couldn't breathe, couldn't swallow, she was just doing what he wanted. Because that was the thing, that she wanted too. Yes, suck it. Oh, yes. John became louder, maybe he was never been that loud. Yes. His groans and her moans mixed, and a minute later he felt relief. He spread himself on her mouth and she happily received all of his juice. He slid his hand to her cheek and after she let out his sex from her mouth she gave a kiss to it. John pulled her up to his arms and stared at her face. He couldn't say a word. There was no word that describes how he felt himself at that moment. He was happy. Maybe the happiest man in that world. He forgot all his duties in those moments, he only could think about her. The world disappeared for them. I hope. She smiled. I hope you feel better. Why? That is a weird question, don't you think? Danny frowned and raised her eyebrow. I mean. He looked embarrassed a bit. I did not want to. I don't want to urge you. You have to know that. I know, you need time and I understand. John was still under the influence of this amazing suck. He was lost in words. Do I look like someone you had to be forced to do this? Danny was staring at him. No. He laughed a bit and lowered his head. But you don't have to prove anything. I hope you know that. I love you and I am not going anywhere. No matter how hard the situation is. Our life. I never leave you again. He wanted her to know. I recommend it. She smiled and took a step back. Her hair was unfolded. She used to wear it in that way in the past few weeks and John loved it. It was so natural. Danny took the strap of her dress and pulled it down on her shoulder. It has fallen down from her body and lets him see her beautiful round breasts. She bit her lip and pulled the dress down on her body. Stepped out from it, and she was ready to be with him. To feel him. John kissed her so ardently and he immediately grabbed her magnificent butt. I want you, she moaned to his mouth and sat to the bed. She did not take her eyes off of him. She was laying there, and she was ready for everything. John quickly pulled off his shirt and overlaid her. His hands were exploring her body like he was never touched her. He couldn't get enough of her. His tongue fiercely discovered her mouth while his hands were sliding down towards her sex, and not a moment passed when he thrust his finger into her wet, warm sex. Oh, my heaven, Danny moaned. Even the first thrust with his finger caused huge pleasure. Even if she was not ready to be with him, she missed him. His touches. The pleasure he could give her. And only he, no one else. Yes. She grabbed his wrist and fastened up his moves. John started to smile and added one more finger. Not that fast. He stopped and started to kiss her body. I owe you something. There was a smirk on his face and he kissed her nipple. Then the other one. He kissed her wound. He kissed that as if his kisses could make it disappear, and he goes on. Lower and lower, and finally he reached her sex. One soft lick followed by fierce tongue play, and his mouth was stuck on her clit. John. Danny moaned so loudly she knew she won't need too much time for her climax. At the moment, when he touched her sex with his lips, she was trembling. All her body. Every inch of her. Yes. Yes. She almost screamed in pleasure. He raised her leg a bit to make more place for himself and licked her. Licked her like a real wolf. Danny gripped his shoulders and tried to focus. She wanted to lengthen that moment. It was too good, and it was too long ago. She knew it was her fault, but now she wanted more, she wanted everything. She wanted him. John was licking and kissing her pussy and not a minute passed when she moaned and climaxed, but he did not stop. John. She barely could breathe, when she felt it. There was a smirk on his face but his tongue was still moving and teasing her clit. Their eyes met, then he pressed his lips again to her wet and warm pussy. John. She dug her nails to his shoulder and her second climax hit her body so hard. I've missed you so much, John whispered to her pussy and gave a small kiss to it again. Once more. He climbed back and he pressed his lips to her lips. She immediately placed her arms around his neck and she felt his hard manhood between her legs. Right in the place where it has to be. If you are not ready for this. John caressed her face. I want you. I want to feel you. She almost begged him. She wanted him. She needed him. She needed to let everything go and just be with him. She needed those hours, when her brain can turn off and when her body doesn't feel anything else, just pleased by him. She felt how his hand was running through her tights, and he grabbed it under her knees, and spread it more, to make more place for himself. He just needed a small move, just a tiny move, and his sex was in her. John, she moaned. He was moving slowly, softly, and slowly. That was not the right time for the rough sex. That they also always enjoyed with each other. This time they were making love, and kissing while he was thrusting her again and again. John, her arms wrapped around his neck and she never wanted to let him go. That moment they became one again. They reunited and they knew, they are ready for everything because together they really can defeat everything. They were sure this time. Those were not just words and wishes. That was a promise to each other, that they both wanted to keep for a lifetime. The little girl who couldn't count to 20 and the bastard from Winterfell. John, she whispered his name again and enjoyed that. Enjoyed him, just as John. The woman, the most important person in his life, was in his arms again. His love. His queen. The queen of his heart. At least an hour passed and they were laying on the bed. In each other's arms. They were not tired, they did not want to sleep. No matter how late it was. Thank you. Danny clasped her fingers with his and snuggled closer to his chest. You don't have to thank anything, John whispered and kissed her head. I do. Danny raised her head and turned to him. The past few weeks, was hard. Everyone else would have given up on me. But you did not. You were here. Next to me. Despite. I made a horrible mistake. She was talking from her heart. I've told you. I would never give up on you. Never again. I understood that. I am the only person who might have a little influence on you. To your stubborn and hard-headed self. He caressed her cheek, and Danny laughed a bit. That is true, she answered with a smile on her face. Maybe because I love you. Maybe. John frowned. I never let anyone control me, or tell me what to do since. I've listened to them, my advisors, and sometimes I accepted their advice but She tried to make him understand. I had to grow up so early. I lived my childhood under my brother's shadow. He was horrible and he ruled over me. He had some patient affection towards me, and I couldn't do anything with it. She remembered back. Then he sold me to Drogo. And there, with the Dothraki keys, I had to learn how can I be strong. I had no other choice. I wanted to die, when Drogo raped me, many times, but I got the eggs, and I discovered I couldn't be burned. That moment I made a decision. I decided I won't let anyone rule over me, and I reached out, to love me. Drogo fell in love with me, and from that moment I was the one who controlled him, even if he did not notice that. She told him, and he was listening to her in silent and attentively. That moment I realized love makes us weak. He became weak and died. She sighed. Dario is not even worth to talk about because it was never love. She wanted to be honest. And I've always was his queen. He loved me, maybe he still loves me, but I never loved him. Then you came into my life and as I said, I did not let anyone control me, but you were different. She raised her eyes at him. You were not like the others. She shook her head. You knew who I am, but you never afraid to tell your opinion to me. You were not even afraid to put that dagger to my heart when it was necessary. Dany. John hated that topic again and again. He wanted to erase it from his memory, from their memory. Let me finish. Dany placed her finger to his lips. When I came back to life, I thought love defeated me, because I was in love with you, trusted you with all my heart, and I let it blind me, but it was not the love that defeated me. It was myself. Yes, maybe if you would have loved me, things would have happened in a different way. But now we are here. And I know, love doesn't make us weak. It makes us strong if we are not afraid of it. We have to listen and support each other, and this way we can be happy. We can win. I was in love with you, but I did not pay any attention to the things that you've told me, because I thought I know it better. I thought I know everything better, but, does it make sense? Dany sighed and smiled a bit. I love you, John, I just wanted you to know. And I trust you. John leaned closer and kissed her, pulled her closer, and now she was overlaid him. They were kissing tenderly. I love you too, Dany. And thank you. He was holding her face close. For what? For telling me these things. He smiled. I knew it. I felt that, you, can trust me again, but hearing it from you after, you know. I doubted we'll ever be together again for real. I doubted you'll ever, can trust me again. And I would not have blamed you for it. He was looking deep into her eyes. But you are my life. You and Miss Sandai. I tried everything to make you believe it, and I continue to prove it till the end of my days. He added. You did it quite well. Dany tried to joke with him. Their conversation got too serious, and she decided to enjoy the night. With her love. In every way. She teased him, she caressed his sex with her tight. Then she sat up on the bed, and placed one of her legs to the other side of him. Sitting into his lap. She bit her lower lip and moved her hips on him. Rubbing his sex with her, and smiled. John placed his hand to her waist, and she leaned closer to him. Gave a small kiss to his lips. She felt how his sex hardened between her tights. I thought you want to sleep, John stated while he was holding her face in his palm. She was still moving on his lap. The night is young, she whispered to his mouth with a smirk on her face, and she felt how his hard dick slips into her wet pussy. Yes. She moaned and started to rode on him. She sat up and she was riding on him. She felt him so deep. John couldn't take off his eyes her. She was beautiful, and she enjoyed it so much. His hands were on her waist, but she grabbed those and placed it to her breasts. Oh, Dany, he groaned, while she was riding on him fiercer. Yes, she tilted her head back and her moans filled the whole room. John was sure everyone else can hear those in the pyramid, but he did not care. Yes. Do it, ride it. He groaned and he pushed her with his hips. Yes, she fell to his chest, while they were still fucking. Yes. Come for me. He groaned and grabbed her butt. Moved it up and down, and he felt how her breathing accelerated. Come for me, Dany. Come on. He groaned again. Yes. She was so loud. Without any inhibitions. Those moments, they were two people in love. Two people who adored each other, who loved to fuck, and they were not ashamed. The passion, the lust, the desire led them in those minutes, in those hours. He did not have too much experience, but he did not need it. She was the perfect woman for him. With her good and bad sides too. All people have good and bad sides, even him. And love means to accept those and to handle it. Together. Yes, ride it. Faster. He gripped her butt. Yes. He was loud too. John. John. She almost screamed in pleasure, and they were both climaxed at the same time. They panted and Dany was laying on his chest. He felt how her pussy pulsated around his cock. He loved that feeling. Isn't hot here? He placed his hand to her back and caressed it. I thought you get used to it. Dany giggled, and she was still trying to normalize her breathing. I could get used to this every night, he answered with a cute laugh, and Dany raised her head and looked into his eyes. She raised her hips, and let his dick slip out from her pussy. She climbed next to him in the bed and turned to him with her body. Once you said that. She couldn't stop smiling. Really? John turned to her too. They were facing each other. On the boat. When we were heading to Winterfell. She sighed. Those were pretty wild nights. John laughed at her. Yet. Her eyes were sad, and she lowered her head. What? Everything was so perfect. I thought nothing can tear us apart. Then everything went broke quite quickly. You got to know the truth, and I met your sister. She made it clear from the first moment she doesn't like me. No matter what I do. And she succeeded. She tore us apart at the end. She and the truth about your heritage. No. Nothing tore us apart. John placed his hand to her cheek. I am here. We should have stayed on that boat, sail away. Somewhere, or, stay at the waterfalls. Dany raised her eyes at him. Away from the duties and responsibilities. I was so happy there. With you. John stretched his hand and pulled her back to his arms. Held her close. I have some bad news. If we would have stayed at the waterfalls we would have died pretty fast. The dead would have reached that part of the north quite quickly. John told her. You know how to ruin the moment, Dany stated and shook her head with a smile. And the boat? No matter how I wanted to stay there, none of us could have live with the consciousness that everyone else is going to die in the world, he mentioned quietly. We both want good for people. We both want to save them. Dany escaped from his arms and sat up, on the bed. Held the blanket around her body. John followed her moves and placed his hand to her shoulder. Did I say something wrong? John frowned. Am I a bad person if I say I don't want to save anyone anymore? Dany turned to him above her shoulder. Just my daughter? Just my family? I tried and I failed. I don't want to spend my life to keep looking at what is best for the others. I want to put my daughter and my family in the first place. She sighed. No, I want the same. But... He kissed her shoulder. Maybe we don't have a choice. But, we have to shape our lives to do both. Now the two things are interrelated. We only can save Miss Sandai and our family, if we save the world. And get back the Seven Kingdoms. She added, even if we don't want it. We'll see. John took a deep breath. First, we have to defeat the thing, which captivated my brother. After we finish this, after we defeat him we can think about the other things. John tried to calm her. Can we do this? Can we win? Together, we can, John answered and pulled her back to the bed. He caressed her arms. We should sleep. Tomorrow we can think about our next moves.